Sister presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to 8-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Good morning, everybody.
That's Shannon Sharp.
Good morning, everybody. How are you? Welcome in.
That oh yeah is Shannon Sharp, is it not?
That was Shannon Sharp. Yeah, that was.
We might need to think about rotating that out, depending on how everything turns out. I think we're in the clear for now, but we'll see.
Shannon Sharp with Johnny Manziel is who he was interviewing when he said that. That was, in retrospect now, possibly, allegedly, that could be a fun interview to go back and watch with Shannon Sharp. You know, just Johnny and Shannon sitting there on the same stage with each other, sitting there talking on the old Shay Shay podcast. Yeah.
Listen, Sean. I have zero regrets about wanting Golden State in this series. Zero.
Oh, about
you hear me? Zero.
About wanting to play them. Yeah. That's
yes.
Well, I mean, look, and for those who are just getting up, there may be some of you, seeing as it was a 3-hour basketball game. That's the problem with having a series that involves Draymond Green, and the Rockets are not without blame in this either because of the style of play. When you get chippy playoffs, which everybody seems to want, I love the chippiness. You're going to get 3-hour basketball games because they're reviewing flagrant fouls and they're reviewing technical fouls and they're trying to separate people. And the chippiness is a whole lot of fun. It's a lot more fun when you're actually winning basketball games. 109-106, the final score last night. The Rockets are now down 3-1. The season has been pushed to the brink. There'll be Toyota Center on Wednesday night. An early tip, 6:30, to try to salvage the season here. But last night, Seth, look, overall, it was a fun game. It was a close game. It was a tense game. The part where I'll give the Rockets credit is that they bounced back from horrific starts in both the first and the third quarter, where I will assign blame, and I'll assign plenty of blame, and you will as well here in just a second, is try not to get off to a start where you fall behind 16-4 on the road in the first quarter, and try not to cough up a 7-point lead at halftime by giving up an 18-1 run in the first 4 minutes and change of the third quarter. Those two stretches, the first 4 minutes and 18 seconds of the game, the first 4 minutes and 37 seconds coming out of the half, the Rockets gave up a collective 34-5 run in those two periods of basketball. This game was lost, before we assign individual blame, this game was lost in the box score in those two stretches of basketball and the Rockets' inability to shoot free throws. 19 of 31 from the free throw line. Can't win games, close games on the road.
Well, you can't win close games on the road, but at the very least, you were in position to get right there at the very end. If Şengün didn't chuck the ball up like his older brother was coming after him to grab the game controller from him.
Yeah.
It was Şengün was more aggressive in this game than he was in the previous game. And I'm stuck in this position, Sean. I feel like you're a little bit more fed up with Şengün than I am. I'm looking at guys with positive plus minuses in the series so far, and Şengün produced for you last night, but he's still a notch below a 57-year-old Draymond Green when it comes to just actually really showing up. And last night, Şengün looked good, but Draymond Green, by and large, owned him. If Draymond Green hadn't gotten himself in foul trouble, then Şengün's not going to have the production that he did. He was miserable with Draymond Green on the floor.
I've got the numbers for you right here, and I am more fed up with Şengün. Some of the plus minus stuff, for example, last night, yes. Şengün and Adams were the only positive players on the floor last night. Steven Adams was a plus 16 in 26 minutes. Şengün was a plus 4 in 42 minutes. Some of the pluses, some of the plus that Şengün is getting is because he's on the floor the same time as Steven Adams. Steven Adams has been the better big man in this series for the Rockets. He's been the more effective at both ends of the floor because he's protecting the rim. He's getting rebounds. Şengün had maybe the worst 30-point game that I've seen anybody have last night in my time of, at least with this Rockets team, in my time of watching the Rockets. That was the most timid 30-point game I've seen. And you're right. He did most of his damage when Draymond was off of the floor with foul trouble. Draymond left the floor with 8 minutes to go in the third quarter, 8 minutes and change. He came back in with about 8 minutes to go in the game. So Draymond was out for the equivalent of about a quarter worth of basketball. In that time, Şengün had 17 of his 31 points in 12 minutes. The other 36 minutes is when he got the other 4 14 points. He was 6 for 10 from the field. During the stretch with Draymond in the game, when he had Draymond on him, he was 6 for 18. He was 12 for 28 on the game. There were times in this game when Alperen Şengün had Podziemski like low post, like defending him in the 6'4", defending him in the low post, and he's passing out of it. He's got Podziemski like facing him towards the basket, where if he just backs him down, you're going to get a good shot. And he's not doing it. And then when he is getting shots, he's timid, he's short-arming. All the things I said going into this game with Şengün, where he's just looked weak in this series. And that's where I thought it's ironic to say that the leading scorer for the Rockets last night lost this game for them. But because he was such a big part of the game plan, and because he was so aggressive, to use your word, at least aggressive in terms of the amount of shots he was taking, he kind of lost this game for them, in my opinion.
But this is the problem, though. It's that I can't focus on Şengün when Jaylen Green has 5 turnovers and 8 points.
There's
in the
blame
game.
to be spread around for sure.
Jaylen
yes.
Green, I asked like, okay, which nerve is most raw? Jaylen Green over the past 7 games, he's scored more than 9 points once in the last 7 games, and that was this 38-pointer. He's not even inconsistent. Yeah. He's showing up once every 7 games. Yeah. It's and you can't play him. It's very, very frustrating.
No doubt. Well, some of those, just to give credit, like Jaylen, some of those 3 games at the end of the year, he wasn't playing full minutes.
But he also wasn't producing. He was shooting way less than 50%. He was like 2 for 8 in one of them.
No, he was.
I know it wasn't full minutes.
And the games didn't mean anything. Yeah.
Leave it to just the playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely. Just focus on this series.
Score more than 10 points more than once this playoff series.
Bingo. Yes, absolutely. You're 100% right. No, Jaylen deserves blame. Jaylen deserves blame as well. It's one of those things, like, you're right. Like, I was surprised and encouraged that Ime Udoka actually had Jaylen off the floor for the last several minutes of that game.
Yeah.
Because he had been kind of had favored nation status in these other games that he's scoring 9 points and 8 points. The desperation is starting to set in. And I am very, very interested to see if Ime Udoka just sticks with the same old for this game coming up. Because I'll tell you what, right now, Fred VanVleet ain't shooting 8 for 12 from 3 again in game 5.
Well, no, he's not shooting for 8 for 12. And I think because the other part that I battle with is, all right, well, they were down. It was a 1-possession game at the very end of the game.
Yeah.
And yet, but you see the difference between the Warriors are on that final play. Draymond Green gets in the lane on the inbounds. Then they try to run a screen with VanVleet. They don't switch it. They don't get what they want. And then Şengün just pulls up short because Draymond scares him. Because Draymond, according to, now listen, Jaylen Green will claim that all Draymond Green can do is talk.
Yeah.
And by and large, that's partly true compared to the previous version of Draymond Green.
Offensively, for sure, yeah.
He just shuts. I mean, he shot a good point when he was out there.
No. Well, and there was a serenity to the game when he was not out there. You know what I mean? Like there is this element to Draymond, and this is the first time we've really seen it in this series because this is the first game where he's had to sit out an extended stretch with foul trouble because nobody calls fouls on Draymond. It seems like certainly not a second technical on Draymond. Is that they're what like the Rockets were? The Rockets were. When Draymond was in, before he got his 5th foul, was the stretch where the Warriors were making an 18-1 run to come out of the chute at the half. The Rockets getting back in this game did coincide with Draymond leaving the game. And there is kind of a calmness and a serenity where you can kind of get what you want a little bit more without Draymond out there. A, because he is a good defensive player, and B, because there's just none of the agitation, none of the extra stuff that the Rockets are getting sucked into by Draymond. Is happening while he's out there. So yeah, like that was a good. It sounds weird to say because in the box score, Draymond made his first 2 shots in the first 45 seconds of the game, and then didn't make a basket the rest of the game. But his impact was absolutely felt both when he was in the game and for those 12 minutes that he was out of the game. No question about that.
Yeah, but I have 0 regrets about wanting Golden State in the playoffs, including the fact that the series is not over. That's right. I said it. Series isn't over. And second, if they do go down in flames, you know exactly where the Rockets are right now, and there will be no loss of urgency in trying to fix some of the things that ail this team, like having a shooter here or there to consistently score points when you need to versus good defense.
Yeah, I mean, this like the specter of Kevin Durant hovers over this series right now in a big, big way. Like that, this was the first game in the series that came down to the last couple possessions of the game in the last minute. The other series have all, the Golden State's won their 2 games by 10 points and 9 points. There's nothing happening in the last minute other than free throws and meaningless baskets. And then the Rockets won their game by 15, and they were up by 20 for most of that game. This was really the first game where you acutely felt, Seth, the lack of a go-to scorer in crunch time. This is the first game that's had crunch time in this series. And to your point, what do you wind up with? Because you can't run anything and because you don't have a guy who's a go-to scorer, you wind up with Alperen Şengün chucking up a contested 14-foot hook shot at the end of the game.
The other part that was just bothering me all game long is that Kevin Harlan can lift up almost any color commentator, but Reggie Miller was at his Reggie Miller.
That's what I saw. I saw that. I was watching the local feed. I was watching Craig and Ryan and Vanessa. This is what I heard is that the whole game he couldn't pronounce Şengün's name. He's pronouncing it Shane Goon is what he was saying. That's the one thing I saw.
Frankly, that's a little bit better. Yeah. I kind of like Shane Goon.
Shane Goon.
I would change my name to Shane Goon.
First name Shane, surname last name Goon.
Yeah.
You scare some people for sure.
He didn't with all the multiple fouls and the flagrants and the technicals in this game. Reggie just wasn't seeing what other human beings would.
I heard Reggie was butchering that.
It was a lot. It was kind of like when Phil Simms used to be a color commentator.
Yeah.
And be like, are we watching the exact same thing here? I don't understand what you're talking about, Phil Simms and or Reggie Miller.
Yeah, exactly. Shane Goon and bad calls of foul. The texts are rolling in on this early, 713-572-4610. Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Jaylen Green is starting to look like a younger version of James Harden in the playoffs. Whatever this version of Jaylen Green, that's an insult to James Harden.
That's a deep insult to James Harden. Yeah. James Harden had his issues in closeout games.
Right.
And he had his turnovers in the fourth quarter that were frustrating and weird. But he produced.
Yeah.
He produced.
Yeah.
He scored. He routinely scored more than 10 points in playoff games.
Jalen's had one good game and then 3 horrific games. James's MO was to have 4 good games and then 1 really bad game in the closeout game of the series they would eventually lose in. So no. He's not looking like the youngest version of James Harden was in Oklahoma City and was the 6th man on an NBA Finals team. So I would say
he looks like a lesser version. He's doing the same thing just as a lesser version of James Harden.
Yeah.
Not a younger version of James Harden. Not 6th man of the year James Harden.
No.
He's looking more like closeout game James Harden.
At least would
but
get
he does
good
it every
shots.
game.
Yeah, and Jalen's solution to trying to stop a Golden State 9-0 run is to just dribble, like spaz out and dribble into traffic and just spin his body around and turn the ball over and then yell at the refs. So a lot of people done with Jaylen Green. Multiple texts from different people. I'm done with Jaylen Green for sure. Astros win last night. Let's talk about some good stuff. Astros win last night. We're going to circle back to the Texans as well. We've had kind of the chance for the smoke to clear on the draft. How we still feeling about this draft class? We'll get to all of that today. We got a Pettycast at 8 o'clock. Going to be fun. Stay there. You're listening to Payne and Pendergast. Prize Picks. Okay, if you faded me on Prize Picks last
from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
A couple items, and we'll dig into the good news from last night. The Astros win 8-5. Rockets lose 109-106. They trail the Warriors 3-1. Going to be interesting to see the energy in the arena tomorrow night when they come back here to try to salvage the series and salvage their season and salvage us from weeks and weeks of Kevin Durant talk. To clean up some things we talked about in the previous segment, we had a texter text in and say, Jaylen Green's the young James Harden the way Jaylen Green is playing, to which Seth and I both immediately said, that's an insult to James Harden. We're not here to put the shield on and protect James Harden unconditionally. Give us the numbers, Seth.
Jaylen Green has scored in the double digits once so far in the playoffs.
4 games.
Yeah, out of 4 games. In 85 playoff games with the Rockets, James Harden never scored in the single digits.
Correct.
He did score in the single digits on his way to the double digits. So he had 85 games.
He'd go from 0 to 10, yes.
In the lows, there was a 12 somewhere. There was a 17. Yeah. It was James Harden, for all of his flaws and faults and the reasons let's not rewrite history here.
Right.
To compare Jaylen Green to James Harden in any capacity, especially now in the playoffs. You know who was clutch in the playoffs compared to Jaylen Green?
Oh, James Harden.
James Harden.
Yeah. No, he made a lot of big shots, man. Yeah, come on. James Harden was first-team All-NBA about the time he set foot in Houston, and he was out of the shadows of Durant and Westbrook. Stop it already with that comparison.
This will be the one saving grace is if, let's say hypothetically, the Rockets lose this next game, but Jaylen Green goes off.
Yeah.
Hey, he's good in a closeout game. There you go.
Right. Yeah.
But he was clutch in a closeout game.
36 points, 2 turnovers. Take that, Harden. What happened? Well, they lost in 5. Yeah. And by the way, one quick news item. I know we got headlines coming up, but worth mentioning here. George Kittle becomes the highest paid tight end in football. It was Trey McBride for about 3 weeks with Arizona. He had 4 years, $76 million. Kittle had been agitating for its 4 years, $76.4 million, proving that the 49ers can continue to pay some of these guys, even with the cap issues that are pending with the Brock Purdy extension.
I hope that Luke Lachey is paying attention.
Yes.
There you go.
7th round pick.
Hey, young tight end out of Iowa.
Yeah, man. Day three tight end out of Iowa, like Kittle.
I hope Luke Lachey says something like that in his first press conference.
Yes.
Hey, I'm just trying to get that Kittle money.
Trying to get that bag, that Kittle bag.
Hey, well, did he mention? I didn't listen to Luke Lachey's press conference or phone call afterwards. I wonder if, at some point when he's first here in Houston, we'll have to ask him about George Kittle and
all these Iowa tight ends.
Yeah,
I mean that's Iowa's. Hawkinson and Laporta. If you're going to take a flyer on a tight end in the 7th round, Iowa's a good place to go do it. I would say they're good at what they do. Astros 8-5 last night over the Tigers. The things we liked about this: one, the Tigers have the best record in the American League. I've not been paying a ton of attention to the standings, Seth, just because I've been. As long as the Astros have not really kind of gone on that little bit of run that gets them a little bit of daylight.
You've been driving in the right lane. You're in the right lane, and you got it on the auto cruise, and you're like, I got other stuff to go on. I'm trying to read my texts here, okay?
Yeah.
I'll worry about passing at some point after we get a few other things in order.
Just putting my head down and going to work, man, is all I'm doing. So, but the Tigers still, even after the loss last night, have the best record in the American League. So we like that. I like that they got punched in the face early in this game. Renell Blanco gave up a couple of home runs. I think this is who Renell Blanco is going to be, Seth, a 5-inning, 3-run guy thus far this season. So if Renell Blanco happens to be pitching on a night where the bats are a little bit warm, they won the last outing Renell Blanco had. They scored a bunch of runs for him in that one as well. Then, if he's going to keep you in the game, you got to go score some runs. I like that they got punched in the face early here, and Christian Walker gets you a 2-run homer. Jose Altuve nearly hits the train tracks with a home run, and then you pile on a few runs, just stringing together a bunch of hits late in the game, and you go on to win 8-5. The bats were solid. It was kind of like they had that game late last week where everybody had a hit in the game. Everybody but Chaz had a hit in this game. Everybody was doing a little something to move the pinwheel around here.
There were a couple things in that game that were nice. One was Jeremy Pena hitting leadoff. I like it. I like it a lot, as well as everything Jeremy Pena has been doing this year.
Yep.
And Altuve had that bunt, which was a beautifully laid down bunt. Initially
first
called
at bat, yeah.
Then it was turned over. But the Cam Smith, Cam Smith on the base pass, and the Astros are really putting an emphasis on aggressive base running. And Dubon pops one up to short center field. Cam Smith just hit the Jets. Hit the Jets. Almost caught Yiner in front of him. And it was just a good read on the ball. And if it were Altuve would have hit the Jets too, but it would have been an uninformed hitting of the Jets. I feel like Cam Smith, with all of his experience in the outfield now, has a real good feel on tracking the ball. But for a rookie to be aggressive like that, that was nice to see.
Altuve might have had his best defensive play left field in a play where actually where Baez actually, it was a double off the wall that Baez was actually safe for. But the way Altuve played it off the wall barehanded and spun and threw all in one motion and threw, it wasn't a dime, but it was for Altuve and for what his reputed arm strength is. It was a really good throw to second base. He almost got Baez at second base. Like Altuve, again, he didn't get him out, but like we're just this early in this experiment, we're just looking for signs that Altuve looks like a big league left fielder. He made a really nice catch right after that as well. I thought that was a really encouraging sign right there.
And I think that if you look at some of the blips early on, it was stuff that it's, I shy away from saying, hey, that's a simple fix. Because sometimes simple fixes end careers. Guys can't make a simple fix and it ends somebody's career, in golf especially. So I think some of them, though, him transitioning the ball from the glove to his hand, that was a little bit of a blip early on. Some of the harder elements of maybe picking up that position at his advanced age, I think he's done really well with, is getting a read on the ball. And then his ability to play off the caroms off the left field wall, especially at home, he's had a few nice instances of that. Of setting up properly and waiting for the ball to come down to him after it goes off the left field scoreboard. And that's been really encouraging. So far, the thing is, he's declined athletically, but it's not like he's decrepit.
No.
He's just a slower version of what he used to be, and it was hurting him. It's going to be an issue in left field, especially at home.
He figured out the solution in the glove-to-hand transfer. Just don't use your glove. Just barehanded.
You should go out there barehanded.
Just barehanded. That's the solution. Then you don't have to transfer anything. Boy, we got a lot of texts rolling in on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Draymond should have been kicked out of the game. Since when is a flagrant never been a tech? Am I that old now? That's just.
At that point he had 4 personal fouls, a technical, and a flagrant. And Draymond plays on. Yes. That's play. I mean, we knew this coming into it. They try like hell not to eject Draymond Green.
It's wild, man. I've never seen anything like it in sports where there is a guy. There's one thing to operate with like a different mode of defending people or getting away with certain things within the play. It's another thing for the officials to tolerate like just literal disrespect and just
that gets anybody else a technical, going up and yelling at the officials, stuff like that.
Yes, that's the thing. It's like the stuff that gets tolerated, and there's certainly plenty of stuff that gets tolerated by Draymond, like inside the lines. But he's a very good defensive player, and he's a championship player on a team that's been a dynasty team. These are the things that happen with officiating in sports, especially basketball. Those teams tend to get more breaks, even if the league waves their hands and says, no, they don't. It's the stuff that is just blatant, like demeaning and disrespectful to the refs that they put up with. It's wild to me.
He gets the leniency typically afforded only to really hot young women.
Yes.
And Draymond is very much the opposite of that.
Not a hot young woman.
At all.
No.
You'll put up with a lot with a kind of a head case of a woman for at least 6 months in a relationship.
She's hot.
Before Draymond, it's decades of the opposite of a hot young woman getting the benefit of the doubt.
It's wild,
and we can't stand for this. This is America, damn it.
Yep, it's wild. The Rockets text message: the Rockets don't make a lot of high IQ plays. They don't. They just don't. They don't have. I don't even know it's a basketball IQ thing. They don't have an offense. Like their offense, they're half the time Fred VanVleet, at least early in the game, finally he was kind of taking ownership of the basketball, but they were early in the game. I don't know why they ever let Jaylen Green engineer the offense, but they do. They have a real bad habit as a team of A, bleeding down the shot clock for no reason, especially when Fred's not handling the basketball, and B, just dribbling into traffic and picking up their dribble. And they spend 5 or 6 minutes just hemming and hawing, trying to get the ball to an open guy to reset things, and they wind up with bad shots. They don't they don't like if Ime Udoka were an NFL head coach, he would be highly criticized as a guy who's like a defense-only guy. You know, like their offense looks ratchet as hell all the time. And they've got talented basketball players. The problem is they don't have any snipers. They don't have any real shooters, and that gunks things up for them. And that's going to be something they need to address.
Well, they'll have stretches where they play with flow and ball movement and everything else, but it ends up feeling like you're at a 13-year-old's piano recital. We're like, oh, wow, oh, look at that.
Yeah.
He's really nailing Old Town Road. Like, oh, I gotta get
not
here.
all,
Let me check the Astros score.
Exactly. Exactly. Get on my phone. So yeah, that's the thing. I don't know that it's I don't know that it's an IQ issue. I think it's more of I think it's this collection of talent. There's limitations on what this team can do offensively.
They can't shoot. They can't shoot. Yeah. They flat out can't shoot. Yeah. I get it. I've gotten to the point where I get angry when they hit a three. Because Fred VanVleet has a great night shooting from deep. And the entire time, I'm like, well, yeah, but okay, great, yeah. I mean, this will sustain you through 7 games, sure. Yeah, sure, old Mr. 25%er there. Dude, and that's from the field on a good night in these playoffs.
Did you see his pull-up 3 last night?
I got angry.
That was pretty dope. Went in, man. Yeah, it was pretty sweet.
I know.
Yeah. Much of the NBA is hard to watch with current announcers now. Someone saying that Mark Jackson and JVG that they miss Mark Jackson and Jeff Van Gundy, Reggie Miller, Doris Burke, yuck. Admittedly, I've been watching the game on the local feed, so I have not been keeping in tune with other than through social media and people irate at Reggie Miller, including you, Seth. You watched the TNT feed last night. I guess Reggie Miller was pretty bad.
Miller was just botching his description of what was going on in some of these foul situations. It was really weird.
Was the presence of Kevin Harlan enough for you to enjoy it at least, or was Reggie's ineffectiveness drowning out Kevin Harlan for you?
It was damaging my relationship with Kevin Harlan.
Okay, I don't like.
Reggie Miller date. I felt like he was a drunk chaperone on a date I was trying to have with Kevin Harlan.
Yeah.
No, I didn't enjoy it at all. Now, let me tell you one thing about Mark Jackson and Jeff Van Gundy.
Yeah.
I'm a huge fan of tangents, as you know, and yet there were too many tangents within the broadcast at times with those guys.
Yeah.
There would be critical stuff going on, and I felt like I was watching the Manning cast, where sometimes they're having a conversation with a guest, and there's a really critical moment in the game, and you're like, all right, guys, could you get Kevin Love to watch the TV screen a little bit for a moment?
That's why I don't watch the Manning cast. I literally don't watch the Manning cast. Yeah. At least with Van Gundy, like 60% of the time, the tangent was about Houston sports.
Well, right.
It'd be about the Texans or the Astros.
I liked Van Gundy when he's not in a three-man team because he could kind of sneak in these little asides and everything. But when you put him on a three-man team and he and Mark Jackson get along great, it ends up just being too much like you're listening to Payne and Pendergast while you're watching a basketball game.
Yes, there you go. The Rockets' offense is the University of Houston's offense. There's some similarities. I actually tweeted this last night. And I'm being dead serious. The Rockets need to go on the Kelvin Sampson 150 made free throws a day plan in this offseason.
Right. Well, and I think the bigger difference, though, too, is that the Rockets are focused on defense and yet aren't a great defensive team.
Yeah.
And the Cougs are a great defensive team. The Rockets are a scrappy team that plays good defense but gets a lot of offensive rebounds. Their best defense in some respects is just the extra possessions rebound. Mm-hmm. So just like I think it's an insult to it's an insult to James Harden to say that Jaylen Green is a younger version of James Harden. Likewise, it's a bit of an insult to the Cougs to say that this Rockets defense is like a Cougs defense.
Well, they're talking about the offense. They said Rockets offense.
Oh, the offense,
is the Cougs offense.
Right. Yeah. Well, okay, the Cougs can get away with that offense because they have a really, really genuinely good defense.
They're playing Kansas State, and they're playing, they
don't have to score 100 points to win a championship.
No, they don't. They don't. Reed Shepard was supposed to be our sniper, right? And we used a high draft pick on him. That's a text message. Yeah. I'm still bullish on Reed Shepard. Ime Udoka is not all of a sudden going to start using Reed Shepard for 15 minutes in this series, or maybe he does. I don't know. Three-point shooting was not the main issue last night. Foul shooting was the issue last night, and I think Jaylen Green's inability to get anything going, and Şengün's inability to get anything going with Draymond Green on the floor. Those are the big issues. And coming out cold to start each half. That's it. Period.
Reed Shepherd has the odd distinction right now of having upside-down field goal percentage and three-point percentage. So this season he shot 33.8% from deep. Nope, I got that reversed up. Never mind, carry on. Barely any better with his field goal percentage at 35.1.
Well, it's all he does is shoot threes.
Yeah,
I'm surprised they're not identical. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Let's get to headlines. We'll get to the Texans. We'll circle back to the Texans at the top of the hour. What are the experts saying about the Texans draft? What's their GPA? What's their grade? We'll get to that. Get to headlines coming up next. But first, Academy Sports and Outdoors. Have you gotten your Jordan gear yet? I got mine last Wednesday.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines, presented by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, let's start with the Rockets. They lose last night to the Golden State Warriors, 109-106, the final score. This is a game where the Rockets got off to horrific starts, both at the beginning of the game and the 60-4 right out of the chute, just a sea of turnovers and bad shots. They were able to kind of get their legs under them, and they actually led by 7 at the half. And then they come out of the third quarter, and they give up an 18-1 run to start the second half. Again, it wound up a close game at the end. The Rockets had a chance to take the lead with under 15 seconds to go. Alperen Şengün, who scored 31 in the game, but it was not an efficient 31. He was 12 of 28 from the field. Misses a 14-footer, and the Warriors get the rebound, and that was it after that. Jimmy Butler, I thought, we have not touched enough on that, Seth. We've been focused heavily on the Rockets side of things. Jimmy Butler had you could tell he was not himself. Like, especially, I mean, he had 4 points forever in this game, and then in the second half really took over. And by the end of the game, he's limping around on one leg out there because of his bruised glute. I wonder if he's going to play on Wednesday, given as badly as he was limping around at the end of that game.
Those are the deep bruises. A lot of times it feels like somebody's hitting you with a baseball bat when you first start out, and then you get into it and you loosen up and you can go, but it's got its limits. So I would guess he's going to try again. Of course, yeah. I don't know if they think this way or not. They might think, okay, look, we got a 2-game lead and we're going to need him for the next series. Let's just take care of business without him and give him those rest. You're right. That's a good question.
Yeah.
I think if it was a closeout game, he'd go 100%. If it was
like a game 7 elimination game.
If it was an elimination game, excuse me.
Yeah.
He would do it 100%. But I'm.
Frustrating game last night, and a lot of people weighing in on the text page. You know, we had the comp, somebody saying that Jaylen Green's playing like a young James Harden. No, he's not. I wish he was playing like a young James Harden. That
playing would be way worse than a young James Harden.
That would be a young James Harden would be a massive improvement for where Jaylen Green is right now.
The number is 85 games that James Harden played in the playoffs for the Rockets and never once scored in the single digits.
Yeah.
Whereas Jaylen Green is doing it 75% of the time.
He's got 3 in his first 4 playoff games. That might be the overriding thing for me last night, Seth. At one point in the game, when the Rockets were playing very well, when they were making, kind of second quarter, they were good in the second quarter and good in the fourth quarter of this game. And I think it was at one point during the second quarter, I'm sitting here going, man, I'm trying to think of, who needs to be on the floor for this team right now? Who's playing in a way where they've earned their way? Like, they shouldn't be. I know you got to rest guys at certain points in the game. But I'm going, man, they're the 3 guys I feel like need to be on the floor for the Rockets at that particular juncture of the game were Dillon Brooks, Jabari Smith, and Steven Adams. And I'm like, none of those 3 guys are 3 of your best. Your 3 best players on this team are Jaylen Green, Alperen Şengün, and Amen Thompson. And I'll credit Amen Thompson. He got better as that game went on. He was very good in the second half of that basketball game. He seems to have figured some things out offensively, but it's like the stars are not out for the Rockets in this series.
Şengün was good. Şengün scored and did most of his actual damage when Draymond Green was off the floor.
Yeah.
And when Draymond Green was on the floor, he was a completely different player. Mm-hmm. It was as simple as that in a lot of regards.
Yep. He scored 17 points in the 12 minutes at Draymond fouls. He scored 14 in the other 30 minutes that he played in the game. Şengün played 42 minutes last night.
Pre-game, Udoka was encouraging him to play more aggressive, be more aggressive, and it felt like they mismanaged this young fighter's career. They want him to be more aggressive, but you got to feed him. You got to feed him nothing but backups for a while.
Tomato cans.
Play the
what
champ.
They call
Yeah.
Yep. So the Rockets lose last night. They're back at it on Wednesday. They'll try to get this thing back to 3-2, but they're going to have to do. This is one of those things you're going to have to make history now. Not a lot of teams come back from down 3-1, and the Warriors in control right now. Meanwhile, last night over at
Got him. Astros win it 8-5. Josh Hader strikes out Javi Baez to put a finish to this one. And the Astros win the first game against the team with the best record in the American League as they win it by 3 tonight.
8-5, the final score. This was good to see. The Astros fell behind 3-0 in this game. Ronel Blanco gave up a couple of home runs to put the Astros behind the 8 ball a little bit. But a Christian Walker 2-run home run, and then Jose Altuve.
That ball driven high and deep to left field. Altuve hits the community leaderboard sign. Southern 27 has just left Union Station. Astros lead 4-3.
4-3, and they wouldn't give up that lead. They'd go on to win 8-5 last night.
It's well-spent advertising money by the community leaders, folks, whatever it is they do, because Christian Walker hit it as well.
He did. At least for last night, it was well-spent. And thus far, the home runs have been kind of a lack.
They signed Paredes specifically to give the community leaders a little bit more bang for their buck.
Yeah, I think it'll eventually be a good investment. But last night, it certainly was. And it was good to see the Astros pile on some runs late in this game to give a little bit of daylight between them and the Tigers, who have, as Todd Callis mentioned in the first cut we played there, best record in the American League right now. Joe Espada said good to add on some runs last night.
Yeah, I like that. I thought we ran the bases really well. Daniel Diaz also in there. Good, the little flair by Dubon and Ken Smith scoring from second base. I thought that was a really good read. All around, good game. Actually kind of felt like a little playoff game out there. It was exciting baseball. It was good.
Yeah, it was good. I mean,
remember that listener from Detroit that was angry with me last year
Yes.
when the Astros were playing the Tigers in the playoffs?
I do.
Remember I told him that I hope he died in traffic, and he got offended because he's sensitive?
Yeah,
Has he been back? He listened to us for about 3 weeks after that.
Did he?
He was just constantly pestering us. Yeah,
I haven't seen it. Well, because they won that series, so he would.
Well, no, but it was within the series, though, too. He was pestering. Oh, yeah, that's why he stuck around.
Right? Yeah, he could taunt. He could, crotch chop on us and stuff.
It was
like
fun.
that.
I just kept waiting for the day he didn't show. Maybe he died. Maybe that was when he stopped.
Maybe your wish came true.
Finally got hit in traffic.
Yeah, maybe wishes do come true, Seth. Yeah, maybe so.
He sent an email to multiple people at Odyssey. He sent multiple emails to multiple people at Odyssey.
It's not like you were out there slashing his tires or something. So. That's funny. NFL news. The Browns AF. Kids, don't ask what that means. They sign just a mere 24 hours or 48 hours after drafting Shedeur Sanders and injecting oodles of drama into their quarterback room. They're bringing in Deontay Johnson, Seth. They signed Deontay. They signed Deontay Johnson to a one-year deal.
He's one of my favorite Texans in history.
Is Cleveland going to be the most fun team to follow outside of Houston for us in the preseason and training camp and whatnot?
I think so. I think it's the quarterbacks drive a lot of attention.
Yeah,
and they've got
tons of them.
More quarterbacks than the modern NFL allows.
They've got tons of them.
I didn't even know it was legal to have this many quarterbacks on your roster, including Deshaun Watson.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
They've got 5 quarterbacks on the roster right now that are actually either draft picks this year or name guys in the NFL.
Yeah.
A different, like Joe Flacco is what he is. Deshaun Watson, nobody knows what he is. And then 3 other guys who are either draft picks or presumed starters in Kenny Pickett.
We gotta go through that room and like at some point and go, okay, what's going through each of these guys' minds right now as they're looking at these other 4 guys that are in the room. We'll do that later.
I would look at, honestly, I think Shedeur Sanders has I would put Shedeur Sanders as probably ahead of Dylan Gabriel on the depth chart at the beginning. If I had to handicap this,
yeah,
I think, and then it just becomes, I don't know, like Shedeur still is, despite all of the other hoopla around it, he's still the better prospect
than Gabriel.
Obviously, even though you can argue about where he should have been just purely football or what have you.
Yeah.
As long as the Browns have a long history of handling bad situations like this really well. I don't know.
We'll see. The NFL draft crushes it in the ratings. Second most watched day one since the COVID draft, which took place at Casa de Goodell. Remember that? The draft took place in Roger Goodell's basement during the COVID year. 13.6 million viewers across all the platforms. So ESPN, NFL Network, all the digital platforms, up 11% year over year. Day 2 up 40% year over year. That was the day where we're all sitting around waiting for Shedeur to get drafted.
Shedeur made the NFL Network a lot of money on that day, I believe. That was Shedeur driven.
And Dion will definitely brag about it, which I'm not sure. He'll credit Shedeur for the big ratings for it. Dion definitely will, which will be accurate. I just don't know if that's the best tactic.
What was the high number on any of those?
The high number on any of
the high. What was the highest number on the broadcast? I
just have the average. They average. I don't know what the peak was.
That's what I mean. What was the highest average on the days, amongst the days?
13.6 for the first day. And
Yes,
then
that's what I was asking.
and then 7.3 for the second day, and then they don't have the numbers yet on day 3.
Like a good number for an NBA Finals game is like $11 million or 11 million viewers.
Yeah.
So like that's for as much as a lot of people want to ask, like, why are they making such a big deal out of this? Because it draws eyeballs.
It crushes, and it was going head to head with NBA playoff games on Thursday and Friday. Not Rocket game, with other series. All right, those are your headlines. We've got some other stuff we can get to from headlines a little bit later on in the show. Let's circle over to the Texans and their draft class in just a bit. There is a good point being brought up about the Rockets last night. There was one chess move that Steve Kerr made that I thought Ime Udoka might have flinched a little bit. So we'll get to that. We'll get to the Texans and how are the experts grading the Texans draft class. We got a nice long segment coming up here. Get comfy. Stay there. You're listening to Payne and Pendergast, Daily in Black.
Tell.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. Good to be with you. You can text the show, 713-572-4610. Few Rockets crumbs here. We've talked a lot about the Rockets in this first hour today on the show. Text message, you can't play Steven Adams when they hack him on purpose to put him on the line. He's a terrible free throw shooter. Yeah, no, they started piling up the fouls to do that, and with 4 minutes and 25 seconds left, Ime Udoka took Steven Adams out. By the time Steven Adams came back in with under 2 minutes to go, the Warriors had the lead back. I was hoping that was the chess move, Seth, where I thought to myself, like, okay, that was a good move by Steve Kerr. That stemmed the Rockets had some momentum. They had the lead. They were getting things done. Boy, Adams was playing well. He was blocking shots. He was getting on the glass. He was their better big at that point, especially with Draymond doing his thing on Şengün. And I was in that moment, my feeling was like, don't take him out. Muscle through this. If they put him on the line, hope that Steven Adams makes his free throws. Nobody else is a good free throw shooter on this team right now. They can hack any of these guys if they want to.
Yeah, in that game, you can't send a guy who shoots 50% to the free throw line like Steven Adams, Jabari Smith Jr., Dylan Brooks, Jaylen Green. 50% is an aspiration for him.
Yeah.
Amin Thompson was 60% from the line.
Yeah.
This is a hell of a junior high basketball team, Sean.
It's so
they
frustrating.
really are.
I thought Craig Ackerman was going to throw his headset down last night when I forget who it was. Somebody missed two, and I can't remember who it was, but I thought Craig Ackerman's head was going to explode.
Your best two free throw shooters were Tari Eason and Alperen Şengün.
Yeah.
It's always best when the center is one of your best free throw shooters in the game.
Yeah. So I thought that was by Steve Kerr. It was effective. They got the lead back. It was 98-97 Rockets when Adams went out, and it was 104-101 when he came back in 2.5 minutes later. It was a good move.
What do we call hacking Adams? Like, what's your like instead of hack a shack?
They were calling it Hack a Adams on the broadcast last night.
I like hack a Kiwi.
Okay.
That sounds better.
Okay.
Hack a Kiwi.
Hack a Kiwi.
Right? Don't you call people from New Zealand Kiwis?
I think so, yeah.
Okay,
I think so.
Hack a Kiwi.
That's not an offensive name, is it?
No, I think they call themselves. Oh God, I hope not.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Shock jock.
Don't get
insults.
Shock jock.
No, I think they call themselves Kiwis.
Do they? Okay, cool. I thought that was a good move. We had a lot of people asking about that. I thought that was a good move by Steve Kerr. I would have left Steven Adams in there.
It's a common and affectionate nickname for Steven Adams.
Let's roll with it, man. Let's roll with it and hope it doesn't get deployed anymore.
I'm not even joking about the 50. These guys are all 50%.
No, they suck
from the
at
free
the
throw.
line.
This entire playoff series on any given night, you can't trust any of them to be better than 50%.
Nope.
I get so angry when they make a 3-point shot because it shouldn't be encouraged.
Well, these
guys
in this series too, Seth. In this series too. It gets frustrating because a lot of these fouls like it's a foul on Draymond Green and he's going ballistic and he's going nuts. And the way to drive the knife into the heart over that foul is to actually make the free throws. It feels like they miss every technical free throw they get in this series. You know,
yeah.
You get the Warriors get teed up, a little bit of momentum for you. They're frustrated. The easiest way to hand the momentum and to clank the free throw. And by the way, stop using Jaylen on the technical foul shots when Fred VanVleet is on the floor. Fred VanVleet is who I would pick to shoot the free throw in that situation. Yeah. That's just my little bit of advice. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, this draft class for the Texans. We've not talked about it yet today. We talked about it a lot yesterday. The dust still settling here after the draft. The report cards are out, Seth. And I love the graphic you sent me yesterday that gets put out every year. Where on the x-axis is all of the experts, and the y-axis, the vertical axis, I think I got it right, is all the teams. Yeah. And they have a chart that shows all the grades that each of the experts have given all 32 NFL teams, right?
Yeah. I don't want to turn this into a middle school mathematics class, but I'm not. Somebody, one of our teachers who's listening to this while your kids are in study hall, I think just even talking about, I guess you're right. It was a chart, though. It wasn't a graph. You were describing it was like going to be one of those graphs or something. So, so it's a chart that shows all the grades, and then it adds up and gives you a GPA.
Right, it wasn't a graph like EPA where all the teams are splattered on the graph somewhere.
Yeah,
yes.
I got excited when you started talking about the axes because I'm like, I don't even remember sending this graph.
I could tell. The bottom line is that I thought it was cool because they had the GPA that all the experts handed out along the bottom of the chart, and they had the GPA that each of the teams got from those experts along the right side of the chart right there. The bottom line, regardless of geometry, math, or arithmetic, is that the Texans have a cumulative GPA from all the experts. I believe there were like 20-something of them. There are a couple. Cumulative GPA with all the grades is a 2.93. Right in the meaty part of the curve, Seth. Not doing too much.
Below average, though.
Below average, but not doing too much to get ahead, and falling a little behind, but not too far behind.
I think, obviously, you don't take post-draft grades very seriously at all. It is kind of fun to just kind of get a feel for what people feel about it. Yeah. I think the big thing with the Texans is that they're slightly below average, according to all of these, but it's kind of what you would expect. It's very consistently Bs with a few C's sprinkled in, but very few A's, very few D's and F's. Yeah. So which I think when you don't have a first-round pick especially, but you do have a boatload of picks, I think people kind of look at it and think, all right, well, okay, you did by and large what you were supposed to do with the picks that you had.
Yeah.
The biggest thing, and I think some of the more positive appraisals have been a lot of people that really like Jaden Higgins and Jaylen Noel felt really good about this draft. There were a lot of people that really felt like those guys were kind of, especially these days where there's so many good second and third round wide receivers every year that end up producing their rookie year. I think a lot of people that identify those guys is like, hey, keep an eye on this guy. He might not be a first-rounder, but he's got a lot of potential.
I don't have anything scientific to back this up. This is just gut feel from having read maybe a dozen of these report card articles because they interest me. I know Nick Caserio. Do we have that, Ben? I know Nick Caserio thinks that these are awfully silly.
Yeah, I think anything that's said outside the building is just noise, so it doesn't really affect our focus, our preparation. So, we're just focused on our team. We're just focused on improvement. It's kind of like the draft, or we go through the weekend. We're going to have on Monday, right, or Sunday afternoon, draft grades, right? I mean, it's the most ridiculous concept that I've ever heard of. Like, the players haven't even been in the building yet, and we're making an assessment about their performance.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's fun. We do it because it's fun. There's 20.
We do it because it's ridiculous.
That's right. Yeah. That's right. So there's 24 graders on this chart that I was describing before that you and I are looking at here, Seth. And I read probably 10 of these because they are fun to go read. And ultimately, it's fun to go back and look and see who was accurate and who was inaccurate about it. This is how we do these things. I would say it feels like, no science here, the favorite pick that the experts have for the Texans is Jaylen Noel in the third round. It feels like a lot of people had a grade on Jaylen Noel, like people whose opinion I respect at least, had a grade on Jaylen Noel that was probably a round above where he went. And you combine that with just watching his highlights, there is a lot of Christian Kirk, Tank Dell element to Jaylen. It's easy for us to get excited about Jaylen Noel here because we've watched healthy Tank Dell play, and he's got some elements of that to his game. Hopefully he can stay healthier than Tank has stayed his first two seasons. It feels like to me that's not everybody's, but that's the consensus sort of favorite pick.
I think, and he has all of that. Those same things that Tank Dell did have as well. Is that speed and that explosiveness that you look at it and you just imagine, okay, opportunities this guy. This is a highlight reel waiting to happen. Now nobody moves like Tank Dell when Tank Dell's healthy. Right? So I'm not trying to compare him to Tank Dell, but that type of a small, speedy guy that your imagination starts to run wild. And just like we did last year when our imaginations were running wild.
Yeah.
I've got imagination fatigue from off seasons with wide receivers. I've realized that because every step along the way right now, when I get excited, I've watched a lot of Jaden Higgins and Jaylen Reed over the last few days, and I get really excited, and then I remind myself, oh yeah, I was out at training camp last year, and I saw three really incredibly talented wide receivers out on the field, and I thought to myself, wow, this could be fireworks. And then I would watch a play, and C.J. Stroud couldn't run a single play in some periods because the offensive line was getting destroyed.
Don't let him
so
steal
badly.
your hopes, Seth.
I'm really high on Jaylen Noel.
Yeah.
I need CJ to have a little bit of time.
Yes.
To to open up the drag route, or like just some of these simple crosses. Does he have enough time to get his third foot in the ground before he gets hit?
I hope so. The two best grades that the Texans got, they got 2 A-level grades. They got A- from Chad Reuter, which really doesn't count because he is, and this was borne out on this chart. Chad Reuter of the NFL Network is the easiest grader. His average
across the board
of all these different draft experts, he gave out a 3.44 GPA on average to the 32 NFL teams, a full 0.14 ahead of the next closest easy professor out there. The Texans did from the easiest grader, and they got a D+ from the hardest grader, who's got the hardest name of any of these guys, Thor Nystrom.
Thor is the one that I'm most convinced isn't an actual person, just because he comes in hard and like a Nordic god or something, and he's the hardest grader. I don't buy that this is an actual person, and yet he does. I'm looking at it and I kind of respect him because I think his grades kind of follow a normal grading curve. Like, okay, out of 32 people, a couple guys got an F, a few got Ds and D pluses or what have you.
He's the only one to give an F to any NFL team.
Right, yeah. So I kind of respect that he's trying to abide by how a tough teacher might actually grade.
He gave an F to the Chargers and he gave an F to the Lions. How about the Lions getting an F from somebody for their? Now the Lions are 30th out of these 32 teams. The experts do not view this as a great weekend for the Detroit Lions, but an F. Wow.
This is in summation. Old Thor said this about the Texans' D+ effort.
Oh yeah.
He said, "Well, I loved Houston's first 3 picks. Oh, okay, D+. I thought they aggressively reached on the USC Trojans they took with their next 2 picks.
Okay.
So that would be Jaylen Smith, the cornerback, and Woody Marks, the running back. I think that's a comment. A lot of people feel that way, that they reached.
They were overdrafted. Everybody had a 6th-round grade on them. They got drafted in the 3rd and 4th.
Luke Lachey, the tight end out of Iowa, taken a round later, might hang around. Lachey, if Lachey lives up to his Iowa pedigree with his blocking technique, well, wait, no, it says Lachey lives up to his Iowa pedigree. He needs to fill out his rangy frame with more muscle and improved play strength before being trusted to regularly tango with war daddy power ends.
Okay.
That is lewd and lascivious. Hey, Luke, you ready to tango with war daddy power ends?
Tango with Myles Garrett? Yeah.
You know what you ready to do what it takes to get into the NFL? You're going to have to tango with some war daddy power ends.
Got to do what you got to do,
A little initiation,
man.
right.
Got to do what you got to do.
Oh, yeah, okay, so your 7th round. He wrote more about the 7th round pick than he did any of the previous, the first 6 rounds.
Yeah, I think to me, if I'm grading, the first 3 picks carry more weight to me than do the day 3 picks.
100% from any team, you can say
for any
that.
team,
The
I'm
chances
saying
of
as a
those
rule.
teams, if you hit on a 6th or 7th rounder, then it's found money.
Yeah.
The first few rounds is where lots of teams want these guys. Look, they're reaching for Jaylen Smith, reaching for Woody Marks. I get it. I tend to, and I said this before the draft, when it gets down into the 4th round, it's just a quagmire of different teams with different ratings, and it's going to be all over the place. So reaching for Jaylen Smith, I get that, because I know there are a lot of people that thought he was a 6th or 7th rounder.
Sure.
With us here in Houston, I think where Caserio gets leeway, if he's going to get any leeway at all, it's with drafting defensive backs, because he's been incredible at drafting, and the Texans have been incredible at developing defensive backs so far. So if they think that Jaylen Smith is worth taking in the 3rd round, then for that position group, I give Nick all the benefit of the doubt.
I think the other thing, too, and Nick says this a lot, is that their grades on players are based on the role they would have with the Houston Texans. Not just how they grade out on the relative athletic score or the interviews or whatever. It's the role they would have with the Texans. And I think they've got a talented enough roster now, especially on the defensive side, to where if there's specificity with what you're looking to do with Jaylen Smith, if you feel like, okay, we could use him in the slot corner as a pinch. Boy, he's got a really good element to special teams for his game where he can run down and be a guy that Frank Ross can use on special teams. And if you've got a grade on him where you just physically as a player look at him a little higher than most, then a late 3rd round grade I'm not going to get worked up over. Similarly with Woody Marks, look, Joe Mixon is going to be the guy still this season carrying the ball 20 times a game for you. They need somebody with some juice on 3rd down. And Woody Marks while I think he can still be a guy who, if Joe Mixon were to go down, you could lean on him for a few games to carry the ball a bunch. I think you could do that. I think he did that at times at USC. They really like his hands out of the backfield. Like, that was worth it to them to add that element to their offense. So I think the role is a big thing for them.
They like his hands out of the backfield, and there's also, with him, it's one of those things that's hardest to predict exactly how a guy's going to be in the NFL. But the vision and his patience. I think his patience, I was impressed with a college kid that really just understands reading his blocks, letting the blocks set up in front of him, and to hit it. There's a kind of a flow to his game that, the best version of it is Arian Foster. I'm not predicting he's Arian Foster.
Sure.
But I think he has that same kind of flow and rhythm to his game that's nice to see. That's an unteachable trait. Dameon Pierce is never going to be taught that. That's not his game. He's better at the bulldog straight ahead game, but I think it can be a nice offset for a guy like Dameon Pierce. I think there's a classic, sometimes you need a hammer, sometimes you need a violin, and Dameon Pierce is the hammer.
Yep.
I don't know what the two scenarios are where you might need a violin sometimes or a hammer the others.
The most sophisticated construction worker of all time. Hammers some nails in there and just then starts playing a little bit of a tune on the violin.
Maybe soothing somebody who's misbehaving.
There you
Sometimes some people will be soothed by music. There's other kids that you just, look, I'm bringing out the hammer. I'm going to threaten you with the hammer.
Yep.
All right, it's the hammer. By kid, I meant a 19-year-old, everybody. I would never strike a minor with a hammer.
No,
But a 19-year-old, by God,
yes. An adult, you do it in a second. I mean, yeah.
I like this Thor. Some of his, I like his writing. So Thor, who gave the Texans a D+ on their grade, said this about Ariante Ursary, the Texans' second-round offensive tackle. He's a dancing bear with an enormous frame and light feet. Ursary drops a cruise ship anchor in pass pro. He's an extremely effective zone run blocker with the mobility to hit his spots and pick off linebackers.
How about
drops
that?
A cruise ship anchor, he does.
How about that? Well, dancing bear. And
I don't agree with dancing bear.
You don't?
He's inaccurate. He's trying to be able to florid with his prose. Yeah, flowery.
I don't know, man. Like, he's got
whatever the word is.
That's sort of a bear shape. Like, he's, bears are not known for their thick legs or anything like that.
Well, they say dancing bear with offensive linemen a lot, but he's not a dancing bear type.
Okay.
He's very athletic.
Yeah.
He's very fast. He's much faster than you think he is when you watch him at first blush, but he's very stiff-legged.
Yeah.
So, I don't know that he's almost I don't know. What's that stiff-legged dance and those Irish folks? That Irish river dancing stuff. Yeah.
You say so. I'm Irish.
You don't remember river dancing?
No. Don't remember river dancing. You
don't remember river dancing?
No, I don't. This is the first I've heard of river dancing. No.
Shut up. It was like the infomercial all over the place for a good decade.
I don't know what to tell you. I don't know river. Ben, do you know river dancing? Have you heard of river dancing?
Are you talking about Michael Flatley, Lord of the Dance?
Michael Flatley, Lord of the Dance. Oh.
Okay.
You uncultured swine.
Exactly.
It's Irish step dancing.
I'll just go back to my WWE highlights over here.
It's lots of kicking.
I happen to be a connoisseur of the infomercial arts, and the Lord of the Dance took America by storm, and ladies' hearts and loins by storm all throughout the early 1990s.
What was it? It was an infomercial of how to do this particular dance. That
he was the Lord of the Dance, Sean.
No, I get that, but what was the infomercial aspect of this?
The Lord of the Dance.
But what was I buying?
The Lord of the freaking Dance.
Is it a DVD or what? My bot lovely
it's an experience.
But I need to know what is being shipped to my house.
It's a magical experience of artistry and Irish folklore.
Look, it's not even the full story, and you're making fun of me.
Hey, Ben, bring up the Lord of the Dance music.
Okay, yeah, go find it, Ben. No, I don't know what that is. I apologize. I don't know what that is. I was drunk for the early 90s. All right, Ben. While Ben's finding,
it might have been a show that you would go watch. Like a traveling show.
I'm so mad at you that you don't know exactly
what it is. It looks like a stage show.
It's a stage show? Okay.
Yeah, but you could totally buy DVDs of it.
I'm guessing, yeah, back in the day.
You could buy T-shirts and apparel and everything.
DVDs, CDs, probably in the early 90s still, right? T-shirts, hoodies.
It was a sensation, Sean.
Apparently so. Evidently.
I honestly am. You've definitely heard people say something like, I'm going to beat your ass and then river dance all over your corpse or something.
Lord of the Dance I've heard of.
Ocho Cinco did it. Ocho Cinco did it at his celebration a few times.
Oh,
it's like where
okay.
you stand straight up and you kind of bend at the shins.
Yes.
From the knees up, you're totally vertical, but you're bending at the shins.
Thank you. I needed a visual aid. Just like screaming river dance, river dance, river dance. I don't know what that is, but if I give a visual aid, yes, I've seen that before. Sean is lying. He was a river dancing queen behind closed doors. Yes, I'm trying
river dancing lessons.
I'm trying to throw everybody off the scent. I have no idea what that is. Thou dost protest too much. Sean. Okay, now this is Becky Lynch uses the river dance on her way to the ring. That's the best way to explain it to you. Becky Lynch is a WWE Ireland. So okay, that makes now I know what you're talking about. In the next segment, Sean learns about Jameson whiskey. I'm not buying that Sean has never heard of Riverdance. It was a phenomenon for like 56 years. It was everywhere. Everybody did a version, touchdown dance. I just didn't know it was called Riverdance. If Seth had stood up and started doing it, I would have been like, oh, yeah, I've seen that before.
There was also, I mean, they did sell a lot of DVDs and stuff.
Yeah.
So it was all over TV for a while.
Yeah.
If I make a joke about a Thigh Master, do you know what that is?
I know what a Thigh Master is, yeah. I know what a Thigh
Of course you do. You dirty dog.
Those were good info. That was my kind of infomercial.
I'm watching some Michael Flatley action right now. 1998 plus shipping and handling. That's a pretty good deal back in 1995, Sean.
What is is it a DVD? Is that what I'm getting?
This is an advertised. Oh wait, let's see if it's VHS or.
It'd be. Well, I don't know. Yeah, it might be VHS in the early 90s.
I don't know when this. They did it for a long. Oh, this is a cassette tape. This is VHS.
Yeah, early 90s. That would still be VHS. Yeah.
Only 1998 plus shipping and handling.
Okay.
Typically on those VHSs, shipping and handling was like $378.
Okay.
But yeah.
Ben's got it. So Ben, lay this on us here.
That sold out every show in North America. The phenomenal Michael Flatley in his final tour with Lord of the Dance triumphantly returns to Chicagoland, July 29th through August 2nd at the Rosemont Horizon. The critics rave. Hollywood Reporter says awesome. The New York Times flamboyant. Newsweek magazine magical. Michael Flatley. We see tickets on sale now at the box office. Ticketmaster outlets are charged by phone. The show and the man you cannot miss.
Okay, that's good. That's good because there's probably people are getting in their cars.
So that basically, all that to say that Ursery is basically the Michael Flatley of the NFL.
I forgot what we were talking about. I'm like,
Ariante Ursery is Michael Flatley, but on a healthy American diet, on a standard American diet. That's what he is. He's Michael Flatley on the standard American diet.
I love that. I love that Seth is like...
He didn't grow up eating just the bangers and mash or whatever the hell over there.
This is my favorite segment ever. Seth's like, hey, Thor Nystrom, listen, take your dancing bear and stick it where the sun don't shine. This guy is Michael Flatley, Lord of the Dance.
He's more of a river dancer.
River dancer. That's what I was wondering. What was the verb? River dancing. Sean used to river dance on top of a piano in high heels back in the 90s. Oh, my God. Sounds like Seth sleeps in river dance pajamas.
Now, the Michael Flatley outfit is a joyous one.
Oh, okay.
Lots of plumage.
Oh,
you're kind of
really?
you're like a Broadway pirate.
A lot of flair. Yeah, a lot of flair.
Sean, if you want to tango with the war daddies of the, what did he say? I lost it.
The war daddies of the power edge rushers or something like that.
Power ends.
Power ends.
Yeah.
That's what it is. Power ends. It's about Ariante Ursery. Todd McShay loves this class for the Texans. Let's get Ursery here first, Ben. Todd McShay. Let's see if his description is as good as Seth.
And then Ariante Ursery.
The belle of the ball in the second round for offensive lineman, man.
Ariante Ursery.
Everyone wanted him in the second round.
Massive, behemoth, light on his feet. I'm telling you, he's got a chance to develop into a left tackle, okay? He may be able to play guard and add depth, so let's kick him inside, like Rosillo said. Kind of a life hack or life lesson. You bump to guard. But if he bumps to guard, it's temporarily because Cam Robinson was brought in just a stopgap. So this is an opportunity to develop Ursery. Needs a little developing still. and make him your left tackle, and hopefully you get him at guard and he can contribute. So I just loved what they did with their first 3 picks and the fact that they got an additional pick for it.
Okay, I mean,
your descriptions. He's the belle of the ball. He's the Michael Flatley of the NFL. Michael Flatley on McDonald's, and he's much faster and more athletic than he looks when you first watch him. He's very stiff-legged.
I thought you were going to say he's much faster and more athletic than Michael Flatley.
Oh, totally. He would kick Michael Flatley's ass
for sure.
most sports.
For sure.
Yeah. Anything other than river dancing.
That's the only thing.
So I'm skeptical of him playing guard, and I don't. He totally could. It's just that he's very, very stiff-legged, and you can get away with that more as an offensive tackle. It's not so easy to teach guys to play and frame. You can get them. You can do all the hamstring stretches you want.
Yeah.
Some of that's just natural. So when you're a huge offensive tackle, like Trent Brown's a good example of a guy who, he's ridiculously tall, doesn't play with great knee bend, but he uses his mass enough that he doesn't play with great knee bend, and he's done a very effective job of it in his career. So, but to go down and play guard, it's a different scenario, and I'm not saying he can't do it or he might not be passable there. I think he's just best as an offensive tackle.
Yeah, for sure. Here's one more from McShay. He loves the 2 wide receivers. He had Higgins, I think, rated. He had one of them rated 2nd and one of them rated 4th, Higgins and Knoll. He may outline it here in this cut, but he loves the 2 wide receivers the Texans took.
I thought Nick Caserio managed the board beautifully. And they still – here's the deal, okay, for me. And you can get into wherever you want. Jaylen Smith, I thought they were high on the USC guys in the 3rd and 4th rounds, if I wanted to nitpick a little bit. But these first 3 picks – are 3 of my favorite players in the entire draft. And, I had a hard time. I'm Jaden Higgins is one thing. He's a big X. Great getting off the line of scrimmage, down the field, physical, all those things. Now I got Jaylen Knoll, his teammate. Who do I give a higher grade? Knoll is so explosive. Right? He did off the line of scrimmage, and every route is crafty like a seasoned veteran. This guy's going to come in as a slot right away and contribute big time.
Is that
who do
I take?
Is that Jonathan Gannon or is that?
Both.
Higgins and Knoll. Sorry. Picks 34, 79, respectively. I never thought Knoll would get there. I had him ranked in my top 32.
Yeah, wow. Okay, so in his top, he had Knoll with a damn near what would be the equivalent of a first-round grade, or close to it, at least.
Yeah. So the receivers, Jaden Reed and Jaylen Knoll were both guys that, when I went back and I'm looking at pre-draft stuff after the Texans select them, they were, Jaden Higgins especially, was very much one of those dark horse Vogue favorites to be like, hey, don't be surprised if he goes in the first round. Don't be surprised if he goes in the first round. And then Jaylen Knoll's a guy that people got excited about just because of the speed, the explosiveness, everything that McShay just said. That, there was a glow on these guys. And that doesn't mean they're going to make it in the NFL, but you can see very much that wide receiver room, how it's shaped up. It's okay to be optimistic about it again. I think that I don't think Tank Dell is probably going to play this year. If he does, you just can't expect that he's going to be the same version of himself. So to get that level of athleticism and with Jaylen Knoll and then the size with Jaden Higgins, that's a welcome sign. And they just got to clean up the offensive line, and this could be a much better offense.
That to me is a huge tell with these picks. Like taking 2 receivers with your first 3 picks. I don't think anybody was counting on Tank. This is almost like confirmation that we're not going to see Tank this year, or at least if we see him, it's going to be very late. Very late in this season that we see.
That was an especially pregnant pause.
It was a long pause. No, I'm with you. That's not your fault.
That pause is like it had spent a night with Michael Flatley. It was just very virile, this Michael Flatley, who, by the way, is from the Irish town of Chicago, Illinois.
Yeah, I know. Garrett just texted us. He's American.
He's not actually Irish. He's from Chicago.
A text message. Sean has a Michael Flatley poster over his bed. That's not true. I'm Hispanic, and I watched that show in Vegas. Well, it's okay. I don't think that...
They allowed
Hispanics. Would you sneak in or something?
They let me in. I snuck in.
Hey, with 3 exclamation points afterwards. Like, super excited that he got into that show and he's Hispanic. Hey, guys, I'm Hispanic, and I watched that show in Vegas.
Start saying I'm Caucasian in front of stuff.
Oh, yeah.
I'm Caucasian, and I went to Burger King yesterday. I'm Caucasian. I mowed my lawn.
Which rodeo shows did you go to? Bun B, and I'm Caucasian. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that
was. Oh man, this is funny. We played the infomercial for the River Dance, and by the way, thank you, Kevin Cooper, former head of media relations for the Texans, friend of the show. Sent me the video. He sent me the YouTube of all of Chad Ochocinco's River Dance celebrations after touchdowns. So now, yes, I've seen that one. The signature for me is not just the hands on the hip. You weren't able to do this one, but the kicking of the knees with the
just
feet.
Just trust that I was doing it with all the alacrity of Michael Flatley.
I know you were. I know you were. Someone says we played the infomercial for the Lord of the Dance. And someone said, keep in mind, an early 90s infomercial, I love how the advertisements use the words like magical to describe a newspaper review, but they don't tell you that the word turd comes after the word magical. Magical turd? Huh? Come on now. No. I'm sure it was a magical show back in the day. Yeah, newspaper reviews, order tickets by phone. There was a lot of obsolete, like outdated stuff in that infomercial, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, doing anything by phone, my God. And talking to a person
like over
on
the phone. People, just kids. We don't mean like on your phone. We mean like talking to people on the phone. Like I know
talking
you do
to a human being on the phone.
Yeah, not using an app.
I still do that enough.
I like Jaylen.
I do it every time my bank calls me.
Hey,
you want a social? Sure, here you go.
Yeah,
just have at it.
I like this from Jaylen Noel because it connected him with one of his now current teammates. This was Jaylen Noel at the Senior Bowl being asked which defensive back, he wasn't a Texan yet, obviously, which defensive back do you want to go against?
One DB in the NFL right now that you would most like to go up against?
I would say Derek Stingley. I feel like he's probably top 2 deep corners in the league right now, so yeah, him for sure.
How about that? Stingley saw that video and gave him the handshake emoji and said iron. Just said iron, iron sharpen, handshake. And Jaylen Noel replied to that with a handshake of his own. So let's watch these two go at it at training camp, Seth. The contract is signed. They're going to go at it at training camp this year.
Jaylen Reed was asked at I think Landry asked him a question at the Combine about the Texans, and Jaylen Reed had reeled off. So Jaylen Reed, the safety, he's the Jaylen who's a safety in this draft class. He reeled off the entire Texans secondary pretty quickly. It was pretty cool.
Yeah.
It was because he knows Kalen Bullock, obviously. See, I didn't mess up at Jaylen, but I messed up the school because Reed's from Penn State.
Yeah.
So, but he reeled off, I think, the entire defensive backfield off the top of his head.
Yeah, I wonder who his connection. I mean, obviously, Juice Scruggs is on the team, was a teammate of his, but
I don't think he has a connection. He just knew the backfield.
Oh,
That's
he just
why
knew
it's
him.
more
Okay,
impressive.
Gotcha. Give yourself a ding, by the way.
Oh, I bet it was Jalen Smith the video I saw.
Jalen Smith would have the Bullock connection because they went to USC.
Yeah, I didn't mess up the names because
you had the wrong Jalen,
I was just actually thinking of the wrong one. What am I getting a ding for?
Because you have not butchered any of these guys yet. I don't think.
Right.
I don't think you've gotten the wrong Jalen. I mean, maybe once I didn't notice or something, but good job because this was a concern coming into this week. All the J's.
I do have a cheat sheet with the actual. Before I say anything,
give yourself a ding again for being smart and having a cheat sheet in front of you.
Getting ahead of the problem. Yeah. Understanding my flaws and weaknesses. Know thyself. That's what Michael Flatley said.
Hell yeah, man. They said that we should call it the Pender Dance. I didn't know what it was until 10 minutes ago.
Oh, and that was extra impressive because he's from Penn State, and he's not. I thought maybe Jalen Smith would obviously know Kalen Bullock, but Jaylen Reed reeled off the secondary.
Yeah. No, I know the clip you're talking about from the Combine where Landry asked him the question. That's what got that when they drafted him in the 6th round. I'm like, oh, that's the dude. And I'm being serious here. I'm not being facetious. That's the dude that was just over the top with his praise of the Texans secondary at the Combine. I
had never seen that clip before. I was excited to see this clip because the only other audio I had heard when I saw this clip was Jaylen Reed after he got drafted. And when Nick Casario's trying to have a conversation with him, all Jaylen Reed is saying, let's go.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. He's just screaming.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
And I'm to the point where I'm kind of like, is this guy all right?
Yeah.
I don't know. It turns out like he's got a pretty good. He actually looks like he's functioning pretty damn well.
He just kept screaming it with each person they put on the phone.
Yeah,
we'll have to play that audio in the next segment just for people who didn't get to hear it. It's some incredible audio. It's just a person screaming, let's do it, 14 times in 22 seconds. It didn't matter if D'Amico was on the phone. He screamed it with Cal on the phone. Like he's just, let's do it.
That's fun in a football environment. If you had just hired somebody to be your choreographer of the river dance or something, and you're trying to have a conversation about him, and he's just yelling, let's do it! Let's do it!
It was wild, man.
I'm Hispanic!
That's still the greatest text ever. I'm Hispanic, and I watched that show in Vegas. What's the correlation? You're allowed to watch it? What?
You're allowed to watch things outside of
your culture.
Dance.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
I listen to rock and roll.
Hey, guys, not sure if y'all touched on the Rockets, just got in the car, but do you think the series will change the mind on Durant or Booker more specific? Okay, let's hit that. We should be touching on the Rockets. We've touched on the Rockets a lot this morning.
Yeah, we touched on the river dance way too much. I apologize.
We did. That's okay. That's all right. Got to hear an old school 90s infomercial. Made me feel young again. It's all good. So let's do that. And I think it's interesting the names that this person brings up. I hate that this is where we are, but down 3-1 to the Warriors, this is where we are. Not only with Wednesday night, but what could potentially happen after Wednesday night. We will get to that. We'll circle back to the draft. We got the Pettycast. This is going to be a good Pettycast coming up at the top of the hour at 8 o'clock. Stay there.
From the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, just to put a bow on this, because we mentioned it in the previous segment, this was the greatest phone call. Of the 9 players that got drafted to the Texans, this was the most noteworthy and best phone call between the Texans brass and that player, informing them that they were going to become a Houston Texan. This is Jaylen Reed, the safety, 6th rounder out of Penn State.
Hello?
Jaylen, Nick Casario with the Texans. How you doing, bud?
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Congratulations. We're going to turn the pick in. We're excited to have you. You're a good football player.
Let's do it.
So,
let's do it.
Yeah,
Let's do it. Let's do it.
I'm going to put you on with Coach Ryans. Here's Coach Ryans.
All right, let's do it. Mm-hmm.
Hey, Jaylen, congrats, man.
Hey, get the Texans hat. Get the Texans hat. Let's do it. Appreciate it, Coach. Appreciate it, Coach.
You get that Texans hat ready, man. We're fired up to have you.
All right, bet. Let's do it, Coach. Let's do it.
All right, I'm passing you over to our owner here. Tell me.
All right, bet. Let's do it. Let's do it. Man, let's go. I'm ready. Let's go.
Give everyone a hug there. That helps get you. See you.
I got you.
Congrats.
They kind of cut to the chase with Cal. They handed the phone to Cal, and then you could tell there was sort of a jump cut. Like it did. The Cal portion did not last as brief a period of time as it was depicted in that particular audio.
Like, I don't have time for this.
Right. It was, if I had to guess, it was 10 more seconds of Jaylen Reed screaming, "Let's do it," and Cal wondering what the hell's going on the other end of this phone.
I like as a young man who's incredibly excited, which you like to see.
Yes.
This is not just another Saturday for him, and so that's cool.
Yeah.
I do like to think about Jaylen Reed being in the huddle or something during a timeout with 2 minutes left in the game, and D'Amico on the sideline, D'Amico being like, "Okay, listen, we're gonna show cover 2." He's like, "Let's do it, Okay, hold on a second, Jaylen. But then we want to rotate. Oh, let's do it. Let's do it. Just hold on a second, Jaylen. I got to explain something to you. All right, I got to get back on the field.
That's my favorite one. Let's do it.
Let's do it.
All right, Jaylen. This is what we typically see out of Flacco in this situation. Let's do it.
That's great.
Right.
That's
no,
great.
but let me explain. Let's do it.
We got a text, someone saying that was one of the best moments of that man's life. Cut him some slack. We're not giving. Cut him some slack.
We're not bashing him.
Cut him
cut us some slack.
That's what I was
you
just
hypersensitive doofus.
I was just gonna say, cut us some slack.
Let's do it.
Exactly, Jaylen.
I'm gonna come to wherever you live and river dance all over your skull.
Ben, we haven't done this in a while. I think, and Seth, you and I, we need to be simpatico on this. I think we add "Let's do it" to the show open.
Oh yeah, let's do that.
Let's add
because
that.
we might have to rotate Shannon Sharp.
Shannon Sharp might get canceled. Yeah, so we may have to rotate him out. But for now, let's add him. We'll have Shannon and Jaylen Reed both in there. Is that easily doable, Ben? Adding. Give it to us one more time.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. That's a hotkey now. I can tell.
That's a good one.
I can tell by the angle that Ben's sitting at that's a hotkey now with the monitor that he's looking at. All right, so we've got a lot of text on the Rockets, and several of them actually have to do with, okay, guys, we're not making. I'm kind of summarizing all the texts here, Seth, into one paraphrase. But a lot of them saying, all right, do we need to go get Durant, or the name that's popping onto the radar on the text page? I think it's been on the radar for both the Rockets and people thinking the Rockets need to make a deal for a big star, but the other Phoenix superstar, Devin Booker. And Booker, it sounds weird to say this because Durant is one of the top 10 players in the history of the league. It's going to cost you a lot more in terms of assets to go get Devin Booker because he's a younger player than it is to go get Kevin Durant, who's going to be 38 and is on, he's in the twilight years of his career. Either one would have come in awfully handy down one at the end of the game last night to try to go get you some offense, get the team some offense without having to work the ball around. Go get a bucket for us at the end of the game.
Yeah, and there were a lot of rumors just at the trade deadline about Devin or not at the trade. Just a lot of speculation. Not at the trade. It's a lot of speculation going on about this.
It was at the deadline too. Booker got mentioned at the deadline.
It was at the deadline.
Yeah, for
okay.
sure. Yeah.
No, I'm sorry. I got confused because I was looking at a time stamp that was wrong on an article. I'm all for it at this point. Yes, Devin Booker, Kevin Durant, whomever it might be, by all means, yes, please bring somebody in here who can give this offense some juice.
Here's the question now, because the question was that, Durant got talked about before the playoffs, almost as sort of this preemptive, like, hey, if this series doesn't go well, just know that this is the name that's going to come up. Be ready, because every time we bring up Kevin Durant, whether it was at the trade deadline or his name got brought up in the second half of the season, there was a lot of like, don't want Durant, want to roll with this young crew, that kind of thing. But if there were a trade, I know you and I would talk a lot about, all right, who are the guys that we do not want in that trade? And Amen Thompson is the clear one to me that's untouchable. And I know he hasn't been great in this series, but he, to me, has the highest ceiling of any player on this basketball team because he's already elite defensively. He's the only one on the team that's super elite at really anything. There's a lot of guys that are good, talented basketball players. Amen Thompson is an all-defensive, an all-NBA defensive player. He was top 5 for Defensive Player of the Year. And I think you can see enough of him offensively to know that, working on his jump shot in the offseason, he's already really good going to the bucket. Maybe he develops a three-point shot down the road. Who knows? I think he has a ceiling to be very good offensively. He's already elite defensively. Untouchable, Amen Thompson still. The ones that were kind of on the stage were Jalen Green and Alperen Şengün. Are they untouchable in a deal for either of these guys?
No.
Green, you almost have to put in a Devin Booker trade because there's overlap with the two. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, and I'm glad that Jalen Green has made the progress that he has this season, but I'm not in the mood to sit around and wait 3 more years to where he can start being consistent in the playoffs. I mean, they're just like to boil it down to as simple as possible. He's 3 out of 4 times he's been in the single digits scoring in these playoffs. He had that one brilliant game, but then you just can't abide single-digit scoring in playoff games from a guy that's supposed to be one of the the best players on your team.
Correct.
You know, I'll go through Devin Booker. Just keep this super simple. I can't find a playoff performance where he's been in the single digits, you know, and he's been in the finals. Do I wait 3 more years for Jaylen Green to just start get a feel for the playoffs and how to perform in the playoffs?
Yeah.
I've lost my patience.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, if it gets you Devin Booker, I've kind of – now, this is interesting, though. Chris Baldwin of Paper City, probably best known in these here parts for calling J.J. Watt the pizza boy back in 2011. He had that article where he was distraught that the Texans drafted the pizza boy. He has a really good article from right after the one win in this series. In Game 2, he had access. He was in the Fertitta's suite with them after the game was over, so I had a chance to talk to Tillman and Patrick and Rafael Stone about the Rockets and kind of where this after a double-digit win over the Warriors. And Tillman Fertitta had quotes in the article like, this team is never going to get bullied by any team in the NBA. They talked about how committed they were and are to this young core, you know, that they were getting calls about. It made it say, the article, Seth, made it sound like they were the ones getting calls about the superstar players much more than them initiating the calls to look for a superstar player. Like, they're really committed to this group. Again, that's after the sugar high of a win over the Warriors to tie that series at 1. I would submit that there have been times in the games 3 and 4 in this series where they have been bullied around a little bit by the Warriors, and this young core that you're talking about has failed you in these 2 games.
Yeah, and like in Şengün, the numbers look good in the box score, but just when Draymond Green was on the floor, Şengün was not effective.
Yes.
Yeah, and in the final quarter especially, Draymond Green showing back up was pretty much the key to the game there. If Draymond Green had fouled out, then Rockets probably win that game because Şengün was a different guy out there as long as Draymond Green would come on the floor and Şengün would dribble a couple drips out of his little river dance.
His little river dance.
Yeah.
So we'll see. It's a lot of, it feels like the appetite, it feels like this 3-1 deficit, and especially the way last night went down, has kind of whetted the appetite for our audience for a trade of some sort. And it may not be KD, maybe it's Booker, or maybe somebody else. They need some offense. They need somebody who can go get them some buckets at the end of games like that last night. That last possession, not good. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. It means it's Pettycast time. This is a great way to blend the Bill Belichick interview story with pettiness.
Which got even better yesterday.
Yes, we will combine that. The latest details of the Bill Belichick CBS interview are incredible, as well as his pettiness towards both Robert Kraft and social media. So we'll get to that, and we've got other petties in there. Text yours in, 713-572-4610. Pettycast next.
Hey, this Mother's Day, celebrate.
KILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so start texting in your petty, 24610. Getting a few of them on there. We will get to them, I promise. The Pettycast. Show is petty all the time, but at 8 a.m. on Tuesday, we take it up a notch, and we highlight our own petties. We highlight the petties of those around the world. And Seth, a once great New England Patriot and host here at Sports Radio 610, once told me back in 2017, nobody is more petty than Bill Belichick. Nobody. And that person was Ted Johnson.
If Belichick were to learn that he was being heavily featured on our Pettycast, he would have an assistant somewhere write our names down.
Yes.
Just in case.
Yep.
Probably would never need it, but just in case. You'd want to know.
An assistant who he may or may not be sleeping with. Exactly. Before we get to the petty Bill Belichick audio from his CBS interview on Sunday, he's promoting a book. We all know the story. He's in the last 10 months ago, he found a woman by the name of Jordan Hudson, who's in her mid-20s, and they're in a relationship. Reportedly met on a plane. We will hear him getting asked about where they met shortly. But she is not only his significant other, but also his assistant. She says chief operating officer of Belichick Productions at the bottom of emails, I guess.
Yeah.
But she is, put it this way, Seth, regardless of what the title is, she is heavily embedded in both Bill Belichick's business and the business of the University of North Carolina football program.
Right. She's attached on all emails involving anything PR or media or anything like that.
That's right. So Bill Belichick did this interview morning. It was an 8-minute interview. It was an 8-minute piece. I don't know how long the interview was. Reportedly, the whole thing was a train wreck. We got more and more details coming out. We're going to play some audio from it in just a second. Petty audio. But the reports involving Jordan Hudson and her involvement, if you watch the video, if you watch the interview, you know she was sitting off to the side at a desk, kind of monitoring everything. And reportedly, as you're going to hear in a minute, she was heavily involved in the overall shaping of the interview and the questions, to the point where at one point she got so frustrated she walked out of the room, and they had to sit around for 30 minutes waiting for her to come back.
Yeah.
There was a long delay.
Yeah.
And the University of North Carolina Athletic Department is reportedly, according to TMZ, very concerned about her involvement with the program right now.
She looks like in the snippets you see from this interview, she looks very much like an overly eager and aggressive PR-type person that just wants to try to control anything and everything.
Yep.
And those people are annoying whether they're somebody's girlfriend or not.
That's
right. Especially when it's somebody's girlfriend.
Somebody's girlfriend, and she's just like overbearing. We'll get to her in a second. This might be one of the more petty things we've seen in a long, long time. Robert Kraft, Bill Belichick's book is about his life in football. Zero mention of Kraft in the book, not even in the acknowledgments.
I have to ask about Robert Kraft because 24 years together, 6 Super Bowls. Unless I'm wrong, he's not in this book. How come?
He's not. Well, again, it's football, and it's really more about the ones that I experienced directly.
But he's not even in the acknowledgement section.
Correct.
Okay. And his girlfriend of 10 months, Jordan Hudson, is in the acknowledgement section.
And it's about, what's the title of the book?
The Art of Winning.
The Art of Winning. Right. Which
yeah.
in the NFL does involve a certain relationship with the owner. So, yeah,
yes.
it's curious that the guy actually owned the team that, provided the environment for which you won all those Super Bowls. Yeah, just completely absent from the book.
If nothing else, he hired you. He gave you this opportunity that is allowed, your performance
After
dictates.
you've been run out of town in Cleveland.
That's right.
You think you would have been smart enough to draft 2 quarterbacks?
Yep.
Not likely.
Maybe this is why Belichick is so petty. It seems there's a disagreement over exactly how the relationship was severed a couple years ago.
Do you feel like you were treated with dignity and respect when you were let go by Robert Kraft?
Yeah, well, it was a mutual decision for us to part ways.
He said fired.
It was a mutual decision.
Okay. There's a mutual decision.
There was
in an interview last fall, he talked about it briefly, and he said, I kept him for 24 years. I didn't enjoy having to fire him. So there's at least one instance where Bob Kraft said that he fired Bill Belichick.
Okay, well, there you go. So Belichick petty about that. Now, this is the cut.
Do you believe Bill or believe Belichick?
I do, too. I think
that Kraft's a weird dude. Yeah. Belichick's weird, but in more of like a normal weird way. Like psychotically football coach type of way. But Kraft's weird in a billionaire weird way, which is just, that's like, that breaks all the boundaries down.
It was conducted more like a mutual thing. Like it was, they had a press conference where the two of them were sitting next to each other. You never see that for a firing, you know?
Can you imagine if you mutually broke up with somebody and everything's cool, and then you find out that she's been running around telling everybody she dumped you?
Yeah, that's what that is.
That would drive me insane.
Yes, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. To the point where I would lie and say, no, I dumped her. Yeah.
I'd have to release the hard drive after that.
Yeah.
That's sorry, girl. Yeah.
It's a good thing about a divorce is that one side needs to file it and the other one needs to accept the documentation when the courier shows up. You know, there's clarity.
You can't do it. You can't jointly file for divorce.
Well, you turn your keys at the same time.
State.
Yeah. Maybe so. All right. So here's the big one for Belichick that is getting a lot of run. This was the interviewer for CBS, whose name escapes me, asking Belichick, where'd you meet Jordan?
The other change for Belichick is 24-year-old Jordan Hudson, his creative muse, as he writes in his book.
Make sure that that's the...
Jordan was a constant presence during our interview.
You have Jordan right over there. Everybody in the world seems to be following this relationship. They've got an opinion about your private life. It's got nothing to do with them, but they're invested in it. How do you deal with that?
Never been too worried about what everybody else, what I feel like is best for me and what's right.
How did you guys meet?
Not talking about this.
No?
No.
It's a topic neither one of them is comfortable commenting on, though Hudson has recently posted about it on Instagram.
I love that. I had to leave that in there. She didn't want to talk about it, but she loves those clicks. Yeah.
There's pictures of them canoodling on Instagram and everything, but you can't talk about something as innocent as, hey, how'd you two guys meet? Now, that's the kind of denial that a young, stupid PR person might make if they're being overly aggressive and trying to control the message or whatever, but they don't realize that in shutting that line of questioning down, it just invites all kinds of speculation.
Yeah.
Like, well, wait a second. Why are you shutting that down?
People are speculating.
I'm going to go digging. Don't look behind this box.
Right.
There's nothing behind this curtain. You're stupid for asking.
Well, the other thing it makes you wonder, especially on the heels of this report about what a nightmare she was during this interview to work with, how many other questions did that guy ask that she jumped in on and said, nope, not going to. Reportedly.
They said she was involved multiple times, like kind of stopping the flow of the conversation.
Yeah, and reportedly, like there was supposed to be a second part of this.
Yeah.
And CBS is like, nope. They're like, we'll be lucky to get 8 minutes out of this. You know, like it was so bad. Like that's how it was so bad. CBS said, no, we're not going to do a second one. This was a train wreck.
I like thinking about the book publisher, too. When you send the author out to do these interviews and everything to try to hype up the book, and Belichick couldn't look more miserable. Come read my book, I suppose.
Yeah, and it's funny because his persona and the persona that, granted, has been getting displayed through a Jordan Hudson curated filter at North Carolina, has been a much peppier, more upbeat Bill Belichick since he left coaching, when he was a different Belichick on television, I thought, certainly than he was in press conferences and sit-down interviews,
No, everybody will tell you that he's different, in different areas of his life. He's more like a normal person. It's just football. He's a football guy. The more and more I feel that Belichick might just be susceptible to a certain type of personality, like with Jack Easterby or with his current girlfriend, where he just wants somebody that can take care of all of those parts of his life that he's not good at. Like any of the social type stuff. Yeah. And I think with Easterby, it's almost like you hit the easy button on like, oh, okay, you can have a rapport with players and tell me how they're feeling and how to act and everything. And then likewise with Jordan Hudson, okay, I got to do social media now as a part of being a college coach. Fine. You take care of it. I got to do media. Okay, you take care of it.
Yeah. That is what it feels like. That's definitely
She's like Easterby with a vagina.
Right. And high knee boots. Don't want to see Easterby in those either.
God, that's hot. Yeah. Hey, could somebody out there Photoshop me a mashup of Easterby and Jennifer Hudson?
Doing his
AI.
His trip walking knee-high boots up there on the stage.
People in California are all like, "Hey, dude."
Oh God.
That clown ran this team for 2 years. And then we were in Houston, and people were all like, "Boy, howdy."
They had big belt buckles and cowboy hats.
I hate him so much. Oh my gosh.
All right.
River dance all over.
So that was Belichick being petty towards Kraft, and I would say Jordan Hudson being petty towards CBS. We got a few more here. Brandon Beane, the GM of the Buffalo Bills, did an appearance on 5:50 a.m. up in Buffalo on a show hosted by two guys named Jeremy and Joe. And he was listening to their show, the segment before he was coming on, and they were talking about how maybe the Bills hadn't addressed the wide receiver room sufficiently. This was on Monday, I believe. It was after the draft was over. And Brandon Beane, the GM of the Bills, was listening, hearing them criticize the Bills' approach to the wide receiver room, and he came out firing before the first question was even asked in the interview.
You were up late with you in the first round and the second round. It's a busy weekend for you.
Yeah, no, it was. It was. I was just listening to the last few minutes of your show before I came on, waiting on here.
All right.
Sounds like 2018 all over with you guys.
Well, how so?
Well, you guys were bitching in 2018 about Josh Allen. You guys wanted Josh Rosen, and now you guys are bitching that we don't have a receiver. I don't get it. Like, we just hold on, let me talk. We just scored 30 points in a row for 8 straight games. A year ago, I get you guys asking why we didn't have receivers, but I don't understand it now. You just saw us lead the league in points. No one scored more points than the Buffalo Bills, including the Super Bowl champions. So you just saw us do it without Stephon Diggs, same group. How is this group not better than last year's group? Our job is to score points and win games. Where do we need to get better? Defense. We did that. So I get it. You got to have a show, and you got to have something to bitch about. But bitching about wide receiver is one of the dumbest arguments I've heard.
Do you, my thought?
I would say my quick response to that, and I think you agree with this. I try to be pretty cordial and everything, but my quickest response to that would be like, well, we'd like to score more points than the Chiefs. That's what we're hoping to do. I know you scored a lot of points. You guys haven't been able to beat the Chiefs. And, yes, I realize defense is an issue because the Chiefs didn't score a lot of points this year in general, and you allowed 32 in that final conference championship game. We just want to score more points than the Chiefs, and we feel like wide receivers would be a good way to go about doing that.
Yeah. He went on to say in that interview, he went to the whole, hey, you got to pick your areas where you spend your resources. We got an all-pro quarterback who we just gave a raise to. We have a really good offensive line that's highly paid. The running back room, he didn't say James Cook, but James Cook is on the verge of, it seems like, holding out for a bigger contract. They got good tight ends. That was sort of his argument for the whole thing. I'm with you. Don't tell me about the delivery. Just show me the baby,
That was how, that's because Nick and I will go back and forth on stuff like that pretty, because he'll jab. Don't feel bad jabbing at him about the time I criticized Kenyon Green and people. The thing that sucks, though, is whenever Nick and I will go back and forth, immediately there's a faction of the Texans fan base that will grab just whatever I say and act like I was attacking Nick Caserio.
Yeah.
It's always after he says something to me, and I need to shut him down.
He started it.
You're right. It's like, okay, Nick, you want to play this game? Yeah. Let's go.
Yeah.
And then I do I'm pretty good when I want to be with that stuff.
Right.
But then I get the psychotics that think I'm just this a-hole out there attacking Nick Caserio.
It's the life you've chosen, my man. This is the life you've chosen. Yeah.
But I side with Billy Beane on that as far as just going out and getting a position. I'm more Beane, and Billy Beane too.
Both of them.
If Billy Beane were a football genius.
Was kind of a Moneyball take by Brandon Beane, right? Like, hey, you can't pay everybody, so you got to you got to find some things on the margins. Let's read some of the petties here on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Is my take on roster construction petty? It used to be intriguing. Now I'm pissed that it takes so long. Being over 50 makes me realize time is short. That is true. When you hit 50, you're like, man, you do. I thought about this back when I was in my 30s and the Red Sox were still trying to win their first World Series. I thought about my dad who's a big Red Sox fan, and they just had the series where Aaron Boone hit the home run to break everybody's hearts, and I'm like, God, my poor dad is whatever age he was. I'm like, on average, he's probably only got like 20 more looks at this thing for the rest of his life. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I do think about that sometimes.
That's where you see owners start to sometimes. Speaking of the Bills, Ralph Wilson kind of got to that point where he was towards the end of his days in his owner. I think he sold before he died.
Yeah.
Whatever it was. They started making some pretty aggressive moves. He was like, all right, I gotta get on this.
I want to see this. Yeah.
Take note, Jerry. I don't like what Jerry Jones.
Yeah.
Whatever the hell you're doing.
Dude,
that just ain't the plan, man.
Jerry's the opposite. Like, Jerry just waits to sign everybody. Like, you are not operating like
That's
somebody
what I'm
who's
saying.
92 years old. No, he needs to speed it up. Yeah.
Operate with a little urgency.
Absolutely. Yeah. Lot of petty. I don't even know if I want to call it petty because I think a lot of it's deserved right now, but it's the Pettycast, so I'll call it petty, towards Jaylen Green. Get Jaylen off my team. He's been given more than enough time to prove himself. His ceiling is a sixth man. He just doesn't have that, wait for it, it factor. He doesn't have the it factor, Seth.
Yeah.
Nebulous.
Well, I don't even think it's he doesn't even qualify for the it factor discussion.
Correct.
There's you can't even have an argument about whether or not he's got an it factor. I would say because there's a lot of people out there who still adamantly to the death defend Jaylen Green, but if they think he's shown ever any kind of an actual it factor, then more than for one night, no, he's not even in the conversation.
Yeah. Text message on Ariante Ursery. I'm impressed with Ursery. Great size and strength, but a tackle. I don't know if this is can't quote or can quote. I can't quote Seth for sure, but a guard has shorter legs and arms and a bigger butt. If I was C.J. Stroud, I would start thinking about my exit strategy.
Oh, okay. I didn't say this part.
Yeah.
No, if you're saying I said that last part, I've never said anything close to that.
They said I can't quote Seth for sure. So
I said no. I think the challenge of being a tall guy going down and playing guard is that your height can sometimes be a disadvantage at guard if you don't play low. So if you're a guy like Ursery who does not have great knee bend, you can get away with that at tackle. Ideally, yes, everybody would play exactly like Laramie Tunsil as a pass protector, but he's not that guy. It's just harder to get away with that, the upright play style at guard, because you've got guys that can very much get up underneath your pads very, very quickly. At offensive tackle, there's space. So it's not that you desire shorter legs or shorter arms. It's just that you've got to be a certain type of guy to be a real tall guy and play guard, and I just don't see that with Ursery.
All right, that was your Pettycast. Keep texting in, 713-572-4610. We'll circle back to the Rockets and their loss last night. Were the Texans trying to trade up for an unexpected target in the draft on Friday night? There are plenty of reports of them trying to trade up. Do we now know who they were trying to trade up for? We'll try to connect some dots coming up next. But if you're
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, it is zero secret that the Texans were trying to move up in the draft on Thursday night in round one. And I think a lot of the conjecture, Seth, was they were trying to move up for, Tyler Booker going to the Cowboys at 12 overall. Felt like a spot that they might have been talking. The Cowboys themselves had said they've been talking to a few teams about big trades. A lot of people assume that the Texans might have been one of them. You started to see the offensive linemen, particularly guards, fly off the board in the Texans. Nick Caserio said it in the press conference afterwards. They were working the phones and nothing came to fruition. It takes two to tango to get a trade done. I think all the assumptions were that it was for either an offensive line and a wide receiver started to slip there.
Yeah.
I don't think tight end was on the, I don't think tight end was on the, was high up people's list of what they might trade up for. Although I had said the few days leading up to the draft that if Tyler Warren started to slip into the teens that I'd make a phone call, But this was interesting. This was Ian Rappaport yesterday on the Pat McAfee show talking about Colston Loveland, the tight end out of Michigan, that ended up going 10th to the Bears and going ahead of Tyler Warren. That Colston Loveland, being the first tight end taken, was not the favorite in this draft. And listen to who Ian Rappaport mentions in this report here.
Before the draft, I'm starting to hear that a couple teams are really, really active of trying to trade up. And so the teams, I heard the Texans were, and I heard the Broncos were. And, no one's ever going to tell you who they're trying to trade up for, because obviously they don't want someone else taking them. So the only thing I can tell is, when the calls stop, right? If you're trying to trade up for someone and then all of a sudden the calls stop, it's all right, well, you were probably trying to trade up for that guy. The Bears take Colston Loveland at 10, and a bunch of calls stopped. And I was like, wow.
Okay. So the implication there would be that the Texans were trying to trade up with maybe not with the Bears, obviously, but maybe trying to trade up into a range they thought they could get Colston Loveland, and then he goes 10th to the Bears, then the calls cease after that.
He's talking about calls to himself or calls that he's getting reports of people
calls up to the people. The teams were getting. This is how I interpret it.
Yeah.
This is how it was interpreted online as well. Is that the Texans and others were making phone calls to try to move up into that range there where they thought they could get. Now they could get Loveland. Right. Loveland gets picked 10th, and then the calls stop.
Okay, this is the only problem I have with that is that that's also immediately after Calvin Banks Jr. was drafted.
Yeah.
So Calvin Banks gets drafted 9, Colston Loveland goes 10.
Yes.
I mean, Ian Rappaport, great work doing all you do with the Nugget Hussey stuff and everything. But, am I to believe that 10-minute period was there's a specific line of demarcation?
So I would even say, I know where you're going with it, Seth. I wasn't even thinking of Banks. I was thinking of Tyler Booker 2 picks later. Stuff moves pretty quick.
Yeah.
Can the timeline get messed up to where the calls, the calls may have stopped right after Tyler Booker, but it's getting your sources are conflating it with Colston Loveland at 10 instead of Booker at 12.
There's a time lag there, and so if people are calling specifically about that 10th pick, and somebody was still calling the Bears after Calvin Banks had been drafted, maybe he knows that the Texans were doing it.
Banks is the better example. I was thinking Booker at 12, but you're absolutely right. Banks. Even if you go back and watch the draft and just see how much time there was between those 2 picks, if it was only a few minutes, it could have been either one of those guys. You're absolutely right.
And I think that yes, they don't draft for need. I do think that a lot of teams trade for need if it's a prospect they really like that they think they could round out the roster. And the way they're constructed right now, and I know very few, but Dalton Schultz, even after the George Kittle contract this morning, is still the 10th highest paid tight end in NFL history, which is also currently.
Yeah.
But the 10th highest paid tight end, you've got a draft pick from last year, you've got Brevin Jordan. I just don't know if they would – I'd be surprised if they were that much in love with the tight end to trade up to the 10th pick overall to draft a tight end. I feel it makes more sense that it would be Calvin Banks or Tyler Booker. The Texans might have gotten word that Booker was going to go to the Cowboys. Who knows why the calls stopped.
Yeah, and the calls could have been to teams at 15 But it's just
he
once
wasn't
that guy
saying specifically to the Bears.
to the Bears.
Right?
No, he was just
said
saying a lot of calls trying. I'd be shocked if the Texans were trying to move into the top 10 for anything, given what the cost would be.
Daniel Jeremias and Jonathan Alexander, those two guys who don't put out a lot of nonsense out there when it comes to what they feel a team believes. Like Kelvin Banks was mentioned by both those guys multiple times about the Texans really like Kelvin Banks.
Yeah.
So it makes more sense that it's kind of cool that they were trying to trade up for Kelvin Banks. So the adult in me says, okay, but they didn't want to pay too much. Cool. The petulant child in me says, come on. Look at the magnificent Gladstone. He did whatever it took.
Yes.
Trade away the entire draft for Kelvin Banks.
I need
Banks,
you
damn it.
to move up for Kelvin Banks, and then at his initial press conference, tell me how he's going to elevate the sport of football itself.
Yes.
And give me belief in myself, because football gives us all belief. That's what the magical Gladstone said.
Now, one thing in one of his press conferences was that a lot of guys went in the first round, or a lot of guys went higher than you were seeing in the mock drafts and what have you.
Loveland was one of
what
them.
the consensus was, and they weren't surprised by it. I wonder if Loveland was one of those guys. The ones that they weren't surprised by, that Nick wasn't surprised by. I wonder if Colson Loveland was. Kelvin Banks went where people thought he probably would.
Yep.
In that range. Tyler Booker is the big one that I think a lot of teams, not just the Cowboys, probably were not all that worried about his combine performance and just said, no, we liked him before the combine, and we based that on how he played football and how he looked athletically while he was playing football. So I don't care if my 340-pound offensive guard can't run 40 yards really fast.
Right, exactly. I wonder what the most Nick Caserio would have done to move up was. Like, what was his... when you're buying something, you're on eBay or whatever, you've got a limit as to where you're going to go. Like in an auction, like, all right, this is this is the furthest I'm going to go, live auction, whatever. I'm not going to go more than $2,000 on this trip or whatever at a charity auction. I wonder what was the limit of how much Nick would have given up to
What's
move
a
up
fair value for that?
To move up and get a guy, to move up from 25 near the top 10, I think would be probably a first-round pick. Next year's first. I'm just using the Deshaun Watson trade as a template, Seth. I know it's a quarterback, so maybe the math changes a little bit. They moved up from 25 to 12 back in 2017, and it was an extra first-round pick. That's what the cost was to move up.
Yeah.
I would not give up a next year's first to guys, to move up to 9 or 10 and get any of the guys that were not Kelvin Banks. Not the tight ends, not anybody. Not Booker,
No, I don't think
anybody.
any of those offensive tackles. They're all really, really good prospects, but I didn't think that they were the kinds that you just leverage your future completely on.
Yeah.
So I was intrigued that they liked Kelvin Banks and that they were willing to trade up to get him. I'm glad that they didn't sell the farm for anybody, not just Kelvin Banks, just anybody in this year's draft. It was just that kind of other than Travis Hunter and that's pretty much it. Travis Hunter are guys where you're like, oh, yeah, this is the guy we need to change our football team, and I'm willing to do whatever it takes.
I think the max would have been an extra. They went into Thursday night with an extra 2, an extra 3, and an extra 4 next year.
Yeah.
If I had to say the max, especially if you're so tempted, boy, he's sitting right there, Tyler Booker or Kelvin Banks sitting right there, the max I would say would be an extra 2. And I think the one thing you look at on the big trades that Nick has made, the trade that when they traded for Diggs and they traded for Will Anderson, is that I don't think he's ever going to gut a draft to go get somebody. When he's made those moves, it's been when he's had a surplus.
Yeah.
He's had extra picks to do it,
I wonder, too, with the Colston Loveland. So if we go to whether the Texans were trying to trade up for Colston Loveland, the tight end, or Kelvin Banks, who went immediately before him, all I remember from the timeline of all of that was that I know the Bears must have gotten the pick in quickly because I was waiting for – I had seen that the Bears made their pick, and I was waiting forever on TV for them to announce. If that, too, especially lends more credence to, okay, yeah, the Texans stopped calling after Loveland was taken, but it was also immediately after Kelvin Banks was taken.
Yeah, I think your theory that's the one that holds the most water to me. When you add up all the reports, leading up to the draft, from Jeremiah, you mentioned Jonathan Alexander, all the conjecture that Kelvin Banks was the guy. Yeah,
Or at least the Bears, it was leaked, and the report was out there way before it was announced, compared to relative to today's standards.
Yeah, it's just a coincidence that Colson Loveland happened to be the next guy getting drafted after that. I'm with you. If the call stopped, it's because Banks went off the board, which would maybe imply, would imply that maybe they weren't trying that hard to move up and get Tyler Booker, or Booker needed to get to a certain stage of the draft before they'd think about making phone calls. I have no idea. It's fun to connect the dots, though.
Well, yeah, because he started making calls again, he said, in the mid-teens, which is, lo and behold, when Gray Zabel, the guard, went off the board to the Seahawks with the 18th pick.
That's right.
At that point, I always forget to mention that Ibuka was still available there at that point, too. So Ibuka, Matthew Golden, and Donovan Jackson were all right there between 18 and 25.
Boy.
And that was when they started making calls in the mid-teens.
And the dynamic of two of those guys you just mentioned being Ohio State guys, too. Ibuka, who would be a target for C.J. Stroud, and Donovan Jackson, who would be tasked with protecting C.J. Stroud. And the fact that Nick Caserio does not shy away from the fact that they talk to players about other players. It would stand to reason you would talk to Ibuka and Donovan Jackson, and the dynamic of both those guys going somewhere else, and you back out of the first round altogether. I still have to guess that C.J. is pretty happy with this draft, from his perspective. You get 2 wide receivers, a third down back, and another offensive lineman in the building there.
I mean, one thing we know for sure that CJ is happy about, because he said it, was that he's going to be charged with more responsibility at the line of scrimmage. I think he's going to be more involved in pass protection and setting the protection. With Slowick, and I know this because Slowick himself said it, was they didn't do a lot of the pre-snap stuff, and you could tell by the fact that they didn't have any hurry or urgency to get out of the huddle. They just Bobby's up there trying to draw up the perfect play. No, CJ, you don't have to make any checks at the line of scrimmage. I got the perfect play coming for you. And then we get up to the line with 4 seconds left and get the play out. I think they're going to operate a lot differently this year. They're going to try to let CJ use his brain and identify things pre-snap and get them into better situations. So I think that alone is probably a good selling point to CJ on feeling that things will be better, that, hey, we're not going to be quite so primitive in the way we approach pass protection and the pre-snap operation. We're going to be more like the guys that you've liked and admired and watched, the true veteran quarterbacks.
All right, the Astros win last night. Jose Altuve, a big part of that. He had a 2-run home run to give the Astros the lead that they never relinquished. Altuve is back doing talking about one of his teammates in somewhat the same vein he was talking about one of his former teammates after the season last year. We will explain coming up next.
Texans closed down night 2 of the draft by adding some speed to the secondary. Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
That ball driven high and deep to left field. Altuve hits the community leaderboard sign, basically on the train tracks. Train number 27 has just left Union Station. Astros lead 4-3.
That was good to see, man. There's at least some pop starting to with this lineup. Jordan and Yainer had home runs on Sunday. Altuve and Christian Walker yesterday. They put up 7 on Sunday. They put up 8 yesterday. Maybe this thing starts to break a little bit. I was looking last night, Seth. They don't have anybody in the starting lineup with an OPS of over 800 right now.
No,
not a single person. Now, keep in mind, this was a team, and we were a little spoiled, admittedly, but this was a team that if you go back and look at lineups in the late teens, 2018, 2019, even early into 2020 and 2021, like the year Hughley won the batting title was, I believe, 2021, and he was like the 7-hole hitter on that team. They routinely had multiple guys, like 4 or 5 guys with OPSs of high 800, low 900. Jordan be flirting with 1,000. They don't have a player. If you're math checking me, Seth, I think I'm right on this, but if you're checking,
no,
me
I'm not checking it.
Yeah.
I was looking up.
It's fine if you are. Because I probably could use a second set of eyes. I did this very late last night as the Rockets were frustrating me in the early third quarter. I'm like, yeah, you know what I'm going to do? This will put me in a better mood. I'm going to go add up OPSs for the Astros. This is terrible.
I was looking up an oddity I discovered about Yainer Diaz yesterday because at the time, I want to say he had a 700 OPS at some point recently, which is like a high 6. He's 685 OPS right now.
Yainer is okay.
Yeah, which is below average, but given the fact that no. I'm sorry, I apologize. He's not 685. In the last 14 games, he's got a 685 OPS.
Okay.
So slightly below average Major League Baseball. But you're like, okay, well, at the very least, the problem is this. In those 14 games, he's taken 0 walks. His on-pace percentage is 241. It's just that he's had some multi-base hits finally, lo and behold, that his OPS gets lifted up.
Yeah.
It's not nearly as bad as it was at the very beginning of the season, but he's still not great.
If you have faith that these guys are actually, like Yainer Diaz, are you comfortable enough with the body of work he had in 2022 when Dusty seemingly wouldn't play him, but he was still really good? And 2023, where he was one of the best offensive catchers in baseball. And I'm just using him as an example. If you have faith that, hey, this guy's just a way better hitter than what he is now, like the league hasn't figured him out, their lineup like that right now. Like that they're 15 and 13. That's why I bring this up. And the pitching has been otherworldly. I get it. Like there's just as good a chance that the pitching regresses a little bit as there is that the hitting gets better here. I mean, just that's the way baseball works. I just think there's way more upside for the offense to get better with who they have than there is that the pitching, barring injury, is going to regress, especially if Lance McCullers, who, by the way, had another really good rehab start and seems to be getting close to coming back, you add him into the mix now, too. That's why I say that. Like, I think they're 15 and 13 right now, if I'm not mistaken. That they're 15 and 13 and they're this abysmal offensively. Not a single guy, not a single player with an OPS over 800 on a team with Jose Altuve, Jordan Alvarez, Yainer Diaz, Christian Walker, Isaac Paredes. Pena started to look like more of a guy who can get his OPS up a little bit. None of them are over 800, and you're 15 and 13. You feel pretty good about that.
Right. Well, and the pitching has been phenomenal. They're in any given day you wake up and they're third or first, second, third in ERA on the pitching staff. I did the successful cherry picking with Yainer. In the last 7 games, he's got a 720 OPS.
Look at that,
so
man.
Right around the league average.
Yeah.
240 batting average, Sean.
What made me
Still no walks.
What made me that's just who he is, I think. What made me look it up was ironically enough was Josh Hader getting another save. I'm like, Hader has been one of the best closers in baseball. They're like, as of right now, I like things like the All-Star game and stuff like that, Seth. I'm into accolades and honors. I'm like, right now the only two guys, if the All-Star game were next week, would be locks to be on the American League team. They don't have a single hitter that's even close to being in the conversation. Unless they get voted in by the fans, they don't have a single hitter that's even close to being in a conversation about being among the best at their position in baseball.
Right. As far as the positive developments offensively is that Jeremy Pena has made a lot of tweaks that have actually worked out this year.
Yeah.
And I still have faith in the guys that you expect to be hitting better than they are right now. On the pitching side of things, I think Blanco, and you've touched on this earlier, Blanco is a career 3.5 ERA guy. He had that magnificent stretch in the first half of last season, so we've seen that upside. But some of that was a little bit of luck in that bore out in the second half of the season. But at the very least, because he's 31 years old.
Yeah.
He's not young. You don't expect that. I know he's a late bloomer, but you don't expect that necessarily all of a sudden over the next 2 years he's going to make a bunch of drastic changes. But if that's the weak spot in your starting lineup, if the other guys that have kind of come out of that have gone through the Astros car wash can really do it, that's still better than an average major league pitcher.
Yeah, you're going to get Arrighetti back here soon. He had a good report on his thumb yesterday. So here was, and maybe McCullers too. Knock wood. Lance had a really good rehab start over the weekend. So that play. He's threw 71 pitches and he was really, really good. So we'll see what happens against major league hitting, probably sooner rather than later. Jose Altuve sat to the game. I like meddlesome assistant GM Jose Altuve. We saw it with Alex Bregman. I mean, hardcore with Alex Bregman. He was lobbying hard to get Bregman signed. Didn't work, obviously. Here was Jose Altuve just being asked a general question about Jeremy Pena.
I think he's more mature, and he's a guy that, works hard, plays hard, shows up every day, willing to go and play, willing to learn. And when you combine all those things, you're going to have a great year. You're going to become a superstar. And he's a very valuable player for us. And I'm very surprised he's not signing to a long-term year with deal with the Astros. He's a guy that you really want him on your team for the long term. So.
Okay. You know who Jose Altuve is, Seth? He is somebody that we've talked about on this show within the last hour. He is an aging NFL owner, is what he is right now.
That's what he is. He's getting desperate.
Yes, Jose Altuve is, 35 now? He's on his last contract probably. Now he's won 2 World Series already, but it's been a little more painful since 2022. He wants a heightened sense of urgency and devil may care when it comes to spending. Yes.
He went to watch Riverdance this offseason. Yep. Despite any potential restrictions that we didn't know about. And I think Altuve is just like, all right, it's time to do this thing, and I'm going to speak out about it. But now the first time he spoke out about it with Bregman didn't work out.
It didn't work out, and look, these are very different situations. Bregman was soon to be a free agent that was going to get $40 million a year in a situation where guys like Yordan Alvarez, Christian Javier, Alex Bregman, Alex Bregman, Jose Altuve. Back in the day, all signed deals with arbitration years still remaining, kind of buying out their arbitration years for a little bit of income certainty. It's worked out tremendously for the Astros on the Yordan front. It's not worked out great on the Javier front because of injury. I have to imagine the Astros have approached Pena about some sort of deal, and he's maybe like Kyle Tucker, willing to ride this thing out. And see
they
what
happens. Operating that way.
Yes.
Now with Dana Brown, though, too, is Dana Brown going to operate in quite that same way? I don't know. That'll be he's obviously doing a lot of things differently than his predecessors. With Pena, Pena defensively has ironed out all of those things that were kind of frustrating and weird last year. Offensively, he's been very, very consistent, but you know that there's more upside in him. I wonder if Pena probably feels like, man, I haven't really shown the best version of myself yet, and they may have approached him, and Pena might just not feel like signing it just yet. He just wants to push it to however long he
plays
can.
Plays a premium position, plays it well defensively. He'll do that. He'll do that for a long, long time. I could see that where he's betting on himself for sure.
But he's also 28 years old.
Yeah.
So by the time he does get to free agency, he's up there.
Well, the other thing too, and I don't want to go too deep on this, just because it's not always a great radio topic, but it is worth mentioning here, guys that are thinking about signing. There is a virtual guarantee. It feels like that after not this season but next season, there's going to be a lockout. There's a new collective bargaining agreement coming up, and we'll see. I mean, baseball, the two sides have dug in against each other before. It's been a long time since they've had a major work stoppage. They had the one a few years ago that chopped off some spring training. But I think that may be another thing that some players are waiting to see, or maybe create a sense of urgency in doing it if there's a salary cap.
Just get it done so I'm not affected by this if there's a
whatever
year
happens.
Sometimes when these years come up, like MLB owners are curiously tight with the purse strings in free agency.
Yeah.
Which he's got 2 more years of control left after this.
Yep.
So he'd only be 30 when he's an unrestricted free agent. Hitting. Once you get to that, he's got 3 years, including this one, of play time, and I feel like he thinks he's got much more in him.
Mm-hmm.
I'd say less than 50% chance that they actually extend him.
Yeah.
He's too close. He's not. When you get a younger guy like Bregman was, and you give him that a couple of years beyond arbitration, but it's really, really good money. But there's. The payoff for free agency is so far off in the distance that I think it's tempting, whereas it's just 2 more years
the closer you get.
Still making good money, obviously, before he's a free agent. I think he waits.
They'll make him, and probably have made him an offer for sure. The question is, is it a suitable offer to Payne? I think they try to sign all these guys and see if they'll bite. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We head into the 9 o'clock hour. Let's circle back to the Rockets last. I've got, to me, the 3 biggest reasons they lost that game. How fixable are these for Game 5? And now, with the Rockets being down 3-1, there's a lot of you out there that are starting to already look ahead to the offseason. I hope they come back in this thing. But another name popping up on the radar this morning on the odds board for the Rockets. Would you do this, depending on what the price is? We'll play that little game as well coming up next. But first, Berkeley.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Oh, I got to go through an exercise here, Seth. I didn't do this because the press conferences after the game last night. The Rockets lose 109-106 to the. Didn't watch any of the press conference footage from either team. They just let in on First Take. You know, they do a montage at the beginning of all the topics they're going to be hitting. You know, highlight here, highlight there. The very last thing before they cut to the wide studio shot to welcome everybody in, Draymond saying something at his press conference and getting up and walking off.
Oh.
I can only imagine what it was, given the fact that Jaylen Green chose to throw shade at Draymond after Jaylen scored 9 points in a loss in Game 3 earlier in this playoff series. So I got to go see what Draymond said. I'll do that maybe during a break and see what he said.
We would have seen somebody would have said something to us about it if it was specifically about Jaylen at this point.
Maybe, yeah, maybe so. 713-572-4610 if you want to say something to us. Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. So the Rockets last night, I think the biggest, as I go back and do the autopsy on this thing, to me, the biggest reasons they lost this game last night, the three biggest reasons: an inability to shut down the Warriors, just a complete shutdown for the first 4.5 minutes of each half. They gave up a 16-4 run to start the game. They gave up an 18-1 run to start the third quarter. That's a 34-5 run collectively over 9 minutes of the game coming out of both locker rooms, you know, first half and second half. Inability to make free throws, I don't know if that gets fixed. I think the first thing can get fixed. Come in more focused, come in, you know, that 34-5 stuff is on Ime a little bit there. Like your team coming out of the locker room both times getting run off the floor. Free throw thing, I think, is just something you're just going to have to drink through it. You know what I mean? Like you're just going to have to start taking some sedatives or whatever. Not you, Seth, unless you want to. You, the audience. 19 of 31.
Been there.
19 of 30.
Done.
What did you say their percentage is for this series from the free throw line?
It was 63%.
63%. That's right, yeah. 63%, which is right in line with last night. 19. They missed 12 free throws last night. Conversely, if you're wondering, the Warriors 20 of 22 from the free throw line, and Jimmy Butler did not miss down the stretch in this game. Jimmy Butler was basketball heroic in this game. The third thing for me was Alperen Şengün.
Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, the third thing for me is Alperen Şengün having one of the worst 30-point games I've seen a Rocket have in the postseason. And I say that because he was dynamite when Draymond Green left the game with foul trouble. With 8 minutes to go in the third quarter, Draymond gets his fifth foul. So he's gone for 12 minutes of the game. He doesn't come back until there's 8 minutes left in the game. Alperen Şengün went to work, which is what you should do. So good for him for doing that. He scored 17 of his 31 points in those 12 minutes. The problem is, over the course of the other 30 minutes he was in the game, he played 42 minutes. Over the other 30 minutes in this game, when Draymond was in the game and covering him for large portions of that, he was 6 of 18 and scored a total of 14 points. Scored 14 points in 30 minutes with Draymond in the game, a guy that you are running your offense through. They made a point to make him aggressive last night, and you scored the other 17 while he's out. The 17 is great in the 12 minutes. The other 30 minutes are a huge reason they lost this game.
And every chance they had was Şengün taking his little baby hook to try to even it up. He gets shut down by Draymond Green.
Yeah.
And on that play, the Warriors did everything right and shut down every option that the Rockets had on that. They're a very good defense. They have been ever since Jimmy Butler got signed. So I know the score is tight, but the multiple times in that game where it just became obvious that, all right, these guys just are not the same when it comes to playing in the playoffs or in crunch time or when it comes down to the truly gritty part of the game. They're not there yet. Jaylen Green has only been at once out of 4 games, and it was at home. He's been just completely shut down otherwise. So, and Jaylen Green turns the ball over 5 times last night. That's the most frustrating part. I'm like Şengün. It bothers me and annoys me that he scored as much as he did because it was relevant and it mattered, but it just was not the actual impact that he needed to have when Draymond Green was on the floor.
Yes, 100%. We're getting these texts again. We got them earlier in the show, and I get the frustration. I trust me, I get the frustration with Jaylen Green. We're frustrated with Jaylen Green. The comparison that to me, when people are just lumping Jaylen Green in with James Harden, is no. Like James, and you're putting us in a position where we're sticking up for James Harden. Like Jaylen Green is James Harden like regular season great, playoffs ghost. James Harden had some legs in individual games. Jaylen Green hasn't been Corey Brewer yet in this postseason. Like Jaylen Green
showed up in 1 of 4 games. Harden was good in the playoffs except for when it really, really counted.
Yes.
Jaylen was last night. I'm sorry, I didn't realize. Was that an elimination game? Is this a 4-game series we were playing, or is or a 5-game series? No, Jaylen Green hasn't showed up but for 1 game, and then he's been held to single digits in the other 3 games. James Harden played 85 playoff games for the Houston Rockets. He scored in the single digits 0 times.
Yeah.
Like, for all of his faults in the playoffs and in closeout games especially, or elimination games especially, no, by and large, he was still very effective in the playoffs. He wasn't as good as you want him to be. But to put Jaylen Green in any kind of a conversation to where he's approached anything close to the level of James Harden, that's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
That's not even – he does not deserve to be in any – and that's not even an insult to Jaylen Green. I think he would tell you that.
Right.
He hasn't even scratched the surface of being in that conversation.
Yeah. Like that's where it steers us, is sticking up for Harden. I understand what people are saying. Like the frustration you're feeling with Jaylen Green is the same frustration you were feeling with James Harden when he turned the ball over 12 times against the Warriors in 2015 and it knocked them out of the playoffs. I understand where it's coming from. Jaylen Green, he hadn't done squat. The 38 points in Game 2 was great. It is more than canceled out by the fact that he has been a gigantic no-show for somebody that a lot of people were sticking up for. This is the guy. Like, this is the best guy in the team. Look at into form. I was impressed with some of the improvements that Jaylen made in his game during the regular season, pointing out that the postseason is going to end up being very different for this entire team because of the way that postseason basketball is played, the intensity, the slowdown of the game, all those things. The Rockets seemingly are built to actually function well in that environment. It's a bad matchup for them for sure. This is a very good defensive team. And even last night, in a night where Steph Curry wasn't great, I thought Jimmy Butler, given the fact that he was clearly hobbled in that game, was excellent. And then, the same thing happened in Game 3, Seth, where, you know what? Steph went off. There was no Jimmy Butler. You can't give up 33 or 34 points to Buddy Hield and Gary Payton Jr. You can't do that. Not at the level they were shooting. There was an efficient 33 or 34 points. Similarly, last night, Podziemski couldn't miss in this game. Like, he was excellent. So they're getting contributions from other guys. That was Ryan Holland's big point on the broadcast last night, which I understand. He's like, even when Golden State was scoring, it's like, okay, but it wasn't Steph. You're getting the ball out of Steph's hands, thinking like, eventually if you keep doing that, these guys are going to start missing.
Right.
They just never missed.
Right, right. Yeah. That's and honestly, I was trying to think back to the trade deadline when my feeling was, all right, these guys are making progress and doing good things with a young core, and let's see how you can ride these guys and what they'll do in the playoffs. I don't know if that was a completely idiotic take. It feels very tempting right now that, okay, I was overthinking it. Just hit the easy button and bring in or Kevin Durant or whoever it might be, and you don't have to overthink it. Yeah, they'd be a better playoff team right now. But I don't know if that changes. I don't know if that changes Jaylen Green at all. It might make it easier for him in some regards, but when the pressure is on him right now because they're going to focus on him and Fred VanVleet. He just hasn't done, other than in the one game, he hasn't done anything to really show that he's going to rise up above your worst expectations.
Yeah, and I think depending on who the player is you're targeting, if it's Devin Booker you're targeting, I think Jaylen Green is part of that deal because there's overlap with what they play. Can I interest you in a Giannis Antetokounmpo? Because the odds are out on Giannis Antetokounmpo's next team. Now, keep in mind, they're about to get knocked out of the playoffs in fairly embarrassing fashion by Indiana. Damian Lillard just tore his Achilles in the last game, so the other star they brought in to play with him is presumably going to miss next season. And there's been smoke around Giannis wanting out of Milwaukee already, even before this postseason. The favorite to land Giannis Antetokounmpo is the Brooklyn Nets at 3-1. Number 2 on the board, Houston Rockets, 4-1 to land Giannis Antetokounmpo.
I like it. I'm just kind of wondering, what kind of a backcourt do I want next year, and how much does it really change things? I obviously it would take pressure off of Van Vliet and Jaylen Green, but yes, I do. Yes, I do want. I do want Antetokounmpo.
Yeah.
I guess where I'm veering towards is, people are asking whether now you feel good about Jaylen Green being traded. Want Jaylen Green traded away? That's my thing there. Mm-hmm. So now I've got an appetite for just, all right, if it's a swap for Devin Booker and whatever plus Jaylen Green, yeah, I'm all for that.
Yeah, I think the thing about Giannis is, look, Giannis is a terrible free throw shooter. Giannis doesn't shoot threes. Giannis he's a marvelous player, obviously. He's top 4 MVP every year for the last 6 or 7 years. He's going to be top 4 again this year. That said, maybe versus, and he's 7 years younger than Kevin Durant, Giannis doesn't directly address what this offense is really bad at right now,
right?
Which is shooting. Yeah. He does not improve your shooting. Now, maybe he improves your spacing, and guys who are okay shooters become better shooters. Maybe Reed Shepherd becomes more part of the mix next year. He's a great shooter, and maybe that's not. And obviously, maybe that's not the only move you make. Maybe you make a second move to go get some shooting here. But I'm with you. Especially if they go out in 5 in this thing, and that shouldn't be the whether you go out in 5, 6, or 7 shouldn't be the difference in making a huge move like this. The difference should be, what does the whole thing look like? Even the game they won, Seth, you and I came in here the next day saying didn't look great. They won the game, but offensively there's not sustainable things going on. That'd be fun, man. Giannis, he's only 30. I thought Giannis feels older than 30 to me.
Does he?
He's only. Yeah, he's been around forever.
Right. I know everybody's so young though when they come in now that it's
He just feels older.
And then people play until they're 47 now too.
That's true.
Get ready for seeing him.
If we can get Giannis for another 17 years, let's go. I'm sure heated about the Rockets right now. What's up, dude?
What's going on, Sean, Seth? I'm beyond heated, man, because I stayed up to 1:30 watching that, man, and I've been a big Jaylen Green supporter, man, because I just believe in youthful talent and everything about these leagues, whether it's the NBA or NFL, it's about youth and everything. But Jaylen Green is if you're letting Jeremy Lin in 2014 outplay you, Jaylen Green, that's a huge problem. Because Jeremy Lin went to Portland with James, and them boys gave Portland all they can handle. And you have not shown up in this Golden State series, and I can't understand why. And the bigger problem I have with Jaylen is that once he's out of the mix and once he's mentally gone, he starts making all kind of mistakes. That was a closeout on Porzingis or whatever Porzingis or whatever his name was, and he fouled the dude while he let him run past him, and it was a 3-point play. So he makes all these stupid plays, and then because he's mentally out of the game, and I thought this was going to be the series that his ass was going to show up and play big boy ball, because everybody in the city and everybody across the league was like, Jaylen is going to have an effect on his game. I don't know if I'm completely out on him, but if it's time to move on from him, that is going to be something that they have to look at, man, because if he can't give us if he had just given us double digits in these 3 games, the Rockets would have ended 4. That's how I know that that's the issue. And the other big issue, I've always had a disliking for European players. I always have, because they don't play basketball like we do at the park in Houston. Alfred Sengun is one of the most lethargic-ass big men I've ever seen. And I've said this multiple times, and I know that I'm biased because I watched the greatest center of all time, Hakeem Olajuwon, play. But I've never seen a team guard Akeem Olajuwon with a point guard and he not destroy their ass. Alfred Sengun is one of these dudes. He's coming up short on shots and all this other stuff. It's crazy to me, and that's the kind of ball they ass play overseas, and that's why I've never liked it. I don't know what the hell his issue is with just getting his big ass on the block and getting down there punishing these boys, but he's making Draymond Green look like a star again, and that's making me sick to my stomach. Last before I let y'all go, my Houston Texans did me a huge solid over the weekend. And I wasn't happy about not getting Golden. And me and Seth danced a little bit about the offensive line and wide receiver thing. But for them to come out of this draft with Tay and then both of them boys from Iowa State, now, fellas, we cooking with grease, and I'm all ready for a fish fry over there on Kirby and our Hall.
I appreciate the call, Larry. Yeah, Şengün.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say Şengün timid last night, like Larry was saying.
Timid.
Yeah, timid last night.
He's scared of that. And you're giving us the worst version of Draymond Green now. He's emboldened. You know, not quiet and meek Draymond Green
like we've never seen.
But even the worst and loudest version of Draymond Green. Thanks a lot.
Yep.
Thanks a lot for that. What Larry was referencing was that I felt like I really wanted the Texans to get offensive linemen. Larry really wanted wide receivers. In quantity, he won. And but I feel good about all three of those picks.
Yeah.
The two wide receivers and the offensive tackle.
Yeah, no question. People weighing in on what the Rockets should do. I don't want Kevin Durant any part of this team. I root for, but I'm afraid now we're definitely going to have to go get him. I don't know if it's specific to Durant, but if they go out, if they go out Wednesday and they lose this thing in 5, and I think even if they end up losing this series and whatever the closeout loss is looks like the other 3 losses have. The losses have all looked very similar. The Rockets can't make free throws. Offense gets stuck in the mud. They get out tough, especially these 2 games in Golden State. I felt like Golden State was the tougher team in both those games. They're going to get eliminated at some point if they don't win this series. If it looks the same way, then I do think there's going to be a lot of Rocket fans that will not be on the run-it-back train, especially with all the – they can go get anybody they want. That's the thing I think people need to understand. It's like – this isn't a mortgage the future situation. Now, they may end up trading one of your favorite players,
right?
But there's going to be several more guys. Like this is not a gut the team and hope that you get a superstar and you get 2 other guys. You're not turning this into the '97 Rockets where you trade away Sam Cassell and Robert Horry and you're like, all right, we're going with 3 old dudes and we'll see what happens.
Change, Sean, is if somehow they go on a 3-game run and we see the absolute best version of Jaylen Green.
That'd be great.
That's in the realm of possibilities. It's just way down there. It's way down there on the the 5 boxes that you might check.
Yes, yeah.
It's E.
It is E. It is definitely E.
All the possibilities that could happen. They could lose the next game. They could win at home and then lose on the road. Whatever it might be. E is Jaylen Green goes off for 3 straight games.
Do you think how many Rockets do you think we see quoted saying we just got to take this one game at a time? We can only focus on Wednesday night. We can only because that.
Yeah, I mean it's a cliche because it's true.
Yeah.
And obviously this time it's very, very true. I mean this is now it's a must win.
It's the classic 3-1. That's the classic.
Yeah,
it's
not even. Yeah, well you can't. No. You won't see any. We'll take it one game at a time because this is Or
we just got to focus on.
It's an elimination game, right? Yeah. You got to focus on this game and not worry. If somebody says. Yeah, if somebody says, can we take, do you think you can make a 3-game run? Yes, somebody will say, we have to focus on this game.
We got to focus.
Because what else are you going to say?
Yeah.
Actually, I've been thinking a lot about a potential Game 7, and here's how I plan to approach that Game 7.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you.
You know what, Sean? Sorry. This is what I hope. Okay, fine. Show me something in this series. Show me something, and it's that at the very least, when your backs are against the wall, that you want to fight. Like, are you capable of that? Are you capable of rising above and at least slug? Even though the enemy is outmanned you and you're out of ammunition and everything else, can you show some fight? Yes. And if they win this game, then I'll tweak my depression a little bit.
If they win this game, man, they win on Wednesday. It makes for a fun Friday night. We'll see. Eventually you got to win one in Golden State. You got to. So. Backs against the wall for sure. All right, we've not talked about Shedeur today. The Shedeur follow-up, Boomer Esiason on our sister station up in WFAN had an interesting report yesterday that I'd like to think sheds more light on why Shedeur Sanders fell into the 5th round for the people that are still incredulous over this. So we will get to that, and there's odds on the Cleveland quarterback room and how many games Shedeur is going to start for the Cleveland Browns. Does Seth Payne take the over or under on this? We will have that for you coming up next.
I will take the over.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. Well, a lot of you wanting to weigh in on the Rockets. We'll hit it again on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Putting a bow, I think, probably for now on the Shedeur Sanders talk. Still the biggest story from the draft this weekend. I saw a graphic set of the top 10 rookie jerseys that have been sold over the weekend on, Fanatics or whatever. And it's funny, like the top 6 are picks 1, 3, 2, 5, and 7, and Shedeur. It's like the top 6 jerseys sold on Fanatics that are 5 guys that were taken in the top 7 of the draft, and Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah. I think that at the very least, I think you can talk with a little bit less. It doesn't have to be as charged necessarily, because as you step back and you get over the initial shock of him falling as low as he did, there's some things that make total and perfect sense based on the way Shedeur handled the pre-draft process. I think ultimately, really, the biggest issue was that Shedeur and Dion, really, in guiding Shedeur, treated him and were acting like he was a bona fide top 3 guy. And he's never been regarded, the vast majority of people who cover the draft heavily, as a guy like, oh yeah, in any draft, this guy's going to be top 3.
No.
Because guys who are like that, guys that are bona fide top 3 picks, yeah, they can dictate terms, and they can say we only want to go to these teams, or we don't want to go to these other teams, or whatever. Like, it's, within reason. But when you're a guy who's a fringe first rounder, a lot of people thought he should go in the second round, whatever it might be, and you start actively saying we only want to play for certain teams and we're going to dictate terms and everything, it gets scary as hell for teams. And then you add on top of it whether or not they liked his personality or whatever, and it was a very unique situation, really based on the way Shedeur handled the whole situation, and Dion.
Yes. Here was Boomer Esiason yesterday on WFAN talking about things that he was hearing during draft weekend.
Shedeur Sanders just torpedoed himself. His attitude off the field at the combine, his dad didn't help him either. He was on podcast talking about, this is my son. If I can get him to where I want to get him to, I'm going to do that. But, when you listen to this kid talk right prior or at the combine about if you want a new culture in your locker room, I'm the guy to do that. I can turn it around. I mean, he's very high on himself. And I think he was very off-putting to many, many coaches and general managers in the league. And I'm telling you right now, and I know this after talking to 3 different personnel people in the NFL this weekend, they didn't even have him on their board. They took him off. And they took him off because the owner said, take him off. I don't want that guy. I don't want this. I don't blame him.
So there were teams that said, I don't want that guy. There were teams that Shedeur said, I don't want to go to that team. Like, you start to add it up, and him sliding the way he did becomes less of the math of the whole thing starts to add up for you,
There's too many stories about Shedeur just flat out disrespecting people, actual NFL people. And I know one argument that people want to bring up, and it's a fair argument at least, is that, okay, well, gosh, it seems like it's better if you commit a crime than if you act like Shedeur. Yes, in a lot of respects, and it's been like that forever in the NFL, because most of the guys who have had off-field issues, Shedeur has not had off-field issues. The guys who have had off-field issues, they understand that they still have to be really good in the football offices and in the locker room, and that you gotta treat the coach with respect. You gotta treat the GM with respect. And there's just so many stories of Shedeur just flat out sounding like a jerk to people that, those teams aren't going to, especially at the quarterback position, they don't want to draft a guy it's one thing if you're a jerk, on the football field, or maybe you've had some interpersonal issues, but when you're a jerk to the actual face of the guy who's evaluating you, and you're not as talented as a top 3 pick, then it's gonna be a weird, unique situation. It's very rare that you hear about quarterbacks acting the way people say that Shedeur was acting.
Yeah, I think a lot of things too, the off the field stuff, whatever, if you commit a crime, whatever the case may be. You're going to think that was he did something stupid. It was a one-time thing. It's not how you're wired. You know, it's not how you act on a daily basis. Like, that is a more perpetual thing. And I think the thing to remember about Shedeur, he's not 18. He's 23 years old. Like, that is an important distinction, is that, like, he is at an age where you should be less inclined to just write it off as, well, he'll not, not that you're not a different person at 30 than you are at 23, but I think a lot of the stuff he's doing that people want to write off are things that you would write off for a teenager, not a guy who's 23 years old, been to 2 colleges, and played a lot of football like he has.
Well, and part of it was, I wanted to give them a little bit of a pass in Shedeur and Dion and the way they handled the process, because, okay, they thought more highly of him as a football prospect than a lot of teams did, because he's not a slam dunk top 3 player in any draft. But it doesn't really explain, if it's true, the story about him pissing off Brian Daboll in a meeting. Yeah. Unless he just genuinely didn't want to go play for the Giants, despite accepting the meeting with Brian Daboll and everything. That Brian Daboll, basically, it sounds like Shedeur was unprepared for that meeting. Like, that's a level that goes above and beyond that, man, all right, there's something about this guy that really rubs people the wrong way. And to act like 32 different teams in the NFL is that it's just because they don't like a confident young man or whatever. Like, dude, come on. No, there's a matter. You can be confident and still show respect to people.
Yes. Absolutely. Handling this the day after, Monday, the day after draft weekend is over. Here was Louis Riddick on First Take yesterday on Shedeur. Louis Riddick, who did not handle things well during draft weekend because he's a big Shedeur guy. How did he handle things yesterday?
What this came down to is somewhere in the off-the-field process, okay, when you're trying to assess someone's personal and football character and whether or not they feel as though it warrants a certain level or a certain price to be paid in order to acquire his services, people didn't feel that way. People just did not feel that way. As I said on Sunday or on Saturday to Mel Kiper, the draft is spoken. Whether we like it or not, the draft spoke. And somewhere along the line, people were not comfortable with the risk that would be associated with taking him in the first, second, third, or fourth round. That doesn't mean I agree with it. That doesn't mean that anybody agrees with it. That just means that that's what the teams felt. So now for him, he's going to have to go back and look at that process and say, hey, look, what was it during that process that somehow made these people, meaning the 32 teams, feel as though I wasn't worthy of being picked much higher than I was? Pay attention to those things. Make the kind of course corrections that he needs to, and now compete his rear end off to win the job, which he is fully capable of doing in Cleveland.
Yeah, I agree with I thought Louis Riddick, considering how he was handling things during the draft, I think Louis Riddick has kind of appropriately moved on.
He sounds like he's a guy who got a couple calls from people that told them exactly how things went in the pre-draft. That it's why exactly maybe some people felt the way they did.
Well, he's 10 steps ahead of Mel Kiper, who's probably still sitting here wondering how somebody with Shedeur's accuracy got picked in the 5th round. Like, Mel Kiper was still spending Saturday incredible football traits. Would still be there in the 4th round. Like, no, Mel, like, he's even writing articles about it after the 2nd and 3rd round on ESPN. Like, I can't believe that somebody that has this level of accuracy and this level of toughness, and it's like, it's not about any of these things, Mel. Like, you're out to lunch. Like, it's not about this.
It's when you try to make a comparison, somebody earlier said, well, what if this had happened with Will Levis? Because Will Levis is a guy who's like a fringe first rounder, but he still goes at the front of the 2nd round. Yeah. If Will Levis had acted like he was a slam dunk top 3 pick and said, nope, there's teams I don't want to play for or what have you, it would have freaked people out. Yeah. And it would have been and that's what you have to understand. Nobody acts like this. Like, it doesn't matter who they are, what they look like, or anything. Guys who are not bona fide, gonna be top of the draft, like, they don't just actively stiff arm. They might not go to when guys are when guys are guaranteed to go to the top 10. They might only meet or work out for certain teams or what have you. That happens all the time. Shedeur's not that caliber of a prospect, and he was acting like he was one of those guys who's a slam dunk number 1 overall pick. Who, by the way, none of those guys act that way. And even like Eli, in the way he actually conducted himself and everything, was not acting that same way. But this belief that people are putting out there, which is 100% false, that Archie Manning didn't get any criticism for injecting himself in that process. Are you kidding me? That was a hot debate topic. for it's still a source of hatred for the Manning family. I still make jokes about it. I didn't like the way that Archie Manning inserted himself into the process. But at the very least, Eli Manning was a slam dunk guy that was going to be a top 3 pick in the draft.
Do you think? Go ahead, finish your thought.
No, that's all right.
No. Do you think does it make it worse that Shedeur is a quarterback? Like if you're an NFL team and you've got a defensive end who's kind of got these quirky qualities to him where he thinks maybe a little more highly of himself, but you bring him into the building and it's like, all right, well, it's a defensive end. He's got good talent, Yeah. Does it make it like that? I think there's an element to quarterback where you want your quarterback to have some degree of self-awareness to go with it. That's beyond the other positions on the field.
No, when it comes to especially I don't have as much of an issue with him talking about himself as a culture changer or anything, just because if you believe that, it's I think the fact that he almost, when he would talk that way, it was almost like he was going to go tell these grown men how to behave and act and how to be a winner, because I did it. Like, what'd you do? Well, I won at a smaller conference where we had like 5 guys who were way better than everybody else, and then I went to a bowl game in 1 year at Colorado.
Yeah.
That's what honestly was bothering me, was I didn't know what his standards were for what, he kept talking about how they've done it over and over again. I'm like, what did you do?
He acted like they won the national championship.
You had a winning record and lost and got crushed in a bowl game? Like, what did you... You individually change a team and everything. Yes, you turned a program around, but that's not necessarily all that special, and that was more about your father than you.
Over under number of Shedeur starts, real quick here, Seth. This season, 2.5. You think he starts more than or less?
I would take the over on that.
I would too.
I'd take the over.
That feels very low.
I am very excited, genuinely, just to see how he does. I don't want him to go down in flames or anything. I'd like to see. It's kind of an experiment now to where, this was a very unique draft and pre-draft process, and it is, as Louis Riddick was pointing out, he needs to evaluate. I really did something that really angered a lot of teams, or that was a put off to all these teams. I got to change some things. And if he can change those things, then he's got a chance to compete.
He's the highest profile quarterback, rookie quarterback, whose range that I can remember, whose range of outcomes ranges from could get cut to could be the day one starter. Any of the, and anything in between. Practice squad, backup, they're all in play for Shedeur Sanders. And I don't think you can say that about other guys that have his level of profile. Obviously, you can say it about fifth rounders, but his profile. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. What are the experts saying about the Texans draft class? We'll get to some of your texts as well. Who are you guys blaming? Who are people pointing the finger at the most for the Rockets being behind 3-1 in the first round of the Western Conference playoffs? We will discuss that coming up next.
apply.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast. We'll get the draft report cards here in just a second.
Well, just since there was something, because Larry and Stafford mentioned Jeremy Lin earlier, and and when then we were talking about Shedeur Sanders, it just reminded me of when things are really, really hot and heated on Twitter and whatnot. One of my favorite things to do with Jeremy Lin was to take Jeremy Lin, a quote about something he said about himself where he needed to do better, and then just rephrase it a little bit and put it out, and then get attacked as a Jeremy Lin hater. Like Jeremy Lin would say, like, I need to make better decisions when I'm driving on when to kick out, whatever it might be. You know, like maybe not jump in the air before I know where I'm going with the ball. And you could just rephrase it a little bit, say the exact same thing that Jeremy Lin himself said, and you would be deemed a hater. And that's where it is with Shedeur Sanders. There's almost no opinion you can have about Shedeur Sanders where you're not being castigated as the worst person in the world.
You're not triggering a small. I think it's probably a smaller group than the majority that are like, yeah, that
are people that are skeptical of Shedeur Sanders. Or?
No, the defenders of Shedeur and the defenders of Jeremy Lin. I don't
know. Shedeur, I think it's pretty. It's interesting because there's a lot of people that are makes that flat out spent a lot of time saying that anybody who predicts that Shedeur won't go in the first round is an idiot. You're an idiot if you think that, or you're just clickbaiting. And it's hard for them to reverse course and say, oh, okay, he didn't go in the first round, but it's not for the reasons you said he wasn't going to go in the first round.
Yeah.
No, it can't possibly be. Yeah. All those very things that you said would happen, even though they happened. No, I refuse to believe it. Yeah.
All right, so Mel Kiper, I think, is one of the guys you're describing there. So how do we process then Mel Kiper being so not just ridiculously off on the Shedeur Sanders thing, because he wasn't alone in that, but he is, I think, the poster child for hanging on to his opinion and like a branch on a raging river. Like, I will go down with the ship on this one. And yet he gave the Texans a B+, which is above the GPA that the rest of the draft community gave them. He gave the Texans a nice solid B+ for their draft here. And for what it's worth, there's a chart that shows all the experts and what their grades were for all the teams, and I like it because it boils it down to a GPA. That's easy to understand. The GPA for the Texans was 2.93. Would we be, if we were Nick Casario's parents, Seth, and Nick Casario came home with a report card going into this draft, and he comes home with a GPA of a 2.93, are we going out to dinner with him? Is he getting grounded?
No, he can do better than that. Yeah.
Just gets a stiff talking to, maybe?
Yeah, and now, most GMs, every GM, I can actually say, every GM thinks that the immediate grades of a draft immediately afterwards are largely bogus and dumb. You just never know. I can like the image of maybe somebody in Nick Casario's family feels differently, and they're kind of casual about things, and they just open up the paper because they still read the paper, and they say, let's see what little Nicky did. A B+. What the heck? No, that's unacceptable, Nicky.
What does a 2.93 equate out to? Like a C+? Like a
2.93. Yeah, that would be a...
Like a C, like a high C, right?
Yeah, C+. Oh, no, he's not a C student. Yeah.
He should be.
You're way better than a C+.
You should be doing better. Well, this is probably why he feels this way about draft report cards.
Yeah, I think anything that's said outside the building is just noise, so it doesn't really affect our focus, our preparation. So, we're just focused on our team, we're just focused on improvement, and we're focused on the work. So, it's kind of like the draft, or, we go through the weekend, we're going to have on Monday, right, or Sunday afternoon, draft grades, right? I mean, it's the most ridiculous concept that I've ever heard of. Like, the players haven't even been in the building yet, and we're making an assessment about their performance.
What if you're in the first year on a job as a GM, and the day after the draft, you feel like you did a pretty good job. You're sitting there in the office at 5 a.m., and all of a sudden you get a FaceTime call, and it's the owner, and he's irate at the draft grades.
Because of the report cards?
Did you see what Bleacher Report said?
Okay.
What the hell? I didn't hire you for this.
Which owner would be the most likely one to do that, and why is it Woody Johnson of the Jets?
Woody Johnson, whose kids are feeding him all the negative draft grades and what have you. Yeah.
I mean, they make decisions based on Madden scores. You know that they,
and the immediately post-draft draft grade.
Dude, he comes in on Monday morning with his cup of coffee and says, Gladys, because his secretary's name is Gladys, Gladys, where is my draft report card chart that I get every Monday following the draft? How is he feeling about his draft? The Jets 13th on the GPA list. The Jets scored a 3.18 GPA according to
Oh, they're better than the Texans. I'll never live this shame down.
The Texans
My God.
The Texans 2.93 is good for 21st. So they are in the they're in the middle of the third quartile.
What do you think Woody Johnson, what sports website does he go to that you thought was defunct, but now is...
Yardbarker.
Yardbarker.
Yeah. He goes to Yardbarker.
He gets the last remaining paper version of the Sporting News or something.
Yes.
Yeah.
God, I miss the Sporting News. That was good stuff back in the day. So 2.93 for the Texans. Not too worried about it. I'm cool with their draft. I would give their draft a solid B to B plus if I were grading it.
Look, I fall into that category of, man, it's impossible to tell with the draft until immediately afterwards. Charlie Casserly was lambasted for the 2006 the Texans draft, and then that ended up being one of the best drafts in Texans history, largely just because they drafted Mario Williams instead of Reggie Bush or Vince Young. They were lambasted for it, and they ended up getting a bunch of really good players out of that one.
That's true.
I know what people are thinking if you're a youngster. Charlie Casserly ran that draft and then was fired. Drafts in Texans history on into the future. And then Rick Smith ran the next one.
Yeah.
Rick Smith got hired in spring or summer of that year.
The Cleveland Browns are 9th on this list of report card grades. Guess what grade they got from Mel Kiper Jr.?
Oh, an F?
A+. No, he's a Shedeur
because they got Shedeur.
They got
course.
Shedeur,
yes,
yeah.
Yes. They traded out of the opportunity to draft Shedeur, and then they drafted Shedeur later on.
A+. New England, by the way, there's probably some of you wondering, these were the top 5 teams, according to the experts, with the draft grades. New England won, and Ted texted me yesterday, Ted Johnson. They're super excited. They're super excited about New England's draft. He was also excited about Casario's draft. Giants 2, Seattle 3, Kansas City 4, Philadelphia 5. It must be nice to be Kansas City and Philadelphia, where the floor, it would be interesting if they just experimented one year and just started drafting robots and appliances and things like that instead of people to see if they could get below a B+, either of those teams.
The thing with the Patriots draft is that the top 3 players are very easy to get excited about because Will Campbell, the offensive tackle, is Will Campbell. Doesn't look great in a suit or like a guy that would get drafted that high in the draft, but he's a very, very good football player. Travion Henderson, super easy to get excited about Travion. If the Texans draft Travion Henderson with the 38th pick in the draft, which feels you're drafting a running back in the second round instead of the first, but he very easily could have gone in the first round.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have been incredibly surprised if the Texans had drafted.
It wasn't predicted, but you brought up that possibility, strong possibility, on Friday morning when they were picking 34th, and Nick had said that they still had a player on the board they were thinking about at 25. You thought it might be Travion Henderson.
Yeah, and then Kyle Williams, the wide receiver, is one of those guys that, another dark horse favorite of guys that can go in the second or third round as a wide receiver these days. A lot of people saying, hey, just keep an eye on Kyle Williams, keep an eye on. So I understand Patriots fans being excited about that draft.
Yeah, Kyle Williams. A lot of Jaylen Noel, Kyle Williams similarities, I think. Undersized guys, very twitchy. A lot of people like them, but not enough to take them higher than that.
And when you have a second-year quarterback and you draft the stud offensive tackle, that always feels good for fans.
Yeah.
Especially if you looked at what Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter were doing in that Patriots game to poor Drake May.
Oh, my God. Yeah, and that offensive line was bad.
They were destroying those guys.
That was bad. Text message, back to the Rockets. Şengün is good, but he leaves a lot of points on the table. He had 31, easily could have had 40. That's my point. Alperen Şengün was timid, short-arming shots. He got 17 points while Draymond was out of the game for 12 minutes, and he had 14 the rest of the way on completely inefficient shooting. Şengün, even with 31 points last night, is a huge, not the reason, but a reason they lost that game. John Lopez, Reggie Atatula are in the house. Reggie's got his cowboy hat on.
Got his cowboy hat. Looks good.
You can pull off that look easily.
It just makes me feel better after the Rockets game yesterday.
I was wondering, I was going to ask you, is there a reason you're wearing the cowboy hat?
So it is my mom's birthday. happy birthday, Mom. Talking this morning, and after wishing her happy birthday and everything, she's like, "We got to talk about your Rockets." And I was like, "Damn it, that's how we're starting today." So I had that, and then as I was getting ready to leave the apartment, I pick up my backpack, and right next to it was the hat. So I put it on, and I was just like, bleep it. We're wearing
man.
I'm getting on my Van Lathan today.
Yeah, you need to do it more often. It's a good-looking lid, man.
You were talking to your mom. I thought there was going to be something like she used to dress you up like her little cowboy or something. Right?
No.
Like she tortured you when you were younger because she was she an outfit mom? Did she put you in outfits?
I mean, when I was really young, I'm talking about pre 5 years old. Which
not when you were a teenager or anything.
No,
she didn't have a special Easter outfit for you or anything on into your early teens.
No, but she did teach me very early how to make sure that you're wearing a suit and look nice. So at that point, I had taken it on myself. As you can evidence and see by all the T-shirts and joggers.
T-shirt that says "unserious."
That's right.
Ironically, across the front of it. By the way, Crosstalk sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing. So who are you guys pointing the finger at last night? Who or what from this game are you pointing the finger at?
Well, the obvious one is Jaylen Green, but no. And we're going to talk about this a little bit. Ime's been off the hook on several things here.
Ooh,
that I think he needs to.
You're going after the elite coach, huh?
I love him, as we've well established on this show. I really, really like him.
To the point of calling him elite.
Yes, to the point of calling him elite. But I think there are a couple things that the head coach has to do.
That's an interesting topic. Like, if they go on to lose this series, and if they lose it in the fashion they've been losing these games, who with this team? I'm not going to say on this team. Coaches, who has your opinion changed the most on?
That's a good one.
You know what I mean? Like,
just go ahead and put that one in the bucket. I like that.
Yeah, because I think, to me, I'm with you. I think there's been things you can point at Ime for. Jabari Smith needs more minutes, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And he's not getting them. This and that. I thought Jaylen being out for most of the fourth quarter was a significant step in the right direction, just in terms of, the desperation last night.
Yeah.
But I think they could lose this series. In my opinion, of Ime Udoka will not change. My opinion of Jaylen Green is changing drastically now because he had changed it drastically in a positive way during the season.
He's the obvious one.
Yeah.
But I'll give you one example of some of the things I want to talk about anay. People are talking about Jaylen Green.
Sorry, that little phrase in there was hilarious. Sorry, continue.
People talk about Jaylen Green. Oh, you can't do that. You can't not show up.
Right.
Well, you can't start the first and second half completely on roller skates.
16-4 in the first half.
Can't do that. And who's that on?
18-1 in the second half. Probably Ime more than anything else, right? Like, they didn't come out ready in either half.
Exactly.
Extremely.
That's just
ready.
one example I'm going to throw out there.
Yep. I think it's good. Can't blame Ime for the free throw shooting.
No. There's so many things that were bad.
Yeah, and they lost on the last possession of the game. That's the most frustrating thing is they're the more talented team in this series. They've got more talent on this team, but it's a lot of stuff that you see with a young basketball team.
Yeah, especially the stat that I read this morning that I just have not been able to get out of my head. I had to write it down one more time. Golden State Warriors 22 to 10 in clutch minutes.
Yeah,
I had that stat.
Yeah. Well, at least that's something you guys can talk about with each other. Yeah. So, what's the question of the day?
All right. So, what happens in a fight between one gorilla and 100 Jaylen Greens?
That's the question of the day.
That's right. That's right. Or insert your favorite Houston sports.
That is a looking for texts. Big
yes,
time
it is.
Answer.
I said you got to be creative on this one.
Yeah, Lopez really wanted to fish this week, so he was like, "Let's get started early."
There you go.
All he knows how to do is break bones and bite people.
Yeah. What I said is only 25% of the Jaylen Greens would show up.
Oh, I like that. That, by the way, the AI depiction of that whole
it changed my mind.
It's totally scary. I'm like, 100 guys. What are we talking about here?
I think the answer is easy, and they could totally take them. It's how many people are you willing to sacrifice?
Yes.
And who's willing to be on the front line? That's also one of those things.
Big one, Reggie.
Because we're just going to do it all for the sake of the human side. The first 50 of y'all are getting out of here.
You got to promise 99 virgins in heaven or something to that one. That's and then you could suffocate him. You could easily suffocate him as long as 100 people dogpile. It's just that you're also going to suffocate like 20 human beings.
Yes.
Yes. That's the only chance you have is to just crush him and suffocate him by also suffocating every mammal at the bottom of that pile.
That's right. There needs to be a hierarchy, almost like a scene in Braveheart, where the really sacrificable ones are on the front line.
Yeah.
And then the degree of importance is how many rows back you are. in the
very first ones, because they'll have their necks snapped in half immediately.
It'll happen quick.
But everybody else on top that suffocates them. Yeah,
that's tough.
So we're depending on either human cooperation or human, manipulation.
Right. Exactly. There's got to be odds out on this, by the way. Somebody has to
I will
put
go
odds
looking
out.
for this.
Yeah, odds out on who wins. It's a good supplement to your question. I love this question. 100 Jaylen Greens versus a gorilla.
Well, did you see the Texans social media also said who wins between one gorilla and 100 Brian Cushings?
Okay.
And now we're getting to some interesting territory.
Okay, we are.
Steven Adams?
Steven Adams.
Current Steven Adams?
Yeah.
Well, that's good. See, that's a good question.
You know what I mean? Like, I love Steven Adams and his ability to do this. We can see the slowdown a little bit.
One Steven Adams versus 100 Jaylen Greens.
We are
It's
working
going to be
on
a hell of a
something.
segment.
Can't wait. 1040, right? 1040. Big in the loop fan. All right, Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies and Godspeed as you tango with War Daddy power ends.
Thank you. That's why you got to listen to the whole show,
Yes,
man. I know what the hell Seth's talking about. All right, we are done. I will river dance my way out of this.
Yeah,
studio.
I was ashamed of you. I was ashamed.
Oh, wow.
You lived through the 90s. Everybody knew about Riverdance. Come
Sean
on
didn't
now.
know, for listeners, Sean didn't know who about the Lord of the Dance and Michael Flatley.
I could have maybe given you that because that's a very Riverdance was just littered across the cultural zeitgeist.
Riverdance.
It
I knew
was
what it was.
everywhere.
I had plenty of people send me YouTubes of what it is. What it was called.
They had a Vegas run.
It was before I started going to Vegas on the regular. I don't know what to tell you.
You're under a rock.
Hey, for all my faults, can I tell you that Crosstalk is sponsored by D&M Auto Lease?
You're back in my
Can I
good
mention
graces.
that to you? Thank you. All right, we are done. We're out of time. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2, Houston, an Odyssey sports station. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, they are in the loop, and they are river dancing right now.
We river dance to keep from crying. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciation to the fellas of Payne and Pendergast. Always have fun in that cross.
Yes, sir.
I gotta admit that. All right, let's get going on a Tuesday here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. 713-572-4610 is the number to text because that is the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line.
The Texas Hammer.
Get involved with the program if you could, please, and thank you. There or also on the Mo Karam Injury Lawyers live stream.
We keep it 100.
Both on the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, and on Twitch, 610 Houston. I am wearing a cowboy hat right now, and it is about 95% just to make me feel better after a late night clutch loss from the Rockets that, just a few moments or a few things within that game decided between you having a series that was bright and gave you an opportunity to really, clamor for something as you continue to build this team. And now you're in a very precarious situation, down 3-1 to the Golden State Warriors after the hunch the most about this particular loss, or maybe you can even go with this road trip, like this portion, this swing of the series. 713-572-4610.
I'm gonna give you several haunting things that come to mind, but I don't think they're gonna haunt this team the most. Number one, and we mentioned it with Sean and Seth, free throws. I mean that's haunting,
dude.
That's haunting.
Oh my god.
I mean that's just that. It was 12 missed free throws, several clutch free throws. That is and here's where I'm going. There are a lot of reasons. It was a one possession game. But there are a lot of reasons that you can kind of point to and say, boy, if they had only done that different. Okay, so that's one.
Well, I mean, we don't have to run by that. Like you shoot 61% from the free throw line. We're talking college basketball numbers, and even then we're talking about, hey, y'all might want to pick this up.
Yeah.
Like that is deeply frustrating. And I mean, it's one here and one there for a lot of guys who I think one of the things about that is you got Amen Thompson misses a couple. And you have like Jaylen Green missing a couple. And the reason why I point out those guys in particular, and I mean, there's other guys that you can point to as well, but the reason why I point out those guys in particular is that they need a portion of their game to be aggressive towards the rim.
Sure.
And especially for Jaylen Green, who sometimes has been in this series a little lackluster finishing. If you're getting aggressive down to the paint, one of the things that you're attempting to do is draw fouls.
Yeah.
But if you're not going to be lethal on the back end, if you're not going to make the team pay on the other end on the free throw line, you neuter that even as well. And I think that it's not that you're missing those points here or there to the tune of 12 missed free throws when you lost a 3-point game, right?
Yeah.
You do the math, that's very simple.
Yeah.
But on top of that is it also changes the aggression that you need to have in the game. So like the entire play style shifts because you're not able to capitalize on the other team's fouls because you're attacking into the paint.
And here's the other part of it that is really haunting. It wasn't just this game. Remember after game 2 and they had made all those free throws, and we kind of discussed, bringing up the point, well, can they just flip the switch and all of a sudden be a good free throw shooting team? No, they can't. No, we know the answer. So that's haunting. Now the obvious one, and with very good reason, and it might have significant long-term effects, is Jaylen Green. I mean, I was listening to Charles Barkley, not after the game, I went straight to bed, but this morning, he just put it out, very eloquently, as Chuck is wont to do. You just cannot, in his own way, you just cannot have that. You cannot go single digits in 3 out of 4 games. And to the point where even if he bounces back and scores 30, tomorrow night, I think the ship has left the yard already because there's no pressure on him now. They're down 3-1. They're down 3-1.
Right. That's right. Let's not skip let's not bury the lead. I guess is the way to say.
So it's like, oh look, he came back and scored 30. No. These first 4 games, which kind of established the tone and probably the outcome of the series, he was a nowhere man. Show up, and you can't have that.
No, and this is beyond the idea of the defense kind of taking you out of this. It is deeply problematic when your coach has to look at you and basically decide that you are a net detriment to what's happening here as a foundational player for what you're doing, right? I think you get to back to what you were talking about like, hey, you have 38, but this is the issue with this particular player in Jaylen Green in the up and down nature of it. It's one of the reasons why consistency has been the watchword for him all season long is when you get to these types of situations to try and be a 16-game player as opposed to an 82-game player, obviously pointing to the playoffs versus the regular season, it is on any given night, the people who produce on any given night are the stars. Those are the guys that have that expectation. The people that are, hey, I can give you 38, and then maybe I give you 8, and maybe I'll put in 15.
Yeah.
Like, those are role players.
Those are role players.
And that has been one of the major questions is, can you find that? Now, I do want to bring you to the pride of Beaumont, Texas himself. You know who I'm talking about.
That's my third one.
Kendrick Perkins?
No. Oh, you're talking about what he said about him.
Yes, what he said about Jaylen Green.
About Tomball, Texas.
No. The pride of Beaumont, Texas.
Yeah.
Would Jimmy Butler get mad if you say he was from Beaumont? Because he absolutely seems like he would fight you behind scenes.
He would get pissed.
Yeah, he would get very upset.
I feel like anybody would get pissed if they wasn't from Beaumont.
Wait, now the people from Beaumont about to be mad.
No, I'm just saying.
No, you're right.
Like, no, I'm not from Beaumont. I'm from Houston.
You're right.
Whatever.
Yeah, I heard this, and it's interesting.
So this is Kendrick Perkins on Twitter last night, 12:37 a.m., so I guess technically this morning if you want to view it that way. Yes, Jaylen Green is struggling, but some of you casuals that never played the game, let alone, he said let along, interestingly enough, the playoffs, need to back the hell off. This is the young fella's first rodeo, and he's got to learn from this, but all the hate this young man is getting weak. Like, how do you parse that out? Because I do think that there is something to be said for, I saw, there is a level of figuring out that he needs to do when it comes to these particular circumstances, when it comes to the ways that playoff basketball goes. But I don't think that speaks to all of this.
No, it doesn't. Look, that's a very small thing. And again,
it sounds like he wasn't watching the Rockets all season, man.
Yes.
Because this is Jaylen Green, man. Like, he has some moments where he is balling, but he is very inconsistent, man.
No, for sure.
He could put up a 38-point game and then a 9-point game and then a 27-point game and then a 12-point game. That's him.
I think that is a casual. And I know he's from the Houston area, but he hasn't watched, to Figgy's point. And here's the other thing. Let's just eliminate this whole, the kid this and the kid that. I can call him a kid because he's younger than mine. But this is his 4th season in the NBA. This is his 4th season. It's his first playoff run. And
it's first on a like truly winning basketball team. And I think you will absolutely agree, or I guess maybe I shouldn't tell you what you agree to. That's kind of wild. Yeah. But I believe, let me ask you, would you agree that playing winning basketball is different than just playing basketball in the league, especially knowing the ways where this Houston Rockets team was prior to at least last season and definitely to the ways that they were playing this year?
Look, that is absolutely true. But players players who are 23 in their fourth season in the NBA and didn't shrivel, didn't wilt like this. I just wrote down a couple. De'Aaron Fox, his fourth season in the NBA in the playoffs, 27.4 points per game. Jimmy Butler, we're familiar with his work.
Very, very familiar.
Fourth season in the NBA, fourth season in the NBA in the playoffs, 25.6. Tyrese Maxey, 29.2 in his fourth season.
In playoff, these are playoff averages.
In the playoffs.
Got you.
In the playoffs. And they were all 22 or 23 years old. So don't come at me with that. Because players who are young are not really young in NBA years, you know, and that's why Jaylen. We're going to talk more about Jaylen Green specifically, but it's haunting, and that's a weak cop out of an excuse right there.
It's kind of haunting because even when they wasn't in the playoffs, man, he was up and down like this. So it wasn't like he was out here averaging 25 points all season long, and then the price is too light in the playoffs.
Right.
It was doing that in the season.
No, for sure. I wanted to give just some more context, but I think I do lean a lot more to where you guys are. It's one of the things that, when we talk about the prototypes in the playoffs, where do people slot? And I think that even in this conversation, we have slotted him in as almost like a Corey Brewer type, like he might go off for a 51 time, but I don't think that you can expect that he is going to give you, even his season average of 21, 22, what have you, I don't think you can expect that is the every night situation, especially when you saw like it wasn't even just that the scoring wasn't there in the same degree as that the entirety of this switches up where, I mean, even instances where you need him to be kind of the offensive engine of sorts, or at least the initiator, and the defense has switched up to where we are now doubling the basketball off of a pick and roll. And he's picking up the ball very high, and he's, trying to find a way to pass out of it. And he ultimately does, but you can see like there's just a level of inexperience, but then also just lack of comfort and discomfort with this. And all of those things, missing free throws, not being able to finish, not being able to get to your spot and score, while also having all of this learning curve, all of it just adds up to not giving you enough from the performance.
I mean, what has he played? 350 games? Somewhere in that neighborhood? I would have to, I'm just estimating myself.
He don't miss no games.
He's won in that arena.
Iron Man.
He's played 350 games. He doesn't miss any games, as Figgy just said. You can miss me with that, man.
All right.
You can miss me with that.
So I think that we've adequately done this, and I don't want this to be a bash on Jaylen Green because he ain't the only reason.
Well, we mentioned the other things that are haunting. I think another thing that's haunting, frankly, and you have a great case on this, is how was that menace Draymond Green still in the game? How the hell was he still in the game?
It was kind of laughable.
It was laughable. I was like, oh,
y'all was laughing
when we were texting as if
I'm like, look at what he's doing.
I knew as soon as it happened. I knew.
They were not the dead ball Tari Eason, where Tari Eason is pulled down, and then Draymond Green very intentionally. Like, I think, let's be honest about this, right? Especially Mr. Somehow this is just the way my legs move when I play basketball. No, it's not, man. We have played basketball. The legs don't move like that. You're not knocking people's head into the hardwood.
You need to play football, man.
I am so very sick of the NBA doing these things where they're acquiesced to him because y'all are only serving to make this happen some more. Like, you're only letting.
I knew there was
no flagrant foul. When was the last time you saw a dead ball flagrant foul?
I know.
Word, just to get out of him, throwing him out of here, right? Like, it did not torpedo the league. When, what was that, in 2016 when he got thrown out of that game? Because in the finals, it didn't torpedo the league. You can give him the adequate response for his actions and limit these antics. Because the tough thing about it as well, right, is Draymond should not have been in that game just for like disciplinary, just for ethical basketball reasons, just for morality, but also
for morality.
No, it's the principality of the matter, Smokey. No, like that is where we are. But it also then comes back and backfires because it is when Alperen Sengun is going heat rock in the second half. It is against Quentin Post. It is against Trace Jackson Davis, if that is his name. I know there's three names in there. I know that those are the three. I don't know which order they're in. But right when those guys are on the floor, Alperen Sengun is going ham. When Draymond Green gets back on the floor, and this is a testament, I will give him credit to his defensive prowess, is that's when you see Alperen Sengun maybe start to slow back down late in the fourth quarter. And that was tough because it felt like they had found the engine that would work for them offensively, at least in this game, and it slowed down at the wrong situation, being a game he deserved.
All right, so all those things are haunting. None of them are what haunting me the most. Is what's haunting me.
Ooh, there was you left a secret final option.
I got the big finish. You gotta have the big finish. This is what haunts me the most. Ime Udoka. You talk about Jaylen Green. Oh, you just can't do that in the playoffs. You cannot not show up 3 out of 4 games, and that's true. You cannot start both halves of a game like that is crucial, just getting worked. They were, and I was texting you guys. I think I texted you. They only had, by my estimation, 4, maybe 5 good defensive possessions in the entire first quarter. They were on skates. They got run early, big time. And then what happened to start the second half? After all these adjustments, let's see what we can do on offense. Let's get out there and really take it to them to start the second half. 18-1? Isn't that what it was? 18-1? That's on Ime. That's what haunts me the most. You cannot do this. You cannot have a head coach that starts both halves, and especially on offense, that's the second part of it, where they have long stretches of just clunky uncertainty, unable to get into the offense the right way. Yeah. That's on Ime, man, and it pains me. I love that guy.
Yeah, I felt like. Do you feel like Ime made some adjustments at all during this series?
He has, like, especially I
give Steve Kerr a lot of credit for making adjustments, even after winning a game. Mm-hmm. Because usually when you went with what won you the game, he was still making adjustments, man.
And I think we'll talk more about this even as we go along during the show, because I have a question that I love to bring out in a playoff series on whether or not this is a solved series. I'll explain what that means later on. But, yeah, man, there's a clear coaching advantage. We knew this coming in. I guess the question then becomes, how stark is it? I do want to give Ime his credit. I do think the defensively saw, like, the matchup zone of sorts that they were running out there did find its way to be effective once they settled into it. And you could tell that was not necessarily a matchup zone that they had run a ton this year, even though they've used a zone.
Yeah.
Because they were found a way to utilize it with Steph Curry on the floor, something I did not think you'd be able to do. So, like, there have been things that they have done to get themselves playing better basketball. You saw them flying around at points. It just feels like even as a team and with a coaching staff, there isn't a consistency, and there's not a lot of places to make that up when you're playing against a team that has this kind of institutional knowledge, this kind of experience in the Warriors. And unfortunately, you just let the margins, you lost on the margins in too many places, and all the little losses added up to a big loss, a 109-106 loss to be specific, that puts the Rockets down 3-1 in this series. And now they move into the part of the program where they have to try and stave off elimination. And that'll
must win.
It is a must win. Lopez, can we confirm?
Yes, it is.
Okay, it is a must win. And we'll talk more about that as we continue on in the show. But of course, the next game on Wednesday back at Toyota Center. In fact, we'll talk about that, I'm certain, with B. Scott when he joins us next hour. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610 on a Tuesday. Coming up next, a team that we've neglected a little bit in this time period is the Astros. Got a victory yesterday. And can we attribute this to Jose Altuve in a very particular way? I'll explain what I mean next.
All right, let's talk about the
Sports Radio 610.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez.
It is what it is means nothing.
And Reggie Atatula.
And that, my friends, is a scoregami.
Always live, always local.
713, what's the damn number? 572-4610.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Hope you're having as happy a Tuesday as you can. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, and Figgy Fig hanging out with you here. The Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line always open for you. 713-572-4610, where Ocho says, Lopez, the only person that can stop the Rockets bleeding is Hunter Brown. He's been that good. Which immediately myself and Lopez asked ourselves, can he hoop?
I wonder if Hunter Brown can hoop. You think he can?
I think
I'm not going to look anything up. I'm just curious. I'll let you look it up.
I think so.
I'm just looking. I'm just
a lifelong baseball player. You know, it's baseball. They just year-round, all that stuff.
Yeah, I really hate that we have done so much specialization because I really miss just knowing that one dude is athletic, so he probably did some other. Like Hunter Brown, did he ever run track? You know what I mean? Like,
No.
It used to be a time where if you played any sports, you did some level track and field. But yeah, Hunter Brown, who is, oh man, I didn't get that. I was looking for his dimensions, like how tall and what heavy. Well, we'll find out. However, he was not playing yesterday. It was Ronald Blanco on the mound, and the Astros get a victory. They get a victory, and one of the more interesting things in this game yesterday, as you welcome in the Tigers, is for the first time since 2023, Jose Altuve does not hit leadoff. It is the man wearing number 3, Jeremy Pena, in the leadoff spot for your Astros yesterday. And that is a curiosity. That is an oddity. But that was not Joe Espada just doing things to shake it up. Apparently.
Don't give Joe Espada credit.
Well, I mean, hold on. Wait a minute.
I'm kidding.
You don't have to do all that.
It wasn't him.
That's too much, too far. But apparently, in being the very involved and team conscious player, although I do wonder how self-serving this is, Jose Altuve went to Espada and went to the management and kind of talked to them about, what do you think about me hitting second, or at least just not hitting leadoff? And you saw the effects of it. I mean, he knocked in Jeremy Pena. Actually, he had a homer that brought Jeremy Pena in this game, immediately paying dividends on that move. The form, like, what do you make of Jose Altuve, like, surmising that and bringing that up? And secondly, like, what do you like this move of Jose Altuve maybe now becoming your 2-hole hitter as opposed to your leadoff?
Jose Altuve said, don't listen to Jeff Bagwell. Listen to me.
I've often said that.
I'm the executive that you need to be listening to, the player executive that you need to be listening to. I love it for a number of reasons. It's still early, but part of me is like, why didn't we think of this earlier? Jeremy Pena, great wheels. Can steal some bases.
And has, 5 thus far this season?
You can steal some bases. Good, not great, but good on-base percentage. I think he's 3rd on the team in on-base percentage right now. I mean, why has this not happened already? But I'm glad it has happened because it also helps Jose Altuve. I mean, obviously driving in some runs, maybe getting a little bit of protection in front and behind in the lineup, and he's the best hitter.
Yeah, I think more than anything for me, just a better opportunity to actually have players on base when one of the guys who has actually been your better hitters has an opportunity to step to the plate.
Yeah.
Right? It's the bottom part of your lineup has, showed up at various times, but just there's been a power outage with this team just generally. And this does not. I'm starting to get to a place where I'm lowering the expectation of what offense is for this team just generally. Sure. I know the necessary caveat of it is early and there's still opportunities for things to get better, especially when you talk about the players that we'll see that I think by all accounts you can still assume there's more to wring out of it. When you still talk about Yordan has not been the Yordan that we are used to. Christian Walker still feels like there's more to be had from him, so on and so forth. I think that you can still get some offense, but at the very least, like, you got a guy going. Try and at least maximize that by putting someone who is also getting on base and has that speed in Jeremy Pena ahead of him and see that go. And interestingly enough, in the piece that Chandler Rome wrote about this in The Athletic, he had some quotes that were kind of intimating that maybe even Jose Altuve hits better when he has runners on base as opposed to that leadoff situation where I do wonder if it makes him, if it tempers some of the aggression that he comes to the plate with and allows him to even have better at bats.
Well, he's a free swinger. He's a free swinger. He always has been. Maybe, consciously or subconsciously, when you're opening, even if it's just the first inning, when you're opening the game, you don't have a feel for the pitcher, obviously, what he's doing that day. So even the leadoff, I'm curious how many times, this year, what his batting average is as the first batter in a game. Because now he might even have a better feel for things once Jeremy Pena's out there, and it's just good for him in terms of driving in runs. You can back up, a guy that's on base that puts a little more pressure on the pitcher, in terms of working from the stretch and such. So I really like it. It really was one of those moments I was like, oh yeah, that's a great idea.
Yeah, so very excited to see this. And I think say enough of Jose Altuve at this point. Like, I don't want to be the dude that's like waxing
He's
poetic
good
in this moment. But not just good. Like, I also view this as, and it's weird to say as, the elder statesman on this team already, but like stepping even further into that leadership role of, this feels like something that, the type of story that you would have attributed to Alex Bregman at times, right?
Sure.
And
it does.
Maybe this is heavy-handed. That's fair. You can say that, but it does feel like, okay, we're getting some of that particular style of leadership that we were wondering maybe where you get some of that within this within this clubhouse. And this is a small nugget if you choose to believe it in such a way in that direction.
And don't look now. Don't look now. Playing okay defense. Made a couple plays yesterday.
Oh, he looked very comfortable.
Made a couple plays yesterday.
Now weren't able to get the out at second, but the ball off of the wall in left, right on the Crawford boxes. Yeah. And he saw it. He saw it all the way, knew it was coming off the wall, and played it off the first hop, right? And in fact, barehanded it off the first hop, sent it into second in a way that felt like you had plausibly the opportunity to get the tag in there. Jeremy Pena did, and I was like, okay, that's or was it Dubon at second? I can't remember who was actually at second in that instance.
And made a running catch as well.
Yes, so I really enjoyed, I am enjoying rather seeing Jose Altuve and the ways in which I think he's rising to the occasion in a way that you don't necessarily assume for a player of his age, and the ways in which he's being challenged, right? Playing in left field, and he's embraced those challenges on the front end, stepping into left field, and now. And one of the things that's nice about that is that I think it more comfortably, although you were already having Jeremy Pena a little bit higher, but it more comfortably situates that top of the lineup where you go Pena, as I imagine he remains in that leadoff spot, Pena, Altuve, Jordan, Isaac Paredes, and then Christian Walker. I think that is a more comfortable five in your lineup.
Yeah,
there.
I don't think this is a let's see what happens move. I think this is a move that you ride out. For various reasons. Pena clearly is having a good season, the kind of season that at least the start of it that we were hoping for, and you know what you're going to get with Altuve. This is not let's see what happens. No, I think you ride this out.
Yeah, 8-5 victory for your Astros yesterday, and I believe that moves them to, if memory serves, because I think I checked this before. No, they're not playing. They weren't playing yesterday. The Mariners. They'll start a 2-game set versus the Diamondbacks, or is it the Angels? One of them 8 teams today, but. The Astros now just a game back from the lead in the AL West. So even with all of the ups and downs and all the trials or tribulations that we have lamented, this is an Astros team that's still very much, and of course it's always early, but it's still very much in that situation, comfortably in that AL West race. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. We'll talk a little bit more about that game and what's coming up today for your Astros. But coming up next, let's get to our question of the day. Let's be a little silly of it, obviously, about it. Tying back to the Rockets, unfortunately losing to the Golden State Warriors. There's been a lot of conversation about one gorilla versus 100 men. What happens in a fight between one gorilla and 100 Jaylen Greens? 713-572-4610. If we're to possibly get a victory with 100 men versus a gorilla, what Houston sports athlete might get that for you? Let's do all of that next.
All right, let's talk about Underdog fantasy. Okay, so got to be honest, didn't go the way I wanted to yesterday, but that's okay. Been on a pretty good run here. The Underdog app just became one of the best places to make picks during the basketball playoffs, and it's so much fun. And it's just fun to keep up with everything. But the way it works is you download the app, and then you choose whether a player is going to go higher or lower.
you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, let's get into the social media nonsense. I don't think that anything makes me, I don't think anything makes me smile or feels as perfect the use for the area of social media discussion and debate as like nonsensical hypotheticals.
Yes.
I think that those make me smile, and one that's been going on since the weekend at the very least.
At least since Sunday.
Is would 100 million be able to sing your silverback gorilla?
And I thought this was my timeline first, man.
Everybody, I feel like, or let me know if everybody, because I feel like this reached out.
They
to a lot
talked
of folks.
about it on the broadcast last night.
Talked about it on the broadcast.
I think they did a segment on it somewhere else.
Get Up
too,
had a segment.
I was watching the Astros on the Detroit Tigers broadcast. They talked about it.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
That's right.
I was trying to avoid it, but it's like, we got to do this, right? Especially after last night.
Well, I mean,
Because I think the comedy will be.
You decided to go after Jaylen Green.
Hey,
I want to make.
I'm merely asking a question. I didn't go after anybody.
Yeah, you said 100 Jaylen Greens or a gorilla who you got.
Yeah.
713-572-4610. What happens?
That's not going after him. It's just merely asking a question.
You know what you're doing. That is what we in the business call a setup. That's what's happening there. But I do want to open it up to like what athlete in Houston sports do you think would have the best shot? Because do we agree that the 100 men are not getting this done? Even though like it's a lot of dudes. If we're talking, but no weapons.
No weapons.
No.
See,
we talking hand-to-hand combat with a silverback, ladies and gentlemen.
That's a 6'8", 600-pound.
Oh, this man did the research.
Solid muscle with hands the size of a serving platter.
And we talk about the silverback.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
it's the gorilla. It's the gorilla that wins. And by the way, I dug so deep, and I've been avoiding it, but this morning I was like, all right, I'm in. I watched the AI animation of it. That gorilla did some work on.
Why are we certain that the AI animation?
Oh, but it was entertaining.
But one thing that particular animation did point to is that like there wasn't a collective 100 men push. And I think this is the tough part because the 281 on the text line, the Gorilla's washing 100 men easily, maybe 200 and 250. And I don't know that I'm certain of it, but the thing that I think is the downfall of 100 will still be the downfall of 200 and 250 is how are we getting everybody in line to go and fight this silverback? Because
my thing is, how's you taking it down?
Well, you have to outflank them, and you have to sacrifice about 30 to 40% of the men. Like you going in, you have to say they're going to get split in two. Which one of you guys want to do that?
Right, that's the tough part. It's like, hey man, we just gonna rush them, but is everybody's heart gonna be in the rush? Because if not, then this ends up looking like a kung fu movie or just basically any action movie where there's like 1,000 goons, but they only step up one at a time to get their ass whooped.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I feel like that's how it ends up showing up in this, where it's like, oh, it's 100, let's rush them, and then one guy runs out and he realizes he's by himself, and then his face gets ripped off. You know what I mean?
I'm just wondering who is the person or the people that will actually take the gorilla down, like defeat the gorilla.
It's got to be the second or third wave, and that means people are
like you gonna choke it out?
I don't
like. I'm
suffocate
just trying to.
it.
I think it's like we are assigning battalions to various different limbs. You got the right leg. You this battalion over here. Y'all got the left leg. Y'all 10 over here. Y'all gonna see if y'all can get the left hand.
Hey.
Y'all over here.
It's gonna look like 2-year-olds on a grown man's leg.
But you're getting creative here. What happens in a fight? And we can go to other things, and we are on the text board. Between one gorilla and 100 Jaylen Greens, only 25% of the Jaylen Greens would show up. That's what I said.
Unbelievable.
The texter says they would sit down and paint each other's nails.
Oh, God.
Somebody said, what about 100 massage therapists versus one Deshaun Watson?
Okay. I think we already ran that experiment. So I feel like the Houston Texans got in the spirit of this on their social media when they asked the question of their followers, 100 Brian Cushings or one gorilla. And I think that Brian Cushing is very in particular. Like I know that Ryan Fitzpatrick put up a picture in response to that about how his muscles were bigger than Brian Cushing's muscles. And dog, we ain't talking about muscles right now. We are talking about want to. Because there's one thing, like if I'm talking about people not necessarily wanting to go and run up against the gorilla because they're afraid of him, I know who ain't.
Yeah.
Brian bleeping Cushing, brother.
Brian Cushing would headbutt him with
that
his
is
bare
right.
head.
But you'd lose about 40% of the Cushings.
But all of them would be excited to do it. All of them would be ready to go. And to that end, I do appreciate some of these ones that came in. Like Josh from the 832 said, give me 100 Azizes or 100 Will Anderson Jr.'s. And I think 100 Azizes.
I think Aziz is the answer.
I think it's a good one.
Yeah.
I think it's a good one to go for.
And we brought this up earlier of the Rockets. Obviously not Jaylen Green. But Steven Adams.
Yeah, Jaylen Green's just too slight generally.
Yeah,
I feel like we want to get somebody that has a little bit of mass to him. Not Jaylen Green. Steven Adams is a good one. He seems like he is at least at some point in his career and maybe still to sometime relatively recently, if not now, held the crown as the strongest dude in the NBA, or at the very, very least, the dude that you do not want to mess with. And that feels like you got to throw a lot of those on the table.
He kind of give you like a Thor type of feel, or Aquaman. He kind of look like Aquaman a little bit.
Yeah.
He kind of give you that superhero feel.
He's that guy that is the nicest guy in the world, but once he goes down that road and he snaps,
say, mate.
Yeah, you're done.
Oh, yeah.
You're done.
Say, mate.
Yeah.
Which is funny because I don't know that we've seen him snap in NBA circumstances. And we've seen
he did with Jaylen Green a while back, remember? I mean, not Jaylen Green, Draymond.
Draymond?
Yeah.
Did we even get full snap? Because, you see him just kind of like, he is the type of dude that will yoke you up with a smile. You know what I mean? Like, he'll grab you by the collar, but also be smiling in your face. Like, that's the type of, like, he looks like a pirate at times. You know? So I feel like that's a good answer here. A fair point, because people are coming up with not just players, but like plans of attacks here. As somebody was like, don't forget, a swift kick to the gonads will do wonders. And
you got to get there.
And
you got to get there.
That's what I was like, how many do we have to throw at him to distract him while somebody else comes around and flanks in order to get
What
a
about
swift
walking
kick to
up to him and be like, hey, buddy, what's going on, man?
Yeah, you'd hear two sounds.
He gonna Jordan Alvarez you beyond the train tracks. That's what's gonna happen to you. From the 281, 100 J.J. Watts.
J.J. Watt would be willing. Yeah, he would.
I think Arian Foster would be willing more than J.J. Watt.
Well, Arian Foster would negotiate with him.
Arian Foster ain't in there, man. Arian Foster's like, look, man,
namaste.
I don't know if that's the smartest thing to do.
Didn't he say he could fight a bear or something like that? Didn't he say?
Was that him? No, he talked like a dinosaur. Remember that?
Nah, I think he brought up the conversation like I could fight something. A wolf. I think it was a wolf.
Was that? You know what? I think it was. Yeah. I think it was.
All right. I like this one from the 832. They said one Hakeem would slap the gorilla like he was Mad Max. I feel like in that instance we got to say one Hakeem because I feel like that was the time period where he was in the slapping mood. Do you wonder if Hakeem Olajuwon carries so much gravitas that the silverback gorilla would know what time it was and chill out? Like, that's the one thing I wonder is, like, is there so much respect for Hakeem where the gorilla's like, you know what, dog?
He just got taught Nigerian, man. just loud like a Nigerian, man.
Jaylen Green would keep waiting for another Jaylen Green to do something.
Oh, that's tough. That's tough. And other people saying gouge the eyes, dog pile, and then take turns choking the gorilla out. All right.
100. Somebody said 100 Ben Wallace. What about 100 Bill Lambiers?
100 Bill Lambiers is interesting.
They'd fight dirty.
That exactly.
Yeah.
100 Ben Wallace's. Is there somebody said, can we just sacrifice 100 Draymond Greens? They might not win, but yeah, it'll be cathartic. It'll be cathartic to see. But yeah, okay. Do you have any other insights into this 100 man versus one gorilla perspective here?
Depends on what coloring.
100 James Harrison's. Oh, that's a scary proposition.
Oh, James Harrison.
I thought about that.
I think 100 James Harrisons would just torpedo themselves at the gorilla.
I'm actually just fascinated by how many people think that 100 men would actually have a shot. I get it's a good discussion because people are taking sides, and I don't know if it's 50-50, but there's a lot that think the 100 men would beat that silverback. Figure you put it the best. That's a silverback gorilla, man.
Yeah.
That's a bad dude.
And I think just like the unwillingness to quit, like just the animalistic instinct that we have kind of taken a little bit ourselves away from. I feel like that fear cut in on way too many of our 100 men as opposed to that gorilla. And yeah, I'm generally going. And somebody said, question of the day: 100 Draymonds because you get 100 crotch shots.
Well, they'd keep trying. Their legs would go everywhere.
Yeah, no, crazy legs. the one time where the crazy legs would be useful or beneficial. 100 Charles Haley's. Oh, wow. Yep. That's terrifying. And 409. That is okay.
What's that?
They said 100 Orenthals.
Oh, gosh.
But they just wanted to make sure that the gorilla was of particular gender.
Yeah.
All right.
That glove definitely would not fit the gorilla's hands.
All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 6. See what happens when we try to have fun? You go too far. You do. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's welcome in our guy, B. Scott, and also go around the NFL where the NFL and Nike are launching a particular program to see change. I'll tell you how, and we'll talk about more next.
It sounds like the Texans. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, we're about to go around the NFL here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. But before we do that, we got to do the thing that we do on Tuesdays, which is welcome in the man himself from Hiram Clark. It's Brandon K. Scott. B. Scott, what's popping, brother?
Man, I'm just in a much better mood now. I'm so glad that we're doing the show that I'm on at 11 o'clock in the morning, as opposed to, like, say, right after that game was over last night. Because that wouldn't have been very fun to talk to, wouldn't have been very entertaining. But I've had enough time to sit on it, to sleep on it, and to allow it to all marinate. So I'm doing a lot better than I was, say, 12 hours ago.
All right, so save those thoughts, because B. Scott's thoughts are coming here in just a little bit. Did you want to weigh in at all on the 100 men versus a gorilla at all? Especially, I think did we settle on 100 Brian Cushings? Somebody else said 100 Hulks. I'm guessing they mean Hulkmania.
Yeah, so that's not a man, though, right? Because you got to have the serum, not real, right?
No, yeah, it's got to be a man.
Yeah.
Someone said Lawrence Taylor, but he got to have his superpowers.
Okay, so that type of serum, you're going to need some type of serum, okay? And whether it's, illegal narcotics, or if it's actual, like, made up serum from the superhero movies, you're gonna need a little bit more than just man. I've actually thought long and hard about this. And
I expected.
Like, my initial thought though was, even getting 100 men to agree to do it is wild to me.
That's the one.
Like, who are the 100 men that are like, yeah, I'll go out there and be like one of the possible men and likely men to get killed by the gorilla, in the course of this? Because I think that maybe 100 men could do it, but how many men got to die before you get there? I
said 30 to 40%. That's a lot.
I don't want to be one of the 30 or 40 or 50 men that got to die for this mission to get accomplished. So I'm not signing up for it. How do I know I'm
How about 100 B. Scotts?
No.
100 B. Scotts is too small. I could have told you that.
No chance.
Because here's the thing.
And you're not going to get one B. Scott to agree to it.
That's
every B. Scott in every universe. What is the metaphor? What is
the multiverse?
Multiverse. In every multiverse of B. Scott, everyone will refuse. All versions of me.
I do want to say, I actually think that it would be easier to get 100 to agree. It's actually scarier in that circumstance, because those 100 agree, and then they get into that moment, they're like, "Oh I have made a grave mistake."
I said yes to this.
No, but I do love what people have done on the internet, like with the Texans saying, "Hey, well, how about 100 Brian Cushings?"
That's right.
I've seen others give like the 80s Pistons. Give me, Kimbo Slice. I know Kimbo. Rest in peace to Kimbo Slice.
Right.
And give me Solange. Like, people are like being funny about it, because how she was in that elevator with Jay-Z. Like, give me people that are about that life. 100 of those, and let's go.
I respect it.
I do respect it.
Somebody said I don't need
one.
Someone said I don't need 100 men. Give me Will Anderson Jr., Aziz Al-Shaair, Daniil Hunter, and we good.
Hey,
your defense would stink then.
Yeah,
because
not all them coming back.
Because they gonna show heart, but they gonna get dead.
All right, let's talk about some football. I guess
we would know the draft needs next year. That's
sure. Damn shame what happened to that Will Anderson Jr.
Yeah. All right. Not a shame at all what happened to George Kittle. George Kittle, now the highest paid tight end in the National Football League, on an average annual value of $19.1 million compared to the $19 million average annual value that Trey McBride got. They finally got it done. George Kittle becoming the highest paid player with a 4-year deal. Does this matter at all to you, or like? Because I'm amazed that they actually paid him. Like, I thought the Niners were coming up on that time period where you go, I don't know if we could pay all these dudes. Of course, it feels like George Kittle is somewhat foundational to what they do. But they're finding ways to pay some of these dudes in a way that I'm starting to wonder, like, okay, how are we back in the place where we're willing to go, the salary cap isn't real, you just need some massage?
Nah, the salary cap is real, but I think the other part is also true, that you just really need to, like, you just have to be smart with how you navigate it. That's why people are in those particular positions. But imagine this, if you were a 49ers fan and you lose Deebo Samuel, you're not able to come to grips with or come to a decision with George Kittle, and then you're going to end up paying Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
Like the Brock Purdy thing.
Ayuk.
Yes, what I'm saying. The Brock Purdy and Brandon Ayuk thing only works if you still got all of the superheroes around that, right? And of course, you made the decision on Debo, which I think is a fine decision. I think he'll be fine in Washington, but I get why you would move off of that if you're going to stick with Brandon Ayuk, but you can't get rid of George Kittle, who's actually your best offensive player.
You know, you were mentioning that, does it matter to me or whatever? We have a tendency, all of us, to sort of localize it and personalize it to like our situation.
That's right.
It's apples and Volkswagens.
Yeah, I was trying to see if I can get that there.
When it comes to the Texans, there is no. Oh, what does it mean? It doesn't mean a damn thing for Stover or Schultz or anybody.
I mean, honestly, it would be very nice if you had some level of comparison because you had a player of that caliber, but unfortunately you don't have a tight end of that space. Like, how are we feeling about the tight ends going into this season?
Yeah, I mean, it's the one position group that has been a disappointment now for, like, I think you got decent play out of Dalton Schultz in the first year.
Year one, yeah.
But I don't think anybody, like, even when he signed his extension, people are like, yeah, I could have done without him. Like, it's just a very ho-hum, underwhelming position group overall, even if you do like Cade Stover, which I do. I just don't know. I don't know how much he's going to be prioritized or what exactly they're going to ask from him in this. Honestly, it's one of the interesting parts about the new offense, right? It does at least specialize
his whole career
in coaching tight ends. Now, how is that going to translate into the offense that he designs or the plays that he calls? I do not know, but I know that I'm not, like, overly impressed with that position.
Yeah, I alluded to it yesterday. It's kind of been overshadowed by the offensive line. It's offensive line light. Like the questions we have for the offensive line, are they good? Are they kind of injury prone or sliding or whatever? You can say the exact same thing about the tight end room.
Yeah. Well, I would say just even overall about their, and I know their running statistics look better last year because they had Joe Mixon for the most part, but just overall as a run blocking outfit, it isn't just the offensive line. It extends, when you hear them talk about it, it extends beyond the offensive line, and we can see it with our own two eyes. Dalton Schultz out there not really necessarily giving you exactly what you want. Cade Stover being a rookie last year. But from the line itself to the tight ends and then even the wide receivers, I thought weren't as good as they had been in previous years in run blocking. So that's something that they overall got to attack. But that room, it's a less talked about and less priority position group. Yeah. But I think it is has just as many question marks as any other.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment of what's happening there. So I guess salute to George Kittle getting his money at the very least. I'm very intrigued to see like what this Niners team is able to do as they find themselves clearly on the backside of what this peak is, how long they're able to extend that window of some level of contention, because they're also a type of team where they get to the end of this window at the point, considering even though they were good for a long time, not necessarily getting to that pinnacle. Being a problem.
They went defense in the draft. They drafted Ricky Pearsall last year, who we know had the kind of a real scary moment, but it ended up recovering from that. So he's got some potential to help them offensively. Obviously, this Kittle move that we're talking about now, and then in the draft, they went defense. So they still are operating like they're right there. We'll see what they actually are.
You have to operate in that way from the 3-4-6. 100 men already facing death. Bye-bye Silverback. I like what they're doing there. Like they're putting the hypothetical situation where
death row.
Yeah, we're gaming this. I imagine it's like if you live, you can make it out, right? Like if you can manage to get this done. But I don't know. Does that help or does that hurt? I don't know. Well, I'll circle back around to that.
That's rough, man. I just imagine being like the 50th guy who watched the first 49 go, and I'm right there in the middle. It's like, nah, bro, this don't feel like
That's like that game on Netflix, or what's that show on Netflix? The little game show where they.
Yes.
How did I forget the name? As soon as
you're
I
right,
see
though.
it, Squid Game.
Squid Game. Yeah. I was about to say Endgame, but Squid Game.
If you could get like 15 to 20 to attack every limb. Like, we got to all attack every both legs and both hands at the same time, and then somebody go for the head.
Yeah.
It's got to. Yeah, it's got to.
You can maybe devise a strategy.
Who are the volunteers to do that?
God bless. God bless.
I'll volunteer a strategy, but I will not be out there.
As a brain trust, we'll be over here. I'm C-suite. All right. At the risk of beating a dead horse, like I imagine a silverback gorilla would beat you with your own dismembered body, we bring you to Shedeur Sanders because, interestingly enough, this is around the NFL, but I'll expand it to around the football of sorts, because the CFL's Toronto Argonauts added Shedeur Sanders to their negotiation list after he slid.
Oh man,
in the
I love
NFL
this.
draft.
I love this. I think
Okay,
it's brilliant.
why do you love this?
I think it's brilliant for Shedeur Sanders. It's certainly brilliant for the CFL and the Toronto Argonauts. And let me explain. If you're Shedeur Sanders, you got 5 quarterbacks in that room, and you got a little negotiating power now because the Argonauts, they did this just yesterday. They put him on their negotiation list, which means they can pay him and they can make him, their highest paid player. He goes full Warren Moon from back in the day, goes to Canada, throws for 8 million yards or whatever, gets some game experience that's guaranteed. I'm not saying he should do it. I'm saying I think it's a brilliant possibility. And then think about it from the CFL perspective.
Oh, yeah.
That's Caitlin Clark.
Yeah, no, that's obvious.
That's
from the
Caitlin
CFL
Clark. I mean, the ratings, the attention, the rating, the television coverage in this country. I mean, I think it's something to think about.
Yeah, I think you could make the argument that in 2025, Shedeur Sanders is more famous than the Canadian Football League.
Sure.
So I think bringing in a singular player that's more famous than your entire league, your entire concept is great for you. So check that box. That part is obvious. But then for Shedeur, I just really thought about it as you were kind of laying it out. I'm like, if I'm Shedeur Sanders, would I rather be among a crowd of middling quarterbacks but still not sure if I got a legitimate shot because they drafted somebody that I might be better? Or would I rather ball out in the Seattle? Like, would I rather do this in Cleveland and with the Browns, who are a disaster as an organization? Sorry, Figgy, but would I rather
You
do
gotta
that?
apologize to me.
I'm just saying,
my team.
You know what I'm saying?
You said it's from around your spot.
I mean, I ain't trying to poke fun at Cleveland, but you know what I'm talking about. Man. The Browns, man, they on some other stuff. Do I want to do that?
Bigger
if I'm Shedeur?
field.
Or
they pass
Canadian
on just
League.
about every down.
Yeah.
Bigger end zones.
Yeah, this is an option. Yeah. This would be an option if I were him. Let me put it
I agree with you.
I don't know what he's thinking or what his aspirations are exactly, but if I were him, I would think about this.
I think if you end up in a place where somebody trying to put you on the practice squad, this becomes a conversation. I don't think that we're still in that same era where that crossover works in the same way, where the NFL is going to go and reach back to the CFL and bring folks over, especially as we're already seeing. It seems like the reason why he dropped is people got a problem with him, right? I don't think that they're going to be like, well, he's so good over there in Canada that now I'm going to put those things to the side. Like, I feel like you're going to have to ball in the context where it makes it undeniable, which is the NFL in a circumstance where either you go and win a position or you take a position after someone is injured or something like that. That feels like the path forward. If you are trying to ultimately use this as a stepping stone to the NFL.
It's clearly a different environment. But the situation of Shedeur Sanders is almost identical to CFL quarterbacks that had to go prove themselves there. Yeah, and I put together a little list. Joe Kapp, undersized Hispanic quarterback that nobody thought could play in the NFL, played in the CFL. Doug Flutie, undersized, much like Shedeur Sanders, had to go prove himself in the NFL. Warren Moon, for obvious reasons back in the day, had to go prove himself as an African-American quarterback, played in the CFL, came to the NFL. Like, there are some similarities here. Jeff Garcia had to go to the CFL in terms of like what you're perceived to be, and then you go prove them wrong in the CFL.
Yeah, see, for me, I'm just kind of even looking at it from a different standpoint of doing it out of spite. Now, and I'm not applying this to Shedeur Sanders. I don't think he thinks this way. If you're just putting me in his shoes, I say, well, in the hell with y'all. I was born rich. I don't need you, NFL. Now, he might have the actual competitive nature of, hey, I want to be a great quarterback in the NFL, and I respect that. But I could perfectly go to the CFL and be out of sight, out of mind, or just be famous over there and say, well, hell, what y'all got going on in Cleveland. Like, I would be perfectly fine with that. But I'm also not a hyper competitor. There's a reason why I didn't make it to that spot. Because I'm not here for that.
Right.
I don't need that.
And I mean, to his credit, or I don't know if it's to his credit, because I think there's people that have already had questions about like character, what have you, or like arrogance. I don't want to like dig too deep into that. No, those are fair. But he seemed to when he was drafted, take it from a place of celebration and just still appreciating the opportunity. So we'll see what he does with that opportunity when
this is like alternate universe. Alternate universe. What if he doesn't want to do this? So like, he does have this as an option,
right? Yeah.
Don't run from the grind, though.
Do you think CFL? Wow. Okay. Do you think CFL is more of an option, or would UFL be? If in terms of proving something to the NFL? NFL.
It'll be more an option in terms of
even as the NFL is sidled up to the UFL a little bit.
Yes, because I think the money for your top, they don't pay very well.
No,
but their top end players, they pay very well, and they the field, like they pass first, second, and third down.
and I think like it's the weirdest thing because you're marrying football analysis with like fame, and I wonder like how much of Shedeur Sanders are we talking about football, or they're like, hey man, the juice is just not worth the squeeze. We don't want our marginal players to be that famous or that loud or that boisterous. I feel like that's a lot of what's happening here. Not just hey, we don't like him, but is the juice worth the squeeze? Like how loud can a fifth round pick be? How loud can my second or third string quarterback be?
And it's such a interesting conversation because it gets to the heart of what football in some ways it feels like it needs to have like an authoritarian kind of hierarchy, right?
Yeah.
There needs to be authority imbued simply because you are the head coach or simply because you hold whatever rank you do in the hierarchy. And it seems like the NFL and maybe football at large is bucking at the idea of you start down this road of guys maybe walking around as if they feel like they are above the hierarchy to some degree. And now are we shaking the foundations of what we have here? And I will admit, I was thinking about this morning. I actually do subscribe to some of this in a way that I typically wouldn't think that I would. In the way of, I always talk about if you're going to be a backup quarterback, the biggest thing you need to be is you're not out here proving yourself based off of your merit, like off of your football plan, especially if everybody around here wants to be happy, because nobody wants you to be on the field, right? If you're on the field, people around here are sad. So at the very least, the thing that keeps you around is being likable. And I do wonder if this is what people are trying to put forward is the opposite for him, where people feel like he is some level of unlikable, and they're like, I don't know that you're good enough to be starting caliber to where that would override it. We'll see.
Yeah, you talk a lot of ish, you got to back it up. Right. And so again, when I talk about the juice being worth the squeeze and what you're saying, Reggie, like, hey man, I don't feel like normally people want their backup quarterback. They want the backup quarterback to be quiet and insightful, right? Like help the guy in front of you, right? And that's
what Graham Mertz said in his interview once he was drafted. Is like, get into that room and do whatever you can do to help the team win games.
And maybe he can become that, but he is not presented as that up until this point.
What's crazy is even if he don't do anything, his people are obsessed with him at this point now.
Yeah. Right.
Like you got a lot of celebrities. Like I got to go to a Browns game.
There are going to be Shedeur's Browns jerseys out here.
It's kind of like the Tebow thing.
They might have.
It's the number one selling jersey right now.
I was going to say he might have the highest selling jersey.
No, it is. I looked at it yesterday. As of yesterday, he was number one. Cam Ward was number 2.
But think about it.
No. He was number 2. Travis Hunter was number 1.
That makes sense.
Shedeur was 2. Cam Ward was 3.
Did we get a number on? I forgot to circle back around to what Travis Hunter's wearing on his back.
I thought it was 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
But either way, think about it. Tim Tebow, like, can you be the caliber of player that Tim Tebow is for as famous as he was? It's like, man, the juice not worth the squeeze. He's not good enough on our team. He might have some kind of function or some type of utility on the team, but for what he brings, for the attention, is it good enough? Is the juice worth the squeeze? I think it's a similar situation.
Shout out to Cam saying, I don't know. I want my backup quarterback to be like Jameis Winston personally. Oh, okay.
Yeah, but Jameis Winston also did all of those little things too. Like I think if you watch the Hard Knocks that they did on the AFC North,
right.
You can kind of get a sense for that Jameis Winston was also one of those guys. I'm not saying that Shedeur is not. He just has not presented that way.
Right.
And the league doesn't seem to view him that way. But no one has ever said that Jameis Winston wasn't, a consummate teammate, or that his personality wouldn't fit in well with what a backup quarterback role is.
Hey, Figgy, what's the best donut spot in Cleveland?
Donut spot? I don't know.
I'm like, whatever it is, I feel like Shedeur need to find that and bring that into the Cleveland Browns. Or where is it, in the Brea or whatever? Just keep bring them donuts in and let people see, oh, man, I like this guy. Because you know what people love at the office? The guy who brings breakfast.
Yeah.
So, do that a little bit.
Don't bring everybody no Rolex or jewelry and stuff like that. Just bring some donuts and coffee.
Krispy Kreme.
Bring some food. Ain't nobody doing that.
Yeah.
That's not how you win over your teammates.
Jameis is different, but he's never given over or given off superiority complex. He's never really, I don't think, given that off.
And I felt like he accepted his role as a backup, too.
He had to.
Yeah.
He definitely had to. 281, one gorilla versus 100 Tony Siragusa's.
Siragusa would run out of gas.
Yeah. Okay. I don't think people realize how fast a gorilla is.
Exactly.
Just run through at least 50 of us. Minimum.
That's true.
Like, just run through us. And we'd be, like, incapacitated.
100 Larry Allens?
Again.
They're not fast enough.
Again.
I'm trying.
If you're fast enough, you're not big enough. And if you're big enough, you're not fast enough.
I'm just trying.
You're not a man.
Yeah.
I'm trying. Larry Allen could run, though. That boy was, whew.
Draymond's?
Man, have y'all seen gorillas run?
No, I'm just saying I'd want to see the
how
gorillas.
quickly they get off the ball.
I'd want to see the gorillas do some work.
Great explosion.
Their get off is insane.
Incredible bend.
Insane.
Hips.
Strong bull rush.
Yeah.
I'm telling you. Good with their hands.
Very good with their hands. Unreasonably good with their hands. All right.
Underrated footwork. Like,
100%.
I'm telling you.
Motor's incredible. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. As you can tell, we are being unserious today. But actually, I feel like we're going to get real serious because B. Scott literally has been waiting days for the opportunity to get off. B. Scott's thoughts, and we'll give them to you next.
What's better than drafting one?
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yup, he is indeed in the building, espousing the values of silverback gorillas and such. His name is Brandon K. Scott. You might know him as B. Scott from Hiram Clark. He has thoughts, and let's get to him. B. Scott, what's popping?
Man, I think the Texans got better. Over the weekend.
All right, done. Great thought. Let's go.
And I'll explain why, but I was overall happy with what the Texans did. I think there's a lot of stuff that you could nitpick, a lot of parts about this, like the trading out of the first round. At the time, I didn't love it, but also I looked at the draft and everything that was happening before they actually made the trade and thought, man, a lot of the players that I would have liked, the names that I would have given you or that I did give you going into it, were gone. And the mocks were kind of all over the place. We saw that play out in the way that played out throughout the draft. The mocks were kind of all over the place, save for the first, 4, 5, 6 picks or so. It started to get real. I thought once Loveland, the tight end.
Yeah, Colston Loveland.
Once Colston Loveland went to the Bears. 10 to the Bears. I thought after that, it started to get really kind of weird and just unpredictable of where guys would actually land.
Although Kelvin Banks at 9 to the Saints was an interesting one. And interestingly enough,
that's a good one. Yeah.
Interestingly enough, we played the audio of Ian Rappaport on Pat McAfee talking about the idea that, the Colts kind of stopped right around that time for trade-ups. I do wonder, right around Colston Loveland at 10, right there was Kelvin Banks at 9, and I do wonder if that was what the calls for the Texans were to get up.
Could have been either one of them, to be honest. It would have been a great fit, and I don't think it's a coincidence that the Texans calls stopped right there because it had to be one of those.
Yeah, I think that, honestly, that they did try, and I think they talked about this. They talked to pretty much every team in the league.
That boy was frustrated when he said it, too.
Yeah, I think they did try. They took the swing, and they missed, or for whatever reason, it did not work out. And then they got to a certain point. Now, I was one of those who, the more Matthew Golden falls back. That's another one. Emeka Ibuka going before him and Matthew Golden lasting as long as he did.
Right.
That now my brain is turning okay, maybe that's somebody that they could target. Obviously, Green Bay hadn't drafted a wide receiver in the first round since Jesus was a baby. It's been so long. They finally did that. So, you get why maybe they wouldn't want to trade with you. So once they got in that position and they trade back, I'm like, okay, well, I feel like you can still get a similar caliber player with the second pick in the second round as you could, say, around about 25. So you fast forward to the next day, and Jaden Higgins, I think for that position, the second pick in the second round, that's about as pretty good of a receiver as you could ask for. I know that there were others that maybe you might have wanted, but when you watch him play and just overall kind of the haul of weapons that they got between Jaden Higgins and Jaylen Noel, his actual teammate, I feel like they did address some of the needs in terms of weaponry that they didn't have. They didn't have enough speed. They didn't have opposite of Nico Collins. I think between those two picks, they absolutely added that. And that's before I even get to the idea of Woody Marks being, to me, a potential option as a backup running back, which is something that they desperately need.
It's funny you mentioned that because I think we're going to talk about, the potential of a better five-headed monster with these guys. You could easily argue that. But we never really dug into this. We mentioned it here and there. I mean, Jaden Higgins was that guy, right? That they said that Nick Caserio said they had at 20, that they was still available, that they were considering at 25.
Who went ahead of him? Who was the pick ahead?
It had to be Jaden Higgins.
It was Schweschinger, the linebacker out of UCLA, if memory serves.
So I got a tough time believing that would have been the guy.
I know damn well I didn't say his name right, but y'all know who I'm talking about.
No, that was close. That was close enough. It was a linebacker. You said that part right, and I don't think they were targeting a linebacker.
So that alone tells you they have to be feeling pretty good about the whole deal.
I mean, watch him play. Go and look at the cut-ups, and I know everybody's highlights look good when you make them into highlights.
That's right.
But the thing about him is, he's got the size and the fluidity, like the way he moves for his size. I thought that it was actually Steve Smith and James Palmer who I thought did a really good breakdown.
Steve Smith loves him some Jaden.
And this was, I think, before he was actually picked.
Yeah.
So this is pre-draft kind of
3 weeks ahead too. He was like, this is a match made in heaven.
And Palmer, who's pretty connected and used to be here years ago, and with the NFL Network, talks to people around the league, was saying that, hey man, people do not want us to break this guy down because they don't want anybody to be talking about this kid from Iowa State, which is kind of one of the however many power conferences we got now, power conference type of.
I think we got 4.
Yeah, it changes every year. So, like, we don't want this guy to be on people's radar. Don't break this guy down. But if you watch him, he's a 4'4" guy for his size, is 6'4", can move, is fluid. I think that they really came away pretty solid with this combination of guys that they got from Iowa State.
And one of the things with Jayden Higgins, it's kind of funny because there was a point in time, and we didn't actually bring this to air, and I don't know if I feel bad about it or what have you, but one of these Tuesdays, we were sitting here and we were talking about the possible overlap of skill sets if you get one of these big wide receivers. I think I had it more in the conversation of Tyrell McMillan, right? But the idea of, do you want to get another big X, considering that Nico Collins, and I thought something that you said has been kind of instructive for me, in addition to, I think there's been some good questions asked of Nick Caserio, alluding back to his time in New England. Don't do that, Lopez. But his time in New England with the ways that they've had some overlap with kind of slot guys, having multiple guys. And one of the things you were like is, that's fine. Give me 2 big guys, because Nico Collins is such a well-rounded wide receiver that he can be nominally the X, but also he could kind of do the Z things that you want.
Well,
like
Higgins can.
And then I think that's what makes it even better. Is it's not just that you got a big guy who goes and jump ball, but he does some of those same things too. So you have 2 guys that do that simultaneously.
It's the issue when guys get typecasted based off of their size.
Yes.
So, like, the big guy must be this big, stiff X receiver that you can't move around.
Right.
Or the little guy must be a slot guy who you can't put outside.
Although Jaylen his snaps.
He is a slot guy.
But Christian Kirk?
But for example, Christian Kirk. Tank Dell, I know Tank's injured, but Tank Dell was a good example of this on the inverse. Like,
it was always fun seeing national folks come in and be like, he's a slot guy. And you're like, oh, you actually have not watched him. Like, he's on the outside all the time.
I've not watched him. Never mind the fact that he's so small. Like, man, put him wide and let him do Tank Dell things. So, like, it is a typecasting. The fortunate part about the guys that the Texans have drafted is that between Nico Collins and Jayden Higgins, I think you got 2 guys that you can move around. I know at least one of them you can move around, even if the other one is somebody that you do have to stick over there for a little while. Like, to me, this was a question going in was, hey, would it be okay? I think Ron might have asked this on the drive.
Shout out, show.
He definitely asked me this, like, you know, in text message, like, hey, can the Texans afford to not get a starter with that top pick? And I think Jayden Higgins is going to be a starter. But
he's a starter.
But I think it's also beside the point, because what they did was found at least 2 weapons that you know whether they start or not, whatever the configuration actually is going to be, and I do think he's going to be a starter. Whether he starts or not, he should be an immediate impact guy.
Yeah.
And I think that's sort of the more – I mean, we're talking football here, so, like, that's the more, I think, instructive part. Is like, hey, is this guy going to be on the field when I need him to be?
For sure. No, absolutely. And like Lopez said, we'll dive more into that as we go on, because I think at noon we're going to break down the idea of that 5-headed monster. Are we going to get part 2?
Yeah.
I know I didn't say that French properly. Any other thoughts when it comes to the draft? Because I feel like I've been doing this portion of the conversation where I'm just like, yo, those top 3 picks. There was 6 other ones.
I don't do that.
You're like, I'm good on that?
I don't know. But what I'm saying is, once you get to that, once you get that,
you got the wrong one, friend.
Once you get that far into,
you might as well ask him to fight a silverback.
Well, I'm saying once you get that far into it, it's just a crapshoot. So it's like you're guessing. It's far less of an interesting conversation. Like, anybody from the back end, like if you're Graham Mertz, or like anybody from the back end of the draft is going to be something. It'll be like a pleasant surprise.
All right, so no Luke Leahy insight, huh?
No. Best wishes to Luke Leahy, but no, man, no, hell no.
I will say this,
3 kids, a life, the world in front of me.
Yeah,
I'm not doing Luke Leahy. Show me something, Luke.
The one thing
we'll see you in training camp.
The one thing that I'll say that
congratulations,
a little bit of a pushback. Frank Ross had a great draft. They got a lot of special team specialists.
I would expect nothing less. Frank Ross has been one of the better special teams coach in the game for pretty much as long as he's been here.
You know, they got Jaylen Reed. I mean, just a special teams guy that's a demon. Who's one of the other Jaylens? Was it Smith? That's a kick returner. Knowles a kick returner.
Yeah, I don't want to beat a dead horse there, but I'm definitely going to be confused because they already had a Jaylen on the team.
Yeah.
And now they've added 3 more.
Yeah.
Plus a Jayden.
I said it's nicknames, man. It's about to be nickname time. Higgins, you about to be by your last name. Sorry, you about to be Hig or Higgins all the time.
Jaylen, Jaden, Jaylen, and Jaylen.
Yeah, we gonna start calling y'all like Petrie. You are 5 exclusively at this point. I know that they already kind of do that.
If I'm him. I'm like, hey, y'all better. I'm the OG Jaylen around here.
But in order to have equity,
pretenders.
It'll be Jay no more. Ain't no Jalen's in here. You 5, you Higgins. I don't know if we can call old boy Noel. I need to go look at his government and see if there's a middle name that's more sufficient here. But we just nicknames all around. Everybody pick your nickname. Whether it's the middle name or what they called you by. Did they call you Junebug or something? Because we calling you that. I can't call anymore. No more Jalen's.
Hey, I text y'all my nickname for Ariante Ursery. Is that how you say it?
Well, yes, it is, but I don't think I remember this.
Well, because you can't say it on the FCC airway.
Oh!
But that's a big MF.
Yes.
Analysis.
That's somebody that can fight a gorilla.
Hey, instant analysis.
They're the same height.
Hey, and look, 100 Urseries?
Okay.
If he got that dog in him, I like his chances
at least
better
block
than most. Yeah.
Do you like him on the inside? Because I know that's been some of the conversation, especially with tackle. Like Cam Robinson is holding down that left tackle spot where he typically plays. We know that Nick Caserio and this organization feels okay with moving guys. And I think the NFL in general has gotten more okay with moving offensive linemen out of what you would consider their prototypical position. Do you like the idea of him maybe playing a little bit of guard?
It will be a training camp subplot for me.
Yeah.
Where is Ursery? Are they running him at tackle or are they trying him at guard because he's just so massive of a man?
Right.
6'6", 330 plus. So, like, he's just so big. Now, he hasn't played no guard, right? He's only really been a tackle.
Correct.
So, like, I think they're going to test him to see what he can do. Nick Caserio's talking about
4 out of the 5 positions on the line is going to be the story of the camp.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But the fact
Shout out to Cam Robinson missing the story of the camp.
Yeah.
The fact that they were a dream guard, but they went out and got a tackle who's just so big that looks like he could be a guard, or that they already got a tackle on the team that they've been playing at guard, that will be fascinating to watch.
Absolutely. Super fascinating. There's going to be a lot of time to get some feeling on that. Activities are already started, and I imagine rookie minicamp is coming pretty damn quickly. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610 from 713. 1 silverback gorilla versus 100 Larry and Staffords. All right, okay. you know who wants it more? My boy Larry. I'll tell you that for damn sure. All right, coming up next, let's get into what's popping. Which I'm gonna be honest, I want to get more B. Scott's thoughts. We ain't talking no hoop, so let's get B. Scott's thoughts on the Rockets as well next.
The Texans close down night 2 of the draft.
Chapman branded vitamins and supplements.
Exclusive furniture, where low prices live.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'. Brought to you by the Insperity Invitational at the Woodlands Country Club. May 2nd through 4th.
Yeah, let's get into what's popping here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610, as I will turn quickly to the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, 713-572-4610.
Texas Hammer!
Thank you, Jim. Where Ocho, I think, is going back and watching some of the Rockets game yesterday, and he watched the last shot for Şengün, and he's trying to understand why people are praising Draymond Green because he didn't do bleep.
Yeah.
And that's that was one of the things that I took away. We'll talk more about it as we go, but I think you want to talk about some of this is I just think Alperen Şengün, and I think I actually texted you about this in one particular thing. I would like him to get more dominant in that get to the spot that you want to and don't pick it up nearly as early.
Yep.
Was that part of some of your thoughts when you were watching this game yesterday?
Well, I would say definitely on that play in particular.
Like where he has Brandon Pajemski or the final play?
Well, no, on the final play that Ocho's talking about, I thought that's a prime example of what you're saying, of picking the ball up early. I think Draymond does a thing where he's physical enough with you to where maybe you might quit on whatever move you're making a little early, or maybe more simply put, rush the shot or rush the move, so to speak. I think that's what happened there. But you're also correct on like taking when it's Brandon Pajemski or really anybody that's not Draymond Green that's guarding you. They should be fooled, and I felt like he kind of would bail the matchup out a little bit, even though, hey, when he starts to make his run or starts to really start contributing, that's when Draymond Green's got the 5 fouls and the technical and the flagrant and all of that, and he's on the bench. So a lot of his work was being done with Draymond out of there, and then when Draymond gets back in there, I think it was a lot harder for him to do what he was trying to do. But, I mean, the big takeaway from them being down 3-1, and especially after last night, is that, this playoff series was a test for the Rockets, and they have failed it.
Well, it was a test for Jaylen Green.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's what I mean. Like, it was a test for, I think, their best players.
Mm-hmm.
And Alperen Şengün, I feel like we already knew. Like, Alperen Şengün has been about, whether you love it or hate it, I think he's been about what you could expect based off of the data points that you have up until this point. Been pretty consistent. The unfortunate part, and the reason why it's a failure, is so has Jaylen Green. In the sense that he gave you a 38-point performance that helped you win the only game that you've won so far this series. But while you wouldn't necessarily have the data or use this data point throughout the regular season, because it probably doesn't matter as much, but in the playoffs now we can say it for sure, just through 4 games.
Yeah.
For every 38-point Jaylen Green game, you get 3 single-digit Jaylen Green games, and that is the ebb and flow and the inconsistency, the 1 step forward, 2 step back nature of the Jaylen Green experience. Does that mean that he's a lost player? No, not necessarily. But does that change the outlook in how you might go about building your team in the offseason, or how you might strategize in the offseason? I think it absolutely should.
You put a lot out there that I really feel strongly about. I know Reggie does too. But
you don't know me.
In the grand scheme of things, Alperen Şengün he's way down for me. I mean, he scored 31.
When you talk about I guess problems or negatives,
issues or what. To me, he's way down. You're right about some of the things he did, both you guys. Picking up the ball too soon, all that. But that is picking nits as far as I'm concerned, because the guy could score. He had a couple of amazing moves. He was by himself. If Fred VanVleet wasn't knocking down a 3.
Which can we stop? Can we pause real quick? Because Fred VanVleet caused some ire early on in the series.
I
loved that he got to the place where he was like, okay, I know that the schematics, the X's and O's of this, they're going to play me in a drop. What I'm going to do is coming off this pick and roll, I am shooting with this space, and he went crazy.
But here's the thing. You had Fred VanVleet with a spurt, a couple of spurts, first half, second half.
Yep.
You had Amen Thompson. Reggie texted us, hey, the Amen game is loading.
Yeah.
And I was like,
he finally started to figure it out after a rough start.
But then nothing for long stretches. It was Şengün. And it was I think the second most important player offensively was Steven Adams. Because the way that he commanded that they didn't double team opened everything up for Şengün.
I think they confirmed that themselves by going to the hack of Steven Adams. That wasn't just to put him on the free throw line. That was to get his ass out the game.
Yes, well, absolutely.
Because they had the fouls to give. He done it earlier in the series where he did.
Yeah, that was a non-shooting, no bonus.
It was get this guy off the court because nobody else in this building is as strong as him.
So Şengün was, to me, almost not a non-factor, but very way down. Yeah. To me, I mean, it's Jaylen Green, and I hate to say it, I always hesitate. It's Ime Udoka, man. Like, you cannot start the first half and the second half getting outscored, 13-2 and 18-1?
Yeah.
You can't do that. You can't. And his offense was just clunky, as we just illustrated, with Şengün pretty much being it. And then Jaylen Green, I mean, it's indisputable now, unless you guys want to dispute it. He's not your number one.
No.
And I don't think he will be.
I want to make this point.
Please.
Like, honestly.
Please.
I think a lot of the issue is not as much what Şengün is or isn't, or even what Fred VanVleet is or isn't, but the fact that you are as reliant on them as you are.
Yeah.
And I think you should and would be less so if Jaylen Green were better.
Absolutely.
He is the ceiling raiser and must be better.
Or at least he's been cast as a ceiling raiser.
No, he is supposed to be.
Yeah.
He is supposed to. Now, he might just flat out not be, okay?
No, I don't think he is.
But I think by design and ideally, he would be. And the fact that you rely on Şengün as much as you do, the fact that he and Fred VanVleet got to carry you as much as they have to is I think, direct indictment and result of Jaylen Green not quite measuring up to the standard that I think was set for him.
Yeah, the name that came to mind, and I think it's somewhat apt, I don't know if it's perfect, is Trevor Ariza. You remember that time that's decided, let's give a shot and see if Trevor Ariza can be the lead dog on this team.
Yep.
And the answer was not quite.
Yeah.
But like, he is much better situated as a supporting character, a high-level role player is how I would kind of describe it, where the defense is really there, which that is one of the places where it doesn't really hit, but like he can be that guy who jumps in and is like, oh, well, he gave us a night. That's what you've got in this series.
Yeah,
you got the Jaylen Green night. The problem is, I don't know. I think he's miscast as that guy, and that was one of the big questions we have for this Rockets team all the way through the season: is do you have that guy that can be the tempo setter, especially in playoff basketball, which is different than regular season basketball?
Well, the issue with that comparison though is that, like, to Trevor Ariza's credit, he did do the role player things well. Shoot threes, play defense. Like Jaylen Green, he'll give you an effort on defense, but it's not like he's a spectacular defender necessarily. It's not his calling card per se.
No.
And then he's got one of the more inconsistent jump shots that you'll find. So, like, the point I'm making here is, if he's not what he was supposed to be, which I think we're all agreeing that it doesn't look like he is, then what is he exactly?
I'm glad you asked.
That is a good question.
I mentioned this to Reggie. I want to get your thoughts on this. I think we know this. I don't think it's a question, no matter if he's 23 years old, because that's kind of silly to me. It's his fourth season in the NBA, man.
Yeah.
But okay.
This was the 23-year-old test.
Yes. Yeah. So I think on a really good team that can make a run in the playoffs, he's at best a number 2. On a great team, he's Brandon Podziemski. He's a guy that can win a game.
Did that hit you how it hit me?
Look, it doesn't sound great, but think about what they trade him. They refused. They had 2 offers, I believe. One was Markkanen?
Yeah, it doesn't work, man, because he's a consistent shooter.
Well, okay, but a scorer. Like I'm just saying scorer, like your number 3 guy that can win you a game with a 27-point night, like he did last night. But he's not your number 1 or your number 2.
Yeah, it's even hard to. I know he averaged 21, but it's even hard to call him a consistent scorer when his.
So you don't even think he's a Podziemski?
No. Well, I think
isn't.
I think his ceiling and his actual talent is greater than that, but the results don't meet that because he's an inconsistent shooter, and for whatever reason, even an inconsistent finisher around the rim, loose with the handle, like all of it is just like it's just not consistent. Podziemski at least can consistently be the 3rd or 4th best player on the team.
On a great team,
Jaylen Green ebbs and flows from, hey, I can be the best player on the floor no matter who else is on the floor. Even if Steph is on the floor, I can be the best player on a given night, to, hey, I can get outplayed by Buddy Hield in back-to-back games. I can get outplayed by Brandon Podziemski in back-to-back games. And the gap, the variance there is just too wide to even try to go further with the thought experiment. It's like, hey, maybe we should just punt on this and move on because we're not exactly sure what we're dealing with.
Yeah, and consistency is one of those things that I don't know how you project it. That's the tough part, is that I don't know how you project, okay, this will stabilize. Because that's the thing that he's missing. He's not missing the ability when you talk about the athleticism, when you talk about even the shooting, even the playmaking. You're seeing that he has some of that in his bag. He has enough to make some of the where you go with the consistency, but I really don't want to make it all about him because, I mean, it definitely matters, but it feels like also you come back to the margins. There's so many marginal things.
Well, coaching, Lopez mentioned
did
coaching.
Not get to
that wasn't great. You know, like I thought, man, I thought there were a number of times when you could have picked apart some of the decisions from me, some of the lineups that I saw out there. I was like, so what's the – You and I did this too on Saturday, I think it was, when we were watching Game 3. It's like, okay, so – what's this lineup? What are they trying to accomplish? What are they trying to do? And I think I do think a lot of that has to do with Jaylen Green, because when you don't know what you're trying to do, you should be able to go to what you hang your hat on. And that has been, to Şengün's credit, Alperen Şengün. Like, when they don't know what to do, it's like, hey, let's get the ball to Alperen Şengün. Yeah. Or, we don't like this as much, let Fred make a decision, right? And again, there would be so much less of that if the most talented guard/wing player more so consistently played like that. Like Amen Thompson, once you get to the second half, started to, and he's still a raw player, I think. Yeah. But started to play like that, or started to at least take on that. And it seemed like, save for Game 2 and all of these other games, unfortunately, and this was a test, unfortunately, Jaylen Green has shrunk in the moment.
So real quick before we let this particular instance of talking about the Rockets peter out, what have you made about Amen Thompson in this series to this point? Because I feel like he has been a guy that, I know me personally, I don't want to speak for anyone else, I've kind of allowed to kind of slide under the radar with some of these things. His defense, you haven't think until last night.
Last night, yep.
And then offensively, I don't know what you were going to expect coming in, but I also don't think that this was something that you were happy about for the most part with the offensive side of this. Like, what have you made of Amen Thompson thus far in the series?
Yeah, I liked the defense last night. I thought it looked as good as it's looked probably since the last regular season game that they played. But, offensively, I would say he looked rough and lost up until the second half of last night. So I think overall it has been an underwhelming series for Amen Thompson, but certainly last night he gave you a chance, or helped you have a chance to win the game.
I liken it to a football reference. You know how sometimes you're really not in your game until you get hit hard? I think he's really not in the game until he attacks the basket 2 or 3 times. Yeah. Like you run something off the baseline, he just puts his head down. He really has been kind of timid, which doesn't really jibe with what he really is, because he's obviously can be a monster, but he's got to attack early. You got to get him somehow, some way, attacking the basket early in every game, every half.
Dude, when he's downhill, he is a problem for somebody. Sometimes because he's one
it gets him going,
and it can be a problem for you because he's a little out of control. But when he does have it, like downhill, Amen Thompson is an issue, and was an issue last night. I thought, in Game 3, it was part of their game plan to just let him shoot and shoot from point blank range and challenge them to beat them that way. And he could not do it. So, his offensive game obviously has to become more refined, but I think it's promising.
Okay. All right. B. Scott's thoughts, and we appreciate you, B. Scott. Actually, real quick, and I want to, because I opened up the can of worms of, kind of comparison. I said Ariza. I know that doesn't fit very well. Someone said he might be kind of Brandon Jennings, or someone said he's more athletic D'Angelo Russell. Which of those do you like more, or do you like either of those at all?
Yeah, Brandon Jennings was more of both of those guys. Both of those, honestly, he could stand to study both of their handle. Honestly, the turnovers early in the game, or that
5 turnovers last night.
Dude, you get to the third quarter, and he's got more turnovers than points, or turnovers than shot attempts, something like that. More turnovers than a key stat offensively that he was supposed to have. And it's like, well, wait a minute. That's got to do with that loose handle. He's got to get it tighter. So I probably I don't like the Brandon Jennings one at all, so I'd go D'Angelo Russell. But honestly, man, I would trust both of those guys handling the ball more so than I have watching Jaylen Green in this series.
Which probably speaks a little bit more to the lack of a lead guard that you feel great about as well, with all due respect to the game that Fred VanVleet gave you last night. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Always an appreciation to our guy, B. Scott, for joining us on a Tuesday. B. Scott from Hiram Clark. You can catch his work both on sportsradio610.com, also Houston Chronicle. My man, always working. We appreciate you giving us some time, man.
Man, this was fun, man. A fun week. Appreciate
always. And if you didn't learn anything else in this hour, you don't want it with the Silverback. You just don't. All right, coming up next, let's circle back around to the Texans because 2 of their first 3 draft picks in the 25 draft were wide receivers, and so there's a whole bunch of them on the roster. We're very early, and there's going to be a lot of time a lot of. How do you see this wide receiver room playing out? And will the five-headed monster actually stick this time? We'll talk about it next.
The pick is in. here, an Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Figure, is the not like that because he was just in town, or is this just a...
Nah, this just in the rotation.
All right.
I probably need to take it out. It's kind of old now.
Don't do that. I enjoy it every time. It gets me hype. It's been a fun show thus far on a Tuesday here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us. However you're listening, wherever you're listening, thanks for making us a part of your day, whether it's AM on 100.3 HD2, whether it's we got the YouTube and the Twitch, courtesy of the Mokaram Injury Lawyers. How else are people? Oh, the Odyssey app. That's always there for you too, man. There's all sorts of different ways to listen to Sports Radio 610, and we appreciate you.
And don't forget
all of that.
Somebody says, man, you tell your buddy, they were really cooking in the 10 o'clock segment or whatever. You can go back and listen to it.
That's true.
You can go back and
that
listen
is something
to it.
that's available to you. So we appreciate you hanging out with us. Will five-headed monster stick this time? A couple of really interesting wide receiver ads in this draft. I mean, they're the crown jewels of this draft, along with Ariante Ursary, are they not?
Yes.
In Jaden Higgins, Jaylen Noel, and of course sandwiched in between them late in the second round or later in the second round, Ariante Ursary. But the wide receivers, I think that you look up and there is a pretty interesting group of guys in your wide receiver room. I mean, I think that you're fully in a place where there's 9 and then I think we can easily understand that Tank Dell likely is on.
There is, isn't there?
Tank Dell is likely going to be unavailable to you this next season. But how do you see, and it's early, man, we haven't even gotten these boys in the building for rookie minicamp or, the other OTAs, and then we get to training camp. There's a lot of things that will happen before we get to roster cut down. However, how are you looking at this wide receiver room maybe playing out? Because I think you have an interesting group of, and I parse this out, 4 categories of players, because I think that there's probably 8 wide receivers that we're really talking about, with all due respect to Xavier Johnson, Jarrett Wayne, and Johnny Johnson III, and Daniel Jackson, who was a undrafted free agent. With all due respect to those fine dudes, I think that there's a group of 8 players separated into 4 buckets that I think that are useful here in this conversation. I think there's your givens. Nico Collins, Christian Kirk. Is anybody going to push back on that?
No.
You got your givens. And then outside of that, I think that you have some guys that are having some level of conversation for the remaining, I think 4 is probably fair spots. If we're going to talk about 6 wide receivers, I think that's fair. Okay. You have your vets. You have Justin Watson, you have Braxton Berrios. Both of them free agent veterans that you brought in to know what you're getting in them. Braxton Berrios in particular has a special teams element. You have your incumbent youngs, the guys that were young guys that have been on the roster. When you talk about Xavier Hutchinson, you talk about John Mechie, and then you have your new youngs. The two, I mean, basically your Iowa State contingent, the guys that you drafted, just Jaden Higgins and Jaylen Noel, and it feels like those are the guys that we're talking about here. How are you viewing this wide receiver room as of right now?
Nico Collins, Christian Kirk, Jaden Higgins. That's your starting lineup week 1.
You're willing to Jaden Higgins is that third wide receiver.
Yes,
immediately.
You draft him at that position. It's easy to connect the dots that they would have taken him at 25.
I think it's a fair assumption to make. I don't know that I can say that for certain, but I think it's a very fair assumption.
So in their eyes, that's a first-round wide receiver, right?
I think so.
At worst, what was he, 34? That's basically a first-round wide receiver. He's your starting receiver, and it gives you the versatility of playing opposite of Nico Collins as well. Obviously, you have Christian Kirk. He's got the versatility. So those are your 3 starters right there. And that's why I kind of brought this up. It's like you could argue, presuming he is, enough of a player to be good in that role, which I think that's what they're counting on. You could argue that the 5-headed monster is maybe even more likely this year, but just looks a little differently. And let me explain that.
Please.
We talked about the 5-headed monster last year with Tank Dell, Nico Collins, Stephon Diggs, Dalton Schultz, and Joe Mixon.
Okay, yes.
All right, Dalton Schultz to me is out of the mix. Now, anything you get out of him is going to be good. He kind of slid last year. I don't know. I mean, they like to use tight ends in this offense, but I don't know if he's
what offense. I'm sorry.
Exactly.
I'm going to be the jerk about that all season. I apologize ahead of time, except I kind of don't apologize because I'm not going to change.
What is a Nick Caley offense?
I don't know, and it upsets me all the damn time. I'm always like, well, yeah, we'll see what the offense looks like sorry,
but they've kind of told us with their moves, that they're going to be sort of Patriots,
to some degree, yeah.
Run, with the run, the bigger, different gap scheme, and then I think that the other guy that is crucial in this offense, obviously outside of those three receivers, is Woody Marks. That's one of the things they told us. Joe Mixon is really good, running the ball, obviously, and catching the ball as well. He made a couple of big plays.
We really didn't see nearly enough.
Well, that's a Bobby
him
Slowick
catching
problem.
the football.
That's a Bobby Slowick problem. You'll see more now, I feel, and especially when they tell us with their draft pick with a receiving running back like Woody Marks, who has incredible.
For a second, I was like, "What is that?"
Yeah.
If you heard that noise, one more time for me, please.
Okay, so
that noise is not just a random man making noises. That is John Harris.
That's the official Woody Marks. Sound bite.
The official Woody Marks sound.
okay, so
that is John Harris upon learning that Woody Marks is going to be a Texan. So that is the level of excitement that
he
has
is
for that player.
to use the football term or basketball, whatever you want to use it. He's a plus receiver out of the backfield.
Isn't that more of a baseball scouting term?
Whatever, pick your sport.
Sure.
He is a plus receiver out of the backfield. So you got Joe Mixon and him. You got the three wide receivers, and that's not even counting Jaylen Noel. You've got. I think you could argue. Keep this in mind as well. Christian Kirk and Stephon Diggs. All right, if you just sort of trade them out, Christian Kirk had, first of all, he's 3 years younger than Stephon Diggs.
Stephon Diggs was.
He's coming off an injury that is it's much easier to come back from than an ACL. He had the broken collarbone.
Right.
And his yards per catch is like 2 yards more than Stephon Diggs over the last 3 years.
Although I think the injury comparison might not be fair for this particular circumstance because Stephon Diggs has that injury now compared to like coming into the season with the Texans. He didn't have that injury.
No, I'm saying, but now you
like,
can argue Christian Kirk. I mean, he's coming off a better injury because some people wanted to keep Stephon.
Sure, okay, from that perspective. I thought you were talking about Stephon Diggs last year compared to Christian Kirk this year.
No, but even if you compare last year, Christian Kirk's yards per catch is almost 2 yards more over the last 3 years than Stephon Diggs. So you got Christian Kirk, you got Noel. You're going to work him in however you want. You got Jaden Higgins, you got Nico Collins, and you got another back out of the backfield on top of Joe Mixon that is really good at catching the ball. I think you could, and obviously we're going to be watching this closely throughout training camp and the preseason and into the season, but I think you could easily argue this is an upgrade in terms of skill positions.
I find that to be interesting, and I feel like the upgrade probably more so for me comes with just a different offensive perspective, assuming, again, that the offense comes together in a way that it utilizes these talents better, because I don't think that I had any issue with any of the talents of the players that you had last year, going into last season.
Oh, no, I didn't either. I'm saying I like the looks of this.
And I do as well. Yeah. I do as well. I think that they've displayed somewhat with the guys that they brought in. The things that some of the things that you imagine they want to do, especially if you are to believe them on the idea that this is going to be a game plan operates by trying to accentuate the skills and the talents of the players. You can go to Jaden Higgins if what you've seen from him in college translates quickly and immediately in the NFL. He has probably more things at his disposal than Tank Dell does, with all respect to Tank Dell, a player that I've loved for a very long time, right? I think that Christian Kirk also possibly offers maybe more versatile things than Stephon Diggs did, even though I think Stephon Diggs, being a veteran, had that savvy in a different way than I think Christian Kirk does, even though I know that Christian Kirk is a vet as well. I think I keep leaning on that vertical aspect that Christian Kirk can add to a game. I think that's there. So I hear you on the five-headed monster. And even with Dalton Schultz, I do wonder if this offense is going to better utilize what he does and maybe put him in a better chance to succeed. So I hear you on that. But I think that ultimately for me, it's the talent of those players is there. I think that there's that versatility and those things there. But I think that the offense itself is probably where the big difference between whether or not this five-headed monster, quote unquote, works compared to last year's.
And here's the sort of the trump card for me would be last year. C.J. Stroud didn't have any control on where he was going with these guys. That is hugely important. Bobby Slowick said, here's option A, here's B and C. That's what you're going to do. And that had to be frustrating for C.J. Stroud. He's out there. He's the one getting killed and crushed and running for his life. Now he can see, Kirk here and Nico there, and here's Jaden Higgins. Oh, yeah, here, you know.
And 832 on the Jim Alley, the Texas Hammer text line said
The Texas Hammer!
That, Jim. I didn't expect that one. They said they believe Cade Stover will break out this season as well. John Harris is in that boat as well. So, yeah, I'll be interested to see what they have there. But can I circle back around to the wide receivers? Because I think that you have solidified the givens, obviously, in Nico Collins and Christian Kirk. That's obvious. You've solidified both of the youngs that we have here, which makes sense. You have a second round and a third round pick. It feels like those guys are making your roster when you talk about Jaden Higgins, Jaylen Noel. By the way, if you have nicknames for any of these drafts, all these Jaylens, if we can start putting nicknames on these Jaylens, go ahead and send those in. Let's see if we can crowdsource that and figure it out. And that probably, I'm not going to say definitively, but that probably leaves 2 spots for the other.
Oh, that's a good point.
The other 4 guys that remain, whether it's the incumbent youngs with John Mechie and Xavier Hutchinson, and then the veterans in Justin Watson and Braxton Berrios. How do you view those? Because I wonder, is Braxton Berrios expendable, considering that I think he is largely special teams return guy, and it seems like Jaylen Noel has that in his bag. So is that a level of redundancy where maybe you move on there? Do you view, what's the difference that you view between Watson and Hutchinson? Do you have a level of respect or appreciation for one of those 4 guys above the other? How do you view those last 2 spots falling if we were today to make a 6-man wide receiver room, even though that is clearly not something that they're going to have to do by any means?
Yeah, not having seen a single rep, obviously we know the top 4. We just mentioned them. Nico, Kirk, that's 4. See,
I think just saying their names more has made it easier.
I'm looking at them. That's why I have to keep their names in front of me or else I screw it up. But so that's 4. I mean, Figgy, you and I have kind of been saying this all along. John Mechie, man.
Yeah.
I mean, I hope you're renting.
He's going to need a incredible camp, ain't he?
Yeah.
His offseason or his, leading up to this season, he is going to have to be on it. Because the time, I do wonder also, I guess that's not the way that I want to go with it. But, yeah, he's just going to have to show beyond the shadow of a doubt that now is the time where all of that faith that has been put in him is being paid off.
And you mentioned Berrios versus Noel. It's kind of similar, but kind of not. Berrios is a cover guy, too, on special teams. He's the gunner, as they say a lot of times.
I think Noel has
done some, but he's the kind of a return, So I think Berrios has a little bit of an upper hand, even on certainly on Mechie, but maybe even Xavier Hutchinson did some special. So that might be a battle to watch, Xavier Hutchinson and Berrios.
And I'm going to be completely honest. I think of the 4 remaining, but when we get to Mechie, Hutchinson, Watson, and Berrios in this thought experiment, I think I probably immediately go to Hutchinson just because it feels like they trust him a lot. Even with, whatever you want to say about his ceiling as a wide receiver, it feels like they trust that dude.
And he got more reps in scrimmage plays than Mechie.
Yeah.
They trusted him in the offense, much more. So, yeah, it's certainly a big camp coming up in offseason for Mechie, but in the mix a little bit.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of fun to be had watching this offense. Obviously, the offensive line is where our eyes will be, pretty glued. But that wide receiver room, I'm going to have a ton of fun because it feels like it is the type of training camp battle that is because you only have so many spots as opposed to you're trying to find an answer, if that makes sense. And so I'm excited to see what that ultimately looks like. And thank you, 972, for this very useless comment. And I say that with love, but the nicknames are J1, J2, J3, J4, and J5. Thank you for that, because that's definitely going to help us keep them separated. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us on this Tuesday. Coming up next, the time that we typically do our lunchtime confessions, brought to you by the Men's Clinic, and we will do those next.
The Texans brought in 9. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I realized something this morning that is just the latest example of why I'm washed. like of all the many reasons that I'm washed.
These are always fun. How did you know that you were washed? 713-572-4610.
When did you know? What really solidified the point, the fact that you are washed? So I used to do, for 5 years, mind you, just under 5 years, exactly what Sean Pendergast did this morning. That is, watch the Rockets game, playoff game, big game, take your notes, come up with some ideas, and sleep for less than 4 hours. I used to do that. I did it for 5 years.
Gross.
There is no way in hell.
Not even close.
There's no way in hell. And I did it.
My brother, I'm many years younger than you, as you know, and I don't say that as any level of flex. I say that to underscore the idea that you couldn't get me to do that for a week. You couldn't. I say that with all the respect.
You ain't filling in for the morning show?
No.
That's what was so frustrating. I was like, I used to do it and actually, be okay. I would take a nap after the show. I wouldn't really hit, because you have adrenaline and all that. It wouldn't really hit me until after the show, and then I'd go home and take a nap. Dude, I wouldn't be able to function. And here's the sad part, and maybe it's going to hit Sean here pretty soon. I'm not that much older than Sean. 7 years, something like that. He's going to text and correct me if it's more than that.
Hi, Sean.
But there is no way in hell, Figgy. None. Yeah. None.
It's a young man.
The morning show for me is a young man's game. I'll say it.
Yeah.
I will say it.
These are my confessions.
I just realized that I had a little bit of audio here that I forgot to send, but I will give you a general summation of it. Steph Curry, after their victory over the Rockets last night, 109-106, that put the series up 3-1 in the Warriors' favor. I don't know if y'all was watching it and saw Steph Curry out here talking that talk. You see him give that two to
what
Dylan
did that
Brooks,
mean?
Letting him know you have 2 fouls. That's
okay. I wasn't sure what that meant.
There was that.
I thought it was a little piece.
There was one time where they cut where he was basically yelling. I was like, is he yelling profanity at somebody on the court? And I've got to confess, I understand that this probably isn't even fair. I know people could contain multitudes, but it annoys me just how much people do the Steph Curry as humble Christian man, babyface, and all that. And he is a Christian dude. He seems to be generally a good dude. I don't take that from you, but I don't feel like you get to be just that when you be out here shimmying and shaking and talking that crap, on the court as frequently as he does. I'm just like, yo, why do people not consider him in that same way? And it was highlighted again last night when he did that and started. And he was also complaining in ways. I'm like, hey, dog, really?
I'm glad he got that technical too. By the way,
that's right.
He earned that. No, I thought they wasn't gonna give it to him. I thought Dylan Brooks was gonna be the one that can get it because he tried to hit the ball out of his hand.
Yeah,
but
well, he did get one.
Dylan Brooks was acting up though.
Yeah,
there were antics.
I was fine with that, but I thought Steph Curry. I thought they was just gonna look right past Steph Curry and catch Dylan Brooks with the ball in his hand or the red hand.
Yeah,
and I know that my guy Show, he's probably laughing at me right now because he thinks that I'm wilding on this. But I feel like this is a thing. I feel like people just talk about Steph Curry as if he's just this little cute, and I'm like, nah, man.
Yeah.
He be out here talking more trash than some of these other ones.
And there's nothing wrong with talking trash.
No, I'm good with
but
it.
Don't try to act like, oh, he's so sweet and innocent.
Yeah.
It feels like throwing rocks and hiding your hands. That's what it feels like.
I saw him in 2016 throw his mouthpiece.
Yo, yeah.
And all that stuff. Get ejected. I saw all that stuff, man. Like, don't act like he just play the game right and all this other stuff. Nah, man, you be talking smack too.
Yeah, it gets under my skin, and I feel like last night was another one where I was like, I want y'all to see this. Y'all see it? Do you see it?
These are my confessions.
Man, I got to confess, I had secondhand embarrassment last night watching the Rockets, specifically Jaylen Green. I was so embarrassed of that performance he put out yesterday to the point I think he was pretty much benched in the fourth quarter. This is why I was so embarrassed because the ending of the last game was when him and Draymond Green had some words, and you can see clear as day Draymond pointing at his nails.
Reportedly, he said, "Go paint your nails."
and see, I wasn't embarrassed at that part. To me, at that point, I'm like, oh, Jaylen got to drop 45.
Yeah.
He got to go off in this game.
Yep.
He just got to. And you lay a dud like that.
Yep.
And didn't even play in the fourth quarter, man. And all of this because of Draymond Green.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't ever want Draymond Green to get the last laugh.
Well.
And it looked like he about to get the last laugh.
It does.
Dog, that's, to me, that's like somebody talking about your homeboy, and they bring up, oh, your homeboy was out here wilding with some ugly girl. It's just like, dang, I can't even say nothing now.
Yeah.
Like, I got to take that on the chin. And now I'm embarrassed because he bringing my homeboy up.
I was embarrassed. It's understandable.
I'm like,
dude,
man,
show something, man.
Yeah, man.
Show something.
I thought Jaylen Green, and this was me holding out hope, I thought he was going to come back with a monster game, man. Especially at how it ended last game.
And the other thing, and I mentioned this earlier, he could score 30 tomorrow night, and to me it wouldn't really even matter because you're down 3-1. You've already laid 3 eggs.
Wait, no, you got to stave off elimination.
No, there's no pressure now on him.
What you mean there's no pressure? You staving off elimination.
Get out of
here.
But the thing,
dude laid 3 eggs.
But see,
and now you score 30.
But see, that been his whole career.
Yeah.
Feel like, man, lay a couple duds and then 42, and then you got all these Jaylen Green stands like, see where all the haters at now.
Yeah,
it's like nah, dude, we know he can score, man. We know he can score. Like, it's all about being consistent, man. Like, dog, let's. Well, I ain't saying put up 40 points a night, but dog, let's be consistent with it, man.
Bro.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
Both of y'all's confessions kind of ties in with one that I had last night in the midst of all this shenanigans, as you put it, antics that were going on in the second quarter. I was sitting there thinking to myself, I wonder what, like, Bill Laimbeer and Larry Bird and Kevin McHale and, Dennis Rodman and some of those old Knicks players, pick your favorite
Gary
Knick.
Payton, when he feeling about some of this.
I really, because the announcers were saying, we've got a mix-up or we got a melee. And I think they said melee or something like that. And I'm like, that ain't no freaking melee. That's people arguing. That's all that. I wonder what they were thinking. Like, you want to they would take dudes to the floor face first and just call it a foul.
You know what I think? I think that they were more mad about that than typical because, there's always kind of that contingent that looks at the NBA right now and goes, nah, man, y'all soft compared to. And I can understand how you get there, especially because of the way that things are officiated. I think that those types of guys, all those guys you listed, are probably looking at these playoffs like, that's what I like.
I don't know, man.
They've allowed a lot more physicality.
They like that.
That's what I'm saying. So I think that they were happy about that, and so they'd be really mad about on the other side, in the midst of you allowing more physicality, then coming back and being like, so they put him. Y'all was gonna let him play.
They did that every possession.
Yeah, I will say this last game they let a lot go, man. Like,
they did.
Dylan Brooks and Jimmy Butler at the free throw line when they was in the free throw lane.
He called him a beast.
And he called him a beast. Jimmy Butler had him by the neck.
I love that Bill Kennedy comes over like, did you say that about me? He's like, I was saying about him.
And then they laugh. Okay, cool. He did. He won. But I think. How many times they had 2 significant melees on top of the other ones that you just mentioned?
Quote unquote melees?
Yeah, or whatever. Scuffles, mix-up, dust-ups. Punches would have been thrown. And I'm not saying I'm encouraging that. I'm just wondering what they were thinking. What they were like. You do that, somebody's going to throw a hand.
No, I just get irritated with the, we got to review this play. It's just like, oh, come on, man. We just in each other's face talking smack. And like, ain't nobody do nothing. And it was even worse I think it was the game on Saturday. It was the Clippers and the Nuggets. And James Harden kind of did a little jab or whatever that was.
Yeah, it did look jab-like.
They took 20, 30 minutes reviewing that, man. I'm like, what are y'all doing? Like, you either going to give them a tech or throw them out, man.
Yeah.
Like, what are we doing? I don't know if they threw them out or not, but I'm like, what are y'all doing, man? Y'all taking too much of my time.
Remember when Charles Barkley lifted Shaq and threw him, body slammed him on the ground?
Was that on the show recently?
No, well, maybe, but I'm talking about it at the old Compact Center. Like, lifted him up, threw him on the body, slammed him on the ground, and Barkley threw the ball at him, and then he did that, and then they were throwing hands. Play on.
Yep.
Yeah. Play on.
And 832, I'm not saying that this is exactly the same as basketball in the old days, but I mean, we saw a hand check and we saw, hey man, them boys was getting physical with Steph Curry with that hand around the waist and everything. They've allowed a lot more physicality this postseason. Not just this series, but all these series.
I'm surprised nobody did throw a punch. That's how it was getting really physical. I was just irritated with the whole we got to go to the cameras and review it.
Yeah.
Like, what are y'all reviewing, man?
Yeah. And what would have happened
if it was a hostile act?
And what would have happened if somebody told Bill Laimbeer, go paint your nails?
Bill Laimbeer might have
met him in the locker room at that point.
He might have rearranged his, he might have taken vital organs out of that person.
He would have gone silverback. He would have gone silverback gorilla on him.
It's possible.
Yeah.
It is possible. And I thank you for making sure that it was Bill Laimbeer.
That could have gotten ugly fast. That could have gotten
very
ugly
quickly.
fast.
So I'm very glad that you used that one in particular. But there you go. Those are your lunchtime confessions here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Again, appreciation to the Men's Clinic for bringing that to you. You're in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, a man who was drafted in this past draft. In lead up, he said something that I found to be really interesting. I want to examine it. Do you agree with Ashton Genty that there is a running back renaissance happening in the NFL? 713-572-4610, because I want to talk about that next.
The pick is in.
for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Is Ashton Genty right about this? The now Las Vegas Raider. I had to remember exactly where he went because I was like, am I remembering mock drafts or am I remembering the actual draft? That is where my brain is. That is what we have done over the last few months is looked at so many mock drafts and I'm trying to remember which one is the real one. No, but Ashton Genty, now Las Vegas Raider, in the lead up to the draft, obviously a man of great interest as, blue chip type of guy. He looked like he's going to be really good for the Raiders. By the way, I really liked their draft. Just over.
They don't like Patriots too.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
We could talk more about that as we go, but he's talking about the position or the value of running backs. We know in the NFL, it feels like that had been relatively devalued. And then you saw a season where some veteran free agents, but some veteran acquisitions, including Joe Mixon here in Houston, really highlighted, the value that running backs have. And Ashton Genty said that he felt like this year's draft class would be a part of a wave of players that would continue pushing the value of running backs even higher, saying, quote, I think the value is definitely going back up, courtesy of guys in the league doing it, but also guys in college playing at a high level. He said, quote, I had a really great historic season, but there were a lot of great guys who had great season as well and did great things in college football. People it's like a little running back renaissance, he says, but I believe it's here. The time is now. Get you a great running back to be that X factor for your offense, close quote. Do you agree with Ashton Genty that we are seeing and that we're in the midst of a running back renaissance?
Yeah, I do, but I also think it's worth digging in. This is why I like this question that you're asking.
Thanks, man.
As to why. Obviously, the easy answer is Saquon and some of the success that these sort of second life running backs have had here in recent years. I think it goes beyond that. I had a really interesting discussion yesterday with a friend of mine who knows football and has been in the game, and he was talking about how NIL is a big factor with some of these players now because they tend to come out a little older. They tend to come out. They tend to come out having known that the college game now puts as much of an emphasis, now that not always successfully, but as much of an emphasis on blocking. Back in the day, it was just pitch the ball to this guy. Who cares if he can block? That's not how it works anymore.
Yeah.
Guys are staying longer in college. They're going to be older, and that trend is only going to continue. And they have to pass block to stay on the field in college. That gives you a better – it's not just a renaissance of the running back because people are realizing, yeah, we really do need them. But it's the renaissance in terms of the product that you're getting at running back. Let's look at some of the ones that were taken. How about the one taken here, Woody Marks?
Yeah.
Great receiver out of the backfield. Like, great. I think that's one of his strengths. A lot of running, a lot of experience. Has been in multiple, a lot of these running backs have been in multiple programs, multiple systems. You're getting a better product at the running back position. Really every position, and including quarterback, but especially at the running back position. And remember when people would say, you can get a running back in the third or fourth round, right? You can get a running back in the third or fourth round. 6 running backs were taken in the first 3 rounds.
Correct.
Yeah.
The 2 first-round picks, including Ashton Genty and Omarion Hampton. 3 in the second round. Quinshon Judkins, Travion Henderson, shout out to Ohio State, and then also R.J. Harvey out of UCF slid in at the end of the second round. And then you mentioned your guy, Caleb Johnson, out of Iowa in the third. Those are the day 1 and 2 rather picks at running back. That is noteworthy. And I think that would be the thing that I maybe lean on if I start pointing to the idea of some level of resurgence, seeing that, teams are willing to use somewhat premium draft capital for running backs, or maybe that speaks more just to this class in particular, that you feel like you have a strong running back class as opposed to anything in a larger scale, but at the very least you do see that strong running back class. I don't think I agree with Ashton here, though.
Really?
I don't think I agree with him, because I think that when we talk about a running back renaissance, we're not talking about a lack of talented running backs. We can find talented running backs. I think the big thing has been a more of a team building philosophy standpoint of looking at, is the value of this running back, what does it mean comparatively to the value of having my quarterback paid? And what does it mean to the value of, and when I say value, that's largely what I'm talking about, right? It is how do you allocate your resources towards quarterback, towards wide receivers, towards offensive line, towards those things. And I still don't think we're doing that to a high degree to running backs. I think that I'm interested to see how this continues to play out when you see the likes of teams maybe having gone too far on the evaluation process, willing to move on from a Saquon Barkley, willing to move on from a Derrick Henry at the expense and not realizing that they still have a lot of value there. But I do think that we're still in a place, and I don't know that I'm willing to abandon the thought process that, okay, maybe you're not getting 100% of Saquon Barkley or Derrick Henry or Joe Mixon, but it still feels like you can take that 5% of that production for a relatively cheap draft pick. And I mean, like, when you talk about Woody Marks in the 4th round, if you did not have Joe Mixon, right? Can you join me in this parallel universe where the Texans don't have Joe Mixon? Would you feel good going into the season with that guy running back 1?
I would have to be. That would be to be determined, but I would feel pretty good about what he offers.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So what would you need? Like a second running back in that space? If I gave you Woody Marks and Trevor Etienne at the same time, would you then be in that space? And I think that's what we're talking about. I don't know that you're going to get to a place where the running back renaissance takes you to the place where you go back to, this guy is my dominant running back and I build things around him and he stops the show for other things. I think we're still in that place where the churn happens. We maybe are just, again, realizing that people have gone too far on the over-indexing trying to make value.
But I think we're looking at a renaissance two different ways. You're looking at the renaissance as in an Ashton Genty type who might be just a workhorse, 1,500, 1,600 yard rusher. I'm looking at the renaissance as you need the value of running backs is prioritized much more, specifically because people need two that they can use, 2 or 3. Like, how many teams now, go every Sunday knowing they're going to get a lot of carries from 2 running backs? To me, that's kind of a renaissance. That they know they need the running. They might not have the workhorse, but they have 2 guys that can do like what a Joe Mixon can do, and maybe even with Marks, et cetera. So I think that they're realizing product, and they need more of them. To me, that's the renaissance.
But I don't know that we've seen guys that have not felt like they've needed more of them. Like we've had, in fact, that's where the devaluation has come, is that there's been so many running backs that people go, I don't have to focus on this one. I don't have to focus necessarily on, I don't know, Ezekiel Elliott or what have you, or Derrick Henry, because I feel like I can get the next guy to give me some level of passable production at a much cheaper price.
I disagree with that. I think the value of a super running back, and that's the other part. I mean, there's just not that many of those. I mean, you mentioned Zeke Elliott. How many running backs in his era were that caliber? Emmett, if you want to go back a little further, or Derrick Henry now, or something.
Adrian Peterson, Chris Johnson,
there just aren't a lot of,
that is.
There just aren't a lot of those. But I think the people are prioritizing. They need a lot of good running backs, and they're prioritizing how much they need them to pass block, to run, to catch the ball, etc. So I do think that their eyes are a little bit more open, as evidenced by six running backs in the first 3 rounds.
Right. And I'd like this particular draft. I think maybe I'd like to see over some more years if you continue to see that draft capital investment at the top of the draft, if that maybe speaks to this in some way. But also, are we certain that you talked about it? There's not that many of those guys. How many years do you think you're going to come with an Ashton Genty at the top of this to make this look?
There's always another one, man.
Way? So
there's always another one.
I'll be very interested. Yeah. Again, I'll bring this back home. Like, how do you feel about this running back room where you have Joe Mixon at the top, and then Dameon Pierce, Woody
Marks,
and then Dare Ogunbowale. Like, is Dare on watch?
On watch.
He's on notice.
Again, this has been a Frank Ross offseason. He's getting what he wants in special teams, and Dare offers so much. I think Dameon Pierce is someone that to keep an eye on. Now, maybe they have 4 because Dare does the special teams thing and all that. But I think it's more about Dameon Pierce. I mean, they just drafted this dude. They're going to use him. They're going to use Marks.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they traded up to get him.
They
gave up a third.
They gave up a third next year, which you talked about that being a little bit. Does it make you feel any better if you look at next year's draft, seeing that they still have 8 picks available to them, including 3 of them that'll be in the top 64, meaning that you have 3 picks in the first 2 rounds, a first, Washington's second, and your own second, and then a 3rd round pick. Does that make you feel any better, or are you still just in that place where the value itself matters more?
It does make me feel better. 3rd round pick is a lot of value. That's a high pick.
It is value.
And so I just think it speaks to.
By the way, shout out to Drew Daughtry for putting Daugherty.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's all right. Roger Daltrey, from The Who. Drew Daugherty from HoustonTexans.com.
Shout out to Drew.
Shout out to Roger Daltrey.
Eventually, I'll get your name right. It might take a few more weeks.
No, it speaks to how much they value this guy and the running back position, kind of bringing it back. No, they this guy.
From the 713, the Renaissance is the friends we made along the way. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. Did you see Jonathan Alexander put out his way too early 53-man roster?
Oh, I did not.
Yeah, we could talk about this more as we continue, maybe tomorrow even.
Let me see this.
But he does have the Texans, by the way, with 2 quarterbacks. Maybe having Graham Mertz make it to your practice squad, something like that. But when it comes to running backs, he has them carrying 4 running backs, is what you were talking about. Mixon, Pierce, Dare, and Woody. And maybe if you consider this a running back as well, a fullback as well.
Sure.
In Jacob Johnson or Jakob Johnson. I still remember how to pronounce his name. I got to apologize for that. I got to double check on that. But maybe that is also part of the notion of a renaissance of just loading more into that running back space as you were talking about.
Yeah, and everybody talks about, it's a passing league. It's a passing league. It is, but a lot of those passes come out of the backfield, and I think that's where that's where they're getting a lot of a boost as well. The running backs. The other interesting thing here is when you look at the depth chart, Woody Marks, we just agreed, is going to play. He's going to be your number 2 running back, at least penciled in.
Okay, so
at least penciled in by John Harris and others.
Is that what we're calling it? Penciled in? Okay, very good. I'll write that one down.
Yeah, you got penciled in by.
No, that might be printed.
It's in ink. Write it down in ink. Dameon Pierce.
They love that cat. I think that he also.
I agree with that.
To his credit,
no, I think they do love him a lot.
Mm-hmm. To his credit, he also showed in places the value that he still has and that he can give you last season in the midst of what we were all looking at as a problematic offense. And so I do wonder, in a circumstance where if we are to kind of hypothesize what the offense looks like going forward, and especially if it looks something like what we might anticipate you saw from the Patriots, that does feel like that would situate well for him, and he still has that talent that
he does have that going for him.
And you haven't been able to utilize it nearly as much. You were using the carries or paying for the yards early in year 1. You haven't gotten as many of those yards out. You might be able to squeeze more if you get some more out of him.
It's the run game is gonna look a lot more like 2022 than 2023 and 24.
I'm excited to see it. Very excited to see it. Also, before we go here, excited to congratulate Special Teams Coordinator Frank Ross on being inducted to what might be the most important Hall of Fame in all of football, the John Carroll University Athletics Hall of Fame.
Oh, that's better than the real Hall of Fame.
I mean, apparently all the football come from John Carroll University.
Hey, that's the real football Hall of Fame right there.
You got half the Texans wearing jackets. Half the Texan staff is wearing jackets. What color is the John Carroll? Red and blue? Are they red and blue?
But it looked like it's some gold and navy, almost Notre Dame like of sorts. So I imagine that's what they would be doing.
That's a school up in the cut too, man.
Blue and gold
out there in the sticks.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, shout out to Frank Ross.
I've been out there a couple times.
University Heights.
Yep.
Okay. All right, from the 8 through 2. Try and imagine John Harris' wife have to hear that every time. Okay, all right.
Okay, so
that's what I get for reading without proofreading. I'm just, God, all right. Y'all getting a little loose on a Tuesday now, all right? And from the 8 through 2.
Okay, so that.
From the 8 through 2, not many brothers named Woody. He must be good. I sure hope.
Okay, so that.
You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. I feel ashamed. Coming up next, is this a solved series? Rockets, Warriors. I'll tell you what I mean on the other side. Next.
Okay, so that.
The Texans are adding to their offense. KILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us. Been breaking down a lot about this Rockets-Warriors series. Unfortunately, the Rockets fall 109-106 just yesterday in San Francisco. Had us up late for all that. It was at least exciting down the stretch, but that almost makes it worse the way that the game ended. I was rather impressed, at least, with the defending. It felt like the Rockets, they did have some jitters in their first road playoff experience. And I feel like they shook off some of that as this game went along. You saw them playing some of their best, didn't get done. Even as we have maybe some criticisms for Ime Udoka, it felt like he tried some things and there were some adjustments. And it got me to thinking, now that we're 4 games through this, we've seen some changes here and there. Is this a solved series? And when I ask that, what I mean is I'll compare it to like tic-tac-toe, right? We've all played tic-tac-toe where you get to a point where like 3 moves in, you're like, oh, well, okay, this is about to be a draw. Because we both know what it is. There's no adjustments to be made. We just kind of have to ride this out to the end. And that is deemed a solved game. Is this a solved series? Is there still places for the Rockets or even the Warriors to go in this as we move to Game 5 on Wednesday?
Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it because we always talk about it's a different world, because Game 1 to Game 2 could be completely different just in approach, personnel, everything, styles of defense, calls, etc. Then Game 2 goes to Game 3, and then Game 3 goes to Game 4, and by now you're kind of like, they might have thrown everything against the wall they could possibly throw. So the question becomes,
and in some series, there's still more, right? In some series, there's depth.
The question becomes, have they? Is there anything else that the Rockets could conceivably do? I don't know if it's like something new, but maybe more of this. I've immediately thought of a few things here, good and bad.
Let's work them out.
The good ones is Jabari, Steven Adams, and Şengün.
Okay, so I'm guessing more of all of those?
Yes.
So you want to...
No, and also together.
Okay.
And also, we saw some doses of that, and but really...
literally like a three-man lineup, having those guys together, the jumbo lineups.
We've seen...
okay, my bad. I was misunderstanding.
We've seen the double big. We've also seen Jabari out there with them. I didn't mind that. I think obviously the matchups is really tough. And I think Steven Adams, you just can't say enough about the game that he played, even though I think he only had like 7 points, but it was just incredible how many points he led to, by his defender not being able to double team Şengün, then Şengün scores 31, and then the kickouts and all that. That might see more of that on the downside. And
before we keep pushing, I do want to talk about that jumbo lineup because I was very impressed that they were able to figure out how to have the big lineup out there at the same time as Steph Curry. That was one of the things I went back to the time that these two teams met up on April 6th, which was the last time. Remember, that was the game where Steph only scored 3 points and Amen Thompson gave him hell along with the other perimeter defenders. And one of the things that was evident is that Ime Udoka, he tied the non-Curry minutes to the double big lineup. So that was the time where the double big lineup was becoming a very powerful tool for the Rockets. And even then, they were like, I don't think we can do this while Steph Curry's on the floor. Last night, we saw them have the double big lineup. In fact, the full jumbo where you have Jabari at the 3 as well. And they were able to make it work to some degree. It got mangled. It got stretched.
I like the way it looked.
Because it was basically a matchup zone. You had instances where Steven Adams had to pull out to the corner in order to make sure that it felt like they were flying around, that they were making it work to where it was still kind of zone, and you still at times had a big in the center of the floor to try and contest shots if the Warriors were able to wiggle free and try and get to the rim. But it felt like they made that work, and I thought that was very impressive. So I'm with you. I would like to see more of that as much as you can maybe get out there, especially if you can wring more minutes out of Steven Adams, which is, I think, a question worth asking.
And the second part of that is even just a double big. Do you start a game and a half with it? The game and after halftime.
Oh, I was like, what's a game and a half? Do you start like the first quarter?
Yes.
And then the third quarter with.
They got run. I mean, they got outscored 13-2 to start that game. And they got outscored 18-1 to start the second half.
Yeah.
Desperate times, man. I mean, that's what people, that's how the saying came about.
Right. I think that's a fair question to ask. I still feel like you have a pretty good, and this is where I get nerdy. You still have a pretty decent net rating when you talk about your starters. Maybe that ends up being useful, but I think that changes your rotation very drastically because I think I go back to the Steven Adams. I don't know how much you can wring out of Steven Adams above the kind of 23, 25 minutes that you're seeing. I don't know that you can get him to a place where you're playing him 35 minutes, especially as we've gotten to a place where it's every other day.
Yeah, but at least you're
in the series.
You're starting and you're putting a twist on it. With a better run.
I think getting out is important, sure, but you got out in the first 3 games. It worked for you in 1, and it didn't work for you in the other 2 necessarily. I think what's more important for me, and I think generally it's always more important. But I had importance of staying in the playoffs. What's always more important is how you close, and that's been really more concerning, especially when you consider that the Rockets have been outscored 22-10 in clutch minutes, which is like those closing opportunity moments in a tight game. I think that's probably more important. I might maybe try and track those minutes to where you have those guys out there in that time period, as opposed to more that you start with those guys on the floor.
The last 5 minutes of the game, the Warriors had a 6-0 assist to turnover ratio. That was big. That was big. And here's the other thing that I think. How do I put this? Don't think you solved the zone issue just because you had a good stretch. You had a really good stretch at the end of the second quarter, I believe.
Which zone? Like the Warrior zone that they threw out there? Got you.
I kind of felt like we were texting about this as well. And you weren't wrong. I mean, they were knocking down some shots against that zone.
Yeah.
But then what happened? Like then in the second half when they went to the zone, I kind of felt like that was just almost not fluke, but fool's gold. They knocked down some shots and had good success against the zone at the end of the second quarter, and then they were kind of lost against it for long stretches in the second half. And they've had long stretches in this, over the course of the series against that, especially the 1-3-1 and 3-2, which is kind of wild. So don't get caught up in we got this, because I think they've had more issues than success against it.
Okay. From the 713, it's solved. That's a simple text there. From there, something that people have been claiming for since game 1, and I have been on the side where I don't necessarily agree with it. I still think I'm in that place, but are you more open to the idea that maybe this is a potential game or play that can be made by Ime and this team? Either playing one or both of Cam Whitmore or Reed Shepherd to try and get more shooting out there. Is that something that's interesting to you? Because I know that for me, I'm not that huge on it. You finally got Fred shooting. I don't know if you view that as a game or a development. And then also, remember, in Game 3, where you did lose, unfortunately, you shot 39% from 3. Like, you didn't shoot poorly. The problem was that you shot 39% from the field, which meant you were shooting abysmal from 2.
Yeah.
So I don't know that, hey, you just getting these 3-point shots, or I guess in Cam Whitmore's case, just like getting this consummate bucket getter at the expense of whatever defensively you lose there is worthwhile. But am I wrong there, or do you agree more with the texter and some of the people that are clamoring for some Whitmore and Reed Shepherd?
I think that's the one point that it's very easy to say that part of this series has not been solved because we haven't seen it.
Okay.
You know, we haven't seen what they do. I think the one thing that Reed Shepherd or Cam Whitmore, can do for you is not just knock down more threes. I think knock down more threes in transition. You know, when you push the ball, they need to push the ball more.
Agreed.
They really need to push the ball more.
Strong agree.
But when they push the ball and the defense gets back, unless Fred VanVleet is having a game like he did last night, you don't have shooters that you can kick out to. So I'm thinking maybe try. That's the one thing you haven't tried, and that way when you don't have success and finish at the rim, the kick out is to a better shooter.
It'd be interesting to see if they go there from the 2-8-1. How about you just make free throws and start Jabari and make layups? The free throws would be huge. I mean, you missed 12 of them. And you lost by 3 points. There was a lot of instances where you had opportunities to knock down free throws. And as I mentioned earlier in the show, I think that also adds to, if you are making free throws, it applies more pressure to the defense to obviously play cleaner. And also, it does not allow Steve Kerr to get in here and hack Steven Adams and force Ime's hand to take him out of the game. Which, by the way, I don't think I asked you about this on air. How did you feel about Ime kind of succumbing to that hack strategy and actually pulling Steven Adams in that moment where it felt like Steven Adams was very vital to what you were doing?
Yeah, I didn't like it at that moment. I knew it was coming, but that was not a shooting situation. That was just they want to get him out of the game situation, and you succumb to it. Leave him in there. Let him eat up some fouls, right? Eat up some fouls, and then when you get in the bonus, you get into the bonus earlier. And so maybe you can, you would have to shoot free throws.
Yes, that is fair.
You would have to shoot free throws, but
you might apply some foul trouble, though. I think that would be
exactly that too. No, I was a little reluctant on that. Like I think Steven Adams had an incredible series, an incredible game last night. I want him out there as much as I can, as much as he can handle.
And that ends up being, I think, the question on the backside of it. As far as a solved series, this is actually interestingly of Steve Kerr in his post-game availability. Would you like to know what he said?
What's that?
No, like a very emphatic no. And now I'm paraphrasing what he said. He said every game is different, and the next game could be entirely different as well. Mm-hmm. And I do think that it might be that there's not as many like shifts and counters when it comes to, I don't know, rotations. I think that there might be some things that they can do kind of in the way that they go about this. Like I think one of the things, getting into your actions earlier, maybe, changing some of the ways that you screen, as opposed to like they started setting high screens, but then when the defense is going to double, getting a little basketball nerdy, then you might not need to send the screen as high, give them time to recover, those types of things. But I also think that you had games that you were capable of winning.
Absolutely.
You played, there was at least 2 and probably 3 games that I feel like the way that the game unfurled was fine. You just needed to be able to capitalize. And so as far as maybe this series possibly being solved, maybe, but I still think that you have opportunities to win games, push the series longer, and maybe even push this all the way to 7 to get a victory. You do
have to ask yourself, are the Rockets capable of winning 3 games in a row?
It's a tough one, but that's why you got to win the first one, huh?
That's as tough as it can get, especially at least one. Well, no, definitely one going back to Golden State. Here's another issue that may put a little bit of a fly in the ointment when it comes to this series being solved or not. Are we sure that Jimmy Butler's going to play?
I mean, he thugged it out through this one.
He had adrenaline going.
He did.
He knocked down. He had no lift in his legs whatsoever. He had no burst with his first step. He's just a badass, and he knocked down those big free throws at the end. But he aggravated that injury. I mean, he was limping noticeably. And after a day, and he's back, off his feet and traveling. And are we sure he's going to play?
I feel like he probably will.
I feel like he will.
It's a fair question to ask, but I think if they got him going on Game 4, I think that they'll get him ready enough to go out there and give it a shot. in Game 5. I think that's just the way that this will go, especially because I talked about this before. I think it was Friday before we got to Game 3, that they're going to, if they can try and put him in the game, if they're not risking anything major for him, I think they want to, because as much as I think the Rockets were close enough and have an opportunity to get victories and push the series long, the Warriors are absolutely view it as a almost necessity to finish the series earlier, because they need rest, especially going up against what feels like it's going to be a Minnesota Timberwolves team on the other side of it, who is younger and looks like they're going to get done with their series early. So if you were trying to pair it that way, they need to. Also, this is not a Rockets team you want to let hang around, because at the very least, they'll beat the ever-living you-know-what out of you. As we've seen, the physicality has been there for this Rockets team. So, yeah, I think that they give him a go if they can. Going back to Game 4 last night, Lopez, somebody on the text line texted in and asked, why didn't they give the ball to Fred VanVleet instead of Şengün at the end of the game, with him having the hot hand knocking down shots?
No,
do you agree with that at all?
No, you had to go with Şengün there. Yeah, you know, I get it. 8 3-pointers, hot hand. And you have to go. First of all, that was the best set they could get into with the defense that the Warriors were in. They got him one-on-one, man. They got him one-on-one.
Yeah.
You cannot ask for more than
one-on-one with Draymond, who, and I vehemently deny or disagree with all the people that have said that Alperen looked intimidated in this game, because this is the same Alperen-Draymond matchup that I saw him eat up in Game 1 and in portions of Game 2 or 3. And even in this game, you saw him attack him. I think this is less of an intimidation of Draymond Green. Understanding that Draymond Green is a good defender, and we have to give him that credit for that. But I think also it's just a portion of his game is that Alperen will decide to pick up the ball a little early when he reaches contact. And I don't think that's intimidation. I think that's just something he's comfortable with, those mid-range, those like 5 to 10 foot hooks and floaters. And I'm like, that's good. But I think that in a series like this, or in the playoffs, you have to be a little bit more intentional in looking and forcing better, rather than settling for what is, I think, a decent shot. And I think in that instance, he had time to, in that final play, get into Draymond's body. Maybe you still come back to a spin as he did, but now you have Draymond off kilter and you're able to get a better shot, or you had a possibility of maybe even getting by him on that left side to maybe picking nits for him. But I did think that was the right place to go, because Alperen had been good in the middle.
He missed it. He just missed it.
Yeah. That's it. It's a make or miss game. Ain't that what they say, Lopez?
Yeah, that's what they say.
Well, they'll be back in action on Wednesday as they try to stave off elimination against the Warriors. Houston will step out, be at the Toyota Center loud, and help lift the spirits and the play of the Rockets. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next is typically the time where we hand things off to Figgy Fig for Figgy's mixtape. What you got for us, brother?
Yeah, so we got the stack one, man. Former Turkey Leg Hut owner was arrested for arson. The Cavaliers did a little arson themselves in Miami, but it might not be as bad as a loss that happened on Sunday.
Ooh,
and I will explain that.
Okay. I want to hear that explained next.
Early returns on the Jaden Higgins pick at 34 are extremely
insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yep. It's Figgy's Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Tuesday. Happy Tuesday to everyone out there. Before we get into the turkey leg hut drama, we got to finish talking about this 100 men versus one gorilla. So
it's been going on all day.
Yeah, it's been going on for a couple days. So I was talking to my man Nick Russo for 100.3 The Bull. This guy right here.
Welcome to the show. My name is Nick Russo. You're riding with 100.3 The Bull. Make no mistake about it.
Shout out to my man right there. And he actually asked me the question. He brought it up to me. So apparently it got to his timeline too. And before I play what he had to say, I just want to give a draft profile of a silverback gorilla.
Okay.
Because
a profile.
A draft profile, Mel Kiper style.
Okay, very good.
Yeah, ESPN style, because a lot of people are really thinking into this, and I want to play this right before y'all give an answer on who y'all think will win.
Okay.
The biggest gorilla ever recorded in the wild was a silverback found in Cameroon, Africa. He was 6 foot 5 inches tall and weighed about 589 pounds. Although in captivity, male gorillas can weigh up to about 683 pounds. Gorillas are so strong, with silverbacks capable of lifting heavy weights of up to 1,800 pounds. They are not to be messed with.
So I just want to throw that out there while you sitting here thinking like,
you said up to 6'5"?
No, see, that one was 6'5".
Yeah, that was the largest, largest recorded.
6'5". He said they could
can
get
lift
up to
1,800 pounds.
They could weigh up to 600 some pounds.
This bench is 1,800.
Yeah, this ain't no fat sloppy man.
So it's like three dudes. You know what I mean? So I'm seeing that the one silverback's like three dudes. I'm gonna have 100 of them.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'm just noticing.
Okay. So here's Nick Russo right here. Pretty much he's on the side. He think it can happen. He think 100 dudes can take down a silverback gorilla.
Human intelligence. We've already had this fight 1,000 years ago. It was, man versus beast of all kinds. And we have human intelligence. So we're going to figure out a plan to take him down. Like, we're not, yes, in a fist fight, it would be impossible. But human intelligence versus a silverback, who knows?
So you think 100 people could be, or 100 guys could be the silverback gorilla?
I believe so, yeah. I don't think it'll be easy. A few people are going to have to get sacrificed. I mean, because you're going to distract him somehow, and he's going to be, because one bite from a silverback gorilla is going to take your arm damn near off.
Yeah.
So hopefully he gets distracted, and then you can come the other way, right? Like, that's the only way. Like, it's teamwork.
He's crazy.
I do love that he's like human ingenuity, and I'm like, yes,
human intelligence.
There's no.
Oh, he lost me when he said human intelligence.
No tools involved here, friend.
Because I'm like, dog, look at this. Did you hear that draft profile?
Well, yes, and he said in a fist fight, I don't care how smart you are, how much human intelligence, still gonna be a fist fight.
But
it's still gonna be.
we're really just leaning on the idea that we are throwing literal bodies at this silverback gorilla,
sacrifice.
And I do love. He's like, yeah, some people always some people, and it's never. Well, yeah, me and a few folks are gonna have to sacrifice. Like, that's the issue, right? The human intelligence goes out the way when we start feeling endangered. And I know where you'll feel endangered is as soon as you stare face to face with an angry silverback gorilla. That's when.
Yeah, my favorite tweet, because I look at all the funny tweets about this. My favorite one is somebody tweeted 100 gorillas versus 2007 Chris Benoit. I'm taking Chris Benoit on this one, man.
Wow.
He will put a gorilla in the crippler crossface.
This is almost, but I get the argument because there are people on Nick's side.
There's so many people though. It's just the sheer amount of numbers. If you can get everybody pulling in one direction, get some gouging of some eyeballs or whatever. Like I can get myself to the place. I just don't know about the probability of this.
Even if you have 100 dudes that can all bench press 350, he throws up 1,800. Like, they'll throw you around.
He's going to get tired, though.
So will you.
He's going to get
when
tired.
He's swatting at you.
Not all 100 of us.
And you said, if they bite you.
You can't get all of us.
If they bite you, how about he just swats your face? It'll take your face off.
All right, it's the mixtape in the Loop Sports Radio 610. So I don't know if you guys heard. I'm waiting on this documentary to happen with Turkey Leg Hut. So if you haven't heard, former Turkey Leg Hut owner Lynn Price was arrested for allegedly setting the old business partner bar, which is bar 5015, set it on fire, man. He allegedly hired some dudes to go gasoline it up and set it on fire.
Can I press pause real quick?
Yeah.
How do you feel if you are the current owner of Turkey Leg Hut and your name keep getting dragged through the mud because he not even part of us no more. He don't work here no more.
Well, it don't even exist now.
Yeah, it's gone now.
It's fair. It's totally gone now. But his face and brand, all that stuff is always going to be going to lead back to Turkey Leg Hut. But this is KPRC2 with the news and the breakdown of that situation.
Federal prosecutors say Price conspired to set fire to bar 5015 back in 2020, a bar owned by his former business partner. He's accused of recruiting a group, including 2 other Houston men, to pour gasoline and ignite the fire. The indictment also alleges Price paid them afterward. In a separate incident, Price is accused of paying to have a stolen classic car, a 1975 Chevy Nova, set on fire.
That brother just all on, but man,
just scamming.
The crazy thing is you can see it all on video.
Oh yeah,
the people just walking around with the gasoline.
I wish any of this would surprise me by now, but it doesn't.
Dude, this is going to be a no pun intended, a fire documentary, man.
I mean,
it's going to be a great documentary. Just
all
from
the
start,
things they've done,
man. Just all the headlines they got, just being great, or just the hype for it, and just the downturn of it, man. Like we witnessed it all
of it
within like what, 5 years? Like it wasn't even that
at everything,
right?
Like,
but they were good at it originally.
Well, someone was good at it.
Yeah.
It seems like old boy Mr. Price here was not that good because from the 281, anybody notice the downfall of Turkey Leg Hut started with the new dress code? Remember who put that dress code in place?
He did.
Old boy.
Yeah.
Upset the customer base, ran that thing down, and they started borrowing money from folks, right?
Yeah.
And then apparently you couldn't be good as a businessman. You weren't even a good criminal, man. How are we finding out that you was out here doing insurance fraud? I'm assuming that's what this was. It's not just like I'm trying to burn down someone's.
It's a lot of stuff going on. Yeah, it's a lot of stuff. So
that is nasty work. Real nasty work.
And by the way, he got another restaurant, Oyster Hut.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to pass on that.
Yeah, I don't know how that's going right now. Maybe somebody else running it. I don't know.
All right, so if you do not trust a restaurateur, are oysters the literal worst fare to have on your menu if I don't trust you as a restaurateur?
Yeah, that is absolutely true.
You know what I mean? If it's like the Chicken Hut, I'm like, all right. I mean, it's not impossible,
bad chicken
but it
ain't gonna kill.
It's harder to do bad chicken.
Yeah.
Bad oysters, friend?
Yeah.
Nah, brother, I will pass on that 10 times out of 10.
Yeah, no, I agree. So I'm waiting on this documentary to happen. Somebody put this documentary in the works so I could watch it from beginning.
It would be
to
a
end.
great one. There's no question about that.
I could tell my kids, like, man, I remember I was at
I ate there.
Yeah, I ate there before.
And they're gonna be like, why, Grandpa?
Yeah.
All right, mixtape in the Loop Sports Radio 610. Speaking of fire, Miami 138 to 83.
You need a stronger word than beat.
They beat the mess out of them.
Yeah, I think
they silverback grilled them.
Yeah,
it's too much. I'm sorry, it's too much.
No, seriously, man. I think they was up by like 61 at one point, man. I'm like, goodness
Wasn't
gracious.
it a 55-point victory?
It was
ultimately?
a 55-point victory.
I saw 60. It might have been more, but
no, it was up by 60, and then they got a couple garbage time threes that made it
60.
Make it 50. Man, it was bad.
Like at that point, you should start a fight, right?
Yeah.
Like that is one of those. I might lose this game, but I will not lose the fight type moments. I feel like at that point, this is disrespect. I gotta fight somebody.
Yeah, and I want to say Tyler Hero said we ain't going out without a fight.
Yeah, he did.
And we ain't getting swept 4-0. We ain't going out without a fight.
And that's exactly what they went out with.
Yeah, without a fight. And this is inside the NBA. This is halftime, by the way. This is at halftime.
Oh no!
And this is all the jokes they had about this game.
This reminds me of a karate movie when a guy comes into the town and just starts beating everybody up. It's just like snapping people, pow, pow, just coming through there. This is what this looks like, man.
This might be the worst game I've ever watched.
This is quitting at its finest right here. This I bet if we went to their house, all their stuff is already packed.
Well, no, it's not packed. They live in Miami.
No, you got to listen. They live in Miami. Dude, you lost by 38 the last game. You can't stay in Miami. You lost by 38 and you're down 40 at halftime.
You actually lost by 37.
Okay, my bad.
Game 3.
If you lose by 37, then come back and lose by 40,
that's your house.
Yeah.
You live.
So just in case you was wondering, the plus differential was 122.
Oh, in the
throughout
series?
the whole series, yes. So it wasn't just the game 3 and game 4. It was all series.
The number of points that they lost by over the course of the series feels like it's a whole nother game.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
Like it just a whole and a good one too. They 120. That's wow.
They were down 73 to 33.
You know what the real indicator of how bad it is? Chuck make fun of people. Kenny sometimes make fun of people. I don't think I've ever heard Ernie
said this was the worst.
Yeah.
He was
Ernie
in on the jokes too.
Make fun of people so flatly.
Yeah.
He said that was the worst game. And Ernie has worked a lot of games, man. Ernie has been there for decades. That is wow.
That was the worst game he ever saw. It was crazy. But I want to now. This is a conversation we always have. Which is the worst way to lose? Would you rather lose a blowout game like that, or maybe a close game, just a close game loss or whatever?
Sure. In terms of how you feel, I always say blowout because at some point you just resign yourself to the fact that that one's done. But I don't know if I would go as far as 60.
Yeah, but I feel like this is what we got to start thinking about when people are like, oh, no, I'd rather have a blowout. No, you would not.
Not if it's that much.
All right, so let me ask you this. Would you rather lose like how the Miami Heat lost? Or let's take it back to Sunday when the Rangers were playing the Giants.
Oh, yeah.
And this was the bottom of the ninth. I think it might have been first pitch. And this is how that game went.
1 for 2. Taps this one to third. And he sails it down the right field line. Robinson's on the move. And he is going to stop. No, now he's going to go to third. Here's the throw. It gets by him. Here comes Ramos. This game is over. The Giants win the game on a Little League home run. Tell me you've seen that one before.
I'm glad they put it on the call because I was like, "Oh, this is Little League. Y'all just throwing the ball all over the yard."
Yeah. Threw it past first baseman, threw it past third baseman.
Yep. Which is the worst way to lose? Like, would you rather have that 60 point? Well, it was technically 65
or whatever. Yeah.
Lose like that or lose how the Rangers lost?
I don't want to lose like the Rangers lost. There's no way I want to lose like the Rangers lost.
Both of them are really embarrassing.
Now I will say, like, it's a little different with baseball now because it's the regular season, so we gonna forget about this game tomorrow or whatever. But just in general, like not even counting the playoff game with the Cavs and the Heat, man, that is a tough loss for the Rangers, man. To lose like that,
it was humiliating.
That was the embarrassing part. Just the way, like it'd be one thing if it was just a regular inside the park home run. But dog, y'all throwing the ball all over the field, man.
It was wild.
Yeah, they got the lemon booty now, didn't they? I think I might go Rangers.
Lose that way,
dog. They was out here getting disrespected. It was from the 281. It was 70-25 at one point.
Yeah.
Yes,
like you're not even in the same class.
But see, at least at that point, you're
done.
These guys are light year ahead of us. Like so much more talented. It's over. We ain't about to come back and
you think I'm about to
be
happy about that? Let them fans talk crazy.
Well, you're not happy about it either.
Hey, those fans wasn't even there, man. Yeah. It's funny because whenever like the Cavs turned the ball over, you'll hear the announcer turnover.
Nobody's
it was
doing
dead
nothing.
quiet in there, man. I'm like, man, it felt like this playing in an empty arena.
It was a practice.
Nobody was cheering.
Yeah, but that's still your squad. If somebody come talk to you like, hey, what happened to your boys? You ain't got nothing to say. Like, at least in that Ranger circumstance, they go, hey, what happened with your boys? Hey, man, I don't know, man. They was doing so good, and then something happened. With the hey, what happened with your Heat? I don't even want to talk about it. Like, you have there's no words.
Yeah.
There's no excuses. There is simply shame. There is just shame.
Yeah, it was bad. All right, get you all out of here on this. By the way, USC beats UCLA.
USC won.
And it wasn't even close.
The sad part is I know exactly what you're talking about.
Tristan of USC beats Asher of UCLA in the first ever live stream sperm race. Do y'all want to hear this PvP?
Of course we do.
I don't, but you're going to play it anyways.
They're going. They're going.
Enter the chamber. We are
you guys ready?
This is enormous. Jimmy is off to the races. This might not even be close.
Oh my God.
Those years of YouTube.
Who is that?
The feminist. The 800 credit score. Jimmy is long gone. No, his swimmers aren't even on the screen. This is a microscopic masterclass. No.
Hey,
they were running in a circle. They were swimming.
No, so they went through the circle,
and then
they took off. Yeah. So Tristan, you know what? His took off even quicker. The other guy wasn't even on the screen yet. He was just gone.
Yeah. I gotta admit,
it wasn't even close.
As much as I am engaging with this portion of the segment against my will. That's a great call at the very end. A microscopic masterclass is kind of a bar. That's kind of a great call.
This is on the screen. This is a microscopic masterclass.
It's kind of good.
They made this a real big event.
Yeah, they did.
Apparently, I want to say Ty Dolla $ign artist performed right before it. It was like a big event.
You could hear the crowd.
How do you feel about your career if you're like, hey, you want to do the sperm race? you want to play that?
You want to call that? How did USC win when they're the Trojans?
Don't feel good about that.
You ever thought about that?
Don't feel good about that.
You ever thought about that?
I feel shame. Don't feel good about that. No
bars.
Yeah.
Don't give them no.
You would have thought they'd have been, blocked.
Now we did bet on them, so if we would have actually bet money, we did. We took the Trojans.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
We would have won some money.
That's right.
Okay. All right. Well, we're done. That's the full.
We can play some more play.
Nope. I think we're good. All right. That is Figgy's Mixtape. Every weekday at 1:20 p.m. right here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610 at the Figgy Fig on social media. If you see something that you believe is mixtape worthy, and yes, 713, the Heat. He said karma for screwing over Jimmy buckets. Riley needs to retire. He wins again. Jimmy Butler finds a way to win again.
He was in the building looking pissed too.
He wins again. Just every time he ends up in a different place, and he is the winner, and everybody else are the losers. That's crazy. All right. Coming up next, let's get a chance to hang out and talk with the fellas of the Drive, Clint and Ron. We will do that next.
It sounds like the Texans draft played out about how Thank you, Figgy. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm now pretty concerned at how frequently I might hear the notion of a sperm race play-by-play call.
Microscopic masterclass
on this show. That is a wild thing to think about. So I won't. For all you fine folks listening all day today, here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Also appreciation to B. Scott for jumping in with us during the 11 o'clock hour. It's been a fun show thus far. Getting ready to hand it off to the fellas of the drive, Clint and Ron, here in a little bit. But before we do that, we had a text come in that said, if Philly laid down the blueprint for beating Kansas City with good defensive tackle play in the interior, then why didn't the Texans draft, or why won't the Texans draft a legitimate defensive tackle? And I imagine that that's speaking specifically to like a nose tackle type player, but obviously that interior just in general, because they did not take a defensive tackle until, what was that, the 6th round, or was that even the 7th round?
I believe it was the 7th round, wasn't it? Yeah.
It was the 7th round. I believe it's Keontae Hamilton, defensive tackle out of Rutgers with pick 224. And that's the only pick that they had. I was looking at Dane Brugler and the ways in which he has scouted him, and apparently there's still opportunities for growth. Viewed as an ascending prospect, supposedly good bend, hand strength, kind of belies his wrestling background. However, still needs some block recognition work and things of that nature. So it seems like interesting prospect that maybe with time and development, which it feels like you have time and you have the ability to develop. I think that's one of the things you can absolutely credit Matt Burke and D'Amico Ryans and the rest of that staff with doing very well, is taking players and making them the best versions of themselves at the very, very least on that. But clearly this is not the impact player that you talk about, this defensive line, especially the likes of trying to help you get into and above that echelon of teams that are contending for a Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
So how do you feel about the idea that, one, just the interior of this defensive line in general, but then also the idea that they didn't add something high on the high end of it to this team in the draft?
The thing about what you just said, because I was thinking about it as you were talking, like the high end, like elite defensive tackles.
Elite?
Aren't there fewer of those than elite quarterbacks? Like truly elite defensive tackles. Chris Jones, Aaron Donald isn't playing anymore. Like truly like game-changing defensive tackles. They might be harder to find than even quarterbacks.
Well, especially, we're seeing more and more of them.
We're seeing impact guys.
Yeah.
But I'm talking about elite.
And it's probably my fault. I think impact guys, what they're looking for, what I imagine they were looking for in the interior of that defensive line. They've had guys that have played pretty damn well. We talk about Tim Settle along with Mario Edwards, who's played in there. I think you can give Fazukasi his credit, even though it felt like injuries kind of hampered his season to some degree last year. And yes, 713. The Texans have defensive tackles by committee, but it still does not feel like they have a lot of guys that they feel great about. Run stopping at that, specifically that nose tackle spot in particular, run stopping, but then also having a level of pushing the center of the pocket and maybe even knifing up field to add in. And maybe that's because of how scary that is.
Mm-hmm.
How do you understanding that? Like I kind of understand that maybe maybe we're getting to the idea that there's not a lot of those to be had, and it felt like the ones to, especially with where you were drafting, with the other things that I think you were probably focused on, maybe not using the word need, but the other places that you had some focus on, that was probably not going to be something you could address in the way that you wanted to. But how do you feel about this defensive line? Because it feels like Sheldon Rankins drops back in after a year away in Cincinnati as a guy that you have to lean upon within the rotation that you're naturally going to use. How are you feeling about it?
I think the question the listener was asking about, the template that the Eagles have used to become that defense.
Particularly with Kansas City, against Kansas City.
Against Kansas City. I think the Texans are trying to follow that template, but just with a different approach. They go inside out, defensive line, all that. The Texans are going outside in, and secondary and such. Hell, they even brought over C.J. Gardner-Johnson. So it's not like they're trying to do exactly that, but they're trying to be as good as the Eagles are, and I think they're working their way to there. I have no problem with it. Defensive tackle, to me, that's just hard to find at that level. Like, it's just really hard to find a impact defensive tackle.
Yeah, I think I agree with that, and they're going to depend on the idea that they have a number of guys that they feel comfortable throwing in there and just doing what they do. And I do wonder if that isn't some level of luxury, right? Having your interior defensive linemen be able to generate pressure is something that, at least in the past, has been very much a luxury. It feels like more and more we're seeing some of these guys be able to do that, but I don't know that it's absolutely guys having the perimeter. We talk about the top two guys in Will Anderson Jr. and then, of course, Danielle Hunter, but then the rotation of guys that you're going to have after it. Yes, it'd be good to be able to apply that pressure up the middle, but I don't think you're having too much issue being able to get to guys, getting to quarterbacks with the edges that you have. And as you mentioned, your secondary, like back to front to back relationships, this is one of the best ones that you can have in the league. So we might be nitpicking just in general, talking about the defensive tackles in a league that is salary capped and built in such a way where you're not going to have everything. So I do understand to some degree, but I get the question. I think it's fair that that seems like that was something that they could have added. For me in particular, I think your defense did plenty this past season, and it doesn't seem like they're going to have a step down. I think what's more important is having the step up in your offense where you can confidently depend on them to score 21 points and give you an opportunity to take the already fantastic output of your defense and make it worthwhile and turn some of the losses that you had last year into wins. So appreciate you texting that in. But yeah, right now I want to appreciate D&M Auto Leasing for giving us the opportunity to talk to the fellas of the drive. It's Clint, it's Ron. Fellas, what's popping?
What's up, gentlemen?
How are you
doing? Good.
Fantastic.
Good.
Doing all right. Did y'all have any?
Some people want more on that defense.
On the defensive,
they were wondering about why defensive tackles are not following the Eagles template or the Chiefs with Chris Jones or something along those lines. My thing is defensive tackles, elite, are harder to find than elite quarterbacks.
And they drafted.
They really are.
I think everybody would like to follow suit on that.
Yeah.
Right. Have those caliber players, but it just. They don't just draft.
Yeah.
No, and especially not where you're selecting as of right now.
But you could have. But you decided Will Anderson over Jalen Carter.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's true.
Which makes
And historically, that's the value proposition that you take when you talk about a pass rusher. And then on top of that, with the cultural dynamics that this team has, where they go, we want somebody that's going to set the tone. I don't know that there's a better guy that you could have taken to set a tone for your defense and for your locker room than Will Anderson.
Yeah, I got no problem with the way they're going about it. I mean, they may have the best edge rushing room. I'm talking about everybody in the league. I know they did last year, and they're bringing many of those guys back. You got that, man. And it's Sheldon Rankins is a guy who has rushed the passer from the interior before. Yeah. I think they're fine up there. They just drafted one offensive lineman though.
I think so. So fellas, we have been having a lot of fun all day long with this hypothetical about 100 men versus one silverback gorilla. That has been something that has been eating up social media.
Oh.
And today on the show, we've been having a lot of conversation about it. Do you guys have a particular side that you fall on? If 100 men, no weapons, just their homegrown ingenuity and whatever want to that they can muster up, had to face off against one silverback gorilla, how y'all think it go?
I mean, I need to know what kind of men I'm going with.
I don't think it really matters. I think that gorilla's got their hands are 12 to 14 inches big. He's
done some research.
They can lift 1,800 pounds. They weigh, what did we say, up to 600 pounds?
I believe that was
an average height when they're running is. You got no shot. you got no shot.
Yeah, I think 100 guys, a lot of guys.
It is,
but you got to sacrifice 30 or 40 of them.
Oh no, yeah. You definitely don't want the first one that jumps on his head, and digs in his eyes, and makes him stop his arms and go up north, and it gives you the opportunity. You don't want to be that guy.
Yeah.
How do you make him stop?
That's the question.
How do you get to the point? There's no weapons.
You ever make him stop.
Yeah, that's going to say. So how do we?
It's a slow him
down.
But
you're slowing down too.
But I got 99 friends.
Yeah, but
that's what I'm saying. I hope the 99 behind me ain't slowing down.
But he can, not to get as morbid, he can kill.
No, he can slap you and
he can rip your head off
and rip your face off
and rip your limbs off.
I'm trying to figure out how you can get to a point where you can stop him. Like
the only pressure point
he can get rid of. He can get rid of you. You're never. Like, hey, maybe he takes it. Like, is there a bell ringing? Do we have a time? like, maybe he sits down and gets a rest. What are you going to do? Choke him out?
I went so far as to watch the AI animation. Y'all have seen this all over the internet, I'm guessing. But the AI animation is pretty wild. He does some work on those dudes, man.
Who won?
The gorilla.
I feel like the only pressure point you have is like the eyes. I feel like if you can get to the eyeballs and gouge them out, maybe you have some.
Now you've backed him into a corner. He's really going to get aggressive.
That's all I got for you.
I feel like if we can weigh his arms,
you're trying to come up with a game.
Well, he's fighting with two arms. I mean, it's not like he's got the karate game going on. Blow those arms down, then I think we got a real.
He's got a reach of 12-7.
No, I get it.
I love the game plan.
I get it.
Don't let him stop you. Game plan now.
I get it.
We can get 40 guys to the arm. Like, if we can get to the arm. Like, how do we get to the arm?
Yeah, you get a couple guys on them arms. I don't think they're going to move. Each arm, I don't think they're going to move as fast as they did, and then we got a chance.
Clint, is there a teammate of yours that if you could get 99 of him with you with the gorilla, you think y'all?
I got it.
Alonzo Spellman, Larry Allen.
No, I think Alonzo though.
I throw Larry Allen up there.
Alonzo's
crazy though. That's the other element. Like, he's got a nuts to him.
Yeah, he's there.
He's like, yeah.
Well, I start thinking about it. I play with several guys that I would definitely have on my squad. Not 100 of them, but if you task me with bringing 25, I can bring 25.
25 is a good number.
I can bring you 25.
But I think you got a lot, like several of them who I think are tough. Like, hey man, we about to fight. We about to fight 100 dudes. Let's go. I bet there's a couple of them get in there and be like, nah, man, I'm
always got that.
I'm out on this. Alonzo, let's go.
Alonzo will be the one.
Do we get to wear shoes? What do we get? Can I grow my nails? Can we cut? Like, what do we get to?
I mean, Larry's got to be on that squad.
I think so. Yeah. Big, fast, strong. I need all that.
You want to talk about strength that damn gorilla has. I mean, Larry was. I mean, I watched Larry throw up. I don't know what that was on that bar. You can Google it on YouTube. I was in the weight room the day that happened. It's different. That's different. That son buck right there. You give me a couple Larrys, they can slow his ass down. The rest of us. If
you with Alonzo's mindset,
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but
with
the
Alonzo's
culture of that
mindset.
room is not going to be ideal.
Yeah, I think Larry would let you have it. I think Larry would be a huge asset. I think Larry would be like, man, I ain't getting in there with that damn gorilla. I don't care if it's 99 others.
I don't know. If you said, Larry, you can go east of 35 again, and without the wife getting mad at you, I think we may talk him into it. Hey, woo! Can't go east of 35 no more, Clint. Why not? Well, I got cameras on that side of town.
Rest in peace.
Yeah.
There you go. Absolutely.
Peace, Larry.
Absolutely. Someone said 25 J.J. Watts. I bet that'd be fun as well. All right,
Again,
fellas.
J.J. Watt is somebody who would be like, nah, man. I'm about to get over here at Papa John's, man. Start tricking off these pizzas.
Look, JJ's one of the greatest football players ever. He
ain't getting in there?
He ain't on the same level with a couple of them guys I met.
Come on, JJ.
All right, fellas. This was fun, but we got to let y'all get to work. We're done for the day. We'll catch y'all tomorrow. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2, Houston and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, no gorillas. The Drive is live.
That's right. The Drive is live. And if you are on YouTube and Twitch, you can see us all, including Tyler Milner, in the building, as well as you heard there, Clint Stoerner. And the way you participate in this puppy, you can hit the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line.
Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer.
That's right, 713-572-4610. You could be a part of this bad. Again, today, this is the final day. Is that correct, Tyler? The final day in the 5 o'clock hour?
Yes, sir.
Final day in the 5 o'clock hour. Make sure you're listening. Again, that's in the 5 o'clock hour, as today will be your chance. Just like our guy Jesse from yesterday, today can be your chance to win a pair of VIP tickets to Saturday's round of this year's Insperity Invitational at the Woodlands Country Club. It's covered seating in the Champions Club and at the 18th green with food and drinks included. So you don't want to miss those VIP tickets. And coming up at 3 o'clock, we're going to talk to somebody you just never know what he's going to say, which makes for really, really entertaining radio, I believe. And we talked to him before, our guy John Daly, who, with John Daly, would he be one of the ones that would roll with you?
No, he would pull up a lawn chair and have some drinks and watch you get your head ripped off. But he would not get involved. No, sir.
Even 100% healthy?
No, it don't matter. 21.
Be out there with a couple
it don't matter if he's 21. He had his priorities, and one of them I don't believe was fighting gorillas. Especially getting in scuffles that you can't win.
Yeah, he'd be sitting there with a lawn chair, a dart, and a couple of drinks.
That's it. Oh yeah, that's about right.
Gonna watch. Ooh. There you go. But we'll talk to him coming up at 3 o'clock. So stay tuned for that. But again, 5 o'clock hour. Be listening for your chance to win those VIP tickets to Saturday's round at the Insperity Invitational. It's at the Woodlands Country Club. Be like Jesse, get a chance to get a dub. All right, guys. Let's look into this. I believe this is what Tyler typed into the rundown. What a punch in the nutsack for H-Town via the Rockets.
That's just kind of what came to my head, man. It's what it felt like.
What did you say? You said this was the first time what?
First time, I guess, since 2019, 2020, really, that a Rockets game came to its end, and I was left in that. Y'all probably see me in this state a time or two at the Astros where I'm just sitting in silent anger in my living room.
Did you stay away from the whiskey?
No. I had a couple glasses for sure. But yeah, just like a blank stare at the TV as that buzzer sounded. Just silent anger. It had been a minute.
It's a tough one, right? I feel bad for guys like Seth and Sean who I'm wondering if they went ahead and stayed up for that thing.
Pendergast and Payne.
And, of course, that thing stayed tight, so you had to stay up with it the whole way. And this was a late one. This thing started after 9 o'clock, and then, bam, you're up. And it's 12 o'clock, and you didn't stay up here, and you had to watch that thing. It was a tough L, and I think there's a lot of things for us to get into. But can I start here? I just want to say, Ime Udoka, I don't know whose decision this was. I just want to say I really despise the decision on how they ran that final play to Alfred Şengün.
Oh, my goodness.
I have no to. And in fact, I think that's who it should have gone to. I'll be honest, I got nervous as hell because I'm watching the game, and it looked like Şengün was standing on the sideline for a second there, the way they were looking, but he was just standing on the court near the sideline. I was going to say, I know. He was standing next to Jaylen. I said, I know Jaylen ain't playing, but damn it, I know Şengün better be in on this last. But he's in. I got no problem. I think it should have gone to him. But you know Draymond's guarding him. And they go to the top of the key with him and not in the post. I could see it, Clint. It was, this is ending in a jump shot. This is ending because he's not going to go around Draymond. And this is going to end with a contested jump shot from Şengün. And that's not, to me, his strength. He was killing them in the post, especially on that right side. He was killing them in the post. I just really hated, and I just didn't think they put him in the best position to get like the best shot he could get off at the top of the key with Draymond guard.
Yeah, look, I loved going to Şengün as well. I mean, now look, let's be honest. I don't love that as the only option with zero movement around him when you know he's going to be up against. What did Draymond get this year? Was he third in voting in Defensive Player of the Year? Yep. So look, I mean, I like Şengün, but I don't necessarily love that matchup. And the fact that the way they rolled that thing out was give it to him at the top of the key, everybody else get the hell out of the way, and then you just go one-on-one with a top three. Think about Draymond, the top three defender in the league. That's advantage Golden State. That's advantage Draymond Green, no matter what kind of night.
Especially facing up like that. If he was on his back in the post, I think that's more advantage Şengün.
Well, yeah, I mean, and I mean, look, he did a lot with his backing down the other guys.
The little guys came up there. Yeah, he was backing them.
I mean, I don't dislike it if it's.
You're right. They didn't even do anything to create a switch.
Nothing.
They didn't do anything to try to force a switch, to force some other action.
Nothing. And when you're watching on the other end of the floor, Golden State, the best in the game over the last handful of years of movement without the ball and getting guys open looks, and it seems like there's a design play for, and you know who that guy because he's running and cutting and all over the place, and at the end of the day he ends up getting the ball, kind of like somehow Steph Curry getting the ball 2 seconds on the shot clock on an inbounds play. He gets the ball. Şengün jumps by him on a pump fake, and he knocks down a three. 2 seconds on the damn shot clock. And I'm just like, how in the hell did that guy get the ball, number one?
Reggie
number two, how did he get –
That wasn't even a great pump fake.
No, but that's the kind of bonehead stuff down the stretch that gets the Rockets beat. I'm not just taking a shot at Şengün, but like that, the foul by Dylan Brooks, or Jimmy behind the three-point line.
There was a turnover.
Jabari throws the ball away. Throws the ball at a damn. I think it was Dylan Brooks. He's got a 10-foot catch window, and you somehow throw a pass out back towards the top that he can't touch. Yeah. I mean, so it's like it's not just one thing. But it's just there just seems to be, whether it's Ime Udoka or it's Bari or it's Şengün or it's Dylan Brooks, it just seems like they all just come in at the end of the game when the stage is the biggest and the lights are the brightest and you got to have it. It's like 3, 4, 5 possessions in a row where you're just like, when you got Jimmy Butler and Steph on the other side, you do that 3, 4, 5 possessions in a row, they're going to swing the game 7, 8 points. Yeah. It's over.
Text line coming in. Was he trying to post up those Şengün on the last play? Not at the top of the key. They gave him the ball at the top of the key. He caught it face. He did like a spin move into a jumper. What I'm saying is where he was having a lot of success. Yes, he had some success when little guys switched out on him and he bullied them to the lane from the top. But mostly he was over there on the right block, catching the ball, backing guys down, and he was – for a second there in the second half, either going to the line or making baskets. And to me, that Draymond is guarding him. They know where you want to go, and Draymond knows where you want to go.
Yeah.
And you put him at the top of the key to where you looked at it and I said, this is going to end in a jump shot. He's not going to drive past Draymond. And then you can't back him down from the top of the key like that.
Draymond's not gonna let you do that.
Yeah, like from there. But then you turn around and he's shooting. That shot. He can make that shot, but that's not the best situation. Listen, a lot. I was just like, man, to finish, like that's where you ended up going.
The whole finish. When you say finish, I mean it's the whole last 2 to 3 minutes for me.
That seems to be a theme.
That's the part. You're talking about, Tyler, where you're just sitting there angry and in frustration and just fuming on your couch by your damn self. It's a helpless spot to be in as a fan, but it's like it's damn near every game. It's like we can't even get to a point, and this is, I think, probably the most frustrating part for me as a Rockets fan, is I would like to sit down and see the Rockets and the Golden State Warriors exchange blows in the last 2 minutes, and whoever gets it last wins, right? But instead, it is the Rockets hanging on for dear life. Now, last night was obviously ended up a little bit closer, but it's the Rockets shooting themselves in the foot over and over and over again. Where Ron, I can't help but think anything. I mean, this stage is just too bright for this team. It's too big, too bright.
That's what I was going to say. Is this series, like what it boils down to, is this series just that the Rockets and the Warriors, one team has been there, done that, and the other team is getting their first taste of the playoffs? Does it because the end of games, you said this is the final last 2 or 3 minutes. This is a story that not only we've seen during the regular season, but in particular in this series. Game 1, a 4-point game with 5 minutes left. The Rockets lose by 10. Game 3, a 1-point game with 4.5 to go. They lose by 11. Last night, they had a 1-point lead at the 5-minute mark. Even tighter, even closer the last 2 or 3 minutes. It does seem like when they get down to those junctures of the game that are important, you hate to say it, feels like experience jumps up. One team's turning it over, one team's not. One team's getting good shots, one team isn't, and that's what it almost seems like it's coming down to.
Yeah. It's when I say stage is too big, lights are too bright, I mean for everybody. It's obvious with Jaylen Green.
I would say that coach too.
It's absolutely. Like they're and look, when that may and again, the reason behind it I think is different. To your point of one team's been there, one team hadn't, I think that appears to be the problem with Jaylen Green. I got an apology to dole out, by the way, and before we get out of here today, but like Jaylen Green is clearly the lights are too bright, stage is too big, court's too big, knees are weak, can't get his feet underneath it, whatever it is. It's blatantly obvious. I mean, that damn turnover early in the first. I mean, Ime Udoka tried to give it to him, tried to say, "Hey man, here it is, man. It's your show," and he just couldn't. He just couldn't handle the pressure. But also, like to your point, if you look at Ime Udoka, like I don't know that Ime Udoka knows what he wants to do late. Now that may be because you don't have the guys, you don't have the killer, you don't have the finisher, whatever. But like, there's
Red was trying,
but there's been several moments where you go, that's the last ditch effort. That's what we got. I don't know. It's interesting, man. It's I think it's the whole team right now, with the exception of Fred. Fred VanVleet is I mean, what he is staring it in the eye and he's fighting.
He tried to keep him rolling. And Şengün, him and Fred,
Şengün,
and shout out to Amin Thompson. He played his best game of the series. Looked a lot more aggressive, and just said, "Hell, I'm driving it with authority and driving it hard to the paint." And he did some things there as well. But yeah, man, it was a tough one. I know for you, if you didn't have it already after last night's game, I know for you it started to paint a clear picture for the future of the Rockets. I know a lot of people have had their thoughts on how they should move forward with this young group, and that this playoff run, however long it was going to tell a lot of it. I know for you've seemed to arrive at what they need to do.
Well, yeah, look, I guess we can always play, and I see a lot of this on social media, we can always play the whole, man, it's their first playoffs, it's man, they're young, man. At some point, rubber meets the road, and your organization has to make a decision. We are going to be, after this playoff here, which looks like it's going to end pretty quick, after this run, good season, Ime Udoka is going to be heading into year 3 with the Rockets. What do? We wait till Ime Udoka's 5th year before we decide that, hey man, this group is who you want to really try to make a run with, or do you want to make a change? I just think, outside of winning a championship, because to me that'd be the only thing that would trump this. You'd like to have a good run in the playoffs, win a couple games, maybe feel better about your guys, but at the end of the day, the number one priority is when these playoffs are over, when the 25 season, the organization needs a clear vision, a clear path forward. And I think right now, given what we've seen, I think it's clear that waiting on this group, as they are built right now, waiting on this group to be able to go in the playoffs and compete in the best that the NBA has to offer and against the best that the NBA has to offer. I don't see how you can move forward without making major changes. And I think it's been very, very clear in the playoffs for the Rockets.
Yeah,
It's not good enough.
Text line coming in, bring on Kevin Durant. Text line coming in, Rockets in 7, Ron, mark it. Okay. You got to win this first one. One at a time.
Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion.
And I'll be honest with you, right now, listen, it's in their head. A lot of things in their head. If they win, they need to get a comfortable lead. So this thing doesn't come down to the last couple of minutes. Because it comes down to the last couple of minutes, it feels like they're looking around like, all right, what's going to happen? What's going to happen to mess up? What's going to happen? Because you talked about, they had about 2 possessions in a row. One of them was just the backcourt violation that fired. They had 2 in a row that just tough turnovers. And then you see them execute down on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, but right, if you just look at it, and the scary part of it is it's so many different guys. Was it Tari Eason at the end of the very first half, the end of the first half, the foul?
Yes.
That gave free throws, right? You just mentioned the throw away late. Jabari Smith. We talked about Dylan Brooks' foul on Butler behind the 3-point line. All the silliness that Dylan Brooks is getting into with Draymond, obviously, but it then bleeds over to Tari Eason, and you can sit here and watch and see that Draymond is trying to get in your head, and he's in your head, and it screws the game all up. Like all of that stuff is just it works against the Rockets. And it's in the most inopportune times, and you can't win in the playoffs.
There is some learning going on right now and experience, but that's not all of it. It's some more with that. All right, you talked about Jaylen Green, and I know you said you got an apology to get to at some point. I want to pose this thought, and we can discuss it on the other side. Jaylen Green, it wasn't good. It wasn't. He came back with another single-digit effort, 3rd time in the series, 8 points last night. But was Jaylen Green's performance, would you say, more on himself or more on his coach, only playing him 24 minutes? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Our Vision Homes, y'all. Look, if you're looking to build that custom home,
Guaranteed for life. The Insperity Invitational is back in Houston this weekend. See the best of the PGA Tour champions live at the Woodlands Country Club with free admission all tournament long. Or you could win VIP tickets by listening to The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley in the 5 o'clock hour this afternoon. Don't miss your chance for the best seats on the course at the Insperity Invitational.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, so I got in the face, Craig.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studio, 6 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
From the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, 713-572-4610. Someone came in saying, hot take, start Cam Whitmore in place of Jaylen Green, instant offense, and you know he won't be scared to get to the basket.
Holy smokes!
I think Jaylen Green has done what Jim Nantz did to me with Clint. I think Jaylen's hurt. I think he's hurt Clint. I think he's hurt. I don't know who this apology Clint is in line for. I feel like Clint's even open to this now. I think he's open to anything right now. Because I posed this before we went to break, and you all can give your thoughts on this. Jaylen Green was awful again. What'd he go, 8 points?
It's one way to say it.
I know he had 1 assist to 5 turnovers, so that's not good. In 24 minutes, right? And I know you were saying, no, man, you can't just play him 24, low minutes. So you got to put him in the game, and you got to live with whatever you get. And as Charles Barkley said last night, there is no way in hell that cat should be shooting 8 shots in a game. Hell, he made 3 of them. He didn't even know if he was hot or cold. He didn't shoot enough. Kenny said, you make 2 more, you shooting 50% if you make the next 2. Do you put this performance, last night's game in particular, only getting 24 minutes? Steven Adams played 26. Jaylen Green or Ime Udoka?
Oh, this is all Jaylen Green. In no way, shape, or form.
So you didn't sit back thinking he needs to be in the game?
No, in no way. I quit last night. I quit him. In no way, shape, or form.
I think Tyler did too.
I'm done.
Tyler, in no way, shape, or form did I see Jaylen Green pissing down his leg like this. Yeah, I mean, look, people can talk about, be patient, man. It's his first play. No, man, this is inexcusable for a guy that's been in the league this long. And the first game, I get it, man. First playoff game, I get it. I don't get it personally, but I can sympathize and empathize with what he may have been going through right there.
But it made you feel a lot better when he came back out with 38 the next.
Yeah, man. This is game 4, man.
7, 9, and 8.
It must win. Got to have it.
7, 9, and 8.
He is, and Tyler, 7, 9, and 8 in his deer in the headlights.
And that's not his wedding anniversary.
No. I mean, it is.
3 games.
The turnover early in the game, it went down as a steal. He just completely lost it. But no defender touched it until they were going the other direction with it. But
I was like, Buddy Hield is doing you in like
he looks completely confused. He looks intimidated. There is no excuse, and I'm out of patience with this. Like this is. In no way, shape, or form, this was a hill I was willing to die on, was you got to live and die with Jaylen Green. Now, the premise, I'm going to hate to break it to everybody, what I was trying to say is still there. It's just Jaylen Green isn't the guy that gives you a chance in that moment. You still don't have a player that can have the ball in late in games and can either get beyond someone that can create a shot for you or anybody else. You don't have that guy right now offensively if you're the Rockets. My thought was Jaylen Green was the only guy that has the ability to do that, and he has pissed down his leg to a degree that I never thought was possible. And
my God.
It's on Jaylen Green, man. It just the reality of it is at this he's deep enough in the league where he just ain't got it.
Yeah. He that was rough last night. I was watching it and I didn't at any point say, man, he's got to be on the floor. You remember the Laker game? He was struggling and we were like, yeah, man, he's got to be on the floor in the last 5 minutes. Like, I was looking over there, I'm like, Steven Adams in the game? Yeah.
Hey.
It makes sense. Like, just move out of the way, get Şengün out there. You need shooters, space it, and let it go to him, and then offensive rebound. It did not feel he needed to be. And if someone texted in and said, this is Kate Cunningham's first playoff series, too, he ain't looking like this.
Hey, you can be patient. You can be Mr. Nice Guy and be patient all you want, man. This is unacceptable. It's inexcusable. I don't know how Ime Udoka moving forward. I don't know who, because I think he's talented enough where you get, I would get him as involved as I possibly can in the first 2 minutes of the game. And if I see that deer in the headlights, because he can't hide it. He can't hide it. It's obvious. It's obvious from jump. If you see that deer in headlights, look, get his ass out of there. And I'd play Tari Eason and Jabari. I'd get those guys as many minutes as I can. I'd go with that 3-big lineup with Jabari and Şengün and Adams. Tari's knocking down shots. There's no level of like fear in his eyes. Jabari can put it on the floor one time and get to that mid-range jumper and knock it down. He's knocking down threes when he gets the opportunity. I would not – I'm telling you, I'd give him 2 minutes. I'd give him 2 minutes. I'd pull Fred VanVleet in right now today and say, hey, Fred, here's the deal, man. I'm going to put him out there for 2 minutes to start this ball game. And if there is any sign of deer in headlights, any sign of fear, any sign of holdback, any sign of being timid, if I don't see it and you do, let me know, because his ass is coming out and we're changing gears.
Oh, you're really in
really. It's one thing, like I said before, Ron, it's if you've got a guy out there that's just got that Kobe Bryant, just I'm an assassin, hey, I'm going to shoot until I hit one. I'm going to shoot my way out of this slump.
Like
I can watch that.
He shot 28 times last night. Şengün shot it 28.
Well, I mean, anybody, I can watch that. I can't watch. I mean, this is the equivalent of Jake Myers at the plate.
God, now come on.
100%. Absolutely 100%.
Not fine.
Absolutely 100%. It is defeated before he ever steps in the batter's box. It is defeated before we ever get out of the first quarter. It is sulking, dragging, deer in headlights. I'm over my eyes, in over my what is that? What is that? Ski? No, out over my skis, in over my what? It's in over my head. There you go. That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, that's it.
I guess nose would do it, because then you can't breathe. Anyway, it goes. I mean, it's just like that's. It is Jake Myers in the batter's box.
It was bad, man. That was the part that was bad. Was like I couldn't look at Udoka and be like, man, you got to find minutes for it. You got to find you got to.
Last night was the first night. I'm done.
Because he looked like he was hoping and praying when he shot threes, and that the only way he was going to score was on open dunks and layups.
He missed one. He got to a mid-range jumper, and that's when I quit him. He missed it, and it was almost just like it was Jake Myers in the batter's box. It was you know what? It was Dalton Schultz after he's been asked to pass block.
No, stop it, man. Now you're going Jake and Dalton.
No, I'm telling you that he's in that category for me right now. Jake Myers, Dalton Schultz. No, he's in that.
Hurt. You're hurt.
Boy, when the going's getting good and you're knocking everything down and you got a chance to score 38, oh yeah, we're smiles, we're jumping around. But the minute that stage is big and you have a little something go wrong, you get that they call it mess in your neck.
Yeah, listen.
You know, Dad, you say it all the time. You don't get
draw the damn line at Dalton Schultz. I'm gonna bat
you third. I'm gonna bat you third. This is an all-star game now. This is a playoff game now. Don't get that mess in your neck, son. You get that mess in your neck, you're going to get back down there 6, 7, 8 in that lineup.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I mean, no, it is mess in the neck. It is Jake Myers, Dalton Schultz, Jaylen Green right now. Dalton Schultz in pass protection, Jake Myers damn near any time he's at the plate.
Sometimes divorce is a good thing.
You start bringing in Dalton, that's when I know it. I think it's emotional. I think you need. I think you need to step
it's
back.
definitely emotional.
I think you need to step back. I think you need a day.
I got one more game.
Bad. It's
I got
bad.
one more game.
I think you need a day.
I got one more game.
All right, coming up. So people are. I mean, people are ready to move on from him. He has proven he ain't the dude. Time to move on. Good gracious. We're here. Tyler's here. I think he is there. Clint is. I mean, just take a deep breath. Take a shot.
I'm dying back here.
Take a shot. I'm just saying, man. You know it. He stayed. He stayed away. He stayed away. Then finally, he hit him with his nail shot, and that's Dalton Schultz. We know that's
the look. We all know if you're a sports fan in the city of Houston for these franchises, you know the look. Dalton Schultz fails miserably in pass protection, looks at the sideline like, "Why'd you call that?"
Every week,
Jake Myers walks up there, and he is just in that box. His damn knees are buckled damn near, and pitch ain't even come up here yet. He's been better this year, but you get my point. And now we got Jaylen Green in the damn playoffs. Ball just somehow dribbling. Maybe it's guard. He's a ball handler, and the ball just popped out of his damn hand.
Maybe he starts over and
handed it to Buddy Hield.
He goes for a haircut. Maybe he starts over and goes for a haircut and comes in just bald.
He needs to go find that old 40-some-odd-year gal that he was jacking around with a couple years ago.
All right.
Get you a
coming up next. It's getting away from you. You need a break. There was a move made in the National Football has us thinking maybe this is something that teams will do moving in the future, and it could be the Texans. We'll discuss that next.
Just keep your soft ass out of the conversation.
The Texans closed down night 2 of the draft by adding some speed to the secondary.
The Minnesota Vikings have traded the 97th pick to the Houston Texans. And with the 97th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select
Sports Radio 610.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
One of the most entertaining athletes in like the last 30, 40 years, John Daly. He will be on with us coming up in about 15 minutes, so stay tuned for that. I am certain he will cuss. So that will be fun.
At the ready
And
on this dumb
and
button.
it's just the wonder of what cuss word will he use. Will it be one of the ones that you don't have to hit, or will it be one of the ones Nick Caserio likes to use at time to time? So that's coming up here in about 15
They're all
minutes.
in his vocabulary.
Yep. He can pull the trigger on all of them. And the faces of Houston sports athletes. Brock Osweiler came in, the face that maybe Jaylen Green had a Brock Osweiler face.
I can't. The only ones I can speak for are the ones that I've seen myself, and I can tell you the feeling that immediately overcame me in those moments. And I just gave you everyone. I just gave you the three.
Well,
Jake Myers just defeated. I mean, he ain't even seen a pitch yet. Defeated. Chaz is close. Chaz is close for me, but I've never felt that for Chaz.
Hold on, so.
Dalton Schultz, no question about it. I mean, just why'd y'all do that? Why'd y'all call that protection where I had to try to block that guy?
That's the voice you hear. Why'd you do that?
And then last night, Coach, what do you want me to do? Coach, what do you want me to do? The hell, man, you kidding me?
Well, speaking of tight ends,
yeah, that's a tough one for me because
he's only 31. He's five times
All Pro,
5 times, 2 times
Wow.
first team, 3 times second team, 6-time Pro Bowler. Yeah, he's for tight ends right there. He's up there, and he's not going to stop. And he not only has that, he's just one of those guys. Like, I don't even know if you look at his numbers. Like, he's one of those guys where you're just like, yeah, he's like been the best or second best at his position for like 10 years.
The hard thing with Kittle to me
He
is
made his first All-Pro team in 18 and his last one last year.
Wow. The hard thing for me with Kittle is, I mean, I don't even know that I've ever even looked at his stats.
Yeah.
Like I you know what I mean? Like I don't watch a San Francisco 49ers game and expect George Kittle to go off. Like, I expect him to be a central piece of what they do in terms of like how he's blocking pass protection, blocking in the run game, can catch it over the top, does the dirty work. Just like he is like he embodies the identities are offensively. So that I think that's why.
There's some like Hines Ward of like where his numbers don't just matter, but his yeah. But his numbers are really good.
I would have never guessed. Would you say 5-time?
Five-time first or second team All-Pro. That usually gets you in already. He's just 31. All right. So
when you're the best in the league for a run of about 6, 7, 8 years, it's hard to.
Him and Kelsey probably been 1 and 2 for the last 5, 6, 7 years. But he signed a big deal, becoming the highest paid tight end in football, which is still he's still not getting, what Jamar Chase got. He's still not getting like what big time receivers are getting. And as you just said, his impact to what they're about. This is a guy that you said is what they're about. And there are probably still multiple guys on their team that make more money than he does because of the position.
Yeah.
So like that I know that got you thinking about potentially how the future may go with the NFL with that.
Well, I mean, look, I'll be completely honest. I immediately, anytime a tight end gets paid like that, like $18 million, was it 18 a year? 18-1?
Mm-hmm.
Is that what it was? I immediately look back to the Texans and think we're paying our guy $12 million, and he's not even on the same planet as George Kittle. And so it immediately got me thinking in a sense of like what the tight end position. Like, I either want a rookie contract Like I want an unproven guy, or I want an 18 million. Because I guess my point is like I'm a big tight end guy. You give me like other than just one individual like Saquon Barkley or Randy Moss or something like that. Other than the individual just greatness. Like if you told me, hey man, like what personnel do you want to live in? I really like 12 personnel if you've got the 2 tight ends to do it. If you've got one really good tight end, I'm gonna be in 11 personnel. And I'm not gonna take that guy off the field. So I'm a big tight end guy. I think that makes your offense so versatile and so much harder to defend. And so when you get a guy like a George Kittle, you got to pay that dude right there. But I'm not sure that if I don't have a George Kittle like top of the league,
you're treated like a running back.
Yep.
How running backs have been treated.
I'd pay the yep. Look, give me a draft pick. Give me a couple of young dudes that can go, and if they reach that level of play where I need to go pay them market setting money or top of the market money, cool. If not,
kind of like Buffalo has done with Knox and then Dalton Kincaid.
Yep. But you're just not going to get. You're not going to get this middle $12 million a year. Yeah, I don't need one of them guys.
You need either a rookie contract or somebody that is a huge piece to your team.
You give me a chance to bring in to have 3, not different ones, but to have 3 tight ends on a roster. I can find you a guy that can do what Dalton Schultz can do at $12 million a year. I can find you a guy that can do what we've seen from Dalton Schultz a lot cheaper. Right now, if they get to that George Kittle, hey man, that Travis Kelce, obviously, Rob Gronkowski, I'll break the bank for you. But if you ain't there, I'm gonna go draft and get me another one of these guys that can go separate a little bit.
That's what they did with the running back position. We'll use them up, and then we'll move on.
Yeah.
We'll move on and just draft another one.
Like if you look at, and I don't mean to pile on Dalton Schultz. I mean, I'm sure. I mean, not that he gives a rip, but like,
mind goes.
Well, no. I mean, like if I look at the Texans, like I don't know that I wouldn't rather right now have $12 million and put my eggs in old buddy from Ohio State last year,
Cade Stover, and $12 million maybe spent on your offensive line a little bit more.
Yep. I mean, I don't know that I wouldn't want to commit to Cade Stover right now. I know he'd be better in the run game and the pass protect game. And I think in the end of the day, when he learns how to run routes and stuff like that, I think he's going to be a better separator.
Maybe this year he shows up and changes your mind.
Well, the Nick Caley effect better be real.
Former tight ends coach.
Yeah.
Maybe this is the year maybe it was Bobby. They weren't using him well.
Well, there's plenty of opportunity.
They weren't using him well, and now Nick Caley is coming in for Bobby. We'll be able to help him out.
Be plenty of opportunity. We'll see.
Yeah. I don't imagine that he gets into the Brock Bowers Kittle range, so I'm not sure if he'll do that for you, but maybe he does. Maybe he does. All right, coming up next, as we are getting ready for the Inspirity Invitational. By the way, remember, 5 o'clock hour, you got a chance to win some VIP tickets, so stay tuned and be listening for that. John Daly, who is always participating and a part of this great event, he will join us coming up next. You don't want to miss that.
Where's the first tee and what's the course record?
I'm ready. The pick is in. Caserio and Company.
Have cataract surgery? Text EYES to 713-804-EYES for your free booklet from Berkeley Eye Center, Houston's premier cataract provider.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
We just don't give a
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as we are back here live on The Drive. And as we said, you got a chance in the 5 o'clock hour to win a pair of VIP tickets. We hooked our guy up, Jesse, with a pair yesterday. And you'll have a chance at the 5 o'clock hour to win a pair of VIP tickets to the Insperity Invitational. And those tickets are for Saturday, the second round of the tournament. It will be at the Woodlands Country Club. Covered seating in the Champions Club, 18th green with food and drinks included. So stay tuned for that coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. And we are now joined by guests here, and we love talking to him every year around this time. Our guy, John Daly. John, I'm sitting here on the phone with you, sitting next to two members of the Arkansas Sports Hall of Fame now, as our guy Clint just went in a couple of weeks ago. How you doing, man?
I'm doing good.
John, he's a lucky man. He's living right, talking to you and sitting next to me, brother. Huh? How the hell you doing?
There,
I know you're doing better than good now, man. I know you're doing better than good, man. What's going on in Daly's world?
Just got done off the golf course, Pro-Am. I got 4 of them this week, so it's a pretty busy week before the tournament starts. So just kind of pacing my time.
Hey, speaking of Pro-Ams and tourneys and how you handle it all and organize it all, tell us a little bit about your Masters Daily Hooters experience goes on. I know that made its round on social media once again, man. How's that still rolling for you?
Oh, it's great. I mean, I love Augusta and the Hooters. We've got such a great relationship. They're going to come back strong. It's good for branding. It's good to see everybody, and and it's part of kind of a deal I do with Hooters, and sell some merch, make a little bit of money, and just have a blast that week.
Yeah, it's about the merch, right? With Hooters, huh? That's what...
All about the merch.
You motorboat son of a bitch.
I bet it is.
No, it's great. I mean, everybody loves it. Delay on Monday, and I bet 30,000 people for about 9 hours went to that Hooters. And the fans are so great. They bought a lot of stuff, but it's just good that they come out, they see me, and they get a picture if they buy something. It's just been a great thing since 1997. I've been doing. I did this even when I played.
Hey, you've known them longer than anybody that I know, and you're calling a comeback, huh? The Hooters is going to be all right. They're going to make a comeback. Oh,
just wait and see. It's going to be awesome.
Sounds like you might know something.
Might know something. See what maybe some new things they're doing. So, man, I know you're saying you're playing a lot. Pro-Ams, 4 of them, and you're going to play in this tournament. How you feeling? How you feeling getting into this body-wise and everything, competing in this tournament this week?
Well, I'm old, fat, and tired as it is, but the Pro-Ams are what makes this tour, and we did a great one today at Carlton Woods Fazio course with all the Insperity guys. They're such great people, and that golf course is in great shape, but TBC Woodlands is in just as good a shape. So if we can keep the rain away, maybe a little bit, but keep it away, it's going to be a great week.
Who are the who you got the favorites up there besides yourself? Obviously this weekend, who's playing good golf, and who do you feel like you need to go out and get in order to win another one?
Well, I'd say Ernie's probably playing better than anybody right now. Ernie Els is playing great, but if you look at the top of the guys, it's VJ, it's Darren Clark, it's Steve Walker, it's God, you name it. I mean, these guys are playing. Just got to make some putts. That's my problem. I just haven't been putting good.
Man, what kind of tell the people about this a little bit is we generally talk to you each year about this, and you seem to make it a point to come and play in this tournament. What is it about this tournament, this atmosphere, these courses? What is it that brings you back here each year?
Well, it's a golf course that I've always played pretty decent at, even when I played the Shell, when the Shell sponsored on the regular tour. It's just a golf course that I feel comfortable with. I've had some good, really great tournaments. One here in 17. Had some top tens back in the 90s, early 2000s when we played here. So it's a golf course I feel comfortable on. It's just one of those courses that, if you look at Tiger Woods' career, he didn't play more than 15 because he played courses that he felt like he could play good on. And this has always been one of my favorite. I love Insperity, Noggs and Jan and all them, the staff here. They do such a great job. So it's well organized like most of our tournaments are, but these are some of the best greens we'll put on all year, and it's just a great event.
John Daly joining us on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. The Insperity Invitational at the Woodlands Country Club is coming up this weekend, and John's getting us caught up on all the goings on. John, I know you enjoy several things in the social world, but I know you love to eat, my man. What is what's your favorite Houston area when you come down here up in the Woodlands, whatever it may be? What's your favorite hot spot to hit?
Oh, Michigan down here is so good. That's my favorite meals anyway. I could eat it for breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Hey, speaking of food, you'd be proud. You'd be proud of Lil John, man. I like when we have you on. I like to ask you about Lil John. I saw that he won a tournament a few weeks back, and so I want to get into that. But last time I was up in Fayetteville, man, I had a big crew, and we were going out to dinner, man. This nice little joint off Dixon Street, and I walk in, and we're talking to the guy at the front door, and man, I look over at one of them little two-top round-top tables, man, and Lil John's got I don't know if it's his girlfriend or if he's just got one hemmed up, but he was over there. Doing his best John Daly, but best daddy role he could do, man. I let him alone. I didn't go buggy, man. She was a good-looking one, and he was spending that money on that wine and NIL money on some good wine and Bordinos, and he was making Daddy proud, man. I meant to text you and let you know about it, man. But how's he doing?
He's doing great. He's a junior in golf, senior in school already. He's just been playing really good. He's been playing consistent. They struggled a bit at the SEC. They didn't finish very good. Otherwise, they could have gotten match play. But hopefully, they're going to get ready for regionals, and wherever they may go, hopefully they'll play good. But we're a young team, and got a lot of talent. Hopefully, they can get that talent through the regionals and get to the NCAAs and do something.
John Daly with us. John, I'm looking at some of the events they have. 5 o'clock. This to me, I almost want the Grip It and Rip It long drive competition with you. That sounds like that's right down your alley. It should be a fun thing to watch.
Yeah, that's Friday afternoon after we play our first round. After the last group gets in, we've got it to where these guys will be qualifying for the. I don't know if it's a next stage to get in the finals or if this gets in the finals. But this is a qualifying that does count for these guys. So there'll be some guys just bombing it over 380, 400 yards. It's going to be a sight to see.
All right, John. Before we let you go, I've always wondered your thoughts on this. We hadn't heard your thoughts on this. What's your opinion on everything that's happening, like with the Live Tour and how that has added its separate kind of element to the PGA Tour? What's your thoughts about that?
I just wish everybody gets along. We need those players on our tour, and I love the Live Tour. I think Matt Monahan and these guys just need to get together. And I always said, look, we on the regular tour you got to play 15 events. On our senior tour, I think it's 8 to 12. If you play those tournaments and you fulfilled your obligation to the PGA Tour, then I just wish the tour just would say, okay, guys, go play your 14 for the Live because you got to play 14. That's 29 golf tournaments that I wouldn't say more than 60, maybe 40% of the guys play that many tournaments. And, that's what I would have come out and said because, we get paid to go to Europe over all these years. We had to get releases and stuff. It's not really different to get along and let's do this. And golf's international. And the Live, hey, they got the money. And, I can't blame a guy for getting $150 million. You're born. You live, you want to protect your family, raise money for your family, and then, unfortunately, we die. That's success in life. That's success for your, that money that the Liv's giving out is so huge that that's going to be generations of those families that, Brooks Koepka and all them, they're going to build a nice nest egg for generations of their kids and everything. So I just wish everybody just get along and let's just play golf.
How close are we to that, John? I mean, it seems like we're closer now than we ever been to the two. I don't know if they would actually combine, or I don't know what the inner workings of that are. But how close are we to what you're talking about here in the game of golf?
I don't know. I'm kind of out of the loop, but I just feel like, let those guys play live, let them play the tour, but they got to stick to their commitments of what they have to play in, and let's just play golf and everybody have fun.
JD, you still doing your tournament up at your course?
I did. I just celebrated my 34th year. We did it at Old Hickory Country Club in Nashville. I moved to Nashville.
Yep.
The last 3 years, and it's just easier for all my celebrities. Misty texted me this morning. We did it last week. We're right at over 400,000 so far. What we raised this year for my kids, the Boys and Girls Club. Hey. So hopefully it's going to be a little bit more, and it's just going to get bigger and better.
Just before in person, I try to remind the people every time we have you on, man. It's you've had a hell of a career. Everybody loves you, and a lot of times some of the negatives have been highlighted, man. And I think the one thing about John Daly that people need to spend more time talking about and knowing about, and hopefully contributing to is what you've done over. You just said 34 years of the Boys and Girls Club, and I've been a part of it multiple times, man. It's crazy what you do, man, and appreciate and admire the efforts and the monies you raise for them kids, man. It's big time.
Those kids mean everything. It's great what we could do in Dardanelle, Russellville, and we've raised a lot of money over the years. It takes a lot of money to keep those clubs running. I think Misty said we've got over maybe 80 kids now in Dardanelle alone. So, the guys and the people who sponsored last week were so awesome. That's the only way we can keep it open. And hopefully after this tournament, maybe next year we'll be able to build a really nice facility for them, a little bit better, get that John Daly gym in there that I've been wanting to do for them. But everything's a process, but it's going strong, and I'm just happy that I could give back to our community in Dardanelle.
All right, John, man, we always enjoy talking to you, and good luck coming up this week, and enjoy yourself in town.
You got to just plan on hopefully in about 3 months. Hopefully by John Daly's bar will be going by Cole Wetzel's downtown Houston before too long.
Whoa, okay.
Look out now.
And we're going to do the grand opening Nashville. So I'm excited in this new business venture too. So it's going to be fun.
Yeah, I don't mind partaking in both of them, my man. I don't mind at all.
You have to pull up on that grand opening.
Come on, baby. It's been too long, John. Appreciate you joining us, man.
You got it. And congrats, Clint.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you.
All right, that's John Daly, who will be participating in the Inspirity Invitational coming up this weekend. Friday, they tee off and start that event. Remember, as we said, coming up in just less than 2 hours from now, you'll have a chance in the 5 o'clock hour to win a pair of tickets, VIP tickets, to attend that event. He'd open up in a bar?
Yeah, he had one in Conway, Arkansas, right outside of Little Rock. Real nice steak joint, real nice restaurant and bar. I don't know whatever happened to that. I thought it was.
I think my uncle did some time in
Conway.
Is there a prison?
There's
Conway?
Conroe, Texas.
No, Conway. I'm sorry. You said Conway, Arkansas?
Yeah.
I think there's a prison there. I think my uncle did some time in Conway.
He may have done some time in both.
Definitely Conway.
Oh, damn. So
shout out to Uncle Doc.
Yeah, man.
That his name. But
that'll be cool, man.
No, that will be. No, it should be a cool thing. All right.
I didn't know Cole Wetzel had a place here. Do you?
I didn't. I did not. I'm hearing it for the first time as well. As we roll through, still people chiming in with the Rockets, Clint, and
which part?
Jaylen. I think as you said earlier, it felt like there was clarity. I don't know if it's people who are maybe jumping, like just had that moment. You have that knee-jerk reaction, that moment that I'm so angry. I'm just like, I'm done. Like I think people, when Tank got hurt a couple of times, all right, hey, man, you just got to move on from Tank, man. He's just injury prone. I think now people have taken a deep breath a little bit and just like, all right, he just got hurt. I was in my thing right there. I can't tell. I feel like people are, or at least like, I don't know if there's all of them are saying he needs to move on, but all of them seem to have accepted that, no, man, he's not going to be that guy. But it's been pretty loud. And it is a little tough because it is his first time in, but you generally see that I don't even want to say killer, but you generally see that guy that can handle the moment and stage. And I just don't know any of the other young stars, young players that we would say that would even be in this category. Even in their first go around, it looked like this. Like 4 games, they're under single digits. Like any of the young guys,
I think you hit the nail on the head with one thing you said there is the killer instinct. Like to me, it's not about points, and obviously when you're scoring rattled earlier, it wasn't an area code.
7, 8, 9.
Look. I mean that's obviously bad, and you got to talk about it. But to me, it's not even about that. It's just the. I mean, either you got it or you don't, man. And that it we always talk about is typically comes to the surface in the middle of adversity, and when the stage is bright and the lights are, the stage is big and the lights are bright. I mean, that's when that it factor. Even if you're not scoring points, you find a way to impact the game. You find a way to get other people involved. You find like it's just not there. And I'm not saying it's never going to be there, but the deal is if you're Ime Udoka again, year 2, it'll be going into year 3 next year for him here in Houston. Like, how long do you keep kicking his can down the road before you say, hey, man, we've got to make the big, bold, aggressive moves? We've got that 3 through 8 or 9 built pretty solidly. We're just missing, again, the finisher, the killer, the assassin, whatever you want to go to, the bucket getter, whatever you want to call it. You're just missing that guy. And I don't know how much longer you can wait on Jaylen Green.
No, yeah, it's you generally don't go from, yeah, man, we can't even have you in the game in the last 2 minutes to being Anthony Edwards.
Right, correct. Right. That's a good one, yes.
Right,
yes.
Like, not saying he can't, like he's, again, because he has all of the talent and tools.
And Anthony Edwards.
But Ant wasn't going 7, 8, 9.
I mean, Ant is like, even when he struggles, it's like, I dare this next ball to not go in, damn it. Instead of, boy, I hope this thing goes in. His
struggle ain't 8 points.
No.
Or Devin Booker, like.
If it is, it's a different looking 8.
I heard Seth saying earlier, I can't find a single-digit performance from Devin Booker in the playoffs.
Oh, man.
Not one. Not one when you get to get all the shots. That's wild. All right, coming up as we continue, it's Tuesday. A little real or fake. I say a statement. You tell me if it's real or fake. We'll do that coming up next.
All right, y'all. Look, there's too many Houstonians out there that are home sellers that make this costly mistake. That mistake is picking the
Sports Radio 610.
Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, you can be a part of this. Those of you on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, you can be a part of this. A little thing we call Real or Fake every Tuesday around this time. Real or fake. I say a statement. You tell me if it is real or fake. And yes, give your thoughts and reasons as well on this thing. All right. The first one here, a little real or fake. Someone from this young Rockets core will be gone from next year's team. Someone from this young Rockets core will be gone. And I'm not talking about a Dylan Brooks or a Jeff Green or Fred VanVleet. Somebody from the young core won't be on this team next year.
Real.
You think that's real?
I think it's real. Yeah. I mean, even if you do want to be patient with a couple of guys that haven't been here, like when you say core to me, that's Şengün, Amen Thompson, it's Jaylen Green, it's Jabari Smith, it's Tari Eason.
Yep.
Really, those five guys. And yeah, look, I think it's real. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Someone on YouTube and Twitch said, I don't even know that I put, like you're right, I don't know that I put him up with that group because he's not playing, right? He's not even playing right now in the playoffs. Not to say he won't, but right now he won't. But yeah, I do because I think there's no way, man. They're too close. They see what kind of team they have, and they see exactly what it is that they need. And I don't know that they see anybody right now developing into that person. And so I think they're going to make a move, and that move is probably going to be within a trade. Durant, Booker, Giannis, and somebody or somebodies from the young core would have to go in that, in my opinion. So I agree with that. Tyler, I'm going to send this one to you first. Dameon Pierce has played his last game as a Houston Texan. Real or fake?
I'm going to say fake on that one. I think he's endeared himself into the hearts of a few of these folks on the staff, particularly when it comes to special teams play. I'm not sure how much we'll be seeing Dameon line up in the backfield as a running back, but it does feel like at times he's found himself a home of sorts with the special teams unit. I'm going to say fake.
Yeah, I wonder how many running backs you have on the team that their sole job is special teams.
Yeah.
Because Dare Ogunbowale is already that. And I know Dameon returns. And right now they've got Mixon, Woody Marks, Dameon Ogunbowale, give up a third-round pick in next year's draft to go up and get Woody Marks. I think it's really on the table. I'm going to say fake. I'm not confident with it. I think it is definitely on the table, Clint, because I think at some point you look at this and you say, well, Dare is going to be here because he does special team stuff, but he does a whole lot of special team stuff. Dameon Pierce's special team stuff is returning kicks. Not to say that's not important, but is he going to be the number 2 back? I'm not sure. So I'm going to say fake right now. But I think it's definitely on the table.
I think it's real. I think it's real, and I think you laid it out beautifully. And I think I just think what you said is more powerful than maybe you're giving it credit for, Ron. Look, Dare Ogunbowale is going absolutely nowhere. Not only because he's the backup kicker, but he plays all kind of special teams.
I said the backup.
He plays all kind of special teams. And Ron, they showed us. They showed us who they trust in critical situations in the football game on third down. They didn't go with the younger, more bullish, more athletic running back in Dameon Pierce. They went with Dare Ogunbowale when it mattered the most. So clearly he's the better third down back. He's a better emergency running back as well. And when you move up and you use a third-round pick to move up and pick Woody Marks, a back the caliber of Woody Marks, I got to believe that he's going to have every chance, every opportunity to be on the roster and to be the number 2 back. Now, if they end up keeping 3, if they end up keeping, what is that? I'm sorry, 4. If they end up keeping 4, what does that look like? I can tell you this. There's a reason why the average career length in the NFL is like just slightly over 3 years in the NFL. And when I say slightly, I mean like a game over 3 years. And Dameon Pierce is in year 4.
From the text line, fake. You need to have 2 feature backs. The new guy is the third down back. Who spells Mixon? Him. Right? Like they traded Cam Akers last year, if you remember. Like they traded to get down to just having Mixon, Dameon Pierce, and Dare Agumbawale.
Yeah.
Right? Like, so we know Woody Marks isn't going anywhere. And I think Dare does more for the team. Now, they may keep 4 and then not dress certain guys, but I don't know what they would do, how they would do that, because Woody Marks is going to be there and Dare's going to dress.
Well, again, and maybe I'm a little bullish on this because I like Woody Marks, Ryan, but if this team is serious about winning a Super Bowl, if Nick Caley is serious about making his mark as an offensive coordinator, I'll be damned if they're going to go with a guy in Dameon Pierce as a backup running back that spells Joe Mixon or is that third down back. There's going to be 2 in the same, by the way. I'll be damned if they're going to all of a sudden trust Dameon Pierce to do that after using a third-round draft pick in 2026 to move up and pick Woody Marks. If you watch Woody Marks is unbelievably comfortable in air raid offense, catching the football out of the backfield. I mean, this guy's a difference maker. They've shown us what they think about Dameon Pierce. Reserve back if and when they need him in a game when Joe Mixon can't go and they need a downhill bruising back that doesn't turn it over. We're talking about creating game-changing type players here. I don't think they're going to change their tune on Dameon Pierce after drafting Woody Marks and do it at the expense of Woody Marks getting run.
The numbers are starting to just kind of add up to where they're not going to keep 4 every week, right?
Yeah.
And 3 of those guys we know are going to dress. Mixon's going to dress, Woody's going to dress, and Dare's going to dress. All right, real or fake, Shedeur Sanders will start a game for the Cleveland Browns this year. Shedeur Sanders will start a game for the Cleveland Browns this year, real or fake?
Oh, I think it's fake. And maybe I'm putting too much stock in Cleveland doing what makes sense. But I just don't know how throwing these young quarterbacks to the wolves in that dysfunctional situation when you got a Joe Flacco over there that should be able to handle it a little bit more. I got to think they're going to go in the season thinking that they're going to try to win ball games, and there's no way that either of the guys they drafted, Dylan Gabriel or Shedeur Sanders, is going to be better week 1, give you a better chance to win week 1 than Joe Flacco. And I mean, we've seen Joe Flacco win with a great defense on the other side of the ball. So I got to think that's the way they start. I don't know how Deshaun Watson factors in this. I know the owner said they're done with him, but they owe him a bunch of money. I mean, how does he factor into this?
I don't know if he's going to be healthy.
Or not. Yeah, I don't know, but I would say that it's fake. I don't think he starts a game this year. I don't think
it's tough.
The Cleveland Brown rookies.
Him or Gabriel, because I do think they have 2 first-round picks next year. That is a much.
Ooh, that's a good point.
Much, more of a quarterback-rich draft. And I do think they probably want to know
what they got,
what they have. And I don't know how good they're going to be. And I think this might get to a point where you're sitting here with Joe Flacco and Kenny Pickett having you to run things, That's
a good point, man.
I don't know if they're going to – but he still has a lot of – he's got a lot in front of him, right? He's got at the very least 3 guys in front. Hell, I just looked at Cleveland's depth chart. He's not on it. Right now, I don't think Deshaun's on it, so I don't think he's going to play. But I don't know. I'll say real. I'll say real just because I think they're going to want to see what they have. I think both of them could get starts potentially, or whoever wins that spot. Right. So I'll say real right now. All right, coming up as we continue right here live on The Drive, the Texans have done a lot in the wide receiver position. This is a brand new looking wide receiving core. One, is this the best wide receiving core potentially that C.J. Stroud has had in Houston? And this is going to be a tough thing in terms of making this team. Who is potentially in trouble. We'll discuss that next.
Houston SaberCats rugby, they won again last weekend, y'all. That's 7-3, one of the top teams in the league. The next home game is May the 17th. And check this out. It's Rugby de Mayo. It's a salute.
That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Nico has got him on fire, baby.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah. Boys, I think I'm going to have knee surgery soon.
Knee surgery?
Really?
Yeah.
I'm familiar with that.
I've done some research. Some on my phone research.
Can't be doing WebMD, bro.
Oh no, I think it's. Well, listen, if you know me, I've got several injuries that I've just put away.
Yeah.
Certain I broke my ankle in college and just went Vicodin until it healed on its own.
Glad you didn't get addicted there, bud.
I'm glad I didn't either. Steve Prather, shout out to you, had a bottle. This is when I was dealing in life with no help. And I remember my best friend Ian said, "Hey, man, I think you got to go somewhere and take a look at this, man. Like, you have been working. You had a limp. And there's still a huge ball in my ankle.
Is that my boy Ron?
But I've got this missing piece. Look at the swell job. This sucker is right here.
Yeah, you got a little knot hanging off the side of it there.
And that's not even the space of where the injury is. I've got like loose cartilage is what I've read it to be. That's just floating around in the knee, and I've had it for 8-10 years. And
loose cartilage floating around in the knee for 8 to 10 years.
And yeah, probably about that time I went for the dentist. But
holy cow!
And I've off and on had some moments with it. Now it's like locking and clicking. Like when I try to walk upstairs, it's locking every time I bend like that and clicking. Went out there to run today. Came in, knee just blew up. And that's
swole up on you?
Yeah, it's what it says the symptoms of it. If it gets real bad, it's floating around, it starts to swell up. That's a big symptom of it.
Well, yeah, I think you should probably go get that looked at.
Yeah, you need to get to an ortho, bruh.
Yeah, it never had gotten that bad, but like every time now that I'm from a bent knee position,
yeah,
it just pops in and out.
You're just not in some before it gets so bad that it's done. Or, yeah, I can see it popping around there. Yeah, I think you probably should have gone to the doctor a long time ago, but you damn sure should go now.
No, I know.
Just get it cleaned up, man.
Text line, Ron, you're a mess. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, get one of them old Laramie tonsils, man.
We'll
be patient. Let you come back.
I'll do the show from the hospital. No, I'm looking at this. Yeah, some people are really concerned. Ron, you need to go get that checked out. Yeah, I probably do.
Anytime you got swelling on both the inside and the outside, and you can thumb across something.
The cartilage.
Yeah, you need to go get that looked at, man.
Yeah. It's
may have a slight issue.
Right, just a small one, but you know how I feel. Like I just hope it go away. Which is really stupid. But at least I'm taking a step and understanding it. It does not have anything to do with financials.
Oh, you're not trying to save $1?
So you're not gonna price shop orthopedic surgeons now.
Well,
I know you too well to know that's
that just
not
means
true.
he's already maxed out his deductible and it's full pay if he goes.
I see.
No, actually, I'm just saying I've looked it up and I don't know if I'm past the point of where things are, but it did say there were certain things to go before surgery.
Man, just go get it looked at.
And I just kind of want to test those out first.
Look, quit thumbing Instagram trying to figure out what's wrong with your knee and just go get it fixed.
Yeah, I think
just go to a doctor, let them tell you what to do. I mean, you're coachable individual, and you get that doc will set your sights on something, and you can gear all your little workouts towards getting that knee right and start getting moving in the right direction.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, trying to do squats the other day. No go.
I mean, hell, you were telling me that 2 months ago.
Yeah, no.
But you need to start with an MRI. Just start there.
Yeah.
How about a visit? How about just a visit?
How about make the call?
How about a visit?
Let's start the call. All right. What do you like? We talked about what they've added, right? They obviously have Nico. They added Christian Kirk. They've added Higgins. They added Noel from Iowa State. Both those guys from Iowa State. They had Watson. Like to the point, Clint, where hell, your 7 and 8 receivers might be Mechie and Hutchinson, and those were guys who were having to be on the field for you. Maybe Berrios is in the same as the Steve Sims role. Maybe that's a thought there, but they have a very different receiving core with size. They have speed, more speed. A lot of guys that do different things. Clint, do you think there's a potential that this could end up this year being the best receiving core CJ's had in Houston?
Boy,
is that too strong?
I think it's strong. I wouldn't say too strong. I do think it's strong though. I think, you're asking when you're talking about Nico, Diggs, Tank, and I understand that I hold in most folks. You're still Nico. Them next two, boy. Christian Kirk, he has to have a hell of a season for me to feel the same. I know we didn't get the Steph Diggs that was an all-pro player, but he's still a hell of a player. Like Christian Kirk has some climbing to do, in my opinion, to get there. And then Higgins, I hope he can stay healthy and impact the season the whole year long, which obviously Tank Dell was not able to do. But some of the stuff that we saw from Tank Dell, if we just see flashes of the guy being that good, and it's in that bigger-bodied receiver way of doing things, not necessarily the same as Tank Dell. If it's just the same flashes and people feel just as good about him as they do Tank Dell, outside of the injuries, boy, that would be a hell of a year.
So, we're really competing with last year's, right? We didn't get to see it. We didn't get to see it a lot.
Yeah.
Diggs, but we saw it for maybe the first 4 or 5 weeks until he went down against Buffalo, whatever that game was. It would be competing with that. It's just when you start to think about it, like the speed of they didn't really have. I guess Tank was like a Noel. They tried to use it that way, but still, it wasn't really the same.
Yeah,
like he to me potentially puts fear, like jet sweeps or maybe screens or something like that.
I don't know how he's used.
Yeah, and they just seem much deeper.
Yeah.
With it, and
the one thing that is totally different, which I personally like, we've talked about this a million times, and you can use receivers however you want to use receivers outside guys, and you've got two legit slots.
Outside guys with size.
Nico Collins and Higgins. Those two guys are big bodies, 6'4". You ain't putting 6'4" in the slot outside of some unique packages, if you will. Those are classic outside receivers. Christian Kirk and Noel. Just your typical. Prototypical slot receivers with the ability to go outside. They got the speed, whatever. That's fine. But they are inside guys. I don't know that you had we've had that kind of identity, I guess is the right way to put it here in Houston. I think Bobby Slowick tried to have these guys, with the exception of Nico, that were just do it all, do anything, everything kind of guys, and that was always interesting to me. These seem to be like you've got two legit outside guys. So I could get there. It's a strong take, but I think I could.
I don't
get
think
there.
right now you can't say that this is a better group than starting last year with. Nico, Diggs, and
But
Tank.
you think about it, like Tank, even when he was healthy last year, man. He was again. I'm a big fan.
Seem to not
he didn't. I don't remember what the numbers were, but it wasn't real impressive early on.
I think he had a big one against the Jets, and then the one where he got hurt against the Chiefs.
So it's not going to take a whole hell of a lot of production out of Kirk and Higgins for them to beat Dempster, be in that conversation, and then beyond that, you got Noel. Mechie, the same guy that would have.
I just look at him. Mechie and Hutch are maybe potentially your last. And be honest with you, I think one of them. Maybe I'm off on this. I feel like one of them won't make the team because Nico, Kirk, Higgins, Noel, Watson, Berrios. That's 6. I would get the feel that all 6 of them make the team, unless they just say we're going to use Noel as a kick returner. And maybe Berrios is expendable. I don't know. Maybe.
I don't know. We'll see. They got some options there, though.
But like Hutch and Mechie, I feel like they got to fight to make this team. Yeah. Both of them, because we know they're not cutting third and second round picks that they just used on, and I don't know. And watching somebody that went and signed in free agency, I wouldn't imagine they would be cutting him. So those dudes, when you get that's a big sign of improvement. Like what did it used to be? It used to be guys like Steve Sims at the end. Your 6, 7, 8 guys weren't, Hutchinson and Mechie, who have proven to be, at least, solid players when you need them. Like that to me shows this overall might be the best set of targets.
What was it? Six deep last year? Is that what it was with Nico, Diggs, Tank, Woods, Mechie, Hutch? Those 6 were pretty.
Yeah.
I mean,
and then Steve Sims would be in some days some weeks when he was returning kicks.
So 6 is the number. Mention that thing.
Get that previous squad. I don't know if you thought about this fella, Noah Brown. He had those few games where he just lit
Noah
it up.
Went crazy. Yeah, that first year when it was Noah. But I mean, for me, Nico is so much better, I think, today than he was that year. So you're getting a Nico Collins who is a top 5, maybe top 7 receiver in the league, as opposed to that year he was still growing into that.
Nico has got him on fire, baby.
So it just might well be. All right, what you got coming up in the 4?
All right, if you listen to the show, man, Jake Myers, Astros center fielder, Dalton Schultz, Texans tight end, they're part of a group no athlete wants to enter. And I'll be damned if I don't have to slide a rocket dead in the middle of that group. I'll tell you who that is and why next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Underdog Fantasy. Y'all, look, Underdog Fantasy is one right now. It's available in the state of Texas.
Prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
This is about the time that my bowel movement hits.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily, presented by Mokaram Injury Lawyers.
Mokaram Injury Lawyers, baby. Hard as hell to say, easy to dial. 281-222-2222. Boys, we got the Astros. Put it on them Tigers, didn't they?
They did. Coming back, too.
Astros put it on them Tigers. We'll break it down the rest of the show. The Rockets, they pissed down their leg one more time. Crunch time just didn't have it. Still breaking down this draft for these Texans, which, by the way, I absolutely love the draft. Just in case there's anybody out there that was wondering, we did not grade the drafts yesterday. I had some folks on Twitter coming at me. We did not grade the draft yesterday at all. Had some people on Twitter talking about we gave them a C- and a D on the draft. That's just 100% teetotally false. What do they call it? Patently false. Patently not true. Is that the right way? Is that the right phrase?
Just usually say someone's full of that.
Yeah,
you know.
I mean, I couldn't help myself on Twitter just because it just simply was taken completely out of context. So we had a little back and forth, but just so everybody out there knows, I mean, I would equate if I were gonna. We're not typically the grade the draft kind of guys, put a grade on it, but if we were gonna grade the Texans draft, I think I'd be on the higher end. I would probably go A-, B+. only because you didn't have a first-round pick and you couldn't work your way, work your magic, and get up. So if I were going to, that would be it, but it wouldn't be a D. So if anybody out there was confused about that yesterday, 4 hours, we did not do it one time. Contrary to popular belief, contrary to what you will see on Twitter, we did not do it one time. But a lot going on in the big beautiful city of Houston. We greatly appreciate everybody out there listening. Remember to download that Odyssey app, AUDACY. Make sure you all of our segments are podcasted. There's a rewind feature where you can go back and listen to anything you'd like, as well as the podcast. Everything is podcasted on that app there, AUDACY. Download it, keep it on the hip, take us everywhere you go. Guys, there's a group, and this is my group that I've created, but y'all know I'm serious when I get to it. If you listen to the show, you know there's a Jake Myers, I'll go 2024 Jake Myers, where he just looks defeated before he ever gets in the batter's box. We'll see if that changes this year as the season goes along. But Jake Myers is in that group, and then this past Dalton Schultz, when asked to pass protect, the look that he has when he looks at the sidelines, like pouting, drops his shoulders. Guys, why'd y'all call that play? Why'd y'all ask me to do that? Is what it looks like he's saying. Bad body language, right? It's a two-man group that no athlete wants to be a part of. That's a two-man team in Houston, one from the Astros, one from the Texans.
You do not want to be in that group, 100%.
You do not want to be in that group. And look, it's all based on just the feeling that I get when I'm watching you play. Whether it be in the middle of the action, early in the game, late in the game, whatever it may be. Watching the Rockets get beat last night by the Golden State Warriors, boys, I got to put a Rocket in this group. I got to add somebody to this group. It's a Houston Rocket, and it's going to be hard for my man to rebound from this. Jaylen Green is squarely in the group with Jake and Dalton.
You just made the list.
I don't support this.
I don't.
I think you're jumping the gun.
I'm not. I absolutely am not. I think it is based on the visual of when a player is pissing down his leg, when a player has bad body language because he feels like he's asked to do something he couldn't do, or the stage is too big, the lights are too bright. There's an intimidation. There's a fear. There's a poor, pitiful me look, and Jaylen Green is squarely in that group right now. I never thought Jaylen Green would piss down his leg the way that he has in this playoff series, Ron. Look, there's a lot to talk about with this Rockets game, because it's not just Jaylen Green. The fact that there's nobody else that can step up in this situation is a problem. But Jaylen Green, I thought this series, which I said I stood on the mountaintop and screamed it on this show for the last 2 weeks. I thought this is a force Jaylen Green to the forefront. I don't care if he's cold. I don't care if he's hot. I don't care if it's a 38-point night or an 8-point night. He's got to be the guy that you make the priority. And we weren't 5 minutes into that damn game last night, and I was A-okay with Ime Udoka putting him on the bench and hoping like hell Fred VanVleet could get us to the promised land, could get us to the finish line.
Yeah, that was quite a change for you. You were like, hey, you got to ride with him.
Yeah. I mean, I thought that was the only way, which I think the premise, the thought that Jaylen Green is the only way that the Rockets are going to win another game in this series, I think that is accurate. I still think that let me rephrase that. Not with Jaylen Green. Like, the thought that they're going to have a hard time winning a game without Jaylen Green, without like the good version of Jaylen Green, that is still a belief of mine. I don't think that is wrong. I just no longer believe that Jaylen Green is the guy that can get it done. I've seen hey, he's young. Hey, it's his first playoff experience. Hey, that's fine, man. And that was cool. Game one, court was big. Had a hard time getting my feet underneath me, man. Admitted that he was his game 4. You've been in this environment 4 times now, and it was deer in headlights early and often, and it was confusion. There was fear. There was intimidation. There was timidness every single time he touched the football. The basketball in the 4th game of a playoff series, when he's already shown that against this particular squad, he can go get buckets. Like this is a damn
suck again.
Yeah, unfortunately, this is the damnest thing I've seen.
No, it wasn't good. It wasn't good. I never would have imagined, Clint, that Steven Adams would play more minutes than him and really be on the floor with him out. And then not feel like, what are they doing? No, it made sense. They had a better chance to win with Steven Adams on the floor than they did with Jaylen Green. And that is a huge thing to deal with.
Well, I think the most frustrating thing for me is, again, I do not go, even though that Jaylen Green was the mountaintop I was standing on and screaming about. I didn't expect him to go out there and score 38 points and even be the high point man. It would be nice if he did, but I expected him to go down fighting, go down punching, go down confident, go down and show us that you got that killer instinct. Go down and show us that nothing can rattle your confidence, and he's just done the exact opposite. And so welcome to the group, Jaylen Green, Dalton Schultz, and Jake Myers. Congratulations. It's now the three-headed monster.
Next line coming in. I think Jake and Dalton are who they are, not changing. Surely Jaylen Green can grow into a better role. Surely. Jake said, hold on, man, don't just put the ceiling on top of me.
Well, we'll see. I mean, guys can get out of the group. I mean, I'd be shocked if Dalton Schultz. I mean, it's going to be real hard for Dalton to get out. Jake's doing some nice things right now, and look, I don't know. I don't remember seeing. And you're the NBA guy, Ron. I don't remember watching a young superstar just like one night go for 38 and be the man. And then the other 3 nights out of 4 games be a guy that takes 8 shots, that takes 11 shots, that just is getting yanked out of the game and rightfully so at this point because he is rattled, he's shook. That it just snowball going downhill, man. It is. Ime Udoka's got to pull him out of the game.
Not this level of up and down. Not from
the level of fear. It's like it's one thing to turn the ball over. It's another thing to not get your reads right. It's another thing to not be getting buckets and your shot be off. But it's another thing when you look like a damn deer in headlights in the first 2 or 3 minutes of a game, and it just keeps getting worse. And so there's my Jaylen Green getting added to my squad. I will say this about the Rockets. So, Ron, I think the Rockets are getting exactly what they needed the most. Which is a clear and obvious path forward. If you are the Rockets brass that have to make a decision of making a trade and how important is it, how aggressive do you need to be, what's the sense of urgency? Like, it's very clear right now this offseason, the Rockets brass has to be very confident in whatever moves have to be made to get people in here, to get a couple of guys in here, damn sure one, but probably a couple, to help you compete for titles. It's never been more clear than it is right now. I mean, you've got one of your big three. One of your big three has just simply shown up with that mess in your neck, with that, hey, I don't give a damn, give me the ball, get out of the way, take charge. There's a different level of intensity, and that's Şengün. Amen Thompson was better last night, but it's still paled in comparison to what he was doing during the regular season. And Jaylen Green, it's just been an absolute cluster. I think this year it would have been nice if the Rockets could have made a good playoff run. I think it's more valuable that the Rockets get exactly what they need the most, which is something that obviously right in their face, no doubt about it. You got to make some moves. Now, here's the question I got for you, Ron, is in the process of finding this out, I'm going to assume that Jaylen Green's not going to go for 40.
He's very capable of it, but
well,
yeah.
And we're at home, so I mean, he's capable. But
so you're telling me there's a chance? Has
the value of any of these guys in a trade taken a hit big time with a bad playoff performance.
No, I don't think big time. I mean, Jaylen's maybe a little, but not big time, because I still think with his age, people, if they're going to make the trade, still look at it as, all right, this is a guy who could come in and give me 20 a night,
right,
to go along with somebody. I don't know that, and he would be really the only one, right? They're not trading Amen Thompson, so that's it. And Jabari Smith hasn't really gotten – I think he's played well. I feel like he probably needs to play more.
Yep.
He's been, to me, their most consistent shooter, especially from beyond the arc in the series. But I think it would only be Jaylen, but his age, and I think there are a lot of people who think I could have him as the 2 or the 3, probably the 3 on a team that's really good. Yeah. So I don't think people are going to look at him and say, man, this guy's going to be the next star.
Yeah.
I think that shot Hill. I think the Rockets wouldn't even entertain it if that were the case.
Boy, it is just that intimidation, that timidness, that frustration, that lack of confidence is hard to watch. Star ability go through it, man. And by the way, I see a lot on social media, guys, about he's young. It's the first playoff series. You're 4 games in. I don't know about y'all, but I'm not. I mean, Jaylen Green doesn't fall into that category for me.
Well, I mean, I think it does a bit his youth, but this is like Shedeur dropping 4 rounds. Like this ain't just like a, hey man, he's young and he's just get to it. No, he's young and scoring 7 points. Not 15.
Yeah.
Right, not 20. He's scoring. Like, this is Şengün's first run. Şengün's had damn near a double-double in every one of the games, right? Like, this is Amen Thompson's first run. He had 17 and 9 yesterday. He scored under 9 points 3 of the games.
Yeah.
Like, it's not
and
just
he's a primary ball handler, and defense is not his special.
And his coach is unable to play him the final 4 minutes of the most important game of the season.
Yeah.
So it's not just he's not rising to the – I mean, this is a drop.
Yeah. That's Ron Hughley. I'm Clint Stoerner. You're listening to Sports Radio 610, Houston's sports leader. T. Mill, Tyler Milner is behind the glass on the 1s and 2s. You don't hear much from him today. He is back there grinding on something, y'all. But to put a bow on this topic here is the Rockets are getting – a clear and obvious picture of what their next move is. Unfortunate. Huge play for the Rockets. I would rather them win. I would rather Jaylen Green go off. I'd rather Jaylen Green make me wrong and get out of that Dalton Schultz, Jake Myers group that I put him in. But I don't see. I think the brass has got a clear and obvious path forward, and plenty of evidence, tangible evidence, to justify the moves that need to be made this offseason for the Rockets.
Yeah. All right, coming up, some news that you need to know concerning your Houston Astros. You do not want to miss the news that has just come out. We'll discuss that coming up next, right here live on The Drive.
All right, Mo Karam, Injury Lawyers. Hard as hell to say, easy to dial. Y'all check it out, man. I need you to take this.
to The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley in the 5 o'clock hour this afternoon. Don't miss your chance for the best seats on the course at the Insperity Invitational.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, some news coming from Daikin Park as the Astros get ready for Game 2 of the series tonight with the Detroit Tigers after winning last night. Clint, this is from the captain, Joe Espada. Lance McCullers will throw a bullpen session tomorrow. His next step after that to return to the major league mound.
Bury me in the H.
Let's go.
I'm excited about it. I mean, I love.
Wow, that's not even
look,
May.
I'm stoked. I want to see Lance on the bump. I want to see the Daikin Park crowd go absolutely nuts and blow the top off the place. I want to hear Ron Hughley do the starting lineups when Lance McCullers is in it.
I don't know if we want to do it this early.
I would like for Lance McCullers to make this comeback and at a time when we need. We could use another starter out there, even if it is a piggyback role. Well, it's on a pitch count. It would be nice. I mean, a McCullers gusto or little piggyback game or something. That'd be nice.
Yeah, this feels like it's happening.
How about a McCullers Spencer Arrighetti little piggyback? Because he hadn't been with that broken hand. He hadn't been able to throw, so he's just strengthening his legs. He's just squatting the house every day.
I think he's going to be the way they're talking. He seems like he's going to beat Spencer.
Let's go.
To get him in.
I'm getting excited.
So you've been saying this. You think they would go to 6 or take somebody down? I mean, Gusto's been pitching his butt off. Everybody's.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if you go to 6 or if you go to, like I said, a piggyback game.
Yeah, Blanco wasn't bad yesterday. 5 innings.
No.
Runs.
Look, I think just Spencer Arrighetti being out kind of changes the game a bit. Do you really want to go to 6 and have to piggyback a game on top of a Gusto game? And now with whatever's going on, today with Sneski, not what's going to go on tomorrow, I guess is the better way to say that. I would think maybe a piggyback game more so than go to 6.
Yeah, someone texted in Greg in Spring Branch. Let's be real, Lance's next step will be back to the IL. Come on now.
Oh man, be positive, man.
Good Lord, man.
That sounds like something Tyler would say.
No, it doesn't. Sounds like
not about an Astro.
I was about to say sounds like something Tyler of Texas Rangers fandom would say.
The Rangers
whoever the Rangers Tyler is.
By the way, great job giving up that walk-off Little League homer, Arlington. Freaking losers. Oh.
This guy freaking lose.
Little League homer, man, walk-off.
Yeah.
You guys suck.
The dismounts are the best.
You guys suck. That's what he said. It should be a fun race between them all year long. But no, so that's big. Lance, I can't wait to see that because it has never been a thing, and I've said this repeatedly, it's never been a thing with Lance of he don't want to. I think his eagerness to get back in has hurt him. I think he has come back too fast. I think he is that one time where he elected to not have surgery and just take care of it because he wanted to get back quicker for his team, and he helped his team as he pitched in the playoffs. But in a long, long time, and I hope to see because he could be a big asset. And we talked about in the offseason, if Lance McCullers is anything close to the Lance McCullers that we last saw, as a full-time starter, like
look out.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, at the very least, Lance McCullers getting back healthy and getting to the big leagues, at least gives us Astros fans a little bit of hope. Take the Lance McCullers dynamic out of it, which I know is hard to do because there's emotions attached there and history there, but take that part of it out. It gives you a little bit of just some insurance, man. I mean, just the ability to go to six-man rotation if you need to. The ability to have, somebody be playing long toss in left field while the opponent is taking BP and he gets the line drive off his throwing hand. It allows you to weather those storms a little bit better than, obviously significantly better than where you're at right now. Not that Gusto hadn't been fabulous, but, just you're calling on guys that you really don't know what the hell you're going to get.
Yeah. Also, Wisniewski won't start tomorrow, which is why A.J. Bluebaugh is here and is a candidate to start, but is presently on the taxi squad. So Wisniewski, who has been really, really good too, even his last start, he only gave up 2 runs. He's been great in the rotation thus far. Looks like they want to get him. Hey, how y'all feel about that new lineup last night? With Jeremy Payne at the top, he got 2 hits, got him a double, scored 2 runs. Altuve behind him, went deep, got 3 RBIs. Jordan got on base twice, got him an RBI. Paredes was on base, scored a run. Walker had a big home run and a couple of RBIs. It feels like they need to roll with this for a little bit.
I love it.
Yeah, I just said, I don't know. I don't know if Dana and the captain are getting itchy, but it feels like this is where they need to ride right now. At least the top 5, 6.
That was a no-brainer for me.
I love the speed at the top of the lineup. I love potentially having a duck on the pond for Altuve out of the gate. I love the thought of having Pena hitting the hottest hitter in the game on the team right now, hitting in front of Altuve again to have action on the base pass more often when he's at the plate. I'm a fan. I really like this. By the way, I think tonight's probably a Jordan bomb night.
Just feeling it, huh?
Yeah,
I'm on close. Over 1.5 bases. That'd be nice.
Close. Yeah, he is. No, man, it looked like just at least the top, to me, even the top 6 right now, right up to Diaz whenever he's in the game. This makes sense. The lineup is out as they take on Reese Olson, the Tigers, who's been pitching pretty well to start. Pena leading off again. That seems to be a great spot for him. Altuve, Alvarez behind him, Paredes, Walker, Diaz, and then Zach DeCenzo, Myers, and Dubon.
D's nuts. DeCenzo.
You're right. He's nuts. DeCenzo.
That's right.
They're damn losers. They are.
I wonder, say it again?
D's nuts, DeCenzo.
You just finish it off with the Zenzo. You just go D's nuts, Zenzo. No,
it was a good thought.
I tried to. I just feel like you're starting over again with.
I feel like D's nuts needs to go after DeCenzo. Try it that way, Tyler.
DeCenzo D. Nope. I can already tell.
DeCenzo D's nuts.
Maybe it's the inflection. That's what it is.
Go ahead, Zach. Get up there. DeCenzo D's nuts. That it.
DeCenzo.
Or maybe
D's nuts.
Maybe you need to put the full name Zach. D's nuts DeCenzo.
Let me try it.
Let's try it.
Zachary.
No, I did not say Zachary. Don't be adding.
We don't even know if that's accurate. We don't even know if it is Zachary.
You don't have a friend that goes by Zachary.
It may not be Zachary.
Yeah, the only Zachary I know is a real nerd.
With a name like DeCenzo, it's Zachary.
All right, let me try it.
It is.
Zach D's nuts DeCenzo. The crowd goes wild.
The hand gestures like he's handling 2 about volleyball-sized cojones at the time. It adds to it, the visual of it. Sorry, radio listeners.
Yeah, well, those are YouTube great. And Twitch. If you saw it, OZD. But man, that was something right there. That was him getting on base and him seeing pitches. I like that. That is a good move. Good job, manager Altuve, for stepping up and coming up with that idea. Great job, man.
Really, really happy.
I think you just go with D's nuts. I think you just drop the name completely.
Just drop the just D's.
Yeah, in right field. Batting 8th.
Right.
Batting 7th.
Batting 7th.
D's nuts.
D's nuts DeCenzo.
He had it. He had it. He just couldn't help himself.
Yeah, you want to add on to it.
Take the name completely off of it.
We'll keep working at it.
I do. We gotta. I feel like the name, some part of the name,
the listeners are like,
has
can't wait.
has to be a part of it, because the D's nuts is coming from the D's Zenzo, maybe just Zach D's nuts. That's it. That's it, baby.
Maybe it's a work in progress. We'll get it right.
Someone texted in and said, Ron's got a little more rhythm with it. Tyler sounds too stiff with it.
Well, I mean.
Well, you know me. I tend to stay that way, my friend.
That hits the mark in a couple of different ways.
Tyler's going with some. It's I think whatever voice he's going with is also just he's going. Yeah, he's coming. He's got to just let it flow. Just it's a little.
He's nuts to Zenzo.
I mean, you got to give it a little bit more than that.
That's what
you got to get you got to find the middle, find the center.
I'll try.
It can't be and Zach Zenzo's nuts.
Got him.
He somehow literally went to Zach's. Peace.
Coming up, we've talked a lot about some of the rough in this, but let's look at a little bit of the good before we look at the bad from yesterday's game. And is this just really nothing to overthink with this Rockets-Warriors series? Is it just very clear what's going on here? We'll discuss that next.
All right, y'all, check it out, man. Coors Light. I tell you about them every single day, and I know a lot of y'all out there listening. I know you are, and you tell me about it when I see you out. SaberCats won again, folks. Next home game is May 17th. HoustonSaberCats.com for tickets.
Hey, Houston fans. I am so happy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Thanks, guys. My 2-year-old is now yelling, "These nuts." Ha, the wife's going to be pissed.
Hey, well, I mean, must be a big Astros fan.
Huge fan. Tell him about Zach DeZenzo.
Hey, Mom, who's these nuts? Oh, it's Zach. It's the right fielder first baseman for the Stros. Bat in the 7-hole tonight, Mom. We got to watch him.
There was this dude at in my freshman year of college. He would find ways to get that off in every.
These nuts.
Yeah. Like any word he can. Like, Stan? Bet you can't stand these.
Mm-hmm.
Will? Like he would walk you into it, man. I mean, he was creative as hell to get to it. So, yeah, man, we're talking about Zach DeZenzo. These nuts. That's what we're talking about there. So, tell your 2-year-old to go for Zach tonight. He's batting 7. He's batting 7. All right. Listen, there was some good and some bad, obviously, yesterday. That was a tough loss. And now it feels like, Clint, you got to win 3 in a row. And you got to beat this Warriors team 3 times in a row. Now, you've been in every one of the games, but you got to beat them 3 times in a row. And that seems to be tough, especially with one of the games having to be in Golden State. So that's a tough one. But Clint good. And, Alfred Sengun was arguably the best player on the floor last night. Jimmy Butler came on late, had 27, and a couple of their players did some things. But I think there's a real argument that he was the best player on the floor last night. 31 and 10, 5 assists, just getting that for Tyler, who had him at 4.5. Just getting that, 5 assists. And he went for it. 2 steals as well. He went for it, Clint. He shot the ball 28 times. Now, he only made 12 of them. And he went 7 of 10 from the line. And as someone texted earlier, feels like he left a couple of bunnies there. But still, Clint, I just liked kind of the contrast of the guy we've been talking about earlier. I just like, Clint, the contrast of, hey, man, I'm going to take it. Give me the ball. Yeah. He wanted it. He wanted it down the stretch. And then the third quarter, when Golden State made their run, third, fourth quarter, they were going to him, and something good was happening. So I want to give him some praise because he was really, really good last night.
Absolutely. Look, and regardless of the result, clearly he had a big night, but regardless of the result, and we don't even – hell, I think you and I agree, like the getting Alfred Sengun the basketball at the top of the key going one-on-one with Draymond Green from depth. I don't know that's the ideal last attempt to win a ball game, win a playoff game. I don't know that I actually love that. But when you look at it from Sengun's perspective of give me the ball and get the hell out of the way, and I'm gonna try. The confidence is there. The moment has never been too big. Hell, at one point in time, he was pissed off at Amen Thompson for not coming up and setting the pick. He's bringing the ball down the floor, crosses half court over on the left hand side, and he's waving Amen Thompson to come get a pick, and he goes the other direction. When the timeout, he goes over there and talks to him about it. Like I don't know if those are the right things to be doing, so to speak. I'll be honest with you. I don't like at all Sengun handling the ball, coming up the floor, and handling the ball that far away from the basket all the time. I don't like it. But the young fella in the biggest moments is doing everything that he can to give his team a chance to win ball games. He's rebounding, he's assisting, he's scoring. He's playing extended minutes. He's
42
absolutely
minutes.
Yeah, he's absolutely yeah, man. I mean, and so from Sengun's perspective, I absolutely love everything we're getting from him. If he had a little bit of help and you could afford to pull him out of the game and rest him a little bit every now and then maybe he doesn't. Maybe he's got his legs at the end of the game to hit a jumper. Maybe he's not so fatigued and exhausted that making a damn free throw late in the game isn't a problem. And I'm not making excuses for him. I'm just saying, like, this dude's leaving every bit of it on the floor, and there's no blinking whatsoever in the thought of, hey man, it's a big game, big moment. He is clearly, up to the task.
Clearly, the place they go when they need to get a shot, and the best place.
Yep.
For them, man. If you just look at what he's done in this series, and understanding how you can, look at what Jaylen Green has done.
Yeah.
In game 26-9 with an assist. Game 2, 17-16 with 7 assists all around game. Game 3, 15, 11 and 4 assists, and then last night 31, 10 and 5. Like that is he's playing like he's the all-star.
Yep.
That is that makes sense. That's a line of 4 games that makes sense. Not, hey, man, I just went crazy for 30 and then just said to hell with it. And I will. You said you had to apologize. I'd apologize. Some people were texting in a week and a half ago when we said, yeah, I think it's fair to say that this year Jaylen Green's been the best player. Well, it's understandable. Alfred Sengun has been the most consistent and best player in the postseason with E.
Right now, I mean, he's been the only player that has not shown any signs of intimidation, and you can argue that he's been the recipient of more than anybody because he's the one down there having to deal with Draymond Green's ass the whole game most of the time.
Well, them being really physical.
Yeah,
because they don't have an answer for it.
Yeah. No, I mean, no. There's no that debate is shut the heck down, man. I mean I'm done with that one. I mean. Amen Thompson showed some signs of life last night, but has been a non-factor in this series. Jaylen Green, 3 out of 4 games, absolute non-factor. In fact, he's been a liability. And so that debate is out the window. It is Sengun, and until you see these other guys perform in the playoffs and give the effort and have the confidence and has when it matters the most, hell, that conversation's put to bed.
Yeah, and you just brought him up. I want to give an honorable mention to Amen Thompson. Listen, we were hard on him. We were calling him out. Hell, I said in game 3, man, he probably should have been off the floor at times. He looked tentative. He had that weird combination of I'm tentative, but I'm gonna still try to take shots. Yesterday, you could tell he had a concerted effort to get to the basket, and he did. 17 points, 9 rebounds. He was the second, but besides Fred, he was the third guy for them. And it was in the fourth quarter he made a couple of big baskets, gave him a lead a couple of times. So he didn't look fearful like he had been looking, and really fearful like he just didn't have confidence on the offensive end. That was the part. Like, yeah, I'm gonna drive it, but I'm not driving with authority. Today or yesterday, he drove it with authority and finished in the lane. So I give him, some credit for some good as well. He looked a lot better in game 4 than he did the previous 2 games.
The degree of difficulty on some of the shots he hits. I mean, the double clutch layup.
The one that he was flying out of bounds and still got it off glass.
Yeah.
Late in the 4th, I said, how the hell did that go in?
The question is, how did he have that level of touch on the ball when his body is that reckless flying out of bounds?
Yeah, that level of touch and like the angle when he let it go. It was. There were a couple times I'm like, oh man, that was a wild shot.
How about what did him on the? I didn't know, and you may be able to answer this for me. He goes up, gets fouled. Still in the air, the ball pops out of his hand. He catches it and shoots it and makes it, and they don't give him the shot.
I think they were saying the foul happened prior.
It happened in the first shot when it knocked it out of his hand. The second shot, okay, I got it.
The second one is.
I thought that would be
they call it a regather.
Okay. So but he did it before he ever touched the ground.
Yeah.
But it would be.
The foul,
it's a separate shot. Yeah. Okay, I thought for sure. Hey, that's 2, man. That's and 1. Nope.
I got to give him that. But I just think Clint, man, and maybe this is too simple. I think this thing is just kind of coming down to the fact of like these guys have been here before, man, and it shows up so much at the end of games, Clint. That these cats have just been here before and they know exactly what to do and where to go. Yeah. Their coach has been here with this same group exactly, and yes, Jimmy is new, but hell, he's been here just damn near as much as they have.
Yeah.
And he fits right in. That's the other part. I'm surprised, like how he fits. So he don't been there 2 months. He fits that easily.
It's the the way Jimmy plays is so fun to watch. I mean,
you regret the Rockets not getting him. You regret that yet?
I mean, that's to me that
he looks so much better with Steph.
It's contingent on what you'd have to give up to get him. Like I don't know. Like without Steph, is Jimmy doing this? You know what I mean? Like without a better defender in Draymond Green and a better offensive player in Steph, and he just has to fit in the middle and do like he did last night, where he is almost disinterested.
I bet he would have had 8.
Right. Was that? Oh yeah. The Rockets would definitely be a better team right now. Yes. What would he look like with Şengün? What would he look like? If you had 2 options down, the team would be a better team. I don't know if that's a long-term play.
Yeah.
But anyway, the way that Jimmy Butler plays and is almost lackadaisical or disinterested throughout the game. It seems like he is more interested in getting Podzinski or whatever his name is. It seems like he's more interested in getting him involved in the game than he is getting his own points. And then all of a sudden, in the fourth quarter, he's like, give me the ball and get the hell out of the way.
Yeah, and he ends up with 27.
There's just a whole different.
And he goes to the line like 10 times.
Yeah, and it's so calculated of like, I'm not going to take this 3. I'm gonna work you, and I'm gonna get to the mid-range jumper. I'm gonna get to the rack, and I'm gonna get fouled. I mean, it's just it's interesting to watch how that dude plays. Of like, it's just the aggressiveness. Just literally does a 180 midway through the third.
Yeah, no, that is he was big last night because that second half, that rebound he went up and grabbed, the one where Şengün misses and it's 3 Rockets right there. It did look like he, not that he wanted it more, but he was cognizant of the ball's up, like went up in a crowd of 3 guys, like he does big things and then does little things. Little things too, man. He has been a big difference maker and was last night. Coming up, a little 5 o'clock fire. We'll get you ready and let you know the latest about what the Astros are doing as they've got some news as they get ready for the Tigers tonight. We'll get you those lineups. And remember, coming up, 5 o'clock hour, you got a chance, final time this week, to win a pair of VIP tickets to the Insperity Invitational coming up at the Woodlands. You got a chance to win those coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. That's next as we continue live right here on The Drive. Before we get there, though, fellas, I've talked to my guys at the men's clinic. My man Dan Denning told me, he said, "Hey man, we've gotten a great response of guys."
Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Lee. It's the 5 o'clock fire. Brought to you by the Insperity Invitational at the Woodlands Country Club Tournament Course.
I'm in my drop top, cruising the streets.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Dirty Show and T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, have the latest. And the latest is, this is 5 o'clock fire. And as you heard, it is brought to you by Insperity Invitational at the Woodlands Country Club Tournament Course. And you will have a chance in this hour. Make sure you are listening the entirety at any moment in this 5 o'clock hour. You need to be listening for the cue to call to win a pair of VIP tickets to Saturday's round of this year's Insperity Insperity Invitational at the Woodlands Country Club. You will get covered seating, as we heard from John Daly, who was on with us earlier at 3 o'clock. He said hopefully the rain holds away, and if it does rain a little bit, you got a little covered seating in the Champions Club and at the 18th green with food and drinks included. So you want to make sure you stay tuned. We'll give you the cue to call, 713-572-4610. At that point, you will have a chance to be winner. So stay tuned for that at any point in the 5 o'clock hour. All right, Clint, before we look into what the Astros have tonight, as Ryan Gusto is going to get the ball, we'll let you know the lineup and everything there. Clint, a couple of notes, and I think the real big note here, and this is almost one that is so you're almost into I believe it when I see it. Hell, you have been coining the phrase luxury Lance for years now, and we haven't seen him pitch for years now. And now, Clint, it looks like you're getting close. McCullers, according to the captain, Joe Espada, will throw a bullpen session tomorrow. His next step after that could be returning to a major league mound. So it looks like Lance McCullers is getting closer and closer and maybe one more step away from pitching. He has been making minor league starts. He has been kind of doing the process of being in spring training, being that he started late. So, Clint, it looks like we are getting closer and closer to seeing him returning to the mound. And I'm going to imagine, based off what he said, returning as a starter, not like bullpen.
Yeah, look, this is he can just line up the good news that the Astros are either seeing or receiving. I mean, again, with the exception of Spencer Arrighetti being in the outfield and taking a line drive of BP the Mariners, the Astros are kind of slowly but surely getting some things in line here. Christian Walker hit a bomb last night, which, by the way, I could really enjoy watching him hit bombs. I mean, it was a no-doubter, so he got to admire it.
He's coming along.
He's coming along. Jeremy Pena's coming along. I'm not worried about Yainer. I am worried about Yainer. I'm not worried about Jordan. With Nesky and Cam Smith and that Tucker trade seemed to be working out. And Paredes for the not necessarily the better, but they seem to be working out pretty damn good. And so if we can get McCullers rolling, he can actually be a pitcher in the rotation that you can depend on. And he can stay healthy. Yeah, man, a lot of good things happen on the Astros front.
How long will it take for you to watch Lance and not get nervous? Like, do you think it's time?
I think for me that ship has sailed.
It is. Like you're gonna roll in whenever that day comes, and he pitches. You're like, I'm going to watch him, like looking at his elbow, looking at his arm.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
There is going to be some like, is he all right?
It's going to take a number of starts.
Is he all right?
Yes, 100%.
Yeah, I'm not there, boys. I guess he's a luxury for me.
Yeah.
Like I'm not looking at him as a guy that the Astros have to make or break this season to improve or make it this season. I guess I've just, in my mind, I'm thinking, hey, if it works out, it's going to be really, really fun to watch. If not, hey, we just keep this train moving.
I don't think I look at him.
I'm not nervous watching Lance at all.
I don't think I look at him like that, but I do look at Lance do it whenever I see Forrest. Like, God, man, Forrest is going to fall apart right
Forrest.
here. By the way, he's on the IL again. Is that correct?
No.
I believe so. Yeah, he
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, over the weekend he went on the IL.
Yeah.
I mean, did he do something, or are they just shuffling the deck with the guys?
He's dealing with something again.
Did he pitch beyond the outing when we were beating the brakes off somebody and he came in and got?
I'm not sure.
He may have done it behind the scenes.
I can't think of his name right now, but all I know is the guy that came into relief last night for the Stros. He was the one who took his roster spot over the weekend.
Yeah.
Hate it for Forrest.
But I know it's the same thing. I'm gonna watch him in brace. I'm gonna watch him. He sprained his knee.
That's what he did last time.
Related to the spring, an injury related to the spring. But no, I am watching him just like, come on, man, get through it. Like anytime he goes to touch his back of his head, like is he good? Anytime he walks around, it's gonna take a cup.
I'm not nervous watching it. It's not a nervous watch for me with Lance. It's just all luxury, baby.
Well, one of the reasons why maybe it's a luxury is, by the way, they've had guys who have had to step in and pitch in the rotation for them, including Ryan Gusto, who's 3-1 with a 2.78 ERA right now, and he has pitched more than they could have, I would say, even could have dreamed of. And he's going to get the ball tonight against Reese Olson, 3-1 as well. His ERA is a little bit above 3. But this is the lineup there, and they are sticking with that lineup that has Pena at the top, back in left field with DH Alvarez there, then Paredes, Walker, who you just talked about, who not just yesterday, probably the last 6 games, right? That even that that road trip facing the Royals.
Yeah.
They he has started to get going here over his last 6 games.
Yeah, I got it for you. I got it for you right here, Ron. Christian Walker, 7 of his last 23, 2 doubles, 2 home runs, over 1,000 OPS in the last 6 games.
Yeah, he's been playing and swinging the bat a lot better, cutting down on the strikeouts. That's what really had been killing him. But no, he's there behind Paredes, Diaz catching tonight, and then D's Nuts will be batting 7th in right field.
Yeah.
You got to just say it real quick like it's normal. Zach DeCenzo, shout out to you. These Nuts. And then Jake Myers back in center, and Dubon is at second base. And we talked about it a little bit earlier, Clint. How they've arrived here, hopefully they don't make a lot of movement, especially with the top 5 or 6. But this, to me, seems like the best that this lineup right now with the parts they have in it. With Pena at the top and then having Altuve and Jordan right behind those two. I like that. He's seeing better pitches. He's swinging the bat. He had 2 hits, scored 2 runs yesterday. I like this lineup. I hope they stick with that top 6 for a long time.
Yeah, I'm with you. I like the action on the base pass ahead of Altuve. I like that it's Pena and he's swinging the bat. Speed is on the bases. The fact that a lot of times he manufactures hits. I mean, he gets infield hits. He legs them out. I like Pena at the top, and clearly Altuve could hit anywhere in your top 4, and I think you're fine. I mean, it's. Other than the thought of moving him up in the lineup so he gets more at bats, and so you turn the lineup over, you got to hand it over to Altuve immediately. I get that, but Altuve can ultimately hit anywhere, and I like the hot Pena with the speed at the top.
Not only can he hit anywhere, he can make the decision of where he hits and everyone else.
Yeah, he's making the decision, so it don't matter.
Make the call. Yeah, I'd like to go second. All right, well, let's do it. All right, so that's the latest. The Astros will look to win 3 in a row after they win Game 1 yesterday against the Tigers.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, let's do it. The final pair we are hooking someone else up with. Caller number 5. Caller number 5. 713-572-4610. Now is your opportunity to win a pair of VIP tickets to Saturday's round of this year's Insperity Invitational at the Woodlands Country Club. Again, if you missed it, you get covered seating in the Champions Club, and at the 18th green, food and drinks are included. You can't pass this up. VIP tickets, this will Be beautiful as John said, a great course.
Yeah.
Great spot, great atmosphere.
Well, if you're going to go to a golf tournament, and which I know it's not down, right, it's not up everybody's alley to go to a golf tournament. But if you are, this is the way to go. VIP tickets, covered seating, champion. What was it? Champion Suite or whatever the hell it's called. I mean, like that. That is.
Club, yep.
That's about as nice as it gets. Now, this is the way to go.
It is. So, caller number 5. 713-572-4610. Tyler will take care of you. All right, Clint, we've talked a lot about the Warriors and the Rockets and how they lost this game. And the thing that really jumps to me, Clint, is this was a tight one the whole way. They had a chance to take the lead late. Şengün missed a turnaround jump shot defended by Draymond Green, and Jimmy Butler got the rebound and knocked down 2 more free throws, and then Fred tried to hit a shot late, but was unable to draw iron there, and they lose 109-106. But, Clint, the part to me that has to be potentially most sickening is, man, it wasn't Steph that got you. Yeah. It wasn't Steph down the stretch. Like Game 3, man, Steph was controlling everything. He got Peyton shots. He got himself shot. He was doing stuff. He had 33 in that game. He was clearly the best player on the field, on the court. And you're looking at this, Clint. You're like, hey, man, this is an all-time great that just came out. In this game, man, it wasn't Steph. Yeah. It wasn't Steph throughout the game. It wasn't Steph late. I know that 3 he hit in the corner with 2 seconds on the shot clock when Şengün just flew wildly past him and gave him a wide-open shot, frustrated you. But it was, man, he's 17th, man. That's how you want 2 of 8 from 3.
That's beatable Golden State, no doubt about it. That's the most frustrating thing. Well, no, it's not. I take that back. Jaylen Green is the most frustrating thing. But the second most frustrating thing about this whole series is, with the exception of Game 1, if you look at the box score, whether it's Curry not dominating last night, or it's the fact that Jimmy Butler played half of the first one or half of Game 2 and didn't play in Game 3. Like, boy, you're going to look. The Rockets going to look back and just say, "Man, we, not just once." I know you've asked this question about individual games, Ron, but I mean, I'm looking back at it now, going, "Boy, you can pinpoint either something in the box score or an injury or a moment in a game that just swung it to where the Rockets couldn't keep up." The Rockets could very well be up 3-1 in this series.
You get 26-5-5 from Brandon Podziemski. That's a killer right there. Yep. Him to go off like that. Then Buddy Hield gets himself going in the second half. He gives you 15-4-3. Obviously, okay, Jimmy's going to give you, 27-5-6, but then you get Post. Post off the bench gives you 13. Right? They had, outside of Steph and Jimmy, they got Buddy Hield in double figures. They got Post in double figures. They got Podziemski in double figures, and not just double. He leads all scores with 26.
Well, he makes it look easy too. The ones that get
he ain't done nothing all season
when he drives the lane, when they clear everything out and the
that
defense
one where he did that reverse layup and nobody was there.
Yeah.
Well, that was the part that you'll look back at it and say, with the combination of Jaylen Green playing the way he did and scoring 8 points, pedestrian performance from Steph Curry, and you still lost this game. Tough one.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint, a little NFL news. 49ers tight end. There was conversation about, is he holding out? Is he not attending some of the voluntary events that the 49ers have? And a lot of people wondered if he's trying to get a new contract. Well, that could be thrown in the trash, because George Kittle signs an extension through 2029, $76.4 million for the tight end. $40 million is guaranteed. He's going to be, as it shakes out, around $18 million per, and he gets this deal, Clinton. Well, I know how you feel about the tight end here. Definitely the 49ers aren't having that feeling about their tight end, George Kittle, who does everything that I think Bobby Slowick wished that his tight end was capable.
Boy, you know, the crazy thing is we covered this earlier in the show. Just I didn't realize how decorated the resume of George Kittle actually is. Now, I'll be honest with you, I didn't need that. Like when I saw the numbers, like, yeah, he should be one of, if not the highest paid tight end in the game. No doubt off how many all-pro teams he's been a part of and how many Pro Bowls he's been a part of. And all I need to do is look at San Francisco. He is literally embodies exactly what San Francisco's offensive identity is. And so, I mean, well earned. I think it's money well spent. And the 49ers would be crazy to not keep him in San Francisco as long as they possibly can.
No, yeah, he's been. Yep, you were surprised. 5-time All-Pro.
Yeah,
yeah.
I didn't have that one.
5-time All-Pro. I mean, it's just like outside of the last. Who are the other tight ends? Like Bowers is coming now. Laporta has, but he just got drafted 2 years ago.
Yeah, the highest paid are Andrews in
Mark Andrews
in Baltimore. Old buddy in Detroit now.
Yeah, Laporta. Yeah.
No, I'm sorry. Not Laporta.
Oh,
what's in Minnesota? What's the one in Minnesota?
Oh, yeah, T.J.
Hawkinson. Yeah. Kittle, and then who did he take over? Who was the other one that just signed the deal that had the highest?
I can't remember. But no, someone texted in. Our tight end is capable. He's just not willing.
It was Ferguson kid. I think it's Ferguson out of what's the kid's name out of Arizona?
Oh yeah, McBride.
There you go.
Yeah.
Trey McBride.
Yeah, he's pretty good. That's right. He did just sign the deal.
Yeah.
He's capable of blocking. Like I don't know if he's capable.
Who would you say?
Someone texted in and said our tight end is capable. He's just capable. He's just not willing.
No, he's not capable or willing.
He's talking about $12 million man.
No, but is he comparing him to?
Yeah, like no. Capable of.
Yeah, not capable.
God, the way you just say it, so matter of fact, he's not capable, nor is he willing.
I mean, he's not even close.
Just keep your soft ass out of the conversation.
What I mean?
You remember before the playoff game? Didn't he do something like saying soft or something? I feel like I remember that you were disgusted just like that. We were at Buffalo Wild Wings when we saw that video he made. All right, coming up, speaking of receiving and catching the football for the Texans and C.J. Stroud, there are going to be a couple of guys in a real fight. But when you start to break down this group, is this potentially the best group that C.J. Stroud has had to throw to? We'll discuss all of that coming up next.
All right, for over 8 years now, y'all, QC Kinetics, they've been the nation's leader in non-surgical relief.
Hughley is presented by Verlo Mattress. Verlo Mattress, handcrafted for your comfort and guaranteed for life. Texans All Access. The countdown to training camp is officially on. And Mark Vandermeer and John Harris have you covered. Exclusive interviews, inside info, and the best football conversation in town. 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Hey, gentlemen, show and Clinton show. I love your show. You guys are great.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Try to get me ready for my birthday? Well,
exactly. Cinco de Mayo.
And I just told Clinton earlier, I said, hey, man, my birthday's next week.
April's about to come to an end.
Like that.
Should be a Cinco de Mayo birthday.
It's a Monday.
Well, I don't give a damn what day it is.
Okay.
It should be celebrated.
You know.
It should be celebrated, like on steroids.
I want to celebrate. 41. I want to celebrate Cinco de Mayo on steroids. It's my birthday. 41.
Well, I mean, this is something that, the station here, we're dropping the ball, boys. I mean, let's be honest. I mean, Show's birthday is
Cinco. We should do a Cinco de Mayo Ron party.
It should be the Mexican food joints. The top 3 Mexican food joints around the city should be fighting.
That's right. Let's get it live. Show Cinco de Mayo.
That's it. Cinco de Mayo with Show.
Come on, bring it home, Parker. Something there. Oh man, you're right.
I mean, it is a real opportunity for. I mean, you want to include listeners. That'd be cool. I'm sure they'd appreciate it. You want to do a little team bonding, just a little chemistry, just a little company gathering. That'd be nice. I mean. I remember we went over there and pulled up in.
We had a great time, didn't we?
Yeah. What was the name of that place?
I can't remember.
It was Lopez's place.
Oh yeah. It was good. Yeah. Those shots just kept coming around.
Tijuana?
I forgot. Then I remember somebody texted in. Well, let us know we hosted Monday's show. I don't know.
We don't do our show from there, but there'd be a gathering there. For sure.
We went
Monday actually makes it easier for me. Hell, I'm in the city.
That was that same night that we was gonna pull up on that Andre Johnson party and that $40 parking tab.
that Ohio dollar valet got to smooth up out of there.
I tell you, man, that was gonna end mine. That was gonna end my whole birthday right there. That was the option. Taking it on in. Show's Cinco de Mayo fiesta. Man, that's not bad.
I mean, Do you add fiesta to Cinco de Mayo?
I could tell you were slowly trying to charge something up, and I could tell where you were going.
Yeah, I don't know. I just think
we can play with it.
I mean, real talk. We're just dropping the ball there. Pissy po.
Yeah, we had a good time. Yeah, we did enjoyed ourselves there. All right, Clint, you look at this group, man. And, depending on how certain people feel about guys, I think I'm higher on Christian Kirk than others. And that's, again, if he could stay healthy. Nico Collins, you would imagine, Clint, he would at least be at the level that he has been the last couple of years, at least last year when he's been able to be on the field if he stays healthy. He has shown 2 straight years that he is one of the absolute best receivers in the game, and the chemistry him and CJ have is something that you don't think is going to go away. Higgins. A lot of people you probably love the thought of you got 2 outside receivers that fit the outside receiver profile. Then you got Jaylen Noel from Iowa State, who they got as well. He is somebody that can do a whole bunch of different things. He's that guy that I've been talking about. Hey, man, this team lacks just hey, man, hey, look at that dude. Look at that dude. Where's he going? Where's he going? Or him going in motion and freaking out linebackers, and him potentially taking jet sweeps for big plays, him potentially taking screens for big plays, down the field for big plays. We've watched him from the slot and the outside at Iowa State catch balls down the field. There's a lot there. Steady hand and Justin Watson, who comes over from Kansas City. Like, this is Mechie and Hutchinson might be, one of them may not make the team, and they might be, the lowest ones on the depth chart when it comes to your wide receivers. And they had to play significant moments in playoff games the last 2 years. This, I know when you look at the names of Stephon Diggs and Tank Dell and Nico Collins from last year, I think there's a real legit point that we're sitting here with the balance of everything they have mid-season at some point this year saying this is the best receiving core that CJ's had since he was at Ohio State.
I think it's got potential. I think it's got potential. Like, when you first asked the question, I was like, hell no. And then it's no. It's got potential. One, it's got potential to be better 4 deep.
If Noel is in the Mechie role,
well, the different, yeah, right. The difference, Ron, is simple, right? Is I think the only wide receiver room that's even comparable is the Nico Collins, Steph Diggs, Tank Dell. And with that group, especially here as Texans fans, coming into last year, we found out who Nico was. We saw the ceiling that Tank Dell had and were impressed, and you knew who Diggs were. At least you knew you thought he could be close to a version of his old self. So that group we knew about. This group, it's promising. It looks good. Now they got to go out and prove it. And if they go out and prove it to just do what they did at the college level, at the pro level, be good quality receivers, I'm with you. You're definitely deeper. If Mechie was your 4 before, a 1 year older Mechie would be your 5, maybe even your 6 in this particular wide receiver room. So yeah, I think it's got a real chance to end up being better than the one that he had in 2024.
Yeah, I just think even when they were healthy, I just think there's an ability to do more. Like,
right.
One thing we haven't seen from Nico is like the 50-50 ball contested catch thing.
Yeah,
that's something we've seen from Higgins though.
Yeah,
at Iowa State, that like maybe he brings more to that in the red zone. Which is something that. I don't know if Nico is it's not a strong suit for him. We've seen him a little bit, but they just have not done that. That's not like I can probably count on how many times I've seen
even
straight up fade. I don't know how many times you see that. So maybe they add that part to it. And not right away. Not right. I'm not saying week 1 they're walking in potentially with that, but I think there's a real potential to see what these guys do. As I said, man, like Mechie and Hutchinson, if they make the team, may have find a hard time getting on the field. And they were guys that were almost dependent on at times last year. Yeah, this is, to me, Noel is the one that I find really intriguing of what they could do with him.
Yeah.
Like he's the one. They just, to me, they tried to make Tank into that, but Tank had to do both things. Yeah. He had to try to be the outside receiver. Like, they got this guy they can just have a lot of fun with.
If the OC has the ability and the creativeness the creativity to do it, he's the one. You're right. He's the one to. We'll see what that is a place where this offensive coordinator can be significantly better than the last.
Text line coming through. Cinco de Show.
I don't care what you say. That is worse than anything I've ever thrown out there.
Cinco de Show.
I don't even want to hear any argument.
Cinco Show de Mayo.
Appreciate the effort, friend, listener. Be better.
Than just Cinco de Show.
How about Cinco de Mayo with show?
With a whiff. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's got legs, man. It's got legs.
It's not D's nuts, but it's good.
It is low-hanging fruit, no question.
These nuts was...
I'm talking about that, not these.
Yeah, we're getting some people saying they would be down. They'd be down.
Hell yeah, they can. Yeah. People any reason to party, even your birthday.
Oh yeah, I'm getting laced. All right, coming up as we continue, we will win you some cash. Last night, hey, we said we're gonna get this thing started off in good shape, and in a good place. In good shape, yeah. And Clint Tyler went 5 of 6. Only thing he missed was, Jaylen Green. Only thing he missed. Everything else he crushed. We'll see if he can continue that. Tonight we'll win you some money. And who do you put that person that costs Tyler going 100%? Who do you put his performance on more? Is it him or the coach only playing him 24 minutes and really him only getting 8 shots up? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all. Serta Pro Painters, man. Their spring sales event is rolling right now from now till May the 15th. Got a few weeks here. Get 10% off any home projects.
.com has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at repairclinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Seco D's Nutso from the text line.
I like that one.
Yeah, I knew you would. Yeah. Some of these other ones I can't say. But too bad. Coming up behind us as we continue right here on The Drive, we got Texans All Access. And remember this, folks, coming up as soon as we get done, after the draft, an exclusive one-on-one with the Texans general manager, Nick Caserio, right as we jump off the air at 6. You will also hear from Texans insider Jonathan Alexander of the Chronicle. So a packed night here on Texans All Access starts as soon as we get done. Nick Caserio, one-on-one. Maybe the first time we've really heard him after the draft outside of his press conferences. He'll be on with Mark and John coming up right after us, and then they'll talk to Jonathan Alexander. And then after that, Sean Bijani are going to have you and hold it down. Area 45, live and local. And it is the best late-night sports talk in Houston, 7 to 11. Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, Chris Santiago will have that for you coming up. And then somebody texted in earlier, have we done T. Mills' money segment yet? No, we have not done T. Mills' best bets, but we will do that here momentarily. He got 5 out of 6 last night. I said I called for at least 65% this week, damn it. We're at 83 right now, so a good start. 65% is where the goal is as we roll through. All right. Clint, who do you put this on? Because going into the game, and I agreed with you, the thought is, hey, man, one, you got to empower and give this cat, Jaylen Green, as much confidence and belief that, hey, I believe in you. Go out there and do your thing and go out there with confidence. Instill that confidence if you're Udoka. And as you said, you got to stick with him. You got to play with him. People have called in. We've had a lot of people today. Put Cam in. Give Cam his minutes. No, you're the one who averaged over 21 a game. You're the one who had 38 in the game, and the one that the Astros, that the Rockets won, you starred. You were the best player on the floor with 38. You got to stay in the game, and if you lose, you lose. You go with here. So, Clint, I asked you this, and the people, whose performance, or who do you blame more for the performance of Jaylen Green? More on Jaylen Green himself or Udoka for maybe not giving him the most of opportunities with only playing him 24 minutes?
Oh, it's without a doubt Jaylen Green. Up until about 5 minutes into last night's game, I felt like Ime Udoka had a quick trigger with him where he didn't have with other people. I felt like the only way that this team had a chance to win was if Jaylen Green was hotter more times than not. I felt like the only way coming down to the end of a game that the Rockets had a chance to even compete with the killers that Golden State has in Jimmy Butler and Steph Curry. And Draymond Green, if you want to talk about on the defensive end of the floor, was, again, a hot Jaylen Green. Look, I don't know that all of that stuff is still not true. I think the premise of the point I was making, I think is still true. But what is not true about it is Jaylen Green's not that guy. I mean, this is the second time. It's a third piss poor it's the third time he's pissed down his leg. It's the second time in a 4-game series where we've seen a guy that's, 4 years in the league? 3 years in the league, 4 years in the league, yeah, where the stage is too big, the lights are too bright, and it is blatantly obvious. This is not some poor performance, poor production because the guy was overwhelmed. This is jerked out of the game and can't play in critical moments and can't be on the floor and can't be trusted at all, but late in games and critical moments of the game, for sure, type of bad. Let's not undersell this. So there's a lot of folks out there I see, it's the first time in the playoffs. They're all young guys. Look, man, what we're watching from Jaylen Green is shrinking multiple times in critical moments in huge games to the point where the coach pulls you doesn't take the ball out of your hands, pulls you completely off the damn floor. and then tries to go back to you multiple times throughout the game, and it's more of the same, right? The inability to turn the tide, the inability to hold your confidence, and the lack of that killer instinct, whether you're having a good game or not, to somehow impact the game and be a factor in the game, in the big games. I mean, it's just not there with Jaylen Green. You can't roll the dice and hope that he has a streaky, shooting performance and can put 38 up. I never thought. I know this is a 180 from what everybody's heard me saying about Jaylen Green to date, and it was more so about Jaylen Green being the only weapon that has the ability to do what I'm talking about doing. Which again, I still think that's true. But I'm just done with beating the drum of that's the only way that Ime Udoka can play moving forward. I don't think he can afford to. I mean, I had no idea, Ron. I am absolutely shocked. You don't seem to be too worked up about it. I am absolutely shocked at the level of piss down your leg that Jaylen Green has displayed in these playoffs. I am.
Yeah, it was more game 4. I didn't feel like he was scared of the moment. The other games, last night was the first time where I felt like he didn't seem like he wanted it. Like when I said
he was A-okay with being on that bench in critical moments.
Yeah, like he didn't seem like you go out there and take 8 shots, man. You make 3. Like he didn't push the envelope. Like in game 1 where he struggled. I mean, he shot it. At least he was 3 for 15, right? He was at least 3 for 15 in 30 minutes and shot it, and he struggled. Yesterday, it didn't really seem aggressive. He shot threes. A couple of them didn't feel like he was really feeling it, like feeling it confidence-wise. So I just overall, when you look at it, man, a guy with his talent and what he has done in average all season, to play 4 games and score in single digits in 3 of them, especially in the biggest moments and time of the season, is just unacceptable. But yesterday was the first time that I looked at it and I felt like, man, it's not like he's just frustrated he's missing. Like he's like, all right, here, man, here, Alfie, you take it. That's the first time I felt that. No, I like that, and to go along with that, that's the first time where I've looked over there and I'm like, yeah, he probably should be on the bench.
Ooh, man, me too. I agree with you.
I mean, like in my mind, I'm thinking, no way is Steven Adams out here playing 26 minutes, his 24. But that was probably what was best. That was what was best. So it was.
Well, Ron, it's just the amount of time. If he's on the floor for 24 minutes, 20 of it, he is either confused of where to go with the basketball. He is carelessly turning the ball over. He is. I don't care whether he's missing shots, but he is looking defeated with every missed shot that goes up. If he's not confused, he's timid.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If he's not timid, he's just flat out scared, right? It is. I don't know, man. I just believe that these moments define you, and it seems like Jaylen Green has no problem, residing to be on the pine and watching the big moments. And I hate what I've seen from Jaylen Green. And again, for me, I understand a lot of people say, well, hell yeah, you have. He's scored in single digits 3 or 4 games, and he's your leading scorer all year long. It's more than that, man. It's just the way in which that I thought he would at least go down punching. I thought the Rockets would go down punching. Instead, without Jaylen Green and what we've seen 3 or 4 games is we watched this team do exactly what we thought. In critical moments, you just don't have that. You don't have that next gear,
and you don't have very much, belief that he is going to come out of it in Game 5, right? And that's the concerning part.
Look, I said we talked about this multiple times today too. I mean, Ime Udoka is not.
No, he's. I don't think he had it. Like, it's not just the experience level from the player to player from Golden State. Like Steve Kerr has done something. Like Steve Kerr, the way he easily, like the move he made to force Steven Adams off the floor.
Yeah.
Just tactical things like that, and smartly getting, like you said, he couldn't get, like maybe Şengün maybe could have gotten a better rest there. a little bit there, so he wasn't as tired playing 42 minutes. Steph did play 42
I mean,
minutes.
the draw up of the last play, and I understand you're shorthanded, but the draw up of the last play is indicative of what I'm talking about. Like that. I mean, that is just like give it to Şengün at the 5 feet beyond the 3-point line and let him work versus the third best defender in all of basketball. Like that. I mean, I mean, if you get there, I'm not saying that Şengün, even if Draymond's on him, I'm not saying that's the wrong way to go, but you just like clear out.
Well, mine is just putting him up at the top of the key.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And clear it out and just
and leaving him with a jump shot. I didn't love that.
That's just so. It's just that
when he was on the block.
Yeah,
giving him problems.
Yeah, I need more Jabari Smith, by the way.
Yeah. Yep.
I don't know what that's going to look like, but yeah, the turnover awful. I mean, that's the other thing with these Rockets, man. I'm banging on Jaylen Green, and rightfully so, I think. But let's be honest, man. Down the stretch, you've got 2 seconds on the shot clock. Golden State's got the ball out of bounds, and somehow they get the ball inbounds to Steph Curry. Steph Curry pump fakes and gets Şengün to jump in the damn crowd. And you like just awareness. And you got games on the line, and you got Dillon Brooks fouling Jimmy Butler beyond the 3-point line. Games on the line, and you got Jabari Smith trying to kick the ball out to somebody towards the top of the key. Panic, throws it backcourt, turnover kind of deal. I mean, like those things it seems like they just come in droves too in critical moments. Yeah. And that's a tough watch.
Let's win some money, Tyler. What's T-Mill's best bets tonight?
You're damn right. It was a hot start. 5 for 6. Only scrub-ass Jaylen Green kept us from perfection.
Okay.
I mean, just 7, 9, and 8, man. Yeah. But
he's having a rough go of it. I don't have to be scrub-ass.
Go ahead. Pretty scrub-ass, man. Got 5 of them once again tonight. All NBA playoff bets tonight for best bets once again for the action around the NBA. First, I got an over for you. Magic at Celtics tonight.
Love it. I think the Celtics go off and make it. They may drag the Magic to getting over 200, but I think the Celtics go off.
Yes, another low number. I'm on over 197.5 for that Magic Celtics game. I'm also on the Clippers at Nuggets over. That's set. I got that one at 208.5. Next.